10 Gods Chapter 278 to Chapter 331. Remember, literature building, in a second. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Corpses were scattered all over the place. Some of them had already decayed beyond recognition, while others were still preserved vividly. Only their faces were pale. This made Lin Tian and Ji Yu's hearts palpitate. They had never imagined that there would be so many corpses in this underground abyss. It was practically a graveyard. The two of them were stunned, especially when they saw some of the corpses that were relatively well preserved. Staring at those pale faces, the two of them could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. They felt a chill run down their backs. Lin Tian whispered, "Could it be that the Yin energy is too dense, causing the temperature to drop too low? That's why some of the corpses are preserved? It's been too long. Logically speaking, no matter how low the temperature is, it shouldn't be able to preserve them." Ji Yu shook his head. Lin Tian nodded. He paused for a moment, then walked up to a complete corpse. He reached out a finger and touched the corpse slightly. With a sizzling sound, the corpse was instantly reduced to ashes. The flesh and blood inside has completely eroded. It's true that it couldn't be preserved. Lin Tian Ondao. They stood up and scanned the area. Both of them felt their hearts tremble. Ji Yu asked, "Lin Tian, what should we do now?" Lin Tian thought for a moment, then looked at the underground river not far away. He said, "Follow this underground river. We should be able to find the exit." The water in the underground river was flowing. Since it was flowing, there must be a gap in front of them. They would be able to leave once they found the gap. Lin Tian and Ji Yu immediately followed the flow of the underground river. As the two of them walked down the underground river, more and more corpses appeared around them. There were so many that it was a little frightening. Whether it was on the shore or on the surface of the underground river, they were all densely packed with corpses. Under the light of the fire, it was a horrifying sight. How exaggerated was the battle in the ancient times? Even now, there are still so many corpses. Lin Tian was shocked. Along the way, after a few hours, he had seen more than 10,000 corpses. So many years had passed since the ancient times, yet so many corpses could still be seen. It was enough to imagine the scale of that battle. Lin Tian couldn't help but shudder. Ji Yu thought for a moment and said, "I read in an ancient book in the Valley of the Harp that many experts from the upper celestial domain entered this world in search of a certain treasure. The great battle should be related to that treasure." As the personal disciple of the Valley of the Harp's Lord, Ji Yu naturally knew about the 10 directions celestial domain. Precious treasure? What treasure? Lin Tianwei was doubtful. "Let me think." Ji Yu frowned. After a moment of silence, he said, "According to that ancient book, that treasure seems to be related to the 10th celestial domain. It is said that it can cut open the barrier of the 10th celestial domain. In other words, that treasure is related to eternal life. Everyone wants to obtain it." Lin Tian was shocked. "It can cut open the barrier of the 10th celestial domain?" "That's what the ancient book said." Ji Yu nodded. Lin Tian sucked in a breath of cold air. No wonder. Thinking about it this way, no matter how intense the battle was, it makes sense. An old drunkard said that the 10th celestial domain contained the secret of eternal life. However, no one in history had ever been able to enter the 10th celestial domain. Under such circumstances, the value of a treasure that could cut open the 10th celestial domain was beyond doubt. It was enough to make all the experts in the 10th celestial domain fight to get their hands on it. Ji Yu said, "Because of that battle, there were some problems with the space-time portal leading to the upper celestial domain. Originally, it was said that one could enter the second celestial domain through that portal when one reached the Sea of Consciousness realm. However, since then, even airborne realm experts couldn't pass through it. Only those who reached the immortal realm had a certain possibility." Was the portal damaged because of that battle? Lin Tianwei was shocked. Ji Yu stuck out his tongue and said embarrassedly, "I'm not sure about that. It's all from books. It should be very likely." Lin Tiandao. After a pause, he shook his head again. It was meaningless to think about it now. It was more practical to think about how to get out. The flame on the inner spirit sword became even brighter. He and Ji Yu walked forward along the underground river. Soon, the two walked for a few hours. At this moment, a bloody light flashed in the darkness. A wave of Xianxia attacked from the side. Jiyu's expression changed. It's the Yin spirit. I know. Lin Tian nodded. The bloody shadow was already in front of the two. At this moment, a white lotus floated out from Lin Tian's forehead and imprinted on the Yin spirit's forehead in an instant. This time, Lin Tian poured his killing intent into the white lotus. Instantly, the white lotus sank into the Yin spirit's head. After the Yin spirit let out a scream, the white lotus cut it into pieces. Seeing this, Jiyu's expression changed slightly. He killed the Yin spirit so easily. She had seen Lin Tian force Yin spirits and malicious ghosts to retreat before, but she had never seen Lin Tian kill a Yin spirit. At this moment, a Yin spirit that was difficult to deal with ordinary means was easily killed by Lin Tian. This really surprised Jiyu. I wanted to ask you before. How did you do it? Ordinary means should be useless against a Yin spirit. Also, what's with this white lotus? On the surface, it looks like the white lotus sword manual, but in essence, it's completely different. It's a phenomenon in the knowledge sea. Lin Tian Dao. He had nothing to hide from Jiyu, so he immediately explained it briefly. Jiyu's eyes widened. You actually comprehended a phenomenon in the knowledge sea? After Jiyu entered the Valley of the Harp, he had read through many ancient books in the Valley of the Harp. Naturally, he knew about the phenomenon in the knowledge sea. Now that he heard that Lin Tian actually comprehended a phenomenon in the knowledge sea, he was really shocked. This kind of power was not something that could be comprehended by 1 in 10,000 cultivators. It was a coincidence. Lin Tian smiled. Jiyu couldn't help but curl his lips. How is this a coincidence? You're so humble. At this moment, pairs of green eyes suddenly lit up on both sides of the underground river. They stared straight at Lin Tian and Jiyu. In an instant, dense Xianxia surrounded them, causing the temperature to drop by dozens of degrees. Then, creaking sounds rang out continuously. Around them, some corpses twisted and stood up. They're all Yin spirits. There are a lot of them. Jiyu said solemnly. Yin spirits could reside in corpses and control the corpses. Seeing some corpses stand up, the two of them were not surprised. Lin Tian smiled and said, It's okay. There's no need to be afraid even if the hostile ghosts come. I'm their absolute nemesis. After saying that, his face turned serious, and the space between his eyebrows suddenly shone brightly. In the next moment, dense white lotus petals floated out from his knowledge sea. It was like a white lotus rain, surrounding him and Jiyu in the center. Whoosh, 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 the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. One by one, the Yin spirits pounced on the two of them, obviously treating them as prey. Soon, the Yin spirits got close and collided with the white lotuses. All of a sudden, shrill screams rang out. All the Yin spirits that were brushed by the white lotus were sent flying in a sorry state. Wisps of green smoke rose from the Yin spirits' bodies. As for the Yin spirits that controlled the corpses to get close to the white lotus, their corpses instantly disintegrated. Seeing this scene, Jiyu was shocked. At this moment, in her vision, dozens of terrifying Yin spirits were charging wildly. However, they were sent flying in a sorry state every time. Even if Lin Tian did not attack, not a single Yin spirit could get close. In the end, the surrounding Yin spirits seemed to be afraid. None of them dared to get close. Slash. At this moment, a cold shout rang out. The white lotuses flew out, carrying Lin Tian's killing intent as they rushed in all directions. Puff, 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 in the blink of an eye, the Yin spirits died under the white lotuses. Yin spirits were not good things. Naturally, they had to be killed when they saw them. If they were allowed to grow, they might all become malicious ghosts in the future. They might even become stronger ghost kings and Yin saints. That would definitely be a disaster for the sect. In the blink of an eye, dozens of Yin spirits were all killed by Lin Tian. Let's go. Lin Tian said to Jiyu. Jiyu was stunned. After a while, she regained her senses and could not help but smile bitterly. Dozens of Yin spirits that were difficult for ordinary people to deal with were all killed in an instant. This was really shocking. If this news were to spread, many people would be so shocked that their jaws would drop to the ground. As they walked along the underground river, the two of them encountered many Yin spirits along the way. However, without exception, they were all killed by Lin Tian on the spot. After about 3 days, some light appeared in front of them. Moreover, there was a more shocking aura of life. Immediately, the two of them were delighted. They should be reaching the exit soon. The two of them quickened their pace. Not long after, the underground river became wider. The aura of life in front of them also became stronger. At the same time, there was also an extremely dense Yin qi floating in the air. Lin Tian and Ji Yu felt a little strange. Their pace quickened and they soon reached the end of the underground river. There was an oasis in front of them. On the oasis, a 5-foot-tall evergreen tree swayed slightly. It was emitting an extremely shocking aura of life. It was the tree of life that fell into the abyss not long ago. At this moment, a black shadow stood beside the tree of life. Its entire body was emitting an astonishing amount of Yin qi. Wasn't it that malicious ghost? Lin Tian revealed a sly smile. Pulling Ji Yu, he stepped onto the oasis in a flash and headed straight for the tree of life. The malicious ghost obviously noticed that there were humans approaching. It immediately turned around and looked over. At the same time, it let out a scalp-numbing roar. I'll have to trouble you to take care of the tree of life for me. Now, I'll take over. Lin Tian smiled. A light flashed between his eyebrows. Dense white lotuses rushed out and instantly condensed into a 7-inch-long white lotus sword. The malicious ghost's eyes revealed a look of fear. Obviously, it still remembered that it was injured by the white lotus sword not long ago. Kill! Lin Tian shouted. The white lotus sword was very fast. In an instant, it was above the malicious ghost's head. The malicious ghost roared. Although it was a little afraid of Lin Tian's white lotus sword, it did not leave. It waved its ghost claw. Suddenly, dense Yin qi condensed and pressed down on Lin Tian like a rain of swords. The scene could be described as extremely terrifying. Under the terrifying Yin pressure, the entire space was shrouded in black mist. The scene was truly terrifying. Full text to read. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed. He had Ji Yu step back a bit, condensing a dense cluster of white lotuses, and slashed forward. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. When the Yin qi came into contact with the white lotuses, it immediately melted away. Like ice meeting fire. Not far away, Ji Yu saw this scene and could not help but be surprised. So powerful. Such a dense Yin qi attack was actually destroyed by Lin Tian so easily, which really surprised her. The ferocious spirit roared and glared at Lin Tian, its blood-red eyes looking extremely ferocious. Lin Tian smiled and went straight ahead. If he took the tree of life, it would at least increase his and Ji Yu's cultivation by a small level. He would not give up such a precious treasure so easily. Although the ferocious spirit was terrifying, comparable to a strong fighter in the airborne realm, his white lotuses in the sea of consciousness naturally countered the spirit, so he was not afraid. Doom, the white lotuses flew and condensed into white lotus swords again, slashing forward. The ferocious spirit roared, and its terrifying aura spread in waves. The cold aura shrouded the entire space. However, when the aura came into contact with Lin Tian's white lotuses, it seemed to have encountered the most terrifying thing in the world. It immediately disappeared like a bubble. Bang! Lin Tian flashed in front of the ferocious spirit and raised his leg. Several white lotuses came out from the soles of his feet, landing directly on the ferocious spirit's abdomen. The ferocious spirit let out a scream and was immediately sent flying in a sorry state. That old man is absolutely right. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes, which flashed with a bright light. Before entering the demon burial valley, an old drunkard had told him that Yin spirits were difficult to deal with, and ferocious spirits were even more terrifying. However, if he were to encounter these two, he would not have any scruples at all and would just beat the other party ruthlessly. At that time, he thought that those words were a bit exaggerated, but after some experiments, he found that an old drunkard's words were completely true. 100 Refinements Workshop's Guishoming was at the 8th level of the Sea of Consciousness. How powerful was his combat strength? Previously, he had been sent flying by the ferocious ghost's roar, causing him to vomit blood and suffer heavy injuries. It took him a long time to recover. But now, this powerful malicious spirit was standing in front of him. It was so weak that it was pitiful. All of its attacks were useless against him. It was completely suppressed by him. Indeed, everything has its vanquisher. Lin Tian smiled. An old drunkard had said that he might be the biggest winner among all those who had entered the Demon Burial Valley. Now, it seemed that his words made sense. Thinking about it, if other people saw this tree of life, they would have no choice but to give it up because there was a terrifying ghost guarding it. However, he was different. If it was him, he could easily seize it. Staring at the vengeful ghost, more white lotuses appeared around him and swept forward like a gust of wind. The malicious spirit was incomparably furious, but even though it was firmly restrained by Lin Tian and suffered injuries one after another, it was still unwilling to leave. It's clearly an evil ghost formed from yin energy, but it cares so much about the tree of life formed from life essence. Strange. Lin Tianwei was puzzled. Not far away, Jiyu was a little surprised by the power of Lin Tian's spiritual seize anomaly. It could actually easily suppress the malicious spirit. At this time, seeing Lin Tian's puzzlement, she said, "A malicious spirit is a mixture of extreme yin energy. If it can absorb enough life energy, it might be able to grow flesh and blood and reach a higher level." Lin Tianyi was shocked. "There's such a thing?" Jiyu was a little embarrassed. "I'm not sure. It's from a book." Lin Tian was speechless. Staring ahead, Lin Tian's eyes flashed with a bright light. The light between his eyebrows became even more intense. In an instant, even more dense white lotuses floated out from his sea of consciousness, enveloping the entire space and sweeping out in all directions. "Lotus Sea," he said in a deep voice. White lotuses soared into the sky, almost covering every corner. It looked very beautiful. However, this was undoubtedly a terrifying scene for the ghost. In the blink of an eye, the yin qi that filled the sky was completely crushed. A lotus sword pierced into the ghost's body, causing it to immediately let out an incomparably horrifying scream. At this time, Lin Tian approached again. With a bang, he kicked the malicious spirit more than 7 feet away. "Xiao Yu, come here." Lin Tian Dao. At this time, he had already replaced the malicious spirit's position and controlled the tree of life. Jiyu nodded. In a flash, he came to Lin Tian's side. "What strong life energy!" Looking at the tree of life up close, Jiyu was shocked. In the distance, the malicious spirit stood up. Its blood-red eyes were filled with ferocity and anger. It roared angrily and charged over. Buzz. White lotuses floated in all directions. Lin Tian controlled them with his mind, causing the dense white lotuses to completely surround him, Jiyu, and the tree of life. Immediately, the malicious spirit stopped in its tracks. Its ghost eyes became even more furious. Standing in the distance, the malicious spirit roared and howled, but it did not dare to approach. Lin Tian turned to look at the tree of life. Looking at the tree of life up close, he felt that the rich life energy made all the pores on his body open up. It was a comfortable feeling. Glancing at the malicious spirits outside, Lin Tian said to Jiyu, "I will spread the white lotuses outside to protect you. Let's start cultivating." It was said that 1 day of cultivation under the tree of life was equivalent to 10 days of cultivation. Lin Tian could not wait to try such a magical treasure. Moreover, the Demon Burial Valley was only open for a limited time. He could not afford to waste any time. Jiyu nodded. Immediately, he and Lin Tianyi got up and sat down beside the tree of life. They started cultivating. As they circulated their cultivation, the tree of life swayed slightly. Wisps of pure white light floated out from the tree and quickly entered their bodies. The two of them trembled. As the pure white light entered their bodies, the two of them felt the true yuan in their bodies boil. Their consciousness became much clearer in an instant. It is indeed a treasure among treasures. Its effects are amazing. A light flashed through Lin Tian's eyes. In that short moment of cultivation, he felt that his vital energy and blood had increased slightly. Although it was only a negligible increase, it was still very shocking. After all, he had only cultivated beside the tree of life for a short moment. Taking a deep breath, he took out a few spiritual refining runes and handed half of them to Jiyu. He said, "Cultivate with these things. Your cultivation speed will be faster." "Well, this is indeed very useful. The thing you gave me before was a great help," Jiyu said. When Lin Tian went to the Valley of the Harp, he gave her dozens of spiritual refining runes. With the help of these spiritual refining runes, she spent half a month to advance from the first heaven to the peak of the second heaven in her consciousness. After that, she spent the rest of her time cultivating the White Lotus Sword Manual and the Phantom Lotus Movement Technique. If not for that, her cultivation level would have reached the peak of the third heaven in her consciousness. Lin Tianyi smiled and said, "Let's begin." Immediately, the two of them closed their eyes and began to circulate their cultivation techniques. As the two of them circulated their cultivation techniques, the 5-foot-tall tree of life swayed even more vigorously. Wisps of pure white light continuously floated into their bodies. Soon, as more and more white light gathered, a layer of white light gradually formed around the two of them, firmly enveloping them. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Buzz. The faint light intertwined, and the aura of the two of them rose rapidly. Very quickly, 4 hours passed. At this time, the white light around the two of them became denser and denser. It kept gathering from the tree of life, causing the fluctuations of life of the two of them to rise rapidly. At the same time, the light of the tree of life itself became dimmer and dimmer. Obviously, the tree of life nurtured a limited amount of life essence. After it was absorbed, it could not be restored. Not far away, when the malicious ghost saw this scene, it immediately roared in anger and rushed toward the tree of life. However, the white lotuses that Lin Tian scattered around his body were completely designed for the malicious ghost. As soon as the malicious ghost rushed over, it was hit by the white lotuses. Green smoke rose from its body, making it look battered and exhausted. Ugh! The malicious ghost let out a screech that sounded like glass rubbing against each other. In the blink of an eye, dozens of Yin spirits had gathered in this area. As an existence that was higher than the Yin spirits, the malicious ghost could control ordinary Yin spirits. With a roar, dozens of Yin spirits rushed toward Lin Tian and Jiyu. However, this was undoubtedly a suicide mission. As the Yin spirits collided with the white lotuses, they all let out shrill screams. Many of them were even directly crushed by the white lotuses. Lin Tian opened his eyes and glanced around, then closed them again. Buzz. The light was faint and lingered around his body. The aura of his body became stronger and stronger. With the protection of the white lotuses, he did not have to worry about being disturbed by the malicious ghosts and Yin spirits. He operated the 4 extremities scripture, and the vital essence in his body flowed quickly again. At the same time, he integrated more energy into his sea of consciousness. He operated the 4 extremities scripture to absorb the light of the tree of life, and used it to refine the sea of consciousness full of white lotuses. Suddenly, his sea of consciousness rippled slightly, and there were ripples. The white lotuses swayed, and their light was faint. They actually cooperated with the light of the tree of life to refine this sea of consciousness. This surprised Lin Tian. He did not expect that the white lotuses could cooperate with external forces to refine the sea of consciousness. Buzz. With the help of the white lotuses, more light of the tree of life gathered and scattered in every corner of this sea of consciousness. Afterwards, the light from the tree of life began to nourish the senses of the soul like nourishment, causing Lin Tian's senses of the soul to become much more powerful. As time passed, under the nourishment of the light of the tree of life, his sea of consciousness became brighter and brighter, and his consciousness power became purer and purer. At the same time, the white lotuses cooperated with the refinement of his sea of consciousness, and at the same time, they grew stronger and stronger. There was a faint layer of light surrounding the lotuses. In this way, Lin Tian silently cultivated. The space between his eyebrows became brighter and brighter, and the aura he emitted became stronger and stronger. Soon, 3 days passed. On this day, a majestic aura rushed out of Lin Tian's body, shocking the crowd of Yin spirits outside. Even the malicious ghost's eyes flickered. Beside the tree of life, Lin Tian opened his eyes, and 2 rays of light flashed. 5th layer of the sea of consciousness. He clenched his fists and suddenly felt a stronger power. The true essence in his body was like the Yellow River, and it was more than twice as strong as before. Then, he looked inside his sea of consciousness and only felt that it had become wider, and his consciousness power had become stronger. Especially those white lotuses in his sea of consciousness, they were all surrounded by a faint layer of light. P.S. Sorry, today is the last chapter. The cold is a bit serious. Originally, it was just a headache and a stuffy nose. Today, I have abdominal pain and diarrhea, and there is blood in my stool. The dragon has to go to the hospital to see a doctor. End of this chapter. Lin Tian felt that he had become much stronger. His sea of consciousness had become more abundant, and his physique had also become stronger. It was as if his entire body had endless strength. He clenched his fist slightly, and a faint light flashed in his eyes. If he were to face Guo Xiaoming again, he believed that he would definitely be able to suppress him, or even kill him. Beside him, pure white light surrounded and intertwined around Jiyu's body, making him look even more refreshing and refined. Lin Tian took a serious look and realized that Jiyu had reached the middle of the third level of the Sea of Consciousness. Moreover, the aura on his body was still increasing. He looked behind him and saw that the light on the Tree of Life had dimmed a lot, as if it had withered. Compared to before, the aura of life had become very weak. It seems that the so-called 1 day of cultivation under the Tree of Life is equivalent to 10 days. In fact, it is absorbing the life force of the Tree of Life to cultivate. After absorbing a certain amount, the Tree of Life will directly wither. Lin Tian muttered to himself. A ferocious roar came from the front, which attracted Lin Tian's attention. The ferocious ghost's blood-red eyes were somewhat frightening. They were filled with eeriness and ferocity. At the same time, many blood shadows stood beside the ferocious ghost. They were all ordinary Yin spirits. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. The white lotuses surrounding him suddenly trembled and dissipated in an instant. The ferocious ghost was stunned. Suddenly, it roared and pounced on Lin Tian. Buzz. At this moment, Lin Tian smiled faintly. More white lotuses rushed out in an instant. Moreover, the white lotuses that rushed out at this time were all wrapped in a faint light. Lin Tian flicked his finger. Suddenly, a white lotus floated forward and landed directly on the ferocious ghost. Ugh! The ferocious ghost screamed and flew out with a bang. Its body emitted bursts of green smoke. It was very miserable. A strange light flashed in Lin Tian's eyes. It was just a white lotus, but it could cause so much damage to the ferocious ghost. It seemed to be much stronger than before. He stared at these white lotuses and saw the faint light on them. He could not help but feel a little happy. It seemed that the white lotuses in his sea of consciousness would grow stronger as he grew stronger. The malicious ghost stood up and stared ahead, its blood-red eyes flashing with wariness and fear, as well as anger. Lin Tian smiled. It was interesting that he was able to force an evil spirit that was comparable to a Zephyr Realm Master into such a state. He tilted his head to look at Jiyu. Seeing that Jiyu was still cultivating, he once again surrounded himself with the white lotus and sat down. With Bai Lian guarding outside, he didn't have to worry about the sneak attack of the malicious ghosts and evil spirits. He directly took out a middle-grade precious sword from the stone ring, preparing to practice the weapon control art at this time. These precious weapons were given to him by the Burning Sun Sect Master. At this time a light flashed between his eyebrows. He used a special method to condense the essence of his consciousness, and then used his consciousness to imprint it on the swords. He had practiced this process many times, so naturally, he was very familiar with it. Soon, he finished imprinting 30 middle-grade precious swords with his consciousness. Of course, it was impossible for him to control so many weapons at the same time, so he just imprinted them. After a pause, he closed his eyes and began to practice the weapon control art. Clang! The sword whistled, and a cold sword slowly rose into the air with a clanging sound. Then, the second sword, the third sword, the fourth sword, in the end, a total of 25 precious swords floated around him, each of them emitting an eerie chill. Very good. Lin Tian's eyes flashed. Lin Tian temporarily abandoned the 15 precious swords from before. At this time, the 25 precious swords floating around him were all middle-grade precious weapons. Needless to say, their power was much stronger than before. Staring at the 25 precious swords, Lin Tian's eyes flashed. His current weapon control art was enough to suppress Guo Xiaoming's strongest 100 refinements secret technique. Lin Tian originally wanted to test his current combat strength against the malicious ghost, but after giving it some thought, he decided against it because he definitely wasn't a match for the malicious ghost without relying on the White Lotus, and he could face danger at any time. Moreover, Jiyu seemed to be at a critical moment in his cultivation. If he wantonly fought with the malicious ghosts, he was afraid that it would affect Jiyu. He sat down again, put away the 25 precious swords, and slowly closed his eyes. Time passed by, and soon, another 3 days had passed. Wang. On this day, the light outside Jiyu's body suddenly became very intense, and a tyrannical aura swept out. Lin Tian suddenly opened his eyes, and a bright light flashed in his eyes. Jiyu had actually entered the 4th layer of the spiritual sea. Gradually, the light outside Jiyu's body dimmed, and he gently opened his eyes. Congratulations. Lin Tian smiled. Jiyu directly reached the 4th layer of the spiritual sea from the peak of the 2nd layer. This improvement was a bit huge. Jiyu chuckled. It's all because of you. At this time, the light on the tree of life had completely dissipated, and it had completely withered. Lin Tian reached out and gently touched it. Suddenly, the tree of life shattered with a crack, and dust fell to the ground. Jiyu was shocked. The life force has been sucked dry by us, so naturally, it can't continue to exist. This is something like a precious medicine. Lin Tian explained. Not far away, the malicious ghost roared. Its bloody eyes were full of ferocity, and the yin qi on its body kept surging. Lin Tian moved his divine sense, and the sky full of white lotuses suddenly floated up, rushing toward the malicious ghost with whooshing sounds. After that, he looked around and saw that there was a huge gap in front of him, and the light was coming in from there. Let's go, he said. After killing the malicious ghost with the white lotuses for a short time, he pulled Jiyu and walked out. By relying on the white lotus in his consciousness, he could firmly suppress the malicious spirit. However, it was impossible for him to kill the malicious spirit. After all, if the malicious spirit wanted to escape, he would not be able to stop it with his current level of cultivation. Following the gap, the two quickly walked out. Unexpectedly, there was a desolate valley in front of them. The two saw a strange stone platform, and an incomparably vicissitude aura suddenly spread out in front of them. This stone platform was very wide, and it was unknown what kind of stone it was. In the middle of it, there was a purple beam of light. The beam was about 3 feet tall and 3 feet wide, and it was full of mystery and majesty. Staring at this beam of light, Lin Tian and Jiyu were slightly shocked. Lin Tian's eyes widened. Could this be a space-time portal? The wide stone platform exuded a vicissitude aura, and the purple beam of light on it seemed to have existed for eternity, without a trace of ripple. It was obviously out of place with this space, but it seemed to be perfectly integrated. Such a scene undoubtedly made Lin Tianyi think of the space-time portal that led to the 2nd heaven. Jiyu said in a low voice, "It seems to be." Jiyu had read many ancient books in the Valley of the Harp, and her understanding of space-time portals was much better than Lin Tian. What she saw now was very similar to the description of space-time portals she had read in the ancient books. Staring ahead, the two of them were a little shocked. The space-time portal, the light portal that led to the 2nd heaven, was right in front of them. Lin Tian's eyes shone brightly, and he couldn't help but take a step forward. What are you doing? Don't be reckless. Jiyu hurriedly grabbed him. The space-time portal had a big problem a long time ago, and even airborne realm fighters couldn't pass through it. If they forced their way through, they would definitely be torn to pieces. At this moment, seeing Lin Tian approaching the portal, Jiyu was naturally anxious. Lin Tian stopped in his tracks. Sorry, I was distracted for a moment. Be careful. This thing is very dangerous now, Jiyu said. Lin Tian nodded, and after a pause, he asked Jiyu to step back a little. Then, he used weapon control to control a low-grade treasure and slowly approached the purple beam of light. After taking a deep breath, he shook the treasure and sank it into the beam of light. Whoosh, the purple beam of light shook and instantly shattered the treasure sword. Lin Tianyi was shocked. The treasure sword with the imprint of his consciousness was crushed, and he suffered a little backlash. "Are you okay?" Jiyu asked. Lin Tian shook his head and stared at the space-time portal in front of him again. His eyes became serious. His treasure sword was crushed to pieces as soon as it sank into the portal. Not even a speck of dust was left behind. That kind of power was indeed terrifying. The vengeful spirits didn't chase after them. The two of them stared at the portal in front of them, and after a while, they could only shake their heads helplessly. Is it true that only those who have reached the immortal realm can pass through? Lin Tian smiled bitterly. He didn't know how many years it would take to reach the immortal realm in this world. Jiyu smiled and said, "Not necessarily. Who knows when this portal will be restored?" The two of them stood there for a long time before they went around the portal and walked out of the valley. The valley was quite big. Lin Tian and Jiyu walked out, and along the way, they saw many corpses. These corpses had completely decayed, and only the skeletons were left. The two of them didn't pay much attention to this. Instead, they quickened their pace and soon reached the periphery of the valley. Boom! At this moment, the two of them trembled at the same time. They felt a great pressure on their shoulders. Abruptly, numerous supreme greater demons appeared in their vision. They roared, causing the sky to shatter. Their demonic bodies trembled, causing the earth to cave in. The ground was actually filled with magma and corpses. It was like purgatory. In an instant, a layer of dense cold sweat appeared on the backs of the two of them, and their bodies couldn't stop trembling. As the two of them breathed, the purgatory quickly disappeared. In front of them was the murky demon burial valley. Lin Tian, Jiyu's voice was trembling. Lin Tian wasn't any better. He took a deep breath, and after a long while, he recovered. At this moment, although the purgatory had disappeared, the terrifying pressure was still there. It was like a huge mountain was pressing down on his shoulders. He scanned his surroundings and saw a stone tablet that was about 3 inches tall not far away. It was covered with strange patterns. The patterns were so complicated that even he could not understand them. However, he could feel that the terrifying pressure was coming from below the stone tablet. Could it be that something terrifying is being suppressed down here? Lin Tian's pupils contracted. Lin Tian felt a chill run down his spine as he stared at the 3-inch tall stone tablet. He had a feeling that something extremely terrifying was being suppressed beneath it. Just by staring at the stone tablet, his sea of consciousness couldn't help but tremble, as if it was about to be crushed by a terrifying force. He couldn't help but take a step back. No pop-up window. Lin Tian, what on earth is this? Jiyu's heart also palpitated. Lin Tian shook his head and pulled Jiyu far away from the stone tablet. Only then did he feel a little better. Both of them stared at the stone tablet. Their breathing was a little hurried, and their faces were very pale. Ignore it. Let's go. Lin Tian said in a low voice. The stone tablet was like the door to death. It made him feel very uncomfortable, and he didn't want to stay a moment longer. Jiyu nodded and hurriedly retreated with Lin Tian. Soon, the two of them walked another 1,000 feet and finally left the valley. Only then did the two of them feel much better. The terrifying pressure on their shoulders disappeared without a trace. That was too scary. Jiyu muttered. Lin Tian stared in the direction of the valley. He only felt his heart tremble. What on earth is being suppressed under that stone tablet? With his current level of cultivation, he could still vaguely see the gigantic stone platform, as well as the space-time portal on top of it. This caused his eyes to gleam with a bright light. That was the portal to the second heavenly layer. What a pity, he had no way to cross it now. He shook his head and walked into the distance with Jiyu. Soon, the two of them were very far away. Whoosh! The space in the demon burial valley was still very dark. Gusts of wind blew past, stirring up clouds of dust. The two of them walked on the damp ground. As far as the eye could see, they couldn't see a single person. We walked past that underground river. Where did we end up? Jiyu looked around. Lin Tian said, an old drunkard told me before that the space-time portal is located in the deepest part of the demon burial valley. In that case, we should be in the deepest part of the demon burial valley. It's normal that there's no one here. Jiyu nodded, and the two of them continued to walk forward. The air was very humid, and there was a black mist floating in the air. It was as if they were walking in hell. Come to think of it, it's been a long time since we've had such a quiet walk together. This feels pretty good. Jiyu chuckled. Lin Tian paused for a moment, then smiled. That's true. The two of them walked along the damp ground for 3 days. During these 3 days, the two of them walked and stopped. They had encountered many ferocious beasts along the way, but they had managed to pass through all of them safely. On this day, the two of them finally saw a figure in front of them. Is there really an incredible treasure in the stone forest? Of course. Some of the experts from the 4 major sects all ran over. Even Guo Xiaoming, who is known as the #1 expert of the 4 major sects, is no exception. Tell me, how can this be fake? Rumor has it that someone saw a strange light in the depths of the stone forest. It seems to be emitting a rainbow-like glow, sometimes strong and sometimes weak. It's very mysterious. A rainbow-like glow? What kind of treasure is it? It sounds incredible. Nonsense. Let's go, let's hurry over. Even if we can't snatch the treasure, we can at least see its splendor. Moreover, with so many elites gathered there will definitely be a great battle. It's rare to see such a thing on a normal day. That's true. The group of people whispered to each other, and soon, they were far away. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. The stone forest, Guo Xiaoming. Do you want to go? Jiyu asked. Of course. Lin Tian nodded. Lin Tian immediately pulled Jiyu, and they followed behind the group of people in front of them, heading toward the so-called stone forest. Cold air intertwined in the Demon Burial Valley, and it was difficult to see the sun because the sky was covered by thick black clouds. Old stones were erected in front of them, and they were piled up high, forming a vast stone forest. One had to admit that it was a natural wonder. At this moment, many people had entered the stone forest, and many of them had bright lights in their eyes. Senior Sister Gu, believe us, it's her. She pushed Junior Sister into the abyss. A voice rang out. A dozen women stood in an open space in the stone forest, and they were all disciples of the Valley of the Harp. Among them were Lu Jia, Su Qing, and Xinyan. At this moment, Su Qing pointed at Xinyan angrily, and said to another core disciple, Guman was the #1 core disciple in the Valley of the Harp, and her cultivation was at the 7th level of the spiritual sea. When she heard Su Qing's words, she frowned and looked at Xinyan, who was beside her, and said in a deep voice, Xinyan, is what Junior Sister Su said true? At this moment, not only Guman, but some other female disciples also stared at Xinyan in astonishment. Jiyu's identity was not ordinary. She was the personal disciple of the Valley of the Harp's Lord. Moreover, although Jiyu's cultivation was not very strong, her talent and comprehension could be said to be the best in the Valley of the Harp in 1,000 years. Even the Grand Elder thought highly of her. At this moment, when they heard that Jiyu was in trouble, and that it was Xinyan who had done it, everyone was shocked. Xinyan shook her head and said indifferently, how could it be true? Even though I don't get along well with little junior sister, it's absolutely impossible for me to push little junior sister into the abyss. What good would that do for me? As she spoke, Xinyan glanced indifferently at Su Qing and Gu Ruoyan. Senior Sister Gu, you know that these two don't really respect me and don't see eye to eye with me. Please don't listen to them and try to frame me. Senior Sister Gu, believe me. I won't lie. Lu Jia said, previously, when Xinyan was in danger in an underground space, Junior Sister Gu disregarded her own safety to save her. In the end, after Junior Sister Gu pulled her up, she repaid kindness with ingratitude and took the opportunity to pull Junior Sister Gu into the abyss. This is true. Believe us. Hearing Lu Jia's words, all the disciples of the Valley of the Harp frowned and looked at Xinyan. Xinyan, I'll ask you again. Is this true? Gu Man asked in a deep voice. No. Xinyan said indifferently. Xinyan said indifferently, Senior Apprentice Sister Gu, you are the #1 among us 4 core disciples. The next master of Zither Serene Valley should be you, Senior Apprentice Sister. Don't listen to their slanderous words. These two people have never liked me. Now that junior sister Gu is in trouble, they're pushing all the blame to me. They can't wait for me to die. As she spoke, Xianxia sneered. What's going on? Lu Jia and Su Qing don't seem to be lying. However, senior sister Shen looks very calm. She doesn't seem guilty at all. Perhaps she really didn't do it. Some of the female disciples whispered. Gu Man frowned. After a while, she said to Xianxia, I'll ask the Valley Master about this matter. After we leave the Demon Burial Valley, you'll personally explain the whole story to the Valley Master. In addition, I'll investigate this matter myself later. As there was no conclusive evidence, Gu Man couldn't directly suppress Xianxia now. Then I'll have to trouble senior sister to help me prove my innocence. Xianxia smiled. After saying that, Xianxia walked into the stone forest alone. How arrogant. Exactly. This person has always been like this. Several female disciples muttered. As for Xianxia, there were not many disciples in the Zither Serene Valley who liked her. Seeing Xianxia swagger away and walk into the depths of the stone forest, Su Qing was furious. Tears fell from her eyes. Xianxia, you bitch. Shameless. You'll die a horrible death. She had caused Jiyu's death, but at this moment, Xianxia was still so arrogant. This made Su Qing's eyes turn red, and she couldn't help but curse. Xianxia stopped in her tracks and looked over coldly. I'm a core disciple, and you're an outer disciple. How dare you, a mere outer disciple, call me a bitch? With a swoosh, Xianxia appeared in front of Su Qing in a flash. She raised her hand and slapped Su Qing's cheek. I'll let you know what it means to be in order of seniority. This slap could be said to be a little ruthless. It actually swept up a fierce cold wind. Bitch. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly came from afar. In the next moment, a crisp slap was heard. Xianxia was directly sent flying. Everyone was shocked. When they looked up, they saw a 17-year-old boy in front of Su Qing. The boy was dressed in black, and his eyes were as cold as a blade. Lin Tian. A female disciple exclaimed. Not long ago, Lin Tian went to the Valley of the Harp. Many disciples in the Valley of the Harp had seen Lin Tian's tyrannical appearance when he crushed Xianxia and Di Wenhong. Seeing him again now, they naturally recognized him immediately. Staring at Lin Tian, Gu Man was flabbergasted. Even someone as strong as her couldn't see how Lin Tian appeared. It was too fast. Senior brother Lin? Seeing Lin Tian, Su Qing and Lu Jia's eyes widened. Then, they grabbed Lin Tian, senior brother Lin, where's junior sister? You jumped down, but where's junior sister? I'm here. In the distance, a figure floated over. It was Jiyu. Seeing Jiyu again, Su Qing and Lu Jia were overjoyed. Su Qing was fine, but Lu Jia was so excited that tears fell from her eyes. Both of them rushed over. Junior sister, it's great that you're fine. It's really great. Su Qing choked with sobs. In the Valley of the Harp, Su Qing had the best relationship with Jiyu. Seeing Jiyu return safe and sound, she was naturally very excited. Gu Man also came forward and said, Junior sister, didn't we say that you? At this moment, the cold sound of a sword rang out. A long sword appeared in Lin Tian's hand, and he walked toward Xianxia. Gu Man's expression changed slightly. Lin Tian, what are you doing? Just killing someone. Lin Tian Ondao. Gu Man frowned. You, senior sister, you still don't believe it. Junior sister is back. You can ask junior sister yourself. It was Xianxia who pushed junior sister into the abyss. Junior sister clearly risked her own safety to save her, but she repaid kindness with ingratitude. Senior brother Lin also jumped into the abyss to save junior sister. Fortunately, both of them came back safe and sound. Su Qing pointed at Xianxia angrily. Gu Man tilted her head and looked at Jiyu. Junior sister, is this true? Jiyu glanced at Xianxia in the distance. Her expression was slightly complicated, and she nodded. This, Su Qing and Lu Jia really didn't lie. They're too bold. How dare they assassinate the Valley Master's personal disciple? Moreover, it was under the circumstances that junior sister went to save her. This is too much. All the female disciples of the Valley of the Harp showed indignation. P.S. When Long went to the hospital yesterday, she had already gotten off work. She got off work so early. When he came back, he was so carsick that he unknowingly missed his stop. Then, Long could only run back foolishly. Because he was not familiar with the imperial capital, he was afraid of going the wrong way, so he walked while looking around. How unlucky, he cried until he fainted. The female disciples of the Valley of the Harp were extremely indignant. Although many people in the Valley of the Harp didn't like Xianxia, they didn't expect Xianxia to be so crazy. She actually pushed the direct disciple of the Valley of the Harp's lord into the dark abyss while she was still being rescued. Lin Tian held his long sword and walked towards Xianxia step by step. You're still alive. Xianxia's expression changed. A sword wind swept past and sent Xianxia flying with a bang. Do you think we'll die so easily? Lin Tian pressed forward, his eyes cold. Xianxia's face turned a little pale. She was shocked and frightened. She never thought that Lin Tian and Ji were still alive and had walked out of the bottomless abyss alive. She glanced left and right and directly fled into the depths of the stone forest. She had heard about how powerful Lin Tian was. Even Liu was killed by him. She couldn't stop him. Lin Tian's face was cold. He appeared in front of Xianxia in an instant and kicked out. With a bang, this kick landed on Xianxia's abdomen and directly sent her flying. She immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. What a fast speed. It seems to be much faster than senior sister Guman. Some of the female disciples of the Valley of the Harp were shocked. Lin Tian's face was cold. His long sword flashed and he once again pressed towards Xianxia. Facing Lin Tian's murderous eyes, Xianxia suddenly became incomparably terrified. She supported herself with both hands and kept retreating. Senior sister Gu, he wants to kill me. We're from the same sect, right? We're both core disciples. Save me. Gu Man frowned and thought for a moment. She looked at Lin Tian Dao. Lin Tian, junior sister is fine now. How about we just suppress her for the time being and then hand her over to the Valley Master to deal with? Your Valley Master won't blame me. Lin Tian Dao. Hearing this, Gu Man shook her head. Xianxia's face turned snow-white. Obviously, Lin Tian would not give up. Xianxia looked at Ji Yu and pleaded, Junior sister, senior sister was wrong. Senior apprentice sister was just too jealous of you and was momentarily blinded by jealousy. Can you forgive senior apprentice sister? If you tell him to stop, he will definitely listen to you. At this time, Xianxia was trembling all over. She no longer had the arrogance from before. Ji Yu hesitated for a moment before looking up at Lin Tian. I said, don't put yourself in danger to plead for someone who isn't worth it. Otherwise, I'll really get angry. Lin Tian said. That's right, junior sister. You can't forgive her. Su Qing said hatefully. Ji Yu looked at Xianxia and shook his head. In an instant, Xianxia's face turned pale. Ji Yu's action was undoubtedly a death sentence for her. Suddenly, a ruthless look flashed across Xianxia's eyes. She used the illusory lotus movement technique and instantly captured a female disciple of the Valley of the Harp. Her 5 fingers tightly gripped the female disciple's throat. Xianxia, what are you doing? Gu Man shouted. This scene made everyone in the Valley of the Harp change their expressions. Especially the female disciple whose throat was gripped by Xianxia. Her face instantly turned pale. Xianxia's expression was ferocious. If you don't save me, I can only save myself. Xianxia exerted force with her right hand and 5 bruises appeared on the female disciple's neck. Senior sister Gu, junior sister, I'll have to trouble you to stop him. Otherwise, this person in my hand will die with me. I'm sure you don't want to see this scene. Gu Man's face darkened. This is too much. Shameless. All the disciples of the Valley of the Harp were furious. At the same time, a cold voice rang in Xianxia's ears. Bitch, don't be too arrogant. No one noticed that Lin Tian had already appeared in front of Xianxia. You. Bang. Xianxia's expression changed and she spat out a word. Suddenly, a large hand grabbed her cheek and pressed her hard to the ground, causing cracks to appear. Xianxia spat out blood and let out a shrill scream. At this moment, the female disciple who was gripped by Xianxia also broke free and ran out quickly. Her face was full of fear. Lin Tian stared at Xianxia in front of him and raised the long sword in his hand. Don't kill me. Please don't. Xianxia begged for mercy. In the face of death, not many people would not be afraid, especially those narrow-minded villains. Unforgivable. That's right. This is too much. Not only did he secretly harm Junior's sister, he even captured a fellow disciple to threaten her. Scum. There has never been such a person in the history of the Valley of the Harp. Many of the female disciples of the Valley of the Harp were furious. Xianxia trembled and the fear in her eyes became stronger. Lin Tianling said coldly, "See, your death is what everyone wants." "No, don't kill me, I apologize." Pfft. Lin Tian did not show mercy. He swung his sword and cut Xianxia's throat on the spot. Blood splashed on the ground and dyed the surroundings red. In an instant, the place became much quieter. Lin Tian put away his long sword and came to Ji Yu's side. Gu Man glanced at Xianxia's corpse and shook her head. "You reap what you sow, little junior sister. You should report this matter to the Valley Master when we return. Of course, we are all witnesses. We know who is right and who is wrong. What do you think, little junior sister?" Ji Yu nodded. "Okay, senior sister." In the end, Gu Man was still very concerned about the friendship between fellow disciples. Even though Xianxia's actions were extremely vile, Gu Man still used her sword to cut a big hole and buried Xianxia's body in it. It could be considered as a grave for her. After that, Gu Man led the people of the Valley of the Harp deeper into the stone forest. The stone forest was very wide. Huge stone pillars stood horizontally like old trees. Not long after, the roars of demonic beasts could be heard from the front. A shocking demonic aura could be felt from the front. Be careful. There are many ferocious beasts in the Demon Burial Valley. This stone forest should be the nest of some ferocious beasts. Gu Man warned. Lin Tian was naturally aware of this. The moment he approached the stone forest, he had already felt the dense demonic aura in the air. This aura was several times denser than the demonic aura in the Sunset Mountain. It was very shocking. Soon, the group walked far away. Ah! A scream came from the front. Ferocious beasts roared not far away. There were about a dozen of them. Each of them was at least 10 feet tall. They surrounded a group of cultivators. These cultivators were all rogue cultivators. The strongest among them was only at the Divine Vein realm. They could not resist at all in the face of these ferocious beasts. One by one, the cultivators were killed and devoured by the beasts. In just an instant, the cultivators at the fork were all devoured. The dozen or so ferocious beasts had different appearances. Some had scales, some had black hair. It was a terrifying sight. The weakest among them is a level 7 demonic beast. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. The dozen or so ferocious beasts roared and suddenly looked toward Lin Tianyi and the others. One of the ferocious beasts roared. Suddenly, the dozen or so ferocious beasts rushed toward Lin Tian and the others. "Be careful," Gu Man said. With that, Gu Man was the first to rush out. She performed the White Lotus Sword technique and instantly killed the ferocious beast in front. She was now at the 7th heaven of her mind. With such a cultivation, it was easy for her to deal with ordinary demonic beasts. "Kill!" a female disciple shouted. Soon, only one of the dozen or so ferocious beasts was left. This demonic beast was extraordinarily powerful. It was a level 9 demonic beast. Its body was covered in black scales and was difficult to be injured by swords and sabers. In the face of this ferocious beast, even Gu Man was in a difficult battle. She was no match for it. The level 9 demonic beast roared. After resisting Gu Man's sword, it clawed at Gu Man's senior sister. Lu Jia and the others were shocked. If this beast's claw really fell, Gu Man would be seriously injured even if she didn't die. Not far away, Lin Tian's eyes narrowed. In an instant, he flashed and punched the beast's claw. With a muffled groan, the level 9 demonic beast was directly smashed and sent flying. He sent a level 9 demonic beast flying with one punch. What kind of physique is this? Staring at this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. Gu Man thanked Lin Tianwei slightly. Her eyes were also very surprised. She turned back and smiled bitterly at Jiyu, junior sister, your friend. Lin Tian's speed shocked her, and his physique was also so tyrannical. He could actually compete with the level 9 demonic beast and send it flying with one punch. This really shocked her. One should know that the body of a demonic beast was usually stronger than that of a human, especially a level 9 demonic beast. The strength of this demonic beast's physique was basically at the peak of the Sea of Consciousness realm human cultivator. But now, Lin Tian actually sent this level 9 demonic beast flying with one punch. The level 9 demonic beast was sent flying. It was furious and its eyes turned red. Lin Tianwei narrowed his eyes and rushed straight over. Facing this level 9 demonic beast, he didn't have the slightest fancy movement. He simply clenched his fist and then punched down. Bang! 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 The sound of the fist hitting the body was constantly heard, as if a big drum was being beaten. Lin Tian had been persistently practicing the 4 extreme scripture all this time. While his cultivation was improving, his flesh and bones were constantly being refined and refined. This set of cultivation method could be said to be the most tyrannical body refining saint art. After practicing this set of cultivation method for a long time, his physique was now amazingly strong, enough to compete with a cultivator at the peak of the Sea of Consciousness realm. Ow! After an unknown period of time, with a scream, the level 9 demonic beast fell to the ground and didn't move at all. Behind him, the female disciples of the Valley of the Harp were stunned. He actually killed a level 9 demonic beast with only his physique. Someone's heart palpitated. Lin Tian dug out the beast core of the level 9 demonic beast and put it away. Then he waved to Jiyu and the others. Let's go, Jiyu said. The group of people stared at the corpse of the level 9 demonic beast for a long time with surprise on their faces. Then they walked into the depths of the stone forest. What a freak! Yes. Big freak, several female disciples whispered in a low voice. Soon, more and more cultivators appeared in front of them. In a slightly empty fork, a young man in purple was fighting with dozens of ferocious beasts. Among the dozens of ferocious beasts, there were many level 9 demonic beasts. However, the young man in purple looked very calm. There were more than 10 ferocious beasts at his feet. So powerful. No wonder he's the top cultivator of the same generation in the 4 major sections. He actually stopped all the ferocious beasts alone. This, all around, the cultivators who entered here were shocked. Staring ahead, Lin Tian's mouth suddenly curled up. Guoxiaoming! Clang! With a swing of his sword, the Heart Spirit sword came out. He unceremoniously slashed forward and went straight to Guoxiaoming. P.S. The second update is about 9 p.m. The sharp sword carried an undisguised killing intent, shocking everyone on the spot. Who is this? That's Lin Tian from the Burning Sun sect? He actually attacked Guoxiaoming directly? This, all the onlookers were shocked. Guoxiaoming naturally sensed this sword intent. He quickly moved 10 feet away and dodged the sword. You're still alive. Staring at Lin Tian, Guoxiaoming's eyes lit up. Very good. Soon, you won't feel so good. Lin Tianling said coldly. With a flash of his feet, he didn't care about Guoxiaoming and directly rushed into the dozens of ferocious beasts. Dozens of ferocious beasts roared. Among them, a level 9 beast stared at Lin Tian, its demonic eyes cold. Get lost. Lin Tianyi swung his sword, instantly bringing a large amount of blood with it. The tyrannical Burning Sun sword intent intertwined in the surroundings, bringing with it a scorching airflow. Immediately, many ferocious beasts were shocked and trembled. Guoxiaoming's eyes focused. You've become stronger. Interesting. Although he said so, Guoxiaoming's eyes were very cold. His long sword shook, flipped, and met Lin Tian's attack. In an instant, the two of them were fighting. Sword after sword collided, intertwining with the light of sparks. It was obviously a very simple collision, but at this time, with the two of them as the center, a terrifying hurricane rolled up. The fierce sword light in the wind swept across the wilderness, cutting several ferocious beasts near the two of them into pieces. So terrifying. Someone shrank back. At this time, everyone's heart trembled slightly. Lin Tian, unexpectedly, completely blocked Guo Xiaoming, on the side of the Valley of the Harp, except for Ji Yu, Lu Jia, and Su Qing. Everyone else was shocked. Lin Tian, what is he doing? Gu Man was shocked. Su Qing said, Senior sister, there's something you don't know. Senior brother Lin possesses a technique similar to the 100 Refinements secret technique. When we entered the Demon Burial Valley this time, a few elders of the 100 Refinements Tower ordered the 4 core disciples of the 100 Refinements Tower to take senior brother Lin as their #1 goal. Earlier, Guo Xiaoming had attacked senior brother Lin multiple times, but he failed every single time. Hearing Su Qing's words, all the women in the Valley of the Harp were shocked. There's actually such a thing? Clang. The sounds of swords clanging rang out, colliding together, releasing a shocking metallic sound. Lin Tian grasped the Heart Spirit Sword, his entire body pulsing with true essence. Flames interweaved on the sword, burning the air until it was somewhat distorted. Now that his cultivation had reached the 5th sky of the Sea of Consciousness, the 9 styles of the incinerating sun that he displayed was even more powerful and terrifying. With a hong sound, he brandished his sword, filling the entire sky with flames. Guo Xiaoming's eyes narrowed. He shook his sword and blocked the attack. Whoosh! Whoosh! As the sound of air breaking rang out, the two of them quickly rushed towards each other. Lin Tian flipped the Heart Spirit Sword in his hand. At the same time, he threw a punch with his left hand, blasting towards Guo Xiaoming's face. One sword, one punch, combined into a dense attack line, shocking all the onlookers. So strong. The violent attack fell, causing Guo Xiaoming's hand movements to slightly stagnate, and he was immediately hit by Lin Tian's punch. With a bang, Guo Xiaoming flew out horizontally, a trace of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. He injured that Guo Xiaoming. What a freak. That's Guo Xiaoming, who is known as the #1 person of the 4 major sects. The crowd of onlookers all widened their eyes. Guo Xiaoming wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and stared at Lin Tian with an extremely cold gaze. Very good. Very strong. Boom. As his words fell, an incomparably terrifying aura rushed out of Guo Xiaoming's body, causing the air to tremble. In an instant, the cultivation of the 8th sky of the Sea of Consciousness was fully displayed. I won't hold back anymore. I'll suppress you as soon as possible. I still have my own things to do. Guo Xiaoming said coldly. At this moment, everyone could feel that Guo Xiaoming seemed to be a different person from before. He was much, much stronger. This aura, it turns out that Guo Xiaoming hasn't shown his true strength before. I didn't expect him to be so strong. It's too terrifying. The average 9th sky of the Sea of Consciousness is probably no match for him. Many onlookers' hearts trembled. Originally, Guo Xiaoming's previous battle with dozens of ferocious beasts had already made many people's hearts palpitate. However, at this time, feeling the aura emitted by Guo Xiaoming, the onlookers were even more shocked. Only then did they realize that Guo Xiaoming's strength was far more terrifying than they had imagined. Moreover, it was much more terrifying. Facing this aura, Lin Tian's face was expressionless, and he seemed very calm. You couldn't do anything to me before, let alone now. He said coldly. As his words fell, an aura that was not weaker than Guo Xiaoming swept out. The violent flame true essence burned, causing the air to sizzle. At this moment, he seemed to be the rebirth of an ancient fire god, or the reincarnation of a sword saint. The shocking flames and violent sword will made everyone's hearts palpitate. This aura, many people trembled. On the side of the Valley of the Harp, Lu Jia and the others were staring. It seemed that they did not expect Lin Tian to be so powerful. Guo Xiaoming's face darkened slightly. Apparently, he was also shocked by the aura emitted by Lin Tian. At this time, the ferocious beasts surrounding the two of them trembled involuntarily. At this moment, the aura of the two of them had collided, interweaving into a dazzling arc of electricity. Suppress you. Kill you. The two of them confronted each other, and in an instant, they rushed together again. The sword well was boiling, and sword rays crossed the space. In a short time, it seemed to form a sea of swords. Clang, 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 the two of them attacked with swords, punches, and kicks. All kinds of martial arts techniques were displayed. Originally, there were dozens of ferocious beasts surrounding the two of them. However, under the fierce confrontation between the two of them, many of the ferocious beasts were torn apart by the violent sword will of the two of them. Even some level 9 demonic beasts were no exception. Many of them died tragically. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Tian broke through Guo Xiaoming's sword and punched Guo Xiaoming's chest. With a bang, Guo Xiaoming was immediately sent flying. However, at the moment of flying, Guo Xiaoming also turned his body and landed a foot on Lin Tian's waist. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He stepped on the yin-yang puppet and met Guo Xiaoming like a phantom. In an instant, he was in front of Guo Xiaoming. Clang, Lin Tian's speed was so fast that Guo Xiaoming was shocked. He had to quickly cross his arms to block. However, the power of Lin Tian's punch once again shocked Guo Xiaoming. This punch directly smashed Guo Xiaoming to the ground, causing dense cracks to appear on the ground in an instant. Like a spider web, it spread in all directions. "You want to suppress me with your strength?" Lin Tian said coldly. He stopped in his tracks and did not give Guo Xiaoming the slightest chance to react. He took a step forward. After all, Guo Xiaoming's strength was very strong. He propped up his body with a pad on the ground and dodged Lin Tian's next attack. "You're quite clever in escaping," Lin Tian said sarcastically. He swung his right hand and slashed out with the fourth stroke of the burning sun sword. With a boom, the flaming tornado swept out in all directions, causing the ground to become slightly charred. "Don't be so smug," Guo Xiaoming said coldly. Holding the sword with one hand, Guo Xiaoming coldly slashed down. With a whoosh, the flaming tornado that Lin Tian slashed out was instantly destroyed. Clang, the sword rang again. Suddenly, 21 precious weapons rushed up beside Guo Xiaoming. 100 Refinements Secret Technique. 100 Refinements Square's strongest martial technique. It's really great to be able to see it. Controlling 21 precious weapons at the same time. How strong? Who can block this? Some of the onlookers' eyes lit up. Lin Tianlong smiled. With a move of his divine sense, 25 precious swords rushed up at the same time. Seeing this scene, some of the cultivators who had never seen Lin Tian fight widened their eyes. Lin Tian actually used the same technique as Guo Xiaoming. Moreover, he controlled 25 precious swords at the same time. This was simply too shocking. He can already control 25 precious swords? Before, he could only control 15 precious swords. Lu Jia and the others who knew about this were equally shocked. On the battlefield, Guo Xiaoming's face suddenly became gloomy. Until now, his cultivation had reached the 8th level of the Sea of Consciousness, but he could only control 21 precious weapons at the same time. But now, Lin Tian could control 25 precious swords at the same time with his cultivation of the 5th level of the Sea of Consciousness, which made him very uncomfortable. At the same time, Guo Xiaoming's heart was filled with suspicion. Did Lin Tian really cultivate the 100 Refinements secret technique of the 100 Refinements square? Clang, the sword chime was ear-piercing, and a precious sword rushed over. Guo Xiaoming was shocked and hurriedly took out 21 precious swords to resist. For a time, dozens of precious swords collided together, and the ear-piercing sound of metal continued to reverberate. Previously, when I controlled 15 precious swords, it was difficult for you to suppress me. Now that I control 25 precious swords, you are even less likely to be my opponent," Lin Tianling said. With a move of his divine sense, 25 precious swords formed a joint attack formation and pressed down from all directions. With a clang, Guo Xiaoming's 21 precious swords suddenly trembled. Guo Xiaoming is at the bottom. That burning sun sex Lin Tian is actually powerful to such an extent? I've never heard of it before. What a monster. Some of the onlookers were shocked. The 100 Refinements secret technique was Guo Xiaoming's strongest technique, and the weapon control technique was also Lin Tian's strongest combat technique. At this time, the two of them displayed their strongest martial skills, and that scene could be said to be extremely shocking. In this place, there were dozens of ferocious beasts that were originally surrounding this place. At this time, only a few of them could still stand, and they all fled into the distance. They're coming this way. Retreat. Level 9 demonic beasts. Damn it, dodge. Many cultivators were suddenly in chaos. These onlookers were almost all rogue cultivators, and there were very few who had reached the Sea of Consciousness realm. Facing several level 9 demonic beasts rushing over, these people could be said to be pale with fear, and cold sweat directly flowed down. At this time only Lin Tian and Guo Xiaoming had completely forgotten about their surroundings. The two of them fought together, moving as they fought. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged hundreds of blows. Puff. Lin Tian's 25 swords were, after all, much sharper. They cut open Guo Xiaoming's treasured weapons, and then continued to fall, almost cutting off one of Guo Xiaoming's arms. Guo Xiaoming roared, and the treasured sword in his hand vibrated, and Lin Tian was sent flying dozens of feet away. Lin Tian was expressionless, but in his heart, he had to admit that it was very difficult for him to kill Guo Xiaoming. I will never let any enemy go. No matter who it is, as long as they are an enemy, they must die. He said coldly. With a clang, the 25 treasured swords trembled, and the sword whistled. Guo Xiaoming's face turned serious, and he took a deep breath, crazily increasing the vital essence in his body. I will definitely suppress you. In an instant, the two of them used their respective techniques and rushed at each other again. At this time, in the depths of the stone forest, a 7-colored light rushed up, instantly illuminating a large area in the depths of the stone forest. 7-colored light? It's appeared again. And it's brighter and brighter than before. Could it be, there's really an incredible treasure there? In the stone forest, everyone's expression changed. Lin Tian and Guo Xiaoming could not help but stop, and they both tilted their heads to look into the depths. Staring at the depths of the stone forest, Lin Tian's eyes slowly widened. This is? As the 7-colored light flashed, at this time, the sword pattern in the palm of his right hand suddenly lit up, and there was a burning sensation, as if it was resonating with the 7-colored light in the depths of the stone forest. P.S. Let me complain again. In the morning, I helped Long get a train ticket, and then I said that Long's ID did not pass the 12306 audit, and so on. I asked Long to go to the train station in the afternoon, or else he would not be able to buy a ticket. So Long went without hesitation. He took 2 bus rides and 6 subway rides back and forth, and he was dizzy. Of course, that was not the point. The point was, when Long went to the train station for the audit, the girl in charge of the audit said that he had passed the audit. He had passed the audit. Suddenly, he had the urge to rush back and beat up his brother. Then, we talked about the update. Originally, he said that he would adjust the update time by today, but he did not expect to encounter all kinds of troubles. Previously, when he went to the hospital, the doctor was off work, and he could not check up on him, so he could only go to the hospital tomorrow morning. Therefore, tomorrow's update will probably be very late, probably at night. I hope everyone can forgive me, sorry. End of chapter. Lin Tian lowered his head and stared at the faint light in his right palm. Then, he looked at the colorful light in the depths of the stone forest and was shocked. It was the first time that the sword mark in his hand had reacted to something in the outside world on its own accord. This caused him to be shocked. Could it be that there was some sort of connection between the two? Go deeper. Let's go. Quick. Many people around him shouted. Most of them were itinerant cultivators. There were also many people from the 4 major sections. When they saw the colorful light in the depths of the stone forest, they swarmed toward it like a swarm of bees, as if the treasure would disappear if they were late. Lin Tian stared at the depths of the stone forest. Then, he rushed over as well. Guo Xiaoming's eyes shone brightly. He controlled the artifacts of the 21 major sects and followed Lin Tian into the depths of the stone forest. Senior sister, let's go. That's right. That light just now really looked like a rainbow. It's amazing. Some of the female disciples of the Valley of the Harp were discussing. Then, the people of the Valley of the Harp also rushed toward the depths of the stone forest. Soon, everyone entered the deepest part of the stone forest. Looking around, there was a very spacious area in front of them, with a radius of about 300 feet. Unlike the other places in the Demon Burial Valley, the ground here was not wet at all. Instead, it was extremely dry and the ground was covered with fine cracks. Lin Tian stared ahead, only to see that through the cracks in the ground, specks of resplendent seven-colored light were continuously emerging. It's still underground? His heart skipped a beat. When he arrived at this place, the light in his right palm became thicker and the burning sensation became more intense. So the light that appeared a few days ago came from underground. What's buried underground? I don't know. But from the looks of it, the thing below will come out in about half a day. Many people were discussing. Lin Tian stared ahead, his eyes shining brightly. Even his forehead couldn't help but light up. His intuition told him that he had to get the thing underground. It had something to do with the iron sword in his body. Lin Tian, be careful. Ji Yu shouted. Lin Tian retracted his consciousness and saw a cold sword slashing towards him. It was less than 10 feet away from him. There's still half a day left. I have to suppress you first. Guo Xiaoming said coldly. This sword was extremely fast. Moreover, at this time, the aura on Guo Xiaoming's body became even more terrifying, once again causing everyone here to be shocked. It was about twice as strong as before. He hasn't used his full strength yet? What a scary man. The title of number one of the four major sects is not just for show. Many people felt their hearts tremble. At this time even Gu Man was moved. This Guo Xiaoming is about to enter the 9th heavenly layer of the Sea of Consciousness. What? Lu Jia and the others trembled. Ji Yu stared ahead worriedly. Senior sister, Lin Tian, Gu Man frowned. I'm afraid not, Clang. Before Gu Man could finish her words, an ear-piercing sword whistle rang out like the rumbling of heavenly thunder. Get lost. Lin Tian said in a cold voice. With a shake of his right hand, an incomparably terrifying sword aura was vast and mighty. With a bang, it sent Guo Xiaoming flying. Then, with a cracking sound, cracks appeared on the sword in Guo Xiaoming's hand. Oh my god, what's going on? How could he send Guo Xiaoming flying with a single sword? Guo Xiaoming's most precious sword has actually been split open? Isn't this disguising as a pig to eat a tiger a little too exaggerated? Lin Tian, is his cultivation at the peak of the Sea of Consciousness? Staring at this scene, everyone's eyes widened. Especially Gu Man, who swallowed back the words that were about to come out of her mouth. She originally wanted to say that with Lin Tian's current state, it was probably impossible for him to block Guo Xiaoming at this moment because Guo Xiaoming's current aura was too strong. However, what she did not expect was that in the next moment, Lin Tian actually sent Guo Xiaoming flying with a single sword strike. This guy. Ji Yu was also surprised. Guo Xiaoming landed in the distance. The cracks on the treasure sword in his hand were spreading, and a lot of blood was gushing out of his mouth. Where did you get this kind of power? Staring at Lin Tian, Guo Xiaoming's face turned pale. The sword strike just now was as terrifying as the primordial demon mountain. Lin Tian lowered his head and looked at his right hand. In the palm of his hand, specks of light were flickering, and the sword runes were shining brightly. In an instant, he felt that the long sword in his hand was nurtured with endless power, as if it could split mountains and crush stones, destroying everything. I'll kill you first. He tilted his head and glanced at the dry land in front of him. With a flash of his feet, he instantly closed in on Guo Xiaoming. Clang, he raised his right hand and swung his sword. The light of flames immediately covered the sky and sent Guo Xiaoming flying again. While still in the air, Guo Xiaoming spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression changed again and again as if he had seen a ghost. In the next moment, he roared and activated the 100 refinements secret technique to the extreme. The 21 treasured weapons clanged and quickly slashed at Lin Tian. Break for me. Lin Tianling said coldly. At this moment, he did not use the weapon control technique. He only raised the heart spirit sword in his hand and slashed down. A casual slash collided with Guo Xiaoming's 100 refinements secret technique. Crack. 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 Crisp sounds continued to ring out. In the blink of an eye, Guo Xiaoming's 21 treasured weapons were all shattered. Staring at this scene, everyone was stunned. Guo Xiaoming's sudden burst of aura was twice as strong as before. Everyone was shocked. However, at this moment, Guo Xiaoming activated the 100 Refinements secret technique with all his strength, but all his weapons were completely destroyed by Lin Tianyi's sword. This scene made everyone feel as if they were dreaming. The strongest secret technique of the four major sects was actually so weak. Guo Xiaoming was shocked and angry. He stared at Lin Tian and roared, "Where did you get the power? What's going on?" "There's no need to tell you," Lin Tianling said. He took a step forward and instantly arrived at Guo Xiaoming. He raised his hand and slashed. This slash did not hit Guo Xiaoming directly, but even so, the pure sword wind was still terrifying and sent Guo Xiaoming flying with a bang. Lin Tian stepped forward again and slashed down again. Guo Xiaoming moved quickly and barely avoided this slash, but his expression was even more unsightly. His figure swayed. While dodging Lin Tian's sword light, he took out a sound transmission talisman. "Elder, that Lin Tian is still alive. He's not dead. It's just that his combat strength has suddenly increased a lot. I'm afraid I can't." Clang, a sword light slashed over, cutting off Guo Xiaoming's words. Lin Tian was expressionless. "Ask for help? I don't think you can make it in time." Holding the heart spirit sword, he walked towards Guo Xiaoming step by step. The killing intent in his eyes was not concealed at all. "Don't be smug." "Smug?" Lin Tian's eyes turned cold. "You've been looking for trouble with me from the beginning. You've chased after me time and time again, and now you're saying that I'm smug. I'm standing still and letting you suppress me. Isn't that smug? You're really an idiot." "You." Clang, Lin Tian shook the heart spirit sword. The sword whistled violently and sent Guo Xiaoming flying with a bang. Blood splattered all over the sky. "I'll kill you," Lin Tianling said. As his words fell, he took another step forward. His right hand shook, and the sword hummed. Flames filled the sky, and sword intent enveloped all directions, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. Guo Xiaoming was furious. Facing Lin Tian's terrifying sword momentum, he had no room to resist at all. After dozens of breaths, with a crisp sound, the treasure in Guo Xiaoming's hand was shattered by Lin Tian. "Damn it!" Guo Xiaoming's face was livid. A treasure was destroyed just like that. This was his blood, sweat, and tears. However, despite his anger, at this moment, a sense of powerlessness rose in his heart. Lin Tian's sword momentum was too terrifying. He couldn't resist at all now. After a pause, he gritted his teeth and directly fled. "Can you escape?" Lin Tianling said. His figure flashed, and he directly chased after him. With a clang, sword shadows filled the sky and slashed at Guo Xiaoming from all directions. "That Guo Xiaoming is being chased? Am I seeing things? Am I seeing things? It seems that I'm seeing things too," many people murmured. Guo Xiaoming, who was known as the #1 person of the same generation in the four major sects, with a cultivation at the peak of the 8th level of the Sea of Consciousness, was now being chased by a person in the 5th level of the Sea of Consciousness with a long sword. Clang, the sword hummed in an ear-piercing manner, "Mighty and mighty." 100 feet away, Lin Tian stopped Guo Xiaoming, and the flames of the sword swept across the sky. "After today, I will definitely repay this humiliation." Guo Xiaoming was furious. Although his dodging speed was very fast, his clothes were still destroyed. He was the #1 disciple of the 100 Refinements workshop, with a cultivation at the 8th level of the Sea of Consciousness, but now he was forced to such a state in public. "It was too humiliating," Lin Tianling smiled. "Do you think you still have a tomorrow?" With a flip of his long sword, he slashed out a dazzling sword light that was extremely fast. Sword of lightning. Puff. This time, it was simple and direct. He directly cut off one of Guo Xiaoming's arms, and then the severed arm was crushed in the air. Guo Xiaoming screamed, and his face instantly turned incomparably pale. As expected of the #1 person of the same generation in the four major sections. He can even avoid the injury to his throat like this. He's indeed different. Lin Tiandao. His words were very calm, but at this moment, they were undoubtedly very harsh in Guo Xiaoming's ears. "You." Clang, the answer to Guo Xiaoming was only a cold sword aura that completely sealed the surrounding space. As he swung his sword, he stepped on the heaven and earth puppet and kicked Guo Xiaoming away. Then, dozens of feet away, he swung his sword again and almost cut Guo Xiaoming in half at the waist. The sword pattern in the center of his right hand emitted waves of light. At this moment, his battle strength could be said to be extremely strong. He surrounded Guo Xiaoming and slashed out, leaving deep sword marks on Guo Xiaoming's body. At a glance, it was a shocking sight. Lin Tian, stop. Enough. I just want to suppress you. I've never thought of killing you. Guo Xiaoming was very strong, but after being mercilessly crushed by Lin Tian for nearly 100 breaths, he finally revealed fear. But I want to kill you. Lin Tian Dao. Guo Xiaoming was furious. Don't be too cruel. Cruel? Lin Tianling smiled. Are you worthy of saying that? Staring at Guo Xiaoming, he slowly raised the long sword in his hand. Immediately, a violent sword aura spread out. This sword aura was sharp, terrifying, and carried a murderous intent that could destroy everything. The fifth stroke of the young incinerating sword, bursting flames. Instantly, Guo Xiaoming's expression changed. Stop. Everything is negotiable. D***it. Seeing that Lin Tian had no intention of stopping, Guo Xiaoming's face turned pale and he once again fled into the distance. Lin Tian's expression did not change. Slash. As soon as the word left his mouth, the sword in his hand burst into flames and he slashed at Guo Xiaoming from afar. With a boom, the young incinerating sword chi covered the area in front of him and instantly enveloped Guo Xiaoming. Ah! A blood-curdling scream rang out. Puff! 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 The young incinerating sword chi exploded and blood spurted out like a fountain. In an instant, the young incinerating sword chi pierced hundreds of bloody holes in Guo Xiaoming's body. Then, the scorching flames quickly enveloped his body and turned him into a flaming man. In the blink of an eye, he was completely incinerated, leaving only some black ashes scattered on the ground. P.S. Well, it was already afternoon after the checkup at the hospital. After returning and taking some medicine, my head felt groggy and I fell asleep before I knew it. Sorry for the late update. Then, I saw many friends leaving messages of concern. I'm really grateful to everyone. After that, the second update will probably be around midnight. Black ashes fell to the ground and were blown away by a gust of wind. Around them, the cultivators' hearts palpitated as they wiped the cold sweat off their foreheads. That Guo Xiaoming was actually killed. He's known as the number one of the 4 major sects. Lin Tian's cultivation is at the 5th heavenly layer of the Sea of Consciousness, but he can actually do this. Everyone's hearts palpitated. In fact, there were still a group of disciples from the 100 Refinements workshop here, but at this time, none of them dared to move. Even the number 1 disciple of their sect was no match for him. How could they be stupid enough to go up and die? So powerful. Everyone in the Valley of the Harp widened their eyes. Jiyu came up and saw that Lin Tian was not seriously injured. Only then did he feel relieved. Lin Tian nodded to Jiyu, then turned around and walked towards the dry and empty area. Buzz. At this time, an even more dazzling 7-colored light rushed up. Staring at Lin Tian's movements, many onlookers clenched their fists, and some slowly approached. Lin Tian glanced around, and immediately, many people trembled. Lin Tian, we have no enmity with you. This thing doesn't belong to you alone. We can also fight for it. Yes, that's right. Looking at Lin Tian's eyes, many people showed a fearful expression. Lin Tian tilted his head, not caring about these people at all, and continued to stare at the ground in front of him. At this time, Jiyu also came to his side and looked at the dry land in front of him with him. At this time, the 7-colored light underground became even more intense, spreading out from the cracks in the ground and illuminating the surroundings. I wonder what that thing is underground. Su Qing whispered. What's the hurry? We'll know in a while. Lu Jia said. A group of people surrounded the periphery of the Kongquan region. Many of them stared at the ground while remaining vigilant of their surroundings. The treasure was about to be unearthed. At this time, everyone could be their enemy and could kill them. At this time, if they were not careful, they might not even know how they died. Of course, most of the people here were wary of Lin Tian, and their faces were full of seriousness and fear. After all, these people had seen Lin Tian kill Guo Xiaoming of the 100 Refinements workshop with their own eyes. He was definitely the most powerful person in this place. In other words, he was the most dangerous person here. Time trickled by, and soon, 2 hours had passed. Buzz. The 7-colored light emitted from the ground was more intense than ever before. Moreover, at this moment, a faintly discernible sword intent spread out from all directions. This is? Where did this sword aura come from? Who is it? Everyone became nervous. Lin Tian stared ahead as his pupils constricted once more. He could clearly sense the sword intent, and it was indeed coming from underground. Moreover, with the appearance of this sword intent, the sword pattern on his right hand became even hotter, and the light it emitted became even more intense. It was difficult to conceal. Lin Tian, your hand, Jiyu was the first to notice something strange. At this moment, even though Lin Tian was holding the sword, the light emitted by the sword pattern on his palm was still exposed. Gradually, not only Jiyu, Lu Jia, Su Qing, and Gu Man, but also everyone in the surroundings saw this scene. Immediately, everyone except Valley of the Harp became nervous. Lin Tian, what are you trying to do? The treasure is about to appear. Could it be that you want to? There are so many of us. Don't do anything rash. Many people said nervously. At this moment, most people thought that Lin Tian wanted to annihilate everyone here to prevent others from competing with him for the treasure. Su Qing said angrily, what nonsense are you thinking? Our senior brother Lin is not that kind of person. That's right. Don't measure the heart of a gentleman with your own mean measure. That's right. The female disciples of Valley of the Harp immediately agreed. Lin Tian did not care what these people were thinking. He only stared at the dry ground below. At this moment, the sword pattern on his palm became brighter and brighter. The burning sensation also became more intense. It was as if there was a ball of fire burning in his palm. It was an unbearable feeling. Suddenly, his expression changed slightly. He looked up at the sky. Dusky clouds drifted in the sky. At this moment, there was actually a woman in red standing there without making a sound. She stepped directly on the void. Oh? You actually noticed. Me. The woman was a little surprised. This woman looked very young. She was in her early 20s. She was dressed coquettishly and was very charming. Especially her eyes. They were actually a shade of sapphire blue. They were completely different from the pupils of a normal person. They gave off an extremely demonic feeling. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. He stared at the woman in red in the sky. Ji noticed Lin Tian's strange behavior. He also looked up and his expression changed instantly. Junior sister, what's wrong? Su Qing was curious. Following Jiyu's gaze, Su Qing looked up at the sky. His expression also changed drastically. After that, Gu Man, Lu Jia, and the others all noticed the woman in red in the sky. They were all shocked. A woman was standing in the air by herself. A powerhouse in the air. Everyone's heart trembled. At the same time, in this place, even more male cultivators revealed stunned expressions. Many of them couldn't help but swallow their saliva because the woman in red's clothes were too revealing. Many secret places could be faintly seen. Even though they weren't very clear, it made the blood of the male cultivators boil even more. So beautiful. At this moment, most of the male cultivators' gazes were attracted. Their eyes all became blank. Most of the male cultivators' eyes were filled with a layer of primitive desire. The corners of the woman in red's mouth curled up slightly. She was obviously very satisfied with the reaction of the men. Shifting her gaze, the woman in red looked at Lin Tian. Her expression changed slightly and she immediately narrowed her eyes. This was because Lin Tian's gaze was very serious and very clean. This made her very uncomfortable. Young man, you're indeed a little different. Opening her red lips slightly, the woman in red's gaze fell on Jiyu who was beside Lin Tian. Is it because of her? She's really annoying. As soon as she finished speaking, the woman waved her hand. Suddenly, a ray of dim light fell from the sky and rushed toward Jiyu like a bolt of lightning. This ray of dim light was astonishingly fast. It had an extremely shocking corrosive power, causing the air to sizzle. Lin Tianyi pulled Jiyu behind him and slashed out with his inner spirit sword. Chi, the dim light was cut into pieces and scattered like sparks. Seeing the woman in red's attack, the expressions of the people from the Valley of the Harp changed. Gu Man looked at the sky and said in a low voice, "Greetings, Senior. We are disciples of the Valley of the Harp. Although we don't know who you are, the girl you attacked just now is the personal disciple of the Valley of the Harp Valley Master. Please don't act recklessly." "What? She, that woman, is the personal disciple of the Valley of the Harp Valley Master?" Many people around them were shocked. A personal disciple of the sect master. This identity was not simple. The woman in red looked at Gu Man and narrowed her eyes slightly. She did not seem to care about Gu Man's words at all. It was as if she did not hear her at all. Another beautiful face. It's uncomfortable. As she spoke, another ray of light fell. This time, it was aimed at Gu Man. Moreover, this ray of light was even faster than the previous ray of dim light. It was twice as fast. Whoosh, almost in an instant, this ray of light was in front of Gu Man. Gu Man had no ability to dodge at all. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed. He unfolded the yin-yang puppet and pulled Gu Man behind him. At the same time, he raised his hand and swept out a ray of sword light, shattering this ray of light. "What are you doing? Who the hell are you?" Su Qing said somewhat angrily. The two rays of light just now were completely fatal. This woman in red was trying to kill Jiyu and Gu Man. Lin Tian pulled Su Qing aside. "Don't ask who she is, because she is not human." Staring at the sky, Lin Tian held the sword in his hand tightly. The light emitted by the sword pattern became more intense. Su Qing clenched his fist. "Senior brother Lin, well said." "Lin Tian, what I mean is, she is not human." Lin Tian said. "Ah? What is it? Not human? What does this mean?" "Senior brother Lin, that is a human." "Yes." Su Qing and the others were puzzled. At this time, the other cultivators in the surroundings were also puzzled. They felt that Lin Tian's words were too strange, because no matter how they looked at it, the woman in the sky was a normal human. In the sky, the woman in red stared at Lin Tian, her eyes almost narrowed into slits. "Young man, you are not simple." At this moment, the earth suddenly shook. In the distance, dark clouds pressed down, and the roars of demonic beasts could be heard. In the blink of an eye, nearly 100 terrifying beasts rushed in from around the stone forest. Almost all of them were mutants that were rarely seen outside. Among them, there were many demonic beasts that had reached the 9th rank. Suddenly, the cultivators' expressions changed. How could this be? So many demonic beasts, what should we do? Damn it. The way out is blocked. Everyone panicked. With so many terrifying beasts pressing down, it was simply a hopeless situation. A braver person looked up at the sky and bowed respectfully. "Senior, please help us." Suddenly, many people looked up at the sky. "Senior, please save us." Yes, please help us, Senior. Only you can help us, Senior. Please beat this group of beasts back. These beasts must be as weak as tofu in Senior's hands. Many people flattered. Beasts? The woman in red stared at the few people who spoke and said with a strange smile, "You guys are really good at talking. Then I'll help you. I'll help you free yourselves." As soon as she finished speaking, dozens of dim lights suddenly fell from the sky and pierced into the bodies of the few cultivators who spoke. Pooh. 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 A mist of blood exploded, and the people who asked for help all exploded. Blood splattered on many people nearby. "Senior, what are you?" Immediately, everyone in the vicinity revealed a look of shock. Lu Jia frowned. "This woman is too strange. Those people didn't say anything disrespectful. Their words were very respectful. How could she kill them like that?" Lin Tian stared at the woman in red, his eyes flashing. At this moment, the woman in red tilted her head and looked over. Young man, do you think they're beasts too? The red-robed woman pointed at the ferocious beasts around the stone forest, and the corners of her mouth curled up into an enchanting smile as she said, Young man, if your words satisfy me, I'll let you go. If you displease me, I'll kill those beautiful women beside you. Oh, right, let's start with that little girl. The red-robed woman narrowed her eyes, pointing at Jiyu. Lin Tian's eyes turned cold, and his face instantly turned cold. You've just transformed. Don't be too arrogant, he said coldly. P.S. Tomorrow's first update will be around 4 p.m., and the second update will be around 8 p.m. It should be like this for the next few days. Oh, I'll adjust the update time as soon as possible. After that, I'll tell everyone at the end of the chapter, please forgive me. The moment Lin Tian's words left his mouth, everyone present was stunned. Full text to read, just transformed? What does this mean? Transformed? Transformed. Does this mean? Some people stared at the woman in red, and their expressions changed. Ji was stunned and frowned. Lin Tian, is she's a demon. Lin Tian said. The white lotus in his sea of consciousness swayed slightly, allowing him to clearly feel the strong demon aura in the woman in red. Lu Jia, Su Qing, and the others stood together, and they were all shocked. She's a demon? It's said that demon beasts can transform into human form after reaching the 9th level. Could it really be, but how can we be sure that she's a demon? Just now, those people called those demon beasts animals, so they were killed. It seems to make sense. A demon in human form, great demon. Many people's expressions changed. Some of the ordinary female disciples in the Valley of the Harp shrank their necks and jumped behind Lin Tian in an instant. 7 seemed to feel safer standing behind Lin Tian. Only Jiyu and Gu Man took a step forward and stood side by side with Lin Tian. Young man, you have sharp eyes, but... In the sky, the woman in red narrowed her eyes and stared at Lin Tian charmingly. What about my question? You haven't answered. As she spoke, the woman in red raised her right hand, and suddenly, dense killing light flashed. If you don't answer, I'll kill the people around you. Lin Tian's eyes turned cold, and he directly slashed at the air with his sword. Clang! The ear-piercing sound of the sword reverberated, as if it was going to tear the space apart. With a whoosh, the sword light arrived in front of the woman in red in an instant. Bang! The killing light that the woman in red pointed out was shattered, and she was also knocked back several feet by the sword light. Lin Tianling said coldly, I said, don't think too highly of yourself. At that moment, as the sword mark in the center of his right hand shone brighter and brighter, he felt a steady stream of power gushing from his right hand. Despite facing a mighty one in the airborne realm, he felt that he would be able to fight them. A mighty one of the airborne realm was actually swept away by a single sword strike. Master, come out and take a look at this freak. Everyone was stunned. Lin Tian's powerful battle prowess was obvious to all, but so what if he was powerful? After all, Lin Tian was only at the 5th firmament of the Sea of Consciousness. But now, with such a cultivation level, Lin Tian was able to sweep away an expert of the airborne realm. This was simply like a fantasy story. If everyone had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed that such a thing could exist in the world. At that moment, even Jiyu, who knew Lin Tian the best, was stunned. Lu Jia, Su Qing, and the others were even more dumbfounded. Because at that moment, Lin Tian was so powerful that he did not look like a cultivator of the Sea of Consciousness at all. That kind of combat prowess was clearly beyond the level of the Sea of Consciousness realm. However, as far as they knew, Lin Tian was indeed only at the 5th firmament of the Sea of Consciousness. In an instant, everyone in the Valley of the Harp was stunned. In the sky, the woman in red steadied her body and stared at Lin Tian again. Traces of cold light flashed in her eyes. Young man, you are very strange. The woman in red said. Lin Tian was expressionless. He stared at the woman in red indifferently and did not respond. Boom. In front of him, the void shook, and the colorful light became even brighter. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed as he gazed at the dry ground in front of him. At this moment, the cracks in the ground had become slightly larger, and the faintly discernible sword intent had also become stronger. It was as if the thing below would break out of the ground very soon. It was also at that moment that the sword mark in his palm became more scorching hot, and even caused some pain. Lin Tian frowned and gripped the long sword in his hand tighter to relieve the discomfort in his right hand. In the sky, the woman in red also stared at the dry land. Her blue eyes were filled with a demonic light. Amazing thing. The woman in red muttered to herself. She was vaguely excited. At that moment, everyone was staring at the dry land in front of him. They were all attracted by the light that suddenly became stronger. Roar. Suddenly, the ferocious beasts that surrounded the various forks in the stone forest roared loudly. Immediately, the expressions of the cultivators changed. Before the thing below comes out, you are too much of a hindrance. Kill them all. The woman in red said. As soon as the woman in red finished speaking, all the ferocious beasts outside the stone forest moved. Suddenly, the ferocious beasts rushed over. Some were flames, some were lightning, and some were ice. The power of all the ferocious beasts intertwined at the same time. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 cultivators died tragically on the spot. Run! Run! Help! Ah! I don't want to die. Screams and wails instantly resounded throughout the stone forest. Everyone here came for the treasure, but they did not expect to encounter such a deadly situation. At this moment, everyone only had one thought, and that was to escape from here. It would be good if they could escape alive. They did not want to become food for the ferocious beasts. Su Qing's expression changed. She can control these ferocious beasts? Could it be that she summoned these ferocious beasts? The women in the Valley of the Harp were all back to back, and all of them were shocked. Roar! The ferocious beasts roared, and several powerful ferocious beasts approached the women in the Valley of the Harp. Everyone, fight with all your strength. Gu Man shouted. The women in the Valley of the Harp were slightly pale, but they still responded loudly to Gu Man. Obviously, Gu Man was very respected. Beside Jiyu, a white lotus sword light rushed up, and a tyrannical sword intent spread out in an instant. This is the 6th level of the white lotus sword technique? He actually reached the 6th level? Everyone in the Valley of the Harp was shocked. At this moment, in the face of so many tyrannical ferocious beasts, Jiyu naturally would not hide his strength. This immediately caused the people in the Valley of the Harp to be surprised. They never thought that Jiyu had comprehended the 6th level of the white lotus sword technique. Even Gu Man, who was at the 7th level of the Sea of Consciousness, had only comprehended the 4th level. In the sky, the woman in red narrowed her eyes and stared at Jiyu. This little girl's aptitude is not bad. It seems that we should pay more attention to her here. With that, the woman in red did something, and suddenly more ferocious beasts rushed towards the Valley of the Harp. Several level 9 ferocious beasts stared at Jiyu, their eyes red. The current scene immediately caused the people in the Valley of the Harp to change their expressions. Clang! At this moment, an ear-piercing sword sound rang out. Lin Tian made his move. With a wave of the inner spirit sword, dense sword light spread out like rain in all directions. Puff! 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 Blood splattered. At this moment, all the ferocious beasts within 10 feet of the people in the Valley of the Harp were beheaded, lying in a pool of blood. Especially the level 9 ferocious beasts that stared at Jiyu, their throats were all pierced, and blood gushed out like a fountain. Looking at this scene, everyone in the Valley of the Harp was stunned. A single sword attack killed all the ferocious beasts that got close. Among them, there were close to 10 level 9 ferocious beasts. In the sky, the woman in red stared at Lin Tian. The dark light in her eyes became even more intense. Young man, you are too strange. You, who have a 5th level of consciousness, shouldn't be able to be so powerful. No matter how powerful you are, you shouldn't be able to reach this level. Lin Tian's face was expressionless. He paid no attention to the woman in red and ignored her. He tilted his head and looked at the dry land not far away. He then turned around and looked at a path leading out of the stone forest. Xiaoyu, I will open an exit. You guys rush out as fast as you can. He said to Jiyu. At this moment, there were too many ferocious beasts, and it was chaotic. More and more ferocious beasts would probably gather there. That was because the woman in red had surpassed the level of level 9 ferocious beasts. She had stepped into the airborne realm and was able to command all the monsters. If that were to happen, there would be too many ferocious beasts, and the situation would become even more chaotic. Furthermore, the woman in red, who had reached the airborne realm, was standing in the air. He was not sure if he could ensure the safety of Jiyu and the others in the chaos. As such, letting Jiyu and the others rush out at this time was the best choice. What about you? Jiyu frowned. She heard Lin Tian's words. It seemed that Lin Tian wanted to stay. I have something important to do. I will meet up with you guys later. Lin Tian Dao. The thing under this land was definitely related to the mysterious iron sword in his body. He had to get his hands on it. After saying that, he did not say anything else. Instead, he turned his head and stared at a fork in the road not far away. That was the path that they had taken to get here. At the moment, that place was blocked by dozens of ferocious beasts, making it very difficult to get through. He stared at that place and raised the sword in his hand. Suddenly, a dense flaming sword aura swept out and rushed straight ahead. It was the fourth move of the Burning Sun Sword, Tornado. With a boom, dozens of flaming tornadoes swept across, and the blood of the monsters immediately rained down. In an instant, that fork in the road was directly cleared. Let's go! Lin Tian shouted. Jiyu frowned. But if you stay here alone, Gu Man, Su Qing, and the others also shook their heads. Although they knew that Lin Tian's combat strength was very strong, there was still a big monster in the airborne realm who had taken human form in this place. Coupled with the dense group of ferocious beasts, there was no need to say how terrifying it would be. At this time, Lin Tian helped them clear the way, but he wanted to stay behind. It was too dangerous. Lin Tian, it doesn't matter if we can't get the treasure. Our lives are the most important. It's better to leave now. Gu Man said. The people in the Valley of the Harp were not stupid. Naturally, they knew what Lin Tian's purpose of staying behind was. Don't worry, I'll be safe on my own. Lin Tian shook his head and looked at Jiyu, saying, Xiaoyu, let's go. Jiyu hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded. Be careful. She looked at Lin Tian seriously, then pulled Su Qing and Lu Jia directly toward the gap opened by Lin Tian. Although they hadn't been together for long, she knew Lin Tian very well and trusted Lin Tian. Lin Tian asked her to leave now, and she didn't want to go against Lin Tian's wishes. Little sister, this, Su Qing and the others were shocked. Jiyu didn't even look back. She quickly pulled Su Qing and Lu Jia out of the stone forest. Gu Man looked at Jiyu with a bitter smile, then looked at Lin Tian. In the end, she could only shake her head and say to the female disciples in the Valley of the Harp, let's go. Don't let Lin Tian's good intentions go to waste. In fact, Gu Man was also very clear about the position they were in now. With their strength, they couldn't resist the ferocious beasts around them. Only by leaving could they survive. Senior Brother Lin, be careful. Senior Brother Lin, you must survive. Thank you, Senior Brother Lin. Immediately, the people in the Valley of the Harp ran outside. You want to leave just like that? Do you think I'm a decoration? In the sky, the woman in red took a step forward and instantly moved 10 feet away. She slapped her palm toward Jiyu and the others. As a transformed great demon, the red-robed woman's strength was undoubtedly very frightening. Her palm strike was so powerful that it caused the air to distort. Don't think I'm a decoration either. A cold voice rang out. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. The thunder flame sword swept across and instantly shattered the woman's palm strike, forcing her to retreat 10 feet away. The woman in red steadied herself and stared into Lin Tian's eyes. The light in her eyes intensified. Very interesting. No pop-up window. As soon as the woman finished speaking, dozens of ferocious beasts rushed toward Jiyu and the others. Obviously, these ferocious beasts were controlled by the woman in red. Lin Tian stared at the woman in red. He raised his long sword and swept it out with his back facing her. Pft! 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 The dozens of ferocious beasts approaching Jiyu and the others were all killed, including a few peak-level 9th-level beasts. staring at the woman in red, he said indifferently, "I advise you not to do useless work. There's a path. Run, run." Many cultivators screamed miserably as they all rushed toward the path Lin Tian had cut open. For these cultivators, the path Lin Tian cut open was undoubtedly a door to survival. Roar. Some beasts roared and quickly blocked the path. Instantly, screams sounded again. Cultivators were torn apart by the ferocious beasts and became food in their stomachs. "Lin Tian, help us. Help. Lord Lin, please open a path for us, I beg of you." Some cultivators were terrified and called for Lin Tian's help. Lin Tian glanced around. There were about 100 cultivators here. Most of them were itinerant cultivators. Itinerant cultivators naturally didn't have high cultivation. Almost none of them had reached the spiritual sea realm. At this time, facing these powerful ferocious beasts, these cultivators were basically powerless. In the blink of an eye, many of them were torn to pieces. The scene was tragic. After a slight hesitation, Lin Tian finally raised his long sword. Clang! The dazzling flaming sword light swept out. Wherever it passed, all the beasts died tragically. A path leading to the outside of the stone forest was cut open again. Immediately, many people revealed excited expressions. They didn't even have time to thank him. In this place, all the cultivators rushed toward the gap Lin Tian cut open. However, there was only one gap. Some people rushed out, but more people couldn't because the ferocious beasts rushed over and blocked the gap again. "Help, brother Lin Tian!" Another person shouted. At this time, almost everyone had pinned their hopes on Lin Tian. Lin Tian frowned. His heart spirit sword vibrated, and flames immediately twined out. "Don't be too arrogant, human." A cold voice sounded. Lin Tian's pupils constricted, and the heart spirit sword that he raised was immediately pressed down. The woman in red descended from the sky and arrived in front of him with quick steps. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked into the distance. Under the dry ground, the seven-colored light became even more intense. The thing below seemed to be close to the surface. "You stayed behind because you want to snatch the treasure?" A cold snort sounded. The woman in red stared at Lin Tian. Her seductive expression disappeared without a trace, and her expression became cold and indifferent. "Did you think that I stayed to play with you?" Lin Tian asked. The woman in red raised the corner of her mouth. "Human, you're too arrogant." As she spoke, the woman in red glanced at the dry ground and said, "At most, there are 2 more hours before the thing below will appear. Before that, I'll get rid of you first. Perhaps, you can give me some fun." Buzz. The air vibrated, and a gray mist suddenly rolled out from the woman in red's body. Lin Tian's pupils constricted. A condensed demonic aura? Swoosh. The gray demonic aura surged like waves, and in an instant, it turned into sharp swords and charged toward him. Lin Tian raised his heart spirit sword and swung it away. Chi. 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 The flame sword light intertwined and swept out, immediately crushing the demonic aura in the sky. "Interesting," the woman in red said. As her words fell, this time, the woman in red rushed over and slapped at Lin Tian. Lin Tian's expression changed. The woman in red was astonishingly fast, and in an instant, she was in front of him. At this time, he had no time to attack, so he could only clench his left fist and punch at the woman in red. Bang! The fist and the palm collided, and there was a shocking groan. Lin Tianji felt his left hand go numb, and a strong force came along his arm, shaking him back a dozen steps. He stabilized his body with the heart spirit sword and stared at the woman in red again. His eyes became much more serious. Originally, when demonic beasts turned into human form, their physical strength would be reduced a lot. Unexpectedly, the woman in red's physical body was still so strong. With a whoosh, the woman in red pressed forward again. Buzz. The gray demonic aura floated in the sky like a gray cloud, completely covering Lin Tian. Lin Tian stepped on the yin and yang hua and retreated. The heart spirit sword shook, and a flaming sword light filled the sky. Chi. As if the water source was evaporated, all the demonic aura was cut into pieces. The woman in red stared at Lin Tian, and in her blue demonic eyes a little strange light flowed. Human, what's wrong with you? You can't have such a strong power with the 5th level of the spiritual sea. You shouldn't be able to block this attack. Who knows? Lin Tiantan said indifferently. He tilted his head and looked at the dry ground. The 7-colored light was even more intense, and the burning feeling in his palm was also stronger. Arrogant. The woman in red snorted. With a boom, a majestic force rushed out of the woman in red's body, causing the entire stone forest to tremble, causing all the cultivators in the surroundings to tremble. At this moment, although these cultivators were already terrified of the many ferocious beasts, they were still shocked by the woman in red's tyrannical aura. This is really as strong as flying. Am I really going to die here? I don't want to die. Many people were terrified. The wild demonic wind rolled up, making many people unable to stand still, and all of them were frightened. The black hair on Lin Tian's forehead danced wildly in the wind, but the expression on his face didn't change at all. Demonic sword cut. The sound of the air breaking was heard, and the dense gray demonic aura condensed into a sword, slashing toward him. The heart spirit sword in Lin Tian's hand vibrated, and he directly performed the 5th sword of the 9 forms of the burning sun, sweeping out. Boom! The sky was full of flames, sweeping in all directions. Staring at Lin Tiantan's indifferent expression, the woman in red's face became a little cold, and the demonic aura around her body suddenly became stronger. You're just at the 5th firmament of the sea of consciousness, but you don't have the slightest fear when facing me, who is in the airborne realm. How displeasing. With a buzz, the gray demonic aura swept out again, fiercely pressing down on Lin Tian. Lin Tian held the heart spirit sword, performing the 9 forms of the burning sun diagonally slashing down, but this time, the demonic aura displayed by the woman in red was frighteningly terrifying. Even though his current strength was much stronger because of the sword marks, he was still forced to retreat. His internal organs were shaken by this majestic demonic aura, and traces of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Again. A cold voice sounded. The woman in red didn't seem to want to give Lin Tian a chance to rest and recover, and directly pressed on. She didn't have a weapon in her hand, and she only waved her hands, sometimes palms, and sometimes claws. The tyrannical strength of her body shook the air, and that terrifying speed brought extremely serious interference to Lin Tian. Bang! A moment later, Lin Tian was sent flying again, with a clear handprint on his chest. Stabilizing his body with the long sword, Lin Tian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his expression didn't change at all. But even so, his heart was very heavy. He thought to himself that a transformed great demon was indeed terrifying. Even though he was many times stronger now because of the sword marks, he was still no match for this woman in red, and his combat strength was much weaker. Ah! At this time, the screams in the surroundings were still going on. Fierce beasts were everywhere, and no cultivator could escape at all. The woman in red stared at Lin Tian and said, "See? Your ending will be the same as theirs." Lin Tian stood up straight, and his expression was calm. "Don't be too full of yourself. You can't kill me yet," he said coldly. The woman in red's expression turned cold. "You're so stubborn. Let's see how long you can last." With that, the woman in red drifted over like a gust of wind. In the blink of an eye, she was in front of Lin Tian again, and she slammed her palm toward Lin Tian. This palm was not a simple physical attack. There was a shocking demonic light around the palm, and it looked very terrifying. Lin Tian stepped on the yin and yang puppet and retreated. He swung his sword, and sword chi flew all over the sky. "It's useless," the woman in red said coldly, and her palm shattered all the sword chi. At this moment, Lin Tian's glabella lit up, and white lotuses rushed out and instantly covered the surroundings. "It's quite fancy, but it's still useless." Facing the sky full of white lotuses, the woman in red's attack didn't change at all. She still slammed her palm forward, but this time, the white lotuses weren't affected at all and directly penetrated her palm. This immediately made her expression change. "This is... ah." With a scream, the woman in red's body shook violently, and she was directly sent flying. "Slash!" Lin Tianling said. In the air, the dense white lotuses quickly condensed into 9 white lotus swords, slashing straight toward the woman in red. The woman in red was injured, but in the end, it was only a piece of white lotus that sank into her sea of consciousness, and she quickly recovered. Seeing the 9 white lotus swords coming toward her, the woman in red quickly dodged and looked forward. "Human, you can directly hurt my sea of consciousness." "You are." Staring forward, the woman in red's expression suddenly changed again, because Lin Tian's figure had disappeared and was no longer in her field of vision. "I'm here." A voice sounded behind the woman in red. "You, bang." Lin Tian took advantage of the gap between the woman in red dodging the white lotus swords to use the yin and yang puppet to come behind her. He kicked out and swept the woman in red nearly 10 feet away. After that, he once again controlled the 9 white lotus swords with his divine sense and slashed at the woman in red who was sent flying by his kick from 9 different directions. "Human!" The woman in red roared angrily, and the aura outside her body rose again. A violent gray demon power swept in all directions, and the woman in red disappeared from where she was in an instant. The next moment, she appeared in front of Lin Tian and slammed her palm down, shaking the space and distorting it. "Heart-devouring palm, go to hell." The woman in red's speed at the moment was so fast that it immediately made Lin Tian's expression change, and he quickly held the heart-spirit sword in front of his chest. Crack! With a crisp sound, the heart-spirit sword was shattered, and the woman in red's palm also fell on Lin Tian's chest. This palm was a bit terrifying, and it immediately sent Lin Tian flying backward and vomiting blood, slamming hard into a stone wall not far away. Standing up with difficulty, Lin Tian felt that his internal organs had been shattered, and his face became pale. He didn't die? The red-robed woman's expression froze. She had not held back much of her strength in that attack. It was reasonable to say that no one below the airborne realm would have been able to withstand it. However, Lin Tian had survived after taking that attack head-on, which made her expression even colder. With a cold look in her eyes, she stepped in front of Lin Tian and slammed her palm down again. "The sword is broken, and you are seriously injured. This palm will send you to hell." It was still the heart-devouring palm just now. Lin Tian's mouth was stained with blood, and he no longer had a sword in his hand, but his expression didn't change, and he also slammed his palm down. Seeing that Lin Tian actually took her heart-devouring palm with his bare hands, the woman in red was stunned at first, then she sneered. "Human boy, you are indeed not simple, but you are too ignorant. You want to take my heart-devouring palm with your bare hands?" The woman in red said. As soon as she finished speaking, the air vibrated, and the heart-devouring palm of the woman in red became even more terrifying. Lin Tian smiled and used the fire spiritual ether to cover up the sword pattern, then unhurriedly slapped forward. With a bang, the 2 palms hit each other. "Ah!" The woman in red screamed in an instant. The arm that she used to cast the heart-devouring palm suddenly became bloody, and she was sent flying like a scarecrow. Lin Tian also trembled and coughed up blood again. Although she has just transformed and is in the early stage of the Zephyr Plane, she is much stronger than ordinary cultivators in the early stage of the Zephyr Plane. He thought to himself. Holding his chest, he couldn't help but take a step back, feeling as if his body was about to fall apart. The sword pattern shone brightly, increasing his strength several times at the moment. It was enough to make him invincible under the Zephyr Plane, and he could stop Zephyr Plane cultivators. However, when he really fought with Zephyr Plane cultivators, he found that there was still a gap between the 2 of them. In a real battle of life and death, he was still at a disadvantage. Not far away, the woman in red stood up, with a fierce look in her eyes. Her charming appearance had long disappeared without a trace. Human. She had cultivated hard for more than 100 years and finally reached the Zephyr Plane, successfully transforming into a human form. Her combat strength was much stronger than human cultivators of the same level, and the heart-devouring palm was her strongest move. But now, a human cultivator at the 5th firmament of the Sea of Consciousness blocked her strongest heart-devouring palm with his bare hands, and seriously injured her and sent her flying. This made her shocked and angry. Before this, Lin Tian couldn't block her palm when he had a sword in his hand, but after using his bare hands, he injured her so badly. "Who the hell are you? What are you hiding?" The woman in red said angrily. A cultivator at the fifth firmament of the Sea of Consciousness couldn't have such strong strength. Lin Tian glanced at the woman in red but did not answer. Without a sword in his hand, the swordsmanship he displayed was more than twice as powerful as usual. In addition, the sword pattern overflowed a little at this time, so the palm strike just now was naturally shockingly powerful. Truth be told, the woman in red was only severely injured by that attack. Not even her arm was broken, which surprised him instead. He thought to himself that airborne realm monsters were indeed not to be underestimated. In terms of physique alone, they were many times stronger than human cultivators of the same level. He looked into the distance. The seven-colored light that rushed out from the ground had become stronger. It seemed like the thing below was about to be born. After that, he looked back at the woman in red and couldn't help but frown because he was heavily injured. After all, he had forcefully endured the heart-devouring palm from the woman in red. Although the heart spirit sword had absorbed half of the force, it was still difficult for him to endure the other half. At this time, his battle prowess was already greatly reduced. The quintessential essence in my body can only last for 15 minutes at most. Lin Tian whispered. Taking a deep breath, the four extremes meridians operated on their own, quickly helping him to heal his injured body. It seems that you want to get the thing underground very much. Staring at Lin Tian, the woman in red sneered and said, as a human cultivator of the fifth celestial level in the Sea of Consciousness, you are really heaven-defying. However, it is absolutely impossible for you to compete with me for the treasure. In the end, you can only die here and turn into a cup of dust. As soon as she finished speaking, a group of ferocious beasts in this place roared in unison. In an instant, the ferocious beasts that were attacking other cultivators stopped and all approached the woman in red. Nearly 100 pairs of huge eyes all stared at Lin Tian, all with a bloodthirsty light. It was also at this time that the forks around the stone forest all became empty, which stunned the cultivators. Then, they were overjoyed. Run! Quick! Run! Many people shouted. At this time, no one wanted to fight for the treasure anymore. Seeing that the ferocious beasts that blocked the way had all retreated, everyone ran out of the stone forest. In almost a few breaths, Lin Tian was the only human cultivator left in the originally empty depths of the stone forest. Everyone else had all fled out of the stone forest. The woman in red glanced at the crowd that was desperately running for their lives and snorted indifferently, just a bunch of scum. Let them escape. As she spoke, the woman in red's gaze fell on Lin Tian again. She smiled and said, "Now, what do you think of this scene?" At this moment, nearly 100 ferocious beasts surrounded Lin Tian. It was a hopeless situation. Do you think that they can kill me? Lin Tian was expressionless. The woman in red narrowed her eyes and said, "Killing you is indeed difficult, but it should be easy to exhaust your battle strength, right?" Lin Tian's face suddenly darkened. The woman in red smiled, took a step back, and said indifferently, "Kill." In an instant, a group of ferocious beasts roared and rushed toward Lin Tian. The woman in red was no longer a grade 9 ferocious beast. She had already transformed into a human form and could easily command ordinary beasts. At this moment, under the woman in red's will, a group of ferocious beasts all rushed toward Lin Tian, all of them fearless of death. Lin Tian's face was slightly cold. His true yuan moved, and 25 treasured swords suddenly rushed out, making clanging sounds. Puff! 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 The weapon control technique was his most powerful martial technique. At this moment, the 25 treasured swords crisscrossed and killed more than a dozen ferocious beasts on the spot. At the same time, a long sword appeared in his right hand. With the support of the sword mark in his hand, he slashed out, instantly splitting several grade 9 ferocious beasts into pieces. Seeing this scene, many of the ferocious beasts were terrified, but they still madly rushed forward. Roar! The ferocious beasts roared, and all kinds of demonic lights pressed toward Lin Tian together. Facing so many ferocious beasts, many of which were grade 9 ferocious beasts, even though Lin Tian used the weapon control technique and had the support of the sword mark, it was still not easy to deal with them. However, Lin Tian's expression was still indifferent. The long sword in his hand slashed out again and again, and the 25 treasured swords slashed down again and again. Puff! 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 Demonic blood splashed in this space, dyeing a large area of the ground red. After about 15 minutes, he had killed more than half of the 100 ferocious beasts, and the rest of the beasts were terrified. Clap. 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 Applause rang out. The woman in red walked out from behind the ferocious beasts, squinting at Lin Tian. Now, how much strength do you have left? Lin Tianwei was panting slightly. Dozens of ferocious beast corpses were lying at his feet, and the 25 treasured swords had already been put away. At this time, his energy was severely depleted, and he was no longer able to support the weapon control technique. Staring at the woman in red, he did not show any emotion on his face, but his heart was heavy. At this time, he had very little spiritual ether left. Even with a little power overflowing from the sword mark, there was no way he could stop the woman in red. After all, the woman in red was a real monster in the airborne realm. Seeing the expression on Lin Tian's face, the woman in red's face darkened. You're still so calm when you're about to die. How annoying. I'll end you as fast as I can. Suddenly, a violent aura rushed out of the woman in red's body. Grey demonic aura spread out, covering all directions. In the blink of an eye, the woman in red disappeared, and a red centipede that was 30 meters long appeared where she was. It was shockingly huge. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed. This is the true form of the woman in red? Die, human. A voice came from the mouth of the giant centipede. It was the voice of the woman in red. The giant centipede coiled around its 30-meter-long body and rushed toward Lin Tian, stirring up a cloud of dust. Its speed was shocking. Lin Tian's expression changed. He raised his long sword and slashed down. Clang, the sword hit the centipede, but only a metallic clang was heard. It was as if the sword had hit a diamond. At the same time, a strong force passed through the sword and sent Lin Tian flying with a bang. After showing your true form, your physique is indeed much stronger than before. Lin Tian gritted his teeth. At this time, the giant centipede had come at him again. Lin Tian moved with the yin and yang liang. His speed suddenly increased. He circled around the giant centipede and kept slashing at the long sword in his hand. However, the opponent's physique shocked him. The sword in his hand could not hurt the opponent at all. Every time he slashed, a large amount of sparks sputtered. Instead, his own right hand was a little numb. Human, you've basically used up all of your power. The giant centipede said. As soon as the words fell, the giant centipede's attacks became more violent. It sent Lin Tian flying several times in a row. Lin Tian gritted his teeth and pushed the 9 forms of the burning sun to the extreme. He slashed forward again and again. Unfortunately, the woman in red was too strong. At this moment, his vital essence was almost exhausted. He could not hurt the opponent at all. Bang! Once again, Lin Tian was swept away by a blow. He slammed into a stone wall not far away, blood gushing out of his mouth. He stood up with the support of his sword. His vital essence was completely exhausted. It's about time to end this. This blow will end you. A cold voice sounded. Grey demonic chi filled the surroundings. The other dozens of demonic beasts were so frightened that they all retreated. The giant centipede in red rushed toward Lin Tian like lightning. At this moment, the stone forest suddenly shook. A 7-colored light shot into the sky. Not far away, the dry ground cracked open, and a fist-sized ball of 7-colored light rose up. It was like a small sun, shining brightly with the splendor of treasures. Instantly, the giant centipede that the woman in red had transformed into stopped. Lin Tian's expression changed as well. It's out. Both of them were excited. They rushed toward the 7-colored light at the same time. Human, get out of the way. The giant centipede said. The red centipede swept its tail across. Lin Tian's expression changed. He blocked with his sword. With a bang, he was sent flying. Once again, he slammed into a stone wall not far away. This time, his whole body was embedded in the stone wall. He felt that several of his bones were broken. A whooshing sound could be heard. At this moment, the giant centipede that the woman in red had transformed into had appeared beside the 7-colored light and swallowed it in one gulp. In an instant, the giant centipede's body shook. Then, it laughed proudly. Such strong power. I can feel it. So strong. So strong. Along with its laughter, the giant centipede shook its body and turned into the woman in red again. Boom, an earth-shattering power surged out of the red-robed woman's body, causing the entire demon burial valley to shake. So strong. So strong. What is this thing? How can it be so powerful? The woman in red stared at her hands. She was so excited that she could not stop shaking. With this power, who can defeat me? Is there anything that I can't do? It won't be a problem for me to rule the world. Waves of terrifying power surged out from the red-robed woman's body, causing the ground to shake and dust to fill the air. All around, the demonic beasts were trembling in fear. Instantly, fear appeared on their faces. Moreover, the power spread far and wide. It changed the weather in the demon burial valley. All the living beings were shocked. D****. Lin Tian's face darkened. He did not expect the woman in red to take away the thing underground. He tightened his grip on the sword in his hand. He thought quickly. At this moment, he could only think of a way to escape. Buzz. Suddenly, the sword tattoo in his right hand shone brighter. There were 7 different colors vaguely. Lin Tian was shocked. He felt that his right hand was burning up. It was so painful. Remember literature building in 1 second. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The scream came so suddenly that the dozens of beasts were shocked. Even Lin Tian, who was not far away, was no exception. Just a moment ago, the woman in red had obtained the colorful light ball and was dominating the world. But now, she was screaming. Ah! The woman in red wailed and fell to the ground, twitching crazily. What's going on? Ah! Come out! Come out, ah! The woman in red rolled crazily. She clutched her stomach with both hands. Her clothes were torn by the woman in red. Not far away, Lin Tian felt that the sword pattern in his right hand was getting hotter. He stared at the woman in red's miserable state and could not help but frown. His expression became a little strange. Ah! The woman in red screamed and roared, rolling on the ground. However, the pain did not seem to have lessened. With a boom, the woman in red once again revealed her true form. A giant centipede that was 10 zhang long suddenly appeared. However, even so, the miserable situation continued. The 10 zhang long centipede rolled over and over, causing cracks to appear on the ground. Ah! Damn it, what's going on? Ah! The sorrowful voice kept ringing. The woman in red sometimes revealed her true form and sometimes turned into a human, but the screams never stopped. Lin Tian was originally preparing to leave. However, when he saw this scene, he stopped in his tracks. Buzz. At this time, the sword pattern in his right hand became even hotter, and the light became even brighter. The ground shook. In front of them, the woman in red showed her monster body again. This time, the giant centipede monster body was flowing with 7-colored light. Then, with a poof, a 7-colored light burst out of her abdomen and flew out. Blood splattered all over the sky. The giant centipede fell to the ground with a thud and wailed, but it did not die immediately. Buzz. The colorful light ball floated in the air by itself, emitting a faint light and buzzing. Lin Tian's body trembled. The sword pattern in his right hand suddenly burst out with an even brighter light, and the sound of a sword rang out. At this time, the colorful light ball in front of him moved slightly like a little fairy. It flew across the void and came to his front, bobbing up and down in front of his chest. This, Lin Tian was shocked. Was the iron sword in his body really related to the 7-colored light? Lin Tian stared at his chest. The 7-colored light was only the size of a fist. It was like a warm sun, giving him a very warm feeling. The injuries on his body also seemed to be healing rapidly. He took a deep breath and paused for a moment. Finally, he slowly extended his right hand and placed it under the fist-sized 7-colored light ball. Buzz. The 7-colored ball of light vibrated as if it had its own consciousness. Lin Tian actually felt a sense of joy. In the next moment, with a whoosh, the seven-colored ball of light sank and turned into a bolt of lightning that rushed into his right hand. Boom, in an instant, a dense seven-colored radiance enveloped his entire body. The huge demon burial valley shook once again. Violent gales swept out in all directions, and the earth trembled violently. Shocking sword intent covered the boundless sky. In the distance, the figure of the woman in red appeared. She was lying on the ground with blood all over her abdomen. She stared at Lin Tian in shock and anger and cried out weakly, "Stop, stop, stop him. Tear him apart and take that thing. Quick!" The woman in red shouted. Although the dozens of ferocious beasts around them were terrified, they could not disobey the order of the woman in red. They roared in unison and swarmed toward Lin Tian. Most of the surviving demonic beasts were of the 9th level. At this moment, when they ran together, the violent demonic aura was really shocking. It was like a gray wave that pressed toward Lin Tian. Lin Tian's expression changed. Almost instinctively, he raised his right hand and waved it forward. Clang, the ear-piercing sound of the sword rang out immediately. The dozens of ferocious beasts turned into a bloody mist immediately. They did not even have the chance to scream. At the same time, the stone forest behind the dozens of ferocious beasts collapsed, and a 30-foot wide and 30-foot deep gully appeared on the ground. Lin Tian trembled on the spot. He vaguely saw that the space in front of him had collapsed. Lin Tian's heart trembled. He had only waved his hand, and it had caused such shocking destruction. Even the terrain had been changed. What kind of power was this? In the distance, the woman in red widened her eyes and could not help but tremble. Her face was instantly covered by endless fear. How could this be, the woman in red trembled. In the next moment, an even more shocking power surged. A beam of rainbow light rushed out of Lin Tian's body and penetrated the thick clouds above the demon burial valley. In an instant, the sky above the demon burial valley was dyed in rainbow colors. Rumble, the demon burial valley shook as if there was a major earthquake. Many living beings were terrified. Outside the stone forest, Jiyu's expression changed immediately. Gusts of wild wind swept out from the depths of the stone forest, bringing with them yellow sand. Jiyu suddenly felt a sense of fear. Because this aura was too terrifying. Because Lin Tian was still inside. Lin Tian. Jiyu couldn't help but cry out. She rushed straight inside, but was stopped by Gu Man at the side. "Junior sister, don't be so agitated." Such a violent aura was enough to make anyone's heart palpitate. If they really rushed in, they would probably be crushed in an instant. Senior brother Lin is still inside. This aura, what's going on? The beam of rainbow light, could it be, has the treasure appeared? Will senior brother Lin be all right? The expressions of the women in the Valley of the Harp changed. Billowing waves continued to surge out from the stone forest, and the huge stone forest began to crumble bit by bit. In the depths of the demon burial valley, the air was oppressive and there were few people around. In the depths of the valley, there was a 3-inch tall stone tablet outside the valley. As the stone tablet shook, an extremely terrifying aura spread out, causing the ground to shake even more violently. At this moment, a thick demonic aura surged out from the stone tablet. Vaguely, there seemed to be endless terrifying demons roaring and howling. Within this demonic aura, there were actually strands of strange emotions mixed within it: anger, excitement, madness, buzz. The stone tablet shook and dense patterns spread out. A faint light screen spread out in all directions and suppressed all the demonic aura. At this moment, the demon burial valley shook and everyone was alarmed. This fluctuation is too powerful. How can there be such a powerful fluctuation? Even the airborne realm is nothing. The ground is shaking. Gosh, what is happening? Almost everyone in every corner of the demon burial valley was shocked. On the vast horizon, an old man in a gray robe with wrinkles all over his face looked in the direction of the stone forest. His old eyes could not help but shine a little. Is there a treasure appearing in that place? As he muttered to himself, the old man in the gray robe leaped and flew in the direction of the stone forest. The deal with the 100 Refinements workshop was to capture that kid named Lin Tian before the end of the trial in the demon burial valley. It's still early now, so I'll go there and take a look first. With Lin Tian at the center of the spacious area in the depths of the stone forest, a shocking aura spread out wave after wave. At this moment, the seven-colored light covered his entire body. Lin Tianji felt as if his body was about to burn. He scanned his body with his consciousness and saw that the seven-colored light immediately rushed into his sea of consciousness after entering his body. Then, in the next moment, his sea of consciousness suddenly boiled and rolled, as if a volcano had erupted at the bottom of his sea of consciousness. All the white lotuses in his sea of consciousness swayed and huge waves were generated in his sea of consciousness. Clang, after 3 breaths, the sound of a sword was heard. Lin Tian's attention was focused on his sea of consciousness. Looking around, he saw a black iron sword emerging from the bottom of his sea of consciousness. The purple bell inlaid at the end of the iron sword's hilt vibrated. This time, it was not the sound of a bell that vibrated, but the sound of a sword. With this sword sound, the seven-colored light that entered his sea of consciousness was instantly absorbed. This, Lin Tianwei was shocked. The black iron sword that disappeared in his body back then rushed out from the bottom of his sea of consciousness. He was a little surprised, but in the next moment, the sword sound rang again, causing him to look over. At this moment, in front of him, the seven-colored light had completely enveloped the iron sword. The black iron sword vibrated, and gradually, some changes occurred to the sword's body. The pitch-black sword became brighter, and mysterious Tao patterns flashed, as if engraved on the sword's body, but also as if formed naturally. It immediately attracted Lin Tian's attention. These Tao patterns were too mysterious. With a clang, the iron sword vibrated again, and the seven-colored halo spread out. The iron sword was about 4 feet long, and at this time, it was intertwined with the seven-colored light. It was like a holy source that fixed the whole world. Staring at this gorgeous long sword, Lin Tian's eyes could not help but light up. This was simply a peerless divine sword. Buzz. Suddenly, the long sword vibrated slightly, and dense seven-colored light swayed out, rushing to every corner of this sea of consciousness. Lin Tian suddenly trembled, and suddenly felt his divine sense begin to vibrate. These seven-colored lights are all amazing energy. Lin Tian's heart palpitated. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately operated the 4 extreme scripture and began to guide the seven-colored light in his sea of consciousness to refine it. At the same time, he drew out strands of seven-colored light from his sea of consciousness, and relied on the 4 extreme scripture to infuse them into his flesh and bones, tempering his physical body and soul. Buzz. As Lin Tian cultivated, his body began to emit spots of light. To Lin Tian's surprise, the seven-colored radiance was actually very easy to refine. In just a few dozen breaths of time, all the seven-colored radiance had disappeared. His sea of consciousness surged again, and huge waves surged into the sky. 6th heavenly layer of the sea of consciousness? Lin Tianyi was shocked. In just a dozen breaths, he had directly jumped from the 5th heavenly layer of the sea of consciousness to the 6th heavenly layer of the sea of consciousness. It was a leap of progress. Clenching his fists and feeling the surging power in his body, Lin Tianji was pleasantly surprised. Reading on a mobile phone, Lin Tian punched the air twice, which immediately set off a buzzing sound in the wind, which made him feel even more surprised. After refining the excess seven-colored light that spread out from the mysterious iron sword, not only did his cultivation level improve, but his physique also became more tyrannical. At this moment, he felt that his physical strength had made a qualitative leap and was several times stronger. Whoosh! A light breeze swept by from a distance, bringing a touch of sand and dust. In Lin Tian's sea of consciousness, the mysterious iron sword shook slightly, turned into a seven-colored light, and went straight to the bottom of his sea of consciousness. In an instant, his sea of consciousness was completely calm. This, Lin Tianwei was shocked. That iron sword went under his sea of consciousness again. Taking a deep breath, he calmed down, and operated his consciousness, trying to summon the iron sword. However, at the bottom of his sea of consciousness, the iron sword was like a divine sword, not moving at all, and did not respond to his thoughts at all. Lin Tian suddenly felt a little speechless. It seemed that he could not take the initiative to control this mysterious iron sword at all now. Forget it. Shaking his head, he withdrew his thoughts from his sea of consciousness. Not far away, the woman in red was lying on the ground. Her clothes were in a mess, and a lot of her skin was exposed, looking very seductive. However, staring at Lin Tian, the woman in red's face was very ugly, and even looked a little ferocious. "How dare you steal my things?" the woman in red said in a ruthless voice. The woman in red's abdomen was blood red, and blood kept flowing out, but she was not dead. Lin Tian frowned, thinking that a monster that had successfully transformed had amazing vitality. She was not dead even after being pierced by the seven-colored light. "Give it back to me." The woman in red stared at Lin Tian coldly. Lin Tian looked at the woman in red with an expressionless face. "If I were you, I would definitely think about how to escape first." As he said, he approached the woman in red step by step. The woman in red suddenly looked angry. "You want to kill me? What do you think?" Lin Tian said indifferently. The expression of the woman in red became even more furious. She was a great demon of the airborne realm, yet she was repeatedly looked down upon by a human of the Sea of Consciousness realm. This was a great humiliation. She let out a furious roar and directly revealed her true form, transforming into a 30-meter-long giant centipede. "It seems that thing has stabilized in your body. After I devour you, everything will be mine." With a boom, the giant centipede that the woman in red had transformed into created a gust of wind. She opened her mouth and bit at Lin Tian. In the blink of an eye, the giant centipede arrived in front of Lin Tian. "Die!" the giant centipede roared. Lin Tian's face was expressionless. With a flash of his body, he moved a few feet to the side, avoiding the bloody mouth of the giant centipede that was filled with a foul stench. Then, without the slightest hesitation, he clenched his right hand into a fist and directly punched at the head of the centipede. This punch landed firmly on the giant centipede's head. Bang! With a muffled sound, like the beating of a drum, the giant centipede was directly sent flying, rolling more than 50 feet away. Then, a scream came from 50 feet away. After a long time, the scream weakened and turned into an angry roar. "Human!" The woman in red was almost crazy. She moved her 100 feet at the same time and rushed at Lin Tian, crazily attacking him. Lin Tian's face looked a little indifferent. Stepping on the yin and yang qi, he moved and punched again and again, colliding with the giant centipede that the woman in red had transformed into, constantly making banging sounds. After about 10 breaths, he grabbed one of the giant centipede's giant feet and punched out with his right fist, landing heavily on the giant centipede's abdomen. With a bang, the giant centipede was sent flying again, a mouthful of foul blood spurting out of its mouth. "In terms of physique alone, I am now comparable to an expert in the early stage of the Zephyr realm," Lin Tian said to himself. He clenched his fist. At this time, he felt full of confidence. In the distance, the giant centipede roared, and a grey demonic aura suddenly surged out, rolling toward Lin Tian. "You are seriously injured. What can you do now?" Lin Tian said. Using the yin and yang qi, he avoided the demonic aura spurting out of the giant centipede and kicked the giant centipede. That kick was a bit harsh. 2 of the giant centipede's feet were broken, and it screamed again. Staring at Lin Tian again, the giant centipede's eyes showed a hint of viciousness. It directly opened its mouth and spat out a large amount of red mist. "This is my poisonous mist of origin. Even an expert in the airborne realm would be paralyzed on the spot and lose the ability to resist if inhaled. You are only at the Sea of Consciousness realm. Even if..." The giant centipede suddenly trembled as it spoke. The red mist was a bit strange, but Lin Tian walked in it as if he was walking on flat ground, and nothing happened to him at all. You are fine, sorry to disappoint you. The poison doesn't work on me." Lin Tian appeared in front of the giant centipede again in a flash, landing a punch on the giant centipede's abdomen again. Arg! The giant centipede spat out blood and was sent flying again. This time, there was finally fear in the giant centipede's eyes. She turned into a human again, and without hesitation, dragged her seriously injured body and flew away. Her injuries were not light when the colorful light burst out of her abdomen. At this time, facing Lin Tian again, she had no ability to resist at all. She could only choose to run. Lin Tian looked up, and his expression did not change at all. "If you had run at the beginning, you might have had a chance. Now, it is too late." Clang! 25 swords clanged and rushed forward like lightning. 25 swords formed the tridirection Big Dipper sword formation. After that, the remaining 4 swords swept out horizontally and slapped the red-clothed woman down from midair, causing her to fall beside Lin Tian's feet with a bang. "Damn it, you," the woman in red was furious. However, at the next moment, the woman in red was unable to say anything because 25 swords fell from the sky, completely trapping her. Lin Tian looked at the woman in red coldly. "Now, what do you think?" The woman in red trembled violently. A gray light flashed, and she was about to return to her original form. "It is useless to return to your original form." Lin Tian Tao. With a bang, he threw a punch and landed directly on the woman in red's abdomen. The woman in red screamed, and the ground under her back cracked. "You," clang. The swords clanged loudly. 4 swords flew across and pierced the woman in red's limbs. The woman in red screamed in pain. Her limbs were sealed, and the flow of her demonic power was blocked, making it difficult for her to return to her original form. Lin Tian took a sword that was suspended in the air and slowly raised it. Seeing this scene, the woman in red suddenly showed fear. Don't kill me. If I don't kill you now, you can come to me for revenge after your injuries have healed, and then kill me again?" Lin Tian said calmly. A cold light flashed in the depths of the woman in red's eyes, and then she shook her head repeatedly. "No, no, no. I won't. I swear, as long as you let me go now, I will not trouble you again. I can even do a lot of things for you. Think about it, with an airborne realm monster by your side, many problems can be solved easily, right?" Lin Tian stared at the woman in red, without any emotion on his face. "You think I can't see the murderous intent in your eyes?" he said indifferently. The woman in red trembled, and her face suddenly became ferocious. "Human! Let me go! Let me go!" Lin Tian raised his hand, and the sword slashed straight down. PFFTT, the woman in red's head flew out diagonally, and blood spurted out, dyeing a large area of the ground red. Staring at the woman in red's broken body, Lin Tian shook his head and put away the 25 swords. The world of cultivators was like this, full of blood and slaughter. It was not that they liked to kill, but that they had to kill. After glancing around, Lin Tian turned around and walked out of the stone forest. Suddenly, he paused and looked up into the sky. There, a figure was quickly approaching, almost arriving in front of him in an instant. The figure was an old man in a gray robe. His face was full of wrinkles, but the aura he exuded was very strong. An airborne realm expert, Lin Tian frowned, paused for a moment, and continued to walk out. Clang, a sword light fell and slashed at his feet. Lin Tian's face darkened slightly. He tilted his head and looked in the air, only to see the old man in gray robe looking at him indifferently. "You're the kid named Lin Tian that the owner of 100 Refinements Workshop mentioned. I didn't expect to see you here." The old man in gray robe took out a portrait and looked at it, then threw it away. He looked down at Lin Tian Dao from the sky. "Before I suppress you, let me ask you a question. Young man, there was a 7-colored beam of light here before. What's going on?" Lin Tian glanced at the portrait that fell to the ground. It was exactly the same as him. His expression was slightly cold as he stared at the old man in gray robe and said, "Suppress me? Do I have a grudge against you? Didn't I make it clear? Suppressing you is just a deal with 100 Refinements Workshop. They need you." The old man in gray robe was a little impatient. He said, "Young man, answer my question. Was there a 7-colored beam of light in this place before? Was there a precious treasure that appeared? If I'm satisfied, I'll let you suffer less physical pain." Lin Tian's expression darkened. It was 100 Refinements Workshop again. He clenched his fists, and a strong killing intent rose from the bottom of his heart. One day, he would definitely destroy 100 Refinements Workshop. "Young man, I'm asking you a question. Answer me." The old man in gray robe shouted. Lin Tian raised his head with a mocking look on his face. "You want to suppress me, but you still want to get what you want from me. Do you think that's possible? Have you lived for so long in vain?" He would never be polite to his enemies. He would not be polite with his attacks, and he would not be polite with his words either. the old man in gray robe's face immediately turned cold. "What did you say? Are you deaf?" Lin Tian asked. The old man in gray robe flashed past and directly arrived in front of Lin Tian from the sky. "Young man who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth." His words were cold as the old man in gray robe slapped towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian sneered and greeted him with a punch. "Arrogant old fool." He did not hold back at all in this punch. He used his full strength. Bang! When the fist and palm collided, a muffled sound was heard. The old man in gray robe felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He staggered back until he was 70 feet away before he stabilized himself. The gray-robed elder was a little surprised, and his expression changed. He was actually sent flying by a Sea of Consciousness cultivator. "Young man, how did you cultivate your physique? Did you control some kind of shocking secret technique?" The gray-robed elder said coldly. Lin Tian's heart froze, but his expression did not change. "What does it have to do with you, old fart?" The gray-robed elder's face turned cold, and he directly pressed forward. The gray-robed elder looked very old, but when he moved, he was astonishingly powerful. Like a thunderbolt, he attacked quickly and fiercely, much more powerful than the palm at the beginning. Lin Tian swung his fist and directly met the attack. The two collided, and immediately a loud bang was heard. Lin Tian felt a slight numbness in his right hand. He took a step back and punched again. Now, his physique could be said to be extremely powerful. With all his strength, his fists were covered with a faint layer of true essence light, and they constantly collided with the gray-robed elder. Bang! 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 Fist and palm continuously collided, and the air buzzed. The gray-robed elder narrowed his eyes. Interesting indeed. You can barely compete with me in terms of physique." As he spoke, the gray-robed elder's hand gesture changed, and in an instant, a powerful true essence flowed out. "I will definitely ask what I want to know. If you don't speak, I will force you to speak." Buzz. Specks of light appeared on the gray-robed elder's hand, and when he clapped, it caused the space to distort. A sword appeared in Lin Tian's hand, and he directly slashed with the young incinerating fifth sword. "Old fart, don't even think about getting anything from me." The young incinerating fifth sword slashed down, and in an instant, flames filled the sky. At the same time, a light flashed between his eyebrows, and a white lotus sword rushed out and slashed directly at the gray-robed elder. The gray-robed elder was slightly moved. "Is this the thing that the owner of the 100 Refinements Workshop said can directly attack the Sea of Consciousness? The old farts of the 100 Refinements Workshop told you quite a lot of things." Lin Tian Ondao. The white lotus sword buzzed and directly slashed down. The gray-robed elder snorted coldly, dodging the white lotus sword and reaching for Lin Tian's head. Lin Tian rushed out, barely dodging the sharp claws that came from the sky. "Not bad." The gray-robed old man's eyes were ice cold. As he spoke, the gray-robed old man stretched out his hand. His 5 fingers were like sharp blades, emitting a rich true yuan light. In an instant, the image of a majestic giant eagle appeared. Its eyes were sharp, and its claws were sharp. It tore at Lin Tian's throat. Lin Tian felt a chill run down his spine. His sword vibrated as he unleashed the fifth sword of the incinerating sun boom. Blinding flames interweaved and filled the sky, forming a sea of fire that pressed down on the gray-robed old man. Unfortunately, the gray-robed old man was very powerful. He tore through everything with a single claw. Lin Tian secretly thought that the gray-robed old man was very strong. He was much stronger than the centipede demon at his peak. His cultivation was at the 3rd heaven of the imperial sky realm, comparable to the masters of the 4 major sections. Facing the attack of the gray-robed old man, he met the attack with all his strength. He activated the 9 forms of the incinerating sun to the limit of his current control. At the same time, the white lotus sword slashed at the gray-robed old man. However, the gray-robed old man's speed was too fast. The white lotus sword could hardly graze him, or even get close to him. "I can't go on like this." Lin Tian tightened his grip on the long sword and withdrew the white lotus sword. Using the white lotus sword like this would not only not injure the gray-robed old man, but would also constantly consume his divine sense. The gray-robed old man pressed forward, indifferently saying, "Young man, there is no need to struggle. Struggling is useless. It will only cause you more pain and helplessness. Tell me honestly what happened here, and then tell me the body refining techniques and movement techniques you cultivate. I promise not to harm a single hair on your body. I will hand you over to the 100 Refinements Workshop unscathed." Lin Tian laughed with ridicule and said, "Old fellow, have you lost your mind? Can I live if you hand me over to the 100 Refinements Workshop? I'm going to die anyway, so what's the use of not harming a single hair on my body? Tell me." As he said this, his hands did not slow down. His sword trembled and swept out a flaming sword beam that filled the sky towards the gray-robed old man. The gray-robed old man's face darkened. "You don't have to suffer physical pain. I'm going to die anyway, so what if I suffer physical pain?" Lin Tian shook his head and said, "Old man, you're putting the cart before the horse. This condition is not tempting at all. You can say that if I tell you what happened here and teach you the body refining techniques and movement techniques, you will help me destroy the 100 Refinements Workshop and kill everyone in it. Only then will I be tempted." As he spoke, Lin Tian revealed a hint of mockery and said, "However, do you have the ability to do so?" The gray-robed old man's eyes turned cold. "You have a sharp tongue." Buzz. The gray-robed old man waved his right hand. Immediately, silver runes flashed and descended from the sky, enveloping Lin Tian. Lin Tian's body trembled. This was soul power. The next moment, he revealed a shocked expression again. After the silver runes descended, they actually turned into an iron chain of light that covered the surroundings, completely imprisoning his body, making it difficult for him to move. "You're an array controller?" His expression changed slightly. Engraving runes in the void, this was at least a rank 6 array controller. "You have some eyesight." The gray-robed old man coldly snorted and said, "This seat has specialized in array control techniques for more than 200 years. 3 years ago, I reached the rank 6 level. Although this confinement pattern is not too precious among the rank 6 array patterns, it is your honor to be seen by a mere sea of consciousness realm cultivator like you." As he spoke, the old man walked towards Lin Tian, clearly treating Lin Tian as a piece of meat. "Do you really think I'm a lamb waiting to be slaughtered?" Seeing the gray-robed old man casually walking towards him, Lin Tian snorted. As soon as he finished speaking, his entire body lit up with a resplendent silver light. The Divine One Soul art began to circulate madly. Vigorous soul power gushed out endlessly. In an instant, it turned into a number of sharp soul blades that slashed around his body. The runes that had been imprisoned outside his body were cut into pieces. The gray-robed old man's expression changed. "You can actually break free from rank 6 array runes." Looking at Lin Tian again, the gray-robed old man was shocked again. "You're also an array controller. And, you're at rank 4. The gray-robed old man was extremely shocked that Lin Tian could break free from his rank 6 confinement runes. And when he discovered that Lin Tian had rank 4 array controller ability, the gray-robed old man was even more shocked. "You look only 17 years old. How can you have such a strong array controller ability?" Reaching rank 4 array controller level at 17 years old and being able to break free from rank 6 array runes, this made the gray-robed old man's heart palpitate. Throughout history, such a thing had never happened before. "Because I have a great master who has reached the peak," Lin Tian purposely said. The gray-robed old man trembled fiercely. "You mean, your master is a legendary peak array controller? Pinnacle array manipulation master, that is, an array manipulation master who has reached the 9th stage. This level of array manipulation master is terrifyingly powerful, almost to the point of being demonic. With a raise of their hand, they can destroy a huge sect." Lin Tianlong snorted, not commenting. If he could use a powerful array controller master to intimidate the gray-robed old man, he would naturally be happy to do so. The gray-robed old man seemed to be certain that Lin Tian had a peak array controller master. Staring at Lin Tian, his eyes flickered again and again, full of fear. He muttered to himself, no wonder you have such a shocking array controller level at such a young age. You actually have a peak array controller master as your master. That is a figure that only exists in legends." The gray-robed old man's eyes kept changing. and gradually, there was a hint of madness in them. It is said that a peak array controller master can control many rare and legendary array runes from ancient times, and even forbidden array runes. I think your master must have passed them down to you. As he spoke, the gray-robed old man approached Lin Tian step by step. I am so lucky. After capturing you, those array runes will belong to me. After a few days, my array controller skills can reach a higher level. Boom, a thunderous aura surged up, causing the ground to shake. At this moment, the gray-robed old man fully displayed his strength, becoming more terrifying than a ferocious beast. Lin Tian's expression changed, and he cursed under his breath. Originally, he wanted to fabricate a peak array controller master to intimidate and threaten the gray-robed old man, but he did not expect the gray-robed old man to turn around and capture him to copy array runes. Staring at the gray-robed old man, he shouted, "Old thing, aren't you afraid that my master will kill you when he finds out? You are courting death." The gray-robed old man stopped in his tracks, obviously still having an instinctive fear. After all, a pinnacle array manipulator was the source of destruction. The gray-robed old man clenched his fists, and the expression in his eyes kept changing. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something, and he suddenly trembled. Wait. Pinnacle array manipulators were all at the top of the heaven domains. How could you possibly meet a pinnacle array manipulator in this world? At the same time, there is a problem with the space-time door in this heavens. It seems that only cultivators of the immortal ascension realm and above can cross the space-time door to enter the upper heavens. In other words, it is impossible for you to have entered the upper heavens. If that is the case, how could you have a peak array controller master? Lin Tianwei was shocked, and he cursed in his heart, why is this old man's thinking so meticulous? Staring at Lin Tian, the gray-robed old man's eyes became extremely excited. Could it be that you have obtained the inheritance of a peak array controller master from ancient times in this heavens? Seeing Lin Tianwei's expression change, the gray-robed old man was even more certain of his guess. It should be so. It must be so. Staring at Lin Tian again, the gray-robed old man laughed crazily. The heavens have treated me well. As he spoke, an even more terrifying aura flowed out of the gray-robed old man's body, causing Lin Tian's expression to change again. This power had already reached the peak of the third heavenly layer of the Zephyr realm. Cursing in his heart, Lin Tian stepped on the yin-yang qi and turned to leave. This gray-robed old man was too strong. Coupled with the fact that he was a 6th-tier array controller, it was not something he could fight against now. Whoosh! His speed was very fast. Under the full power of the yin-yang qi, he directly turned into a ray of light and fled into the distance. You can't leave. The gray-robed old man stretched his body and directly chased after him. Lin Tianyi shouted as he fled, "Old man, I have a master in the Burning Sun sect who is at least at the peak of the airborne realm. If he knows that you have attacked me, he will definitely kill you." This gray-robed old man was indeed a bit terrifying, several times stronger than the owner of the 100 Refinements workshop. After his master was seen through, he could only threaten him with an old drunkard. This old man is the president of the Array Controller Guild of dozens of countries. Why would I be afraid of your master? The gray-robed old man snorted coldly and said, "Before this old man came here to capture you, I already knew of your master's existence, so don't think about threatening me with this. Obediently surrender and hand over all your array controlling techniques, and this old man will let you go." Lin Tian brought up an old drunkard to try to threaten the gray-robed old man. Secondly, he wanted to know how powerful the gray-robed old man was. Now that he heard the other party's words, he felt even more uneasy. This gray-robed old man's identity was so extraordinary. He was actually the president of the Association of Array Manipulators of dozens of countries. Damn the 100 Refinements workshop. Lin Tian gritted his teeth. He really didn't expect that the 100 Refinements workshop would actually invite such a person to deal with him. He thought about it. It should be that the other experts of the 100 Refinements workshop were being monitored and restrained by the Burning Sun sect, so they wanted to invite an external force. At this time, he did not hesitate and quickly fled into the distance. A cultivator at the peak of the third firmament of the Zephyr realm and a 6th-level array manipulator. This combination of strength was comparable to a cultivator at the 5th firmament of the Zephyr realm. Whoosh, the sound of air breaking rang out. The yin-yang puppet could be said to be a supreme movement technique. In an instant, it allowed him to flash dozens of feet away. Such speed shocked even the gray-robed old man who was in the Zephyr realm. Then, the gray-robed old man's eyes flashed with an even more shocking light. Hand over your physique tempering technique, movement technique, and formation control patterns, and I will let you go. I will not hand you over to the 100 Refinements workshop, and I will not make things difficult for you again. How about it? I'm afraid that after I hand these things over to you, you will directly kill me. Lin Tianlong smiled. He was not stupid. How could he believe the gray-robed old man's words? The gray-robed old man's face turned cold. You don't know what's good for you. The gray-robed old man's figure looked a little stooped, and his face was full of wrinkles, but at this moment, he was so powerful that it made one's heart palpitate. He leaped into the sky and waved his palm. A huge palm print instantly fell down. Boom! Lin Tian felt a chill on his back and quickly dodged to the side. The palm print instantly fell to the ground, making a loud sound. Large cracks spread out in all directions, and the ground was completely split open. Zephyr Realm cultivators are really freaks. Lin Tian cursed secretly. Without any hesitation, he used the yin and yang liang to the limit. He transformed into a stream of light and quickly fled into the distance. He remembered that Elder Tu Bei should be guarding the gap in the Demon Burial Valley. As long as he could reach there, he would be fine. I advise you not to run towards the entrance. After the 100 Refinements workshop received a voice transmission from their disciples and learned of some news, they have already asked people to block the path leading to the entrance. If you rush there, you will definitely die. The gray-robed old man snorted. Lin Tian's heart froze, and he suddenly recalled the scene of Guo Xiaoming using the sound transmission talisman. Come to think of it, the transmission that the gray-robed old man had received from his disciple must have been from that time. Damn it. Thinking of this, Lin Tian couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. However, even though he was annoyed, his footsteps did not slow down at all. Instead, he quickened his pace. Stop, you can't escape from this old man's palm. The gray-robed old man said. Lin Tianyi clenched his fist and said coldly, is that so? I'll show you how to escape today. Impudent junior. The gray-robed old man's face darkened. As he said that, he slapped out another palm at Lin Tian. Boom, the palm print hit the void, causing the space to distort. A violent airflow was generated, almost flipping Lin Tian over. Lin Tian quickly flashed and quickly thought in his heart. It seemed that he couldn't go to the entrance. Clang, the sound of the sword was ear-piercing, and a sword light swept past. Lin Tian was so shocked that all the hair on his body stood on end. Lin Tian stepped on the yin and yang row and flashed. Although his speed was extremely fast, he was still grazed by the sword wind. Immediately, he was shaken to the point that blood flowed out of his mouth. He tilted his head to look at the gray-robed old man and saw that a gorgeous supreme sword had appeared in the old man's hand. Old man. This chapter does not end, please turn the page, of. Lin Tian cursed in his heart. He was already an airborne realm expert. Coupled with a supreme treasure that could increase his combat strength by about 70%, it was simply asking for his life. Silver light flashed, and patterns appeared in the void, shining brightly. Space-breaking pattern. The gray-robed old man said coldly. Lin Tian felt a chill run down his spine. He felt that the space in front of him was temporarily isolated, and it was difficult to break through. This made him secretly shocked. A 6th grade array manipulator was able to carve all kinds of mysterious patterns in the void. It had a strange power, and it was indeed terrifying. He gritted his teeth and madly channeled the Divine One Soul Art. Thick spiritual power gushed out, and he threw a punch forward. Ka! With a crisp sound, the space-breaking pattern was directly shattered by him. After that, he didn't hesitate and quickly fled. The gray-robed old man was even more shocked. Legend has it that there was a supreme soul art in the array manipulation technique of ancient times. It contained the way of breaking patterns. Could it be that he has cultivated that kind of soul art? Thinking of this, the gray-robed old man's eyes suddenly became brighter. Rays of greed flashed quickly, and he couldn't hide it at all. Good, good, good. The heavens are treating me well. As he spoke, the gray-robed old man became even faster. Clang, another sword light slashed straight at Lin Tian. Lin Tian's speed was fast, but when facing an airborne realm expert, it was difficult for him to block. Bang! He dodged the sword light, but he was brushed by the sword aura and was immediately sent flying 10 feet away. Blood flowed from the corner of Lin Tian's mouth. He felt as if his internal organs had shifted positions. At this time, the gray-robed old man had already stepped over again. Young man, hand over all your array manipulation techniques, and this old man will let you live. The gray-robed old man said in a deep voice. Hand over your mother. Lin Tian cursed and turned to leave. The gray-robed old man's expression became colder. He raised his hand and swung his sword. The terrifying sword light was horrifying. Lin Tian felt a chill down his spine and didn't dare to look back. Whoosh, he was extremely fast, and he was dozens of feet away in one leap. However, compared to him, the gray-robed old man's speed was faster. Bang! Once again, Lin Tian was swept away, and he felt as if several of his ribs were broken. However, he didn't dare to stay in the slightest. He endured the pain and fled again. In the next 15 minutes, he was chased by the gray-robed old man all the way. He was injured again and again, and blood kept flowing from his mouth. During the process, he tried several times to activate the mysterious iron sword in his sea of consciousness, but it didn't work at all. The mysterious iron sword was at the bottom of his sea of consciousness, and it didn't move at all. Damn it! Lin Tian cursed in his heart and sped up. Young man, give up. You can't escape. Why force yourself to suffer? Tell this old man everything, and I'll give you a quick death. The gray-robed old man said. Lin Tian's face was slightly pale, and he quickly fled into the distance. Old man, don't push me. He gritted his teeth and said. This gray-robed old man was too terrifying. He was at the peak of the 3rd level of the Sea of Consciousness, a 6th-level array manipulator, and a treasure sword. The combination of these 3 powers made him a monster. This old man is giving you a chance. The gray-robed old man said. The gray-robed old man stretched out his big hand. His 5 fingers were like heavenly hooks, and the air was buzzing. He grabbed at Lin Tian's throat. Lin Tian dodged sideways. Although he avoided the attack, he felt intense pain all over his body. Old man, you forced me to do this. He said coldly. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he directly changed direction and rushed to another place. You're on your deathbed. Where can you escape to? The gray-robed old man said coldly. With a clang, another sword light swept past. It brushed past Lin Tian's head and cut off a large chunk of Lin Tianyi's black hair. Lin Tianji felt a chill down his spine. He forced the yin-yang qi to speed up a little. You can still speed up? You really have an amazing body technique. The gray-robed old man's eyes were shining. At that moment, the gray-robed old man became more excited. Today, he might get a huge treasure. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sound of air braking was heard. 2 figures quickly rushed to the distance. Lin Tian's mouth was bleeding. His clothes were torn by the gray-robed old man's sword qi. From time to time, he took out Baodan from the stone ring to heal his injured body. He got this Baodan from the big tomb in Sunset Mountain, and it had amazing effects. Soon, the sky darkened. Then, it became bright again. Lin Tian fled frantically. In the blink of an eye, a day and a night had passed. During this period of time, he had been fleeing without rest, causing the gray-robed old man to be shocked again and again. A cultivator at the 6th celestial layer of the Sea of Consciousness was actually able to hold on for so long in the hands of him, a 3rd celestial layer of the Zephyr layer and a 6th-tier array master. This could be considered heaven-defying. On this day, the air in front of them became more turbid, and the ground was more humid. Junior, you're almost at your limit. The gray-robed old man said coldly. Lin Tian gritted his teeth. Indeed, after a day and night of flying, although he kept recovering with the Baodan, his true essence was on the verge of exhaustion. However, at this time, he clenched his fist. Not far away, a canyon appeared in his field of vision. He saw the 3-inch stone tablet outside the canyon at a glance. Staring at the 3-inch stone tablet and recalling the scenes he saw that day, he instinctively felt a sense of fear. However, when he glanced at the gray-robed old man chasing behind him, his eyes suddenly flashed with a cold light. Whoosh! He gritted his teeth and sped up again. Almost in an instant, he came to the edge of the canyon, 3 feet away from the stone tablet. At this time, he stopped. Why, not running anymore? Or has your true essence been exhausted and you can't run anymore? The gray-robed old man said. Staring at Lin Tian, the gray-robed old man's face was indifferent and calm. Old man, I'll say it again, don't force me. Lin Tian said coldly. The gray-robed old man smiled indifferently. You're about to die and you're still saying this. Force you? So what if I force you? I'll give you one last chance. Hand over all the formation pattern treasured arts and save me the trouble of torturing you. That will make you wish you were dead. As long as you tell me the truth, I can guarantee you a quick and painless death. Having said that, the gray-robed old man walked towards Lin Tian. Old man. Lin Tian gritted his teeth. A cold light flashed across his eyes. He channeled the last bit of energy in his body and slashed at the 3-inch tall stone tablet. The sword radiance was extremely fast. In an instant, it hit the stone tablet and broke it. What are you doing? The gray-robed old man was puzzled. However, in the next moment, the gray-robed old man trembled and his eyes were filled with fear. Boom! The ground shook and the void distorted. The clouds in the sky dispersed. In an instant, a shocking demonic force rushed out from the broken stone tablet, causing the entire demon burial valley to shake. End of chapter. The monstrous demonic aura surged into the sky and covered the entire sky. The demon burial valley, which was already dark, was now pitch black. The gray demonic aura was like a leaden cloud that pressed down on the sky. Boom! At that moment, the entire demon burial valley was shaking and large cracks were spreading out. Lin Tian's heart palpitated and a chill ran down his spine. Is this the opening of hell? Damn it, what have you done? The old man in gray robes was furious. The strength of the gray-robed old man was very strong, but now, when facing such an aura, he could only tremble in fear. Not only that, this violent demonic might seem to have sealed the space around him. He couldn't move at all. At that moment, the entire demon burial valley was in an uproar again. It's trembling again. What on earth happened? This time, it's in the deepest part of the demon burial valley. Demonic aura? What a terrifying demonic aura. Color. The sky has changed color. Is a peerless demon born? Everyone in the demon burial valley was terrified. Everyone trembled when they sensed the monstrous demonic aura coming from the deepest part of the demon burial valley. At the same time, Jiyu's expression changed drastically in another part of the demon burial valley. It's that place. Jiyu stared at the deepest part of the demon burial valley in shock. She had been there with Lin Tian not long ago and felt the terror of that place. Now, the monstrous demonic aura was coming from that place. Jiyu's face turned paler. Lin Tian, where have you been? A day ago, she couldn't help but go to the stone forest to look for Lin Tian. However, other than the broken ground and the corpses of demonic beasts, Lin Tian was nowhere to be found. In the deepest part of the demon burial valley, Lin Tian and the old man in gray robes were at the center of the terrifying demonic aura. They couldn't stop trembling. Damn it! The old man in gray robes was furious, but his face was extremely pale. Rumble. The ground was shaking and the space was distorting. The gray demonic aura kept rising from the ground. In an instant, the space seemed to be filled with the roars of demonic beasts. Too much time has passed. Suddenly, a cold voice rose from the ground. With a boom, the space actually produced a muffled sound. Not far away, Lin Tian trembled. He felt as if a heavy hammer had struck his chest, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, the gray-robed elder wasn't any better. He was knocked to the ground by the sound and was in a sorry state. Both of them trembled as they stared ahead in shock. Over there, at the place where the stone tablet had shattered, a gray demonic chi rushed out, and 4 figures appeared. All of them had cold expressions, especially those 4 pairs of eyes. They were as deep as the starry sky, as if they wanted to devour everything. Lin Tianyi trembled and couldn't help but back away. Staring ahead, the illusions from not long ago appeared once again. He stared at the four figures, and behind them, there seemed to be numerous fearsome demonic beasts. He also saw the ground stained with blood, and the ground was littered with broken corpses. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva. For the first time, he felt a sense of trepidation. You are, the gray-robed elder was terrified. The four figures stood in the void and looked down with their deep eyes. Humans. One of the figures raised his right hand, and spots of demonic light gathered. A terrifying fluctuation immediately spread out. The gray-robed elder's face changed. What are you doing? I am the president of the Array Manipulator Guild of the dozens of big countries. Don't mess around. In the void, the person who raised his hand looked at the gray-robed elder. There was no emotion in his deep eyes, and they were cold and numb. Poof. A demonic light fell and drowned the gray-robed elder. Not far away, Lin Tianyi saw a mist of blood disperse. Then, the gray-robed elder's figure disappeared completely. This made his heart tremble. The four figures were like the reincarnation of a demonic king. In the void, the four figures were extremely muscular, and their faces were cold. The four of them scanned the demon burial valley and the space-time portal in the depths of the valley. After a long while, one of them lowered his head and looked at Lin Tian coldly. Lin Tian trembled. Just by looking at the four of them, he felt like he was going to suffocate to death. Seniors, I was the one who broke the stone tablet and released all of you. He braced himself and said. The four figures were obviously suppressed by the stone tablet. He said this in hopes that the four of them would forgive him. In the void, the four of them were expressionless and they were still cold. It was still the same person from before who raised his hand, and a terrifying demonic light instantly converged. Lin Tianyi trembled and his face changed. Staring at the demonic light, he felt his body turn cold and his heart almost jumped out of his chest. He wanted to escape, but he couldn't move his body. The space around him seemed to have been frozen. There was no chance for him to escape. How dare you bite the hand that feeds you? For ungrateful old bastards. He cursed. In the void, the four figures still looked cold. Finally, the demonic light fell. Swish, the space was distorted and the demonic light was close to them in an instant. Lin Tian's face was pale, and he looked desperate. Not to mention that his genuine core strength had been exhausted. Even if he were at his peak, even if he were 10 times or 100 times stronger, he would not have the slightest confidence to block these four people. These four figures were conservatively estimated to be existences above the celestial reaching realm. Facing these four people, he would definitely die. Damn it. He gritted his teeth and his heart was full of resentment. Suddenly, the space in front of him was distorted. A faint light screen appeared and bounced the demonic light away. Lin Tianyi was shocked. He stared at the light screen in front of him in shock and confusion. At this moment, a familiar aura came from the sky, causing him to raise his head to look. Instantly, he was overjoyed. Old man. A middle-aged man in white slowly descended from the sky. He had a wine gourd on his waist and his shawl was dancing in the wind. It was an old drunkard. An old drunkard came to Lin Tian's side and put his right hand on Lin Tian's shoulder. A layer of faint light gushed out of his right hand and entered Lin Tian's body. Lin Tian trembled slightly as he felt an incomparably mysterious power appear within his body. This was a power that he had never come into contact with before. Although it was only a trace, it was like a spark in the darkness, instantly illuminating the surroundings. His heavily injured body was instantly healed, and his depleted Jin Yuan was reborn, surging and surging. In an instant, he felt that he had become stronger. That made his heart palpitate. Just then, a cold voice came from the sky. Who's there? The four figures looked down at an old drunkard. One of them raised his hand and slashed down a demonic light. Be careful. Lin Tian shouted. An old drunkard had his back to the four of them. He raised his left hand and waved it. With a swoosh, the demonic light shattered. Seeing this, Lin Tian's pupils constricted. His face was full of disbelief. He could clearly feel the terror of the four figures in the sky. They were invincible in this realm. But now, an old drunkard shattered the attack of one of them so easily. An old drunkard patted Lin Tian's shoulder and said with a smile, "Kid, you released something incredible." Lin Tianyi was stunned. He could clearly feel that an old drunkard was different from usual. "Old man, he felt that an old drunkard was like a different person. Although he was smiling, it was different from usual. He didn't have the casual and frivolous attitude of before. At this moment, he actually saw sorrow and killing intent in an old drunkard's eyes. "Human." A cold voice sounded. In the sky, the figure whose demonic light was shattered by an old drunkard spoke. His eyes were cold. Next to this person, the other three people stared at an old drunkard. Their eyes flashed with gray mist. "This human is a little strange. I think I've seen him before. I do have this feeling." The three people's eyes were still cold. An old drunkard patted Lin Tian's shoulder and turned to look at the four people. "It's been a long time." Staring at an old drunkard, the four people frowned slightly. "You've forgotten? Many years ago, a human woman died here." An old drunkard said. "Many years ago, a human woman." The four figures seemed to remember something. One of them said, "I remember. More than 100 years ago, a human man and woman passed by here. The woman's body was a little special. With her blood essence and soul, we might be able to break through the seal of the stone tablet. The four of us worked together and consumed the woman's blood essence. Unfortunately, we couldn't obtain her soul." "How do you know this?" Staring at an old drunkard, the four people's eyes were cold. An old drunkard said, "Because the person who accompanied the woman at that time was me." "It was you? Your temperament has changed, but, that's right, the aura of the origin is the same. It's indeed that human from that time." The four people said. Behind an old drunkard, Lin Tian's expression suddenly changed. He had heard from the Grand Elder of the Burning Sun sect that an old drunkard's woman, Xianxia, had unfortunately died during the Four Gates trial. At this moment, listening to the conversation between an old drunkard and the four figures, he was shocked. An old drunkard's beloved woman had died here, at the hands of four demonic figures. Looking at an old drunkard in front of him, he finally understood why he saw sorrow and killing intent in an old drunkard's eyes. "After dragging it out for more than 100 years, I originally wanted to wait a little longer. However, since this disciple has released you, perhaps this is the will of the heavens." An old drunkard looked at the gloomy sky with a faint sadness in his eyes. "It's time for revenge." In the void, the four people stared at an old drunkard with cold expressions. "Revenge?" Among the four people, the one whose demonic light had been shattered by an old drunkard spoke. "Human, don't think that you're very strong just because you blocked a casual attack from this king. The current you is still as weak as an ant." With that, with a boom, an earth-shaking demonic aura rushed out from this person's body, directly shattering the void. Staring at this scene, Lin Tian's expression changed drastically, and he couldn't stop trembling. The solid space couldn't withstand the aura emitted by this person and directly collapsed. What kind of power was this? "Kid." A familiar voice came from the front, and in an instant, Lin Tian calmed down a lot. With his back to Lin Tian, an old drunkard opened his mouth and said, "You asked me before why you could feel my spiritual ether fluctuation in the Imperial City, but couldn't feel it at all after coming to the Burning Sun sect. Now, watch carefully, and I'll show you. Next, whether it's your doubts or the cultivation after the airborne realm, I'll tell you in detail bit by bit." Boom, in an instant, a terrifying aura rushed out from an old drunkard's body, immediately shaking the space. Lin Tian's heart trembled. This was definitely not an aura that could be possessed by someone in the airborne realm. Moreover, there was no spiritual ether in this kind of power fluctuation at all. The first four realms of cultivation are the refinement realm, the divine pulse realm, the sea of consciousness, and the airborne realm. Among them, the refinement realm refines the flesh and bones, the divine pulse realm builds the divine pulse, the sea of consciousness refines the consciousness, and the airborne realm refines the spiritual ether. An old drunkard's body emitted streaks of blazing light, and said, "When the spiritual ether is refined to a certain extent and reaches the peak of the airborne realm, there will be a qualitative change. At that time, the spiritual ether you speak of will no longer exist, and it will be transformed into another kind of power. We call this power divine power. At that time, the divine power in the body will flow, and the cultivator will be able to step into the true threshold of cultivation, the immortal realm. Lin Tianyi was shocked. Divine power? It was the first time he had heard of spiritual ether transforming into divine power. After a pause, he looked at the old drunkard and said, "You're saying that when we were in the imperial city, you were in the airborne realm, and I could sense the fluctuation of your spiritual ether. Later, when we returned to the burning sun sect, you had already reached the celestial reaching realm, and what was flowing in your body was divine power, not spiritual ether, so I couldn't sense it." Staring at the blazing light outside the old drunkard's body, Lin Tian's heart palpitated. This is divine power? You really reached the immortal realm? The connecting immortal realm, that was a level beyond all the people in this heaven region. The immortal realm, ants. One of the four said coldly. Hearing this, Lin Tian suddenly trembled. To be able to say such words, these four people had obviously already left the immortal realm. Don't be distracted, listen quietly. An old drunkard's voice came from the front, startling Lin Tianyi. He immediately clenched his fists, took a deep breath, and calmed down a little. In front of him, an old drunkard nodded and continued, "The cultivation of the immortal realm is divided into 2 points. First, condense divine power and make it purer. Second, absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth and use divine power to reshape the body. When the divine power has been condensed to completion, when the body has been reborn 9 times, that is the end of the immortal realm. You can enter the 6th realm, the great virtue realm." As soon as he finished speaking, a mysterious Tao diagram condensed and appeared above an old drunkard's head. In an instant, an old drunkard's aura soared, as if it had reached another level in an instant. This is? Seeing this Tao diagram, the 4 demonic shadows in the void changed color for the first time. Reading on a mobile phone, the Tao diagram circled above an old drunkard's head, interweaving with endless mysterious patterns. Lin Tianyi stared at it over and over again, but he couldn't see through it at all. Moreover, this scene shocked him. Was this a martial technique? This feeling was just like when the violet elves killed Moe in the dark forest. It was just as shocking. In the void, the expressions of the 4 demon shadows completely changed. This diagram can't be wrong. It's too similar. This diagram. He's now in the Great Path realm. For symbol seal, the 4 of them stared at an old drunkard. They no longer had the calmness and indifference from before. They shouted, "Human, who are you? How can you know a sealing technique that only ancient celestial lords can control?" Not far away, Lin Tian's expression immediately changed. Great Path realm? Ancient celestial lords? Staring at an old drunkard in front of him, Lin Tian's face was full of disbelief. An old drunkard was now in the Great Path realm? How was that possible? How long had it been from the imperial city to the burning sun sect? No matter how amazing an old drunkard's talent was, it was impossible for him to go from the airborne realm to the Great Path realm in such a short time. In between, there was still the immortal ascension realm. Although his back was facing Lin Tian, an old drunkard seemed to know what Lin Tian was thinking. He said, "When I entered the immortal ascension realm, I used the 4 symbol seal to suppress my body and recultivated from the refinement realm. The airborne realm you saw in the imperial city was the 3rd time I recultivated." As he spoke, an old drunkard didn't give Lin Tian a chance to think. He continued, "When you advance to the immortal ascension realm, be careful of the heavenly tribulation. The transformation of spiritual essence and divine power will cause some great paths to descend with killing lightning. In addition, after reaching the immortal ascension realm, you will no longer be in contact with martial techniques. It will be magical powers, just like this 4 symbol seal." Lin Tian was stunned. Wait. You recultivated heavenly tribulation, divine ability. Staring at an old drunkard in front of him, Lin Tian felt that he didn't recognize this man anymore. Just listen to a little. There is no need to know too much. When the time comes, you will naturally understand. An old drunkard said. An old drunkard's body then shone even brighter than before. Next, let's talk about the Great Tao realm. After reaching this realm, one will focus on comprehending the Tao. This is because there are endless great Taos in the world. At this stage, cultivators will comprehend the great Tao, and temper them. This stage of cultivation is more abstract and difficult to describe. When the time comes, you will be able to understand it yourself. An old drunkard said. Buzz. Balls of divine light rushed out of the old drunkard's body, forming the second and third Tao diagrams above his head. As the second and third Tao diagrams appeared, an old drunkard's aura skyrocketed once more. In the distance, the four figures' expressions changed again. There's more? Damn it, it actually has 3 seals. Enlightenment realm. The four people's expressions darkened completely. At this moment, the divine light on an old drunkard's body had reached its peak, and the 3 Tao diagrams appeared. An old drunkard had completely changed into a different person. It was not his appearance that had changed, but his temperament had changed. At this moment, Lin Tianji felt that the originally frivolous man in front of him seemed to have turned into an indomitable man, like a monument. An old drunkard looked at the sky. The second level of enlightenment. This is my limit now. Lin Tianji trembled violently, and his eyes were completely filled with shock. The second level of enlightenment? He was tongue-tied, unable to calm down. After the Zephyr realm, there was the connecting immortal, great Tao, enlightenment, nirvana, and chaos. An old drunkard had actually reached the enlightenment realm. Gradually, he could not help but smile bitterly. Was this the peerless talent who had swept away all the geniuses of the 4 major sects? In those years, everyone thought that the man was decadent, but he had silently reached such a height. Enlightenment. Lin Tianji clenched his fists, and suddenly felt extremely proud that his master was so strong. Staring at an old drunkard, the 3 Tao diagrams hovered above his head, so mysterious that it was almost dreamy, and made him yearn for it. Do you want to learn? An old drunkard said with his back facing him. Lin Tianji nodded. Yes. An old drunkard smiled, and a divine light flew out, directly entering between Lin Tianji's brows. In an instant, Lin Tianji felt that there were many more things in his mind. All kinds of mysterious runes danced, and all kinds of traces of great Tao intertwined. Divine power, for symbol seal, can seal all things in the world. He could not help but say to himself. With just a glance at his sea of consciousness, he was deeply attracted by this 4-symbol seal, and could not help but tremble. This was a divine power. Compared to martial arts, the difference was like heaven and earth. A cold snort sounded. In the void, one of the 4 demon shadows spoke, staring coldly at an old drunkard. Human, although I don't know how you obtained this sealing technique, do you think that the supreme secret technique created by the ancient celestial lords can be successfully cultivated by just anyone? Giving it to ordinary people is just a futile effort. If I can cultivate it, so can my disciple. An old drunkard seemed to be calm. With a crack, the 3 Tao diagrams above an old drunkard's head shattered, turning into starlight that entered an old drunkard's body. Lin Tianji felt that an old drunkard's aura had completely stabilized, and it was as strong as a rainbow. So strong. He could not help but clench his fists. In front, an old drunkard moved, slowly rising into the air, and came to the same height as the 4 demon shadows. Next, it's time to make a move. An old drunkard said. Staring at the 4 figures in front of him, an old drunkard, who had always been casual, had a faint look of vicissitudes on his face. A cold snort sounded, and the eyes of the 4 figures became cold again. Human, you are indeed very strong, but with this little strength, do you really think you can defeat us? One of them said. Boom. 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 4 gigantic beams of demonic light soared into the sky. Violent auras spread out, shattering the void. Lin Tianji suddenly trembled, and could not help but take a few steps back. This aura did not seem to be weaker than an old drunkard at all. Back then, each of us had reached the end of the enlightenment state. The 4 demon shadows said coldly. An old drunkard's shoulder-length hair was swept up by the strong wind, but an old drunkard's expression was very calm. You also said that that was back then. Staring at the 4 of them, an old drunkard distorted the space around him. Back then, the demon race and a few other inheritances fought in this layer of heaven for a treasure of a certain sect, and all living things were destroyed. Unexpectedly, a man who was comparable to an ancient heavenly venerate living in seclusion in this layer of heaven appeared. The other inheritances retreated out of fear, but the demon race refused to leave because you thought that a demon emperor was still alive, and in the end, you were sealed until today. Back then, that man did not kill you out of kindness, but he sealed you until today. Do you still have the strength of the past? The four demon shadows suddenly changed their expressions. You are not from that era, how do you know what happened back then? One of them said coldly. An old drunkard said, what happened back then was recorded in the ancient books of the upper layer of heaven very clearly, and everyone in the world knows about it. Do you think that those who retreated back then would just forget about it? There will always be people who will record it down and let future generations know about it. Also, being able to mock the demon race a little is not a bad thing for the opposing inheritances. Hearing this, the four demon shadows were furious. That damned man. If our demon emperor were here in person, how could he be so arrogant? Damn it! The four of them roared. The defeat of the ancient era was actually recorded in the ancient books. This was undoubtedly a very shameful thing. In the distance, Lin Tian was shocked. What did he hear? Old man, you went to the upper layer of heaven? Lin Tian stared. I told you before, the upper layer of heaven is not as good as this layer of heaven, the battles there are even more brutal. An old drunkard said. An old drunkard did not directly answer Lin Tian's question, but his meaning was obvious. He had indeed been there. At this time, Lin Tian also remembered that an old drunkard had indeed said such things to him in the Burning Sun sect. At that time, he curled his lips and thought that an old drunkard was just saying it casually. He did not expect that an old drunkard had really been to the upper layer of heaven. He thought about it and was even more convinced. After all, an old drunkard had already reached the enlightenment realm. An old drunkard stared at the four of them and said, according to the titles of the demon race in the upper layer of heaven, the airborne realm is a great demon, the immortal ascension realm is a demon king, the virtue realm is a demon venerable, the enlightenment realm is a demon god, the nirvana realm is a demon saint, and the chaos realm is a demon emperor. The four of you are all demon gods. Although your status in the entire demon race is not very high, it is not bad either. Staring at the four of them, an old drunkard stepped forward step by step. At this moment, rays of divine light intertwined around an old drunkard's body, supporting him as the Ruotian king. Human, don't be insolent. As you said, the four of us are indeed not at our peak state, but now, we have the combat strength of the third tier of enlightenment realm, and there are four of us. Ordinary cultivators of the fourth tier of enlightenment realm can only die if they come here. Now, you want to contend with the four of us by yourself, with a cultivation base of the second tier of enlightenment realm? You dare to appear in front of us with such a cultivation base, you are just courting death. Stupid. The eyes of the four people were cold. In the distance, Lin Tian's expression suddenly changed. After being sealed for so long, these four people could still be so powerful. That's why I said that I originally wanted to delay for a while before killing you all. An old drunkard's face had a faint vicissitude, but his pace did not change at all. It's just that, who asked the lovely disciple to release you all? Even if it wasn't for Xianxia, I still had to come. After all, I can't let the disciple die in front of the master. This is also the master's duty. Lin Tianyi trembled and couldn't help but clench his fists. However, an old drunkard looked at the four people and said indifferently, don't be too self-righteous. Being called geniuses and monsters, what we master and disciple are best at is fighting across realms. After saying that, an old drunkard's figure suddenly disappeared and instantly appeared in front of a demon god, directly throwing out a punch. You, puff. Among the four demon gods, one of them flew horizontally, half of his face was shattered, and blood and bones splattered all over the sky. So fast. So strong. Lin Tian was suddenly shocked. He actually shattered a demon god's face with one punch. Human. A deep and cold voice sounded. In the distance, the person who was sent flying stabilized his figure. The shattered face intertwined with light, and the blood and bones that sputtered out actually floated back in the air. In the blink of an eye, this person returned to his original appearance, as if he did not suffer any injuries at all. Don't be surprised. When the cultivation base reaches the Great Path domain, even if the body is cut into pieces, it can still reconstruct the body in a short time. And higher-level powerhouses can even be reborn from a drop of blood. That punch just now, for a demon god-level powerhouse of the demon clan, is naturally nothing. It just tickles. Read on a mobile phone. Lin Tian was surprised. The demon god was able to reconstruct its body after being cut into pieces and regenerate with just a drop of blood. Just how powerful was that? He could not help but gasp. If he had not seen the demon god, whose face was shattered by an old drunkard, recover with his own eyes, he would have found it hard to believe that a cultivator was able to do something like that. Please search product %book Xianxia net to see the most complete. A novel. After the old drunkard's attack succeeded, he lightly retreated a few steps. Human. The demon god, who was injured by an old drunkard, spoke. A pair of dragon horns grew on its head as it stared coldly at an old drunkard. Since ancient times, very few humans have been able to hurt me. You are one of the few. So what? An old drunkard said. I'll kill you. The dragon horn demon god said coldly. With a bang, a wave of energy swept out like an ocean, shaking the surrounding space to the point of trembling and distorting. The sky became dark as far as the eye could see. Grey demonic aura intertwined around the dragon horn demon god's body. It was terrifying. It was as if a demon realm had been evolved, and the entire world was covered in demonic light. Lin Tian was shocked. That was a terrifying power. An airborne realm cultivator would probably be crushed in an instant. An old drunkard's shoulder-length hair was blown up by waves of demonic wind. However, an old drunkard remained expressionless and looked very calm. At the next moment, an old drunkard took the initiative to attack. He moved closer to the dragon horn demon god, leaving afterimages behind with each step. He once again smashed down with his fist, directly shattering a part of the space. Lin Tianji saw large black cracks spreading out in all directions. Silver turbulence surged in them, which made his heart tremble. He felt that the turbulence could easily crush him. It was very terrifying. The space was shattered by a single punch. He swallowed his saliva. One man and one punch had shattered the void. That was a terrifying scene. It was a scene of destruction. Humph. The dragon horn demon deity snorted coldly as a terrifying wave of energy surged up to meet an old drunkard's iron fist. For a time, demonic light wantonly and divine radiance interweaved. The entire sky was shaken open, and there was a type of primitive fluctuation and tangling, causing large spatial cracks to continuously extend in all directions. The ground also couldn't stop trembling, collapsing inch by inch. Boom, 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 the two of them continued to collide. After an unknown amount of time, they finally stopped temporarily and both of them retreated. The dragon horn demon god's abdomen was pierced through, leaving a bloody hole. Blood gushed out, and bits of flesh wriggled. Soon, it returned to normal. On the other side, one of an old drunkard's arms had almost been torn off, leaving only a few blood vessels connecting it together. It was a ghastly sight. However, when a divine radiance flashed past, an old drunkard's injuries were completely healed. Human, you are very strong. Extremely powerful. Extremely powerful. However, in the end, you are only one person. The second demon deity spoke. He had a head of golden hair. You dare to charge in front of the four of us by yourself. This is very courageous and daring, but it is no different from courting death. You are too foolish and ignorant. If you die, I will live. Otherwise, I will die, and you will live. An old drunkard was very calm. This calmness was a form of confidence and also a form of pride. The third demon deity snorted coldly, his eyes cold. He said, we have lived for more than 10,000 years. When we roamed the primordial age, who knows where you were? You have only lived for a little more than 100 years, and now you dare to speak to us in such a manner. Yes, it has been 10,000 years since the primordial age. How much lifespan do you have left? How much longer can you live? An old drunkard said. Instantly, the four demon deities' expressions changed, and their eyes became cold. All living things had an end. They were demon deities, and in the past, they were at the peak of enlightenment and had a lifespan of 20,000 years. However, since they were sealed in the primordial age, an extremely long time had passed, and their lifespan was indeed not much. An old drunkard's words had undoubtedly hurt them. Staring at the old drunkard, the eyes of the four became extremely gloomy. "Human, you are very good. Just as you said, after being sealed for so many years, we do not have much lifespan left. However, you appeared at the right time." The fourth demon deity spoke. He had a pair of silver eyes and said, "Your origin is very bright, and your flesh is filled with astonishing vitality. If we refine you into medicine, we can extend our lifespan." "Refine me into medicine?" An old drunkard smiled. "I'm afraid you won't be able to swallow me." The four demon deities' eyes narrowed, and they became even colder. Boom, the four demon deities released their shocking demonic power, and the entire sky was dyed gray. Dense demonic aura gathered together, and it looked like gray clouds covered the sky. With two swoosh sounds, the dragon horn demon deity and the silver-eyed demon deity charged towards an old drunkard from two different directions. With a punch and a palm, they immediately sealed the space around them. Buzz! An old drunkard waved his hand, and there was a flash of brilliance, and it drowned the area in front of him. Lin Tian stared at the scene from afar, and his eyes flickered. This battle was too shocking. A simple action from the three of them could shatter the space, and every wave of their hands could cause the sky to collapse. In fact, the ground kept sinking, and he kept retreating. He felt a chill run down his spine. The demon burial valley shook, and there were flashes of lightning in the sky, as if a storm was coming. At this moment, many people were staring at the sky, and their faces were extremely pale. What exactly is happening? The sky seems to have shattered. In the depths of the demon burial valley, the place that the sect leader clearly told us not to go near. What is happening there? There is something like a gray barrier standing horizontally. What is that? I've never seen it before. Many people were terrified. At this moment, in the depths of the demon burial valley, everyone saw a gray barrier that seemed to have cut off the space. Some powerful cultivators extended their divine senses to get closer, wanting to see what the gray barrier was. However, in the next moment, they screamed in agony and fell to the ground, with blood flowing out of their 7 orifices. Such a scene immediately made the cultivators even more terrified. Rumble, the ground shook violently, and huge cracks kept spreading, causing many cultivators to panic. The ferocious beasts in the demon burial valley were trembling in fear. At this moment, even the airborne realm experts outside the demon burial valley were alarmed, and all of them looked inside. Boom, in the depths of the demon burial valley, the demonic light covered everything and the divine radiance shrouded everything. The 3 figures were fighting in the void, causing the void to collapse and the firmament to be destroyed. Everything that was visible was almost completely destroyed. An old drunkard waved his hands. Although it was only a pair of fists made of flesh and blood, they were powerful and oppressive. They shattered the space, shattered the demonic light, and blasted the silver-eyed evil god's chest. He tore off one of his arms and crushed it in the air. However, at the same time, the dragon horn evil god also pierced an old drunkard's chest with his right hand, and kept twisting. "Human, I'll take your life," said the demon god. The dragon horn evil god said coldly. Lin Tian's face changed drastically. The dragon horn evil god's hand pierced an old drunkard's heart. The heart was one of the most important parts of the human body. An old drunkard's heart was pierced, but he remained expressionless and said one word, "Seal." Suddenly, a circle of light spread out from his chest. "Ah! Damn it, how dare you!" The dragon horn evil god screamed. The dragon horn evil god's face was contorted in pain. The arm that pierced an old drunkard's chest withered at a visible speed. Lin Tian's face froze. In the next moment, the dragon horn evil god roared and tore off the arm that had pierced an old drunkard's chest. His eyes were burning with anger as he retreated dozens of feet. Lin Tian discovered that not far away, the silver-eyed Fey god, who had his arm torn off, instantly recovered and grew a new arm. But at that moment, the dragon-horned Fey god's severed arm was constantly bleeding. It did not immediately regrow a new arm. It was even difficult to stop the bleeding. He was surprised. What did an old drunkard do to the dragon-horn evil god? The four-symbol seal, a supreme secret technique created by the ancient celestial lords. It can seal everything. The sole origin of your arm should have been sealed by him. You won't be able to recover without 3 to 5 years. The golden-haired evil god glanced at the dragon-horn evil god and then stared at an old drunkard. To be able to cultivate the ancient celestial lord's technique to such a level, it would have been difficult to find someone like you even in the most brilliant ancient era 10,000 years ago. We can't stay. Another evil god spoke and strode forward with the golden-haired evil god. The four evil gods stared at an old drunkard at the same time. For terrifying aura spread out and covered an old drunkard like an ocean. For powerful divine consciousnesses locked onto an old drunkard at the same time. Instantly, the space became even more unbearable. It was like a piece of paper that broke inch by inch. Spatial turbulence constantly flowed out. Lin Tian's body trembled and he could not stop retreating. Damn it! He clenched his teeth and a trail of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Four demon gods of the Enlightenment realm moved at the same time. Being in this kind of demonic aura, with his cultivation, he could not resist at all. At this moment, 4 waves of demonic aura exploded, like a galaxy pressing down. All the bones in his body were trembling, giving birth to unimaginable intense pain, as if his body would be crushed by these waves in the next moment. An old drunkard's figure appeared in front of him with a swoosh. A ball of divine light fell on him and protected him. Instantly, the terrifying pressure disappeared by more than half. Reading on a mobile phone, Lin Tianyi was shocked. How could he go to the second layer of heaven now? He was only in the Sea of Consciousness realm. I can't go through that portal now, he said. With the support of an old drunkard's divine power, the demonic power of the 4 demon gods couldn't affect him much. Don't worry, I'm here, an old drunkard said. Suddenly, a gentle divine light rushed out of an old drunkard's body and quickly entered Lin Tian's body. This is a strand of my origin, enough to protect you through that portal. Origin? Lin Tianwei was confused. A cold snort sounded. In the void, the golden-haired demon god stared at an old drunkard and said, "You humans are really strange and hard to understand. You don't hesitate to use your origin to send away a weak ant." What's origin? Lin Tian asked. He had been cultivating for so long. Although his combat power was very strong and could be said to be invincible in the same realm, he didn't know many things. A disciple of the Enlightenment realm actually doesn't know what origin is. Ridiculous. The golden-haired demon god said coldly, "Listen carefully, human, whether it's a human cultivator or a demon god, there are only 3 kinds of important things: the Sea of Consciousness, the Divine Soul, and the origin. Among these 3, the origin is the most important. It's the root of a living creature. It's like the heart of the mortals in your human world. Guess what will happen if the heart is damaged?" Lin Tianyi was shocked and suddenly changed color. "Old man, an old drunkard looked calm. It's okay. I'll recover after a while." At this time, an old drunkard's chest wound had been completely healed. Recover? You'll have to have a chance to recover first, the dragon-horn demon god said coldly. An old drunkard sealed one of his arms with the 4-symbol seal, making his eyes very cold. Suddenly, the 4 demon gods stared at an old drunkard together again. The violent demon wind swept in all directions, blowing an old drunkard's black hair. "Kid, let's go." An old drunkard had his back to Lin Tian Dao. "What about you?" Lin Tian clenched his fists. An old drunkard's expression remained unchanged. "Kill them all." Lin Tian didn't sense any killing intent from an old drunkard, but he could feel his determination. This was the first time he had seen an old drunkard in such a state. He didn't have his usual easygoing nature, only silence and indifference. He gritted his teeth and retreated into the depths of the canyon. He knew very well that he wouldn't be of any help to an old drunkard if he stayed. Instead, he would become a burden to an old drunkard. At this moment, he did not even mention his sister and friends. Although he was very worried about them, he only suppressed this worry in his heart. He did not want an old drunkard to be distracted by other things at this time. Don't worry, after you leave, the sect will take good care of your sister and those two little lovers. An old drunkard said. Lin Tianyi trembled. An old drunkard could still tell what he was thinking at this time. He gritted his teeth and ran directly into the depths of the canyon. Although he's just an ant, we can't let him go like this. The golden-haired demon god said. With a buzz, the golden-haired demon god raised his hand. Demon-killing light condensed and aimed straight at Lin Tian. Don't attack other people's disciples. A cold voice sounded. An old drunkard stood in front of him. The wine gourd at his waist floated out, and a faint divine light intertwined. Then, the wine gourd trembled. An old drunkard stretched out his right hand and pulled out a sword of light. This sword of light was a little blurry and damaged, but the moment it appeared, it emitted a shockwave that suppressed the heaven and earth. It was terrifying. Seeing this sword of light, the four demon gods' expressions changed. Nine-spring sword. It's that sect's legendary holy weapon. Damn it, wasn't the sword destroyed in the ancient era? The four of them were shocked. It was indeed destroyed, so it's damaged now. It's not even 1/10 of the original. An old drunkard said. But even so, the four demon gods' expressions were still very ugly and somewhat gloomy. The sealing technique of the ancient celestial lords, the Holy Spirit sword born in the Nine Springs Hell, who are you? Staring at an old drunkard, the four demon gods' eyes became extremely sharp. Just an ordinary human. An old drunkard said. In the distance, Lin Tian had already entered the depths of the canyon and arrived in front of the space-time door. He tilted his head and looked outside the valley. He saw the old drunkard holding a large sword of light. The powerful sword intent made his heart tremble uncontrollably. Let's go, kid, don't dawdle. An old drunkard's voice sounded. Lin Tian clenched his fists tightly and approached the space-time door step by step. An ancient aura rushed out. On the stone, a purple beam of light crossed, as immovable as a mountain, full of mystery and majesty. This time, Lin Tian approached the space-time door, but he didn't feel any pressure, because a faint light screen appeared on his body, blocking all the pressure outside. This was an old drunkard's original light. Soon, he really came to the edge of the space-time door. One step, and he would be able to cross it and enter the second heaven. Master, you must live. He looked at an old drunkard. This was the first time he called him master. An old drunkard had his back to Lin Tian, and the corners of his mouth curled up. No problem, go. The nine-spring sword vibrated, shining in all directions. An old drunkard's black hair danced wildly, and a heaven-shaking divine aura spread out, shaking the four demon gods so much that they couldn't help but take a step back. 3,000 great Tao, 12 king bodies, may you surpass the prodigies of all races and stand at the peak of the great Tao. Insolent. The four demon gods shouted. Suddenly, four terrifying demonic auras rushed out, and four balls of light rushed out. An old drunkard laughed, and his voice shook the sky. He swung his sword and directly shattered the vast sky. Let's go. An old drunkard shouted. Lin Tian stood in front of the space-time door, staring at an old drunkard's heroic figure as he fought the four demon gods alone. He raised his head and looked at the demon burial valley, and three figures flashed across his mind. Lin Shi, Su Shu, and Ji Yu. Finally, he looked at an old drunkard. Without hesitation, he clenched his fists and stepped into the purple door. There were no light waves, no ripples, and his figure disappeared instantly. He really left. Humph. It's okay, he's just an ant. The four demon gods' eyes were indifferent. The ant in your mouth will definitely make the 10 heavens tremble before long. The old drunkard's black hair danced wildly. At this moment, it was as if he had transformed into a war god that could pierce through the heavens. He waved the nine-spring sword, forcing the four demon gods to tremble. However, you won't have the chance to see that day. Today, you will all die. Boom. A violent divine aura rushed out, shaking the sky and the universe. The entire demon burial valley instantly sank by a few feet. Human. The four demon gods' faces darkened. In an instant, the five figures fought. Demonic light and divine light flashed, and the destructive power was vast and mighty. In the endless darkness and shocking pressure, Lin Tian couldn't see anything in his field of vision. At this moment, there was only a faint layer of light around his body, protecting him firmly. This is the light of origin of the old drunkard. Lin Tian muttered to himself. He couldn't see anything around him, and his divine consciousness couldn't capture anything either. Lin Tian could feel that he was moving quickly, as if there was an invisible fierce beast dragging him. Just like that, he didn't know how long had passed. Finally, there was a bit of light in front of him, and the surrounding darkness quickly dissipated. Whoosh! The endless darkness completely disappeared. In the next moment, he found himself standing on an ordinary blue stone. Looking around, he was in a vast primitive forest. Any random tree was shockingly thick. Moreover, there was an extremely dense spirit chi in the air. This level of spirit chi surprised Lin Tian. This is the second heavens? He was shocked. Feeling the fluctuation of spirit chi in the air, the density was at least 5 times that of the world he was in before. Standing on the spot, he looked around. He didn't see any traces of the space-time door, but the environment was very unfamiliar to him. It seems that this is indeed the second heavens. Lin Tian muttered to himself. The space-time door of the first heavens didn't seem to be connected to the space-time door of the second heavens. It seemed to be an irregular transmission. He didn't care about this. Standing on the spot, he couldn't help but look up at the sky. He didn't know how much time had passed from the first heavens to the second heavens. Now he was a little worried about an old drunkard's battle. After all, it was 1 against 4, and his opponents were the monster gods of the monster clan who had been sealed since ancient times. Each of them was astonishingly strong. Standing on the spot, he didn't move for a long time. In the blink of an eye, a quarter of an hour passed. Lin Tian clenched his fist, and 2 rays of light flashed in his eyes. That old drunkard must be fine. He didn't know why, but he was full of confidence in an old drunkard. Even if he was facing 4 ancient monster gods alone, he didn't think that an old drunkard would lose. He believed that an old drunkard would definitely survive and kill the 4 of them. Even if it was for that woman back then, an old drunkard would definitely not lose. He would definitely kill all the monster gods. Raising his head, Lin Tian looked ahead and finally moved. This was undoubtedly the second heavens. After all, he entered through the space-time door of the first heavens and came here. He looked around and paused for a moment. Then, he followed a small path and walked out of the primeval forest. Coming to this world, he wanted to become stronger as soon as possible and then return to the first heavens. After walking along the path for a while, he sensed a wisp of monster chi fluctuation. He tilted his head and looked over. He saw a purple-clothed girl standing on the fork in the path not far away. 2 huge scorpions were slowly approaching the girl. 4th grade monster beast, Spirit Ridge Scorpion. Lin Tian frowned. 4th grade monster beasts weren't weak. They were comparable to the divine pulse realm. Seeing that the girl was a little weak, he directly slashed out 2 sword rays. Puff, puff, 2 bloody mists exploded. The 2 Spirit Ridge Scorpions didn't even have time to scream before they fell into a pool of blood on the spot. Lin Tian glanced at the girl. He didn't stop and continued to walk forward. The girl in purple was about 16 years old. She smiled sweetly like a lively little elf and caught up with Lin Tian in the blink of an eye. Benefactor, what's your name? Benefactor, where do you live? Benefactor, where are you going? The girl was like a chatterbox. She surrounded Lin Tian and asked him this and that. Her beautiful big eyes blinked from time to time. Lin Tian could not be bothered with her and continued to walk forward. Finally, the girl was a little angry. She gritted her teeth and said, "How dare you not look at my beauty? How hateful." Lin Tian was speechless. This girl was a little too narcissistic. However, he noticed that although the girl looked weak, she was not simple. Her cultivation base was very powerful. Hey, where are you going? The girl asked. You're not calling me benefactor anymore? Lin Tian replied. Those 2 scorpions can't hurt me. I'm just teasing you. Teasing me? Little girl, have you ever considered that I'm older than you? Lin Tian was speechless. The girl in purple was a little dissatisfied. You look at most 1 year older than me. How dare you call me little girl? Lin Tian felt that it was best not to argue with this girl. He could tell that she was a restless person. Immediately, he continued to walk forward. Sigh, why are you walking so fast? The girl chased after him and said with a playful smile, my name is Bai Qiu. What about you, benefactor? Don't call me benefactor. Lin Tian felt a little awkward. Okay, benefactor. What's your name, benefactor? The girl blinked and said. Lin Tian was speechless. He could not stand the girl calling him benefactor and finally told her his real name. Then, the girl kept following him. Why are you following me? He stopped. It had to be said that the girl in purple was very beautiful. She was even more beautiful than Jiyu. She was like a fairy in a painting. She had a kind of otherworldly temperament. But even so, following by his side like this would cause him some trouble. Bai Qiu blinked. Don't we have the same goal? We can travel together. Same goal? Travel together? Lin Tianyi was stunned. How could the two of them have the same goal? Bai Qiu said, Wuji Gate is recruiting disciples recently. Aren't you going to Wuji Gate? Wuji Gate? You don't know? I don't know. Lin Tian was very honest. Bai Qiu looked at Lin Tian strangely and said, the Limitless Immortal School is extremely powerful and is one of the 10 great sects of this region. Apart from the other 9 sects of the 10 great sects, no other power can suppress them. Of course, those few ancient holy lands of inheritance are not included in this list. They are all colossi that have transcended the mortal world. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. One of the 10 great sects. It just so happens that I'm also looking for a suitable sect to join. According to what you said, let's travel together. Lin Tian Dao. He had just arrived in this heaven realm. If he wanted to become stronger quickly, joining a sect was undoubtedly the best choice. The reason why he traveled with Bai Qiu was because he didn't know anything about this heavenly realm. He didn't even know where the Limitless Immortal School, which was currently recruiting disciples, was, so it was naturally good to travel with Bai Qiu. You just doubted me when I said we should travel together. Bai Qiu muttered. Just now was just now, and now is now. Lin Tian said without blushing. Bai Qiu snickered and said, you're so thick-skinned. Lin Tian, Bai Qiu was going to the Wuji Gate alone. Now that he had a companion, he was very happy. The two of them traveled together. Soon, a huge mountain range appeared in front of them. There were dozens of main peaks as far as the eye could see. It was like a celestial mountain. Lin Tian even saw a few colorful cranes circling around the main peaks. We're here. The Wuji Gate is just ahead. Bai Qiu said. Lin Tian was shocked. There were dozens of main peaks and colorful cranes circling around them. He could even feel the astonishing spirit chi from afar. It was more than twice as powerful as the outside world. It was simply a cultivation paradise. Not long ago, he felt that the Burning Sun sect was already very big. However, when he saw the Wuji Gate, he felt that the Burning Sun sect was nothing. The gap was too big. Hey, what are you thinking about? Bai Qiu pushed him. Nothing. Lin Tian came to his senses and shook his head. The Wuji Gate was located in a huge mountain range. The dozens of main peaks were very majestic. At first glance, it was very different from an ordinary mountain. Lin Tian followed Bai Qiu and the other people who came to join the sect. They successfully entered the Wuji Gate and truly entered the Wuji Gate. After entering the Wuji Gate, Lin Tian was even more shocked. The spirit chi in the air was too shocking. He looked ahead and saw a black mass of heads. He couldn't help but feel dizzy. There were so many people. There were at least 100,000 of them. Why are there so many people? He frowned. Bai Qiu said, the Wuji Gate is one of the top 10 sects in the heaven realm. It's very famous. It's normal for so many people to come to join the sect. Moreover, Bai Qiu looked around and whispered, it's said that the Wuji Gate has a secret technique left behind by an ancient celestial lord. It's very powerful. Everyone in the world wants to get their hands on it. A secret technique left behind by an ancient celestial lord. Lin Tianyi was shocked. Not long ago, an old drunkard had used the ancient celestial lord's secret technique, the four-symbol seal, in a battle with the four monster gods. It shocked the four monster gods who had reached the end of the Enlightenment realm. One could imagine how terrifying the ancient celestial lord's secret technique was. Now that he heard Bai Qiu mention that the Wuji Gate had a secret technique left behind by an ancient celestial lord, his mind immediately became active. The ancient celestial lord's secret technique was priceless. If he could get it, it would be a great treasure. It's just a legend. No one has ever gotten it. Bai Qiu said. Although he said that, Bai Qiu's eyes were shining. He stared at the Wuji Gate like a money grubber. It was as if he wanted to swallow the Wuji Gate in one gulp. Lin Tianyi was speechless. You're too obvious. You're almost drooling. Lin Tian said. Bai Qiu was dissatisfied. How can you say something like drooling to a beautiful lady? That's so rude. Lin Tian was speechless. This guy was too narcissistic. After a pause, he asked, by the way, what's the celestial lord's secret technique you mentioned just now? What's so powerful about it? The divination divine technique can simulate all things in heaven and earth. It can even simulate other divine abilities. It's called the Battle Saint technique. Bai Qiu said. Lin Tianyi was shocked. Simulate all things in heaven and earth and simulate other divine abilities? Now that he thought about it, this secret technique was really terrifying. It could even simulate other divine abilities. This immediately made him excited. Although he now had the four-symbol seal, it would be great if he could get another ancient celestial lord's secret technique. By the way, what do you mean by ancient celestial lords? Lin Tian asked. Hey. This guy, I feel that you're very powerful. Why don't you know some common sense? Bai Qiu stared at Lin Tian strangely. Lin Tian said unhurriedly, I've been cultivating deep in the mountains. I've only just come out, so I rarely come into contact with the outside world. Is that so? Bai Qiu was a little suspicious. Of course, I've been lying. Lin Tian said seriously. Bai Qiu said, ancient celestial lords were all peak chaotic realm cultivators. They existed even longer than the Antiquity Age. As for how long they were, I'm not sure. Legend has it that in the era before the Antiquity Age, there were a total of 9 celestial lords in the 10 directions celestial domain. All of them were invincible. Peak chaotic realm? Lin Tian sucked in a cold breath. In that case, the ancient celestial lords were people who had reached the end of their cultivation path. They're indeed worthy of the word invincible. He muttered to himself. So, what if they're invincible? In front of the power of time, even if you're invincible, you can only die in silence. Bai Qiu curled his lips. Lin Tian shook his head. He had heard about this from an old drunkard. He had to admit that for those invincible experts who had reached the end of their cultivation path, it was a very sad thing to slowly reach the end of their lives under the long river of time. But this young lady is different. A person with such outstanding natural talent like this young lady will surely be able to sweep through the 9 heavens, sweep through the 9 underworlds, break through the eternal barrier of the 10th level of the heavens, and trample the river of time beneath my feet. Bai Qiu said proudly. Lin Tian couldn't help but say, can you not be so narcissistic? This is confidence. Lin Tian was really defeated by this girl. He couldn't be bothered to say anything else. Many cultivators entered the Wuji Gate to seek an apprenticeship. They all walked toward a platform in front of them. The platform was made of some unknown material. It was covered with all kinds of mysterious patterns. It was used to test the cultivators who came to seek an apprenticeship. Only those who completely crossed the platform could stay. Unqualified. 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 Many people went to take the test, but more than 90% of them couldn't pass the platform. Lin Tian counted carefully. More than 1,000 people took the test, but only one person passed. That's ridiculous. Lin Tian was shocked. Bai Qiu didn't think so. What's so ridiculous about that? As I said before, the Wuji Gate is very famous, so the entry requirements are naturally very strict. Not only do you have to be very talented in cultivation, but you also have to reach the spiritual sea realm before the age of 23. Otherwise, you can forget about entering the Wuji Gate. Of course, it's different if you have a special king body. If that's the case, even if you're still a baby in swaddling clothes, the gate master of the Wuji Gate will cry and beg you to join the sect. Even other sects will come to fight for you. Special king body? Lin Tianwei was stunned. He vaguely remembered that an old drunkard seemed to have mentioned the words king body before. Don't tell me you don't know this? Bai Qiu stared at him. I don't know. Lin Tian nodded. Bai Qiu was a little speechless. He said, the so-called king body can be understood as some special bloodlines. These bloodlines are often blessed with unique cultivation talent, and their combat strength is far superior to cultivators of the same level. In the history of cultivation, there are 12 king bodies recorded in ancient books. They are the barbarian king body, heavenly demon body, desolate demon body, holy light body, immortal spirit body, void body, thunder god body, five elements body, Taiyin body, Taiyang body, chaotic body, and the never-before-seen reincarnation body. End of chapter. Reading on a mobile phone. Lin Tian was a little surprised. Counting carefully, there were a total of 12 types of king physiques in this world. Are king physiques really that powerful? He asked. Please search product #bookyanet to see the most complete novel. Bai Qiu rolled her eyes. Of course they're very powerful. Otherwise, why would they be called king physiques? You can understand it more simply. The so-called king physique is a physique that can be called a king. It can defeat cultivators of the same level as easily as eating and drinking. Lin Tian was secretly shocked. A physique that could be called a king. A total of 12 types. After a pause, he asked again, then, how do you tell if a person has a king physique and what kind of king physique it is? You have so many questions. Bai Qiu curled her lips. Lin Tian smiled and said, Lady Bai Qiu, you're the #1 prodigy who will step on the river of time. Please help an ignorant mortal like me solve these small doubts. Bai Qiu immediately became happy. Each king physique has different characteristics. For example, the barbarian king physique has infinite strength and can throw mountains. The immortal spirit physique is naturally close to the Tao and can be called a carrier of the Tao. The five elements physique can freely control the Tao of wood, fire, earth, metal, and water. The thunder god physique is overbearing and can draw out a sea of thunder with one punch. The chaos physique is the most terrifying. The body can merge with chaos and control the power of chaos. Bai Qiu described the characteristics of a few king physiques and said, of course, these are just some characteristics. If you want to tell if a person has a king physique and what kind of king physique it is, you can tell at a glance by looking at the origin. Lin Tian nodded and asked, what about the reincarnation physique? He was naturally curious about the strongest reincarnation physique. Bai Qiu shook her head and said, I'm not sure. The reincarnation physique has never appeared before. Even now, many experts doubt its existence. This physique is only a theoretical one that the 9 celestial lords deduced. It's said that once the reincarnation physique appears, there will be no king physique in the world. So strong? Lin Tianyi was shocked. Once the reincarnation physique appears, there will be no king physique in the world. This sentence was a bit too exaggerated. Bai Qiu curled his lips. Since it has never appeared, you can brag about it all you want. No one in the world has any evidence to refute it. Why do I feel like you're unhappy? Lin Tian was curious. Really? How can you tell that I'm unhappy? Why would I be unhappy? Then why are you grinding your teeth? I like it. There were a lot of people who entered Wuji Gate to be apprenticed to their masters, and they were all taking the test. After a long time, it was Lin Tian and Bai Qiu's turn. The two of them were very young, but their cultivations were very strong. Naturally, they passed the test very easily. In the end, the test was completed. Only a little more than 100 people out of the hundreds of thousands passed the platform. Of the hundreds of thousands of people, only a little more than 100 remained. Lin Tian shook his head. This elimination rate was simply too shocking. Bai Qiu said, "This is only the first round. There's still one more round of testing. I estimate that half of the people will be eliminated." "There are more?" Lin Tian was surprised. Bai Qiu seemed to know a lot. He said, "There are 49 main peaks in the Wuji Gate, and the methods of cultivation on each peak are different. We've only passed the basic test. There will be elders taking us to dozens of main peaks later. We have to pass the test on one of the main peaks before we can officially become a disciple of the Wuji Gate." Lin Tian was secretly surprised. From the looks of it, only a few dozen people out of the hundreds of thousands would be able to make it. The requirements for becoming a disciple of the Wuji Gate are really shockingly strict. Lin Tian muttered to himself. At that moment, several elders appeared in the air far away. Those people looked very old, but all of them looked very energetic and full of vigor. These people were the elders of the Wuji Gate. They were all in the airborne realm. They stepped on the void and briefly explained what was going to happen next. Then, they led Lin Tian and the others to the 49 main peaks. Wuji Gate was very wide. Lin Tian followed the others and looked around. He saw that there were many tall and straight strange trees planted in the gate. They were all species that were rarely seen in the outside world. At the same time, under the sunlight, some of the divine plants were even surrounded by specks of light. It gave people a very dreamy feeling, as if they were in a fairyland. Lin Tian praised in his heart. As expected of the so-called celestial sect. Soon, dozens of peaks appeared in front of them, all surrounded by light and mist. It was also at this time that the elders of the Wuji Gate stopped. At this place, the spirit qi in the air was even denser. Lin Tian glanced at the cultivators beside him, only to see that all of their eyes were shining as they stared at the dozens of main peaks in front of them. Buzz! Suddenly, his body trembled. The mysterious iron sword in his sea of consciousness vibrated on its own and shone with specks of light. The light was dazzling and colorful. It rushed out from the bottom of his sea of consciousness, causing his sea of consciousness to tremble and ripple. Lin Tian was shocked. He looked in the direction of the ripples and saw that there was another peak on the other side of the 49 main peaks. However, unlike the other 49 main peaks, this one looked a little short and lonely, even barren. It was not much better than the ordinary mountains in the mortal world. Lin Tian's heart skipped a beat as he stared at this mountain. "Bai Qiu, what is that?" he asked. The mysterious iron sword in his sea of consciousness reacted on its own and pointed directly at the mountain. This made him very curious. Bai Qiu raised his head and looked over. A long time ago, the limitless immortal sect had 50 main peaks, and that green mountain was naturally one of the 50 main peaks. However, later on, the spirit energy on the main peak suddenly weakened to a low point, and it was far from being comparable to the other main peaks. Even if a large-scale spirit gathering formation was set up, it was useless, so it was gradually abandoned. So now, the limitless immortal sect only has 49 main peaks left. Of course, although it is abandoned, it used to be a main peak. Wuji Gate did not remove it and still keeps it in the Gate of Heaven. Lin Tian nodded. After a pause, he asked, "Can I go to that main peak to cultivate?" "What?" Bai Qiu was stunned and his eyes widened. Lin Tian said, "I want to go to that main peak to cultivate." The mysterious iron sword in his sea of consciousness reacted and pointed directly at the mountain. No matter how stupid he was, he knew that the mountain was not simple. It must contain some shocking secret. "Yes, you can. However, what's the point of cultivating there? It's purely a waste of time. Although there are some large formations set by Wuji Gate on the mountain that can be used for cultivation, the effect is not comparable to that of the other 49 main peaks." Bai Qiu stared at Lin Tian seriously and said, "Also, as I said, that main peak has been abandoned. The spirit qi on it is shockingly low, even worse than the outside world. If you go to that main peak, you can't go to the other main peaks to cultivate. It's basically a waste of time and life." "Yes, I understand." Lin Tian nodded. "Good," Bai Qiu said. Right at this moment, the few old men leading the group looked at Lin Tian's group and said, "The deacons of the 49 main peaks have already left the mountain. You can head to the main peak of your choice to take the test." Remember, each person only has one chance to choose a main peak, and only one chance to take the test. Do you understand? Understood. Everyone said in unison. Since they came to Wuji Gate, these people naturally knew the rules of the Wuji Gate's disciple selection. Immediately, the group of cultivators spread out and rushed to the main peak of their choice excitedly. In the blink of an eye, the place became much more spacious. Lin Tian glanced at the 49 main peaks and came to the elders of Wuji Gate. He bowed and said, "Elders, may I go there to cultivate?" As he said that, he pointed at the green peak not far away. As soon as he said that, everyone around was shocked. "Lin Tian, you're crazy. What are you doing?" Bai Qiu was so angry that he wanted to rush up and bite him. This fellow, he had clearly told him that the Green Mountain Peak was already ruined, that it was not suitable for cultivation, and that he could not cultivate there, but this fellow completely ignored it, and actually asked the elders of the Limitless Immortal School to allow him to go to the Green Mountain Peak to cultivate. Nearby, many people looked at Lin Tian and shook their heads. This guy doesn't seem to have a good aptitude. He's worried that he can't pass the test of the other main peaks, so he took the initiative to ask to cultivate on the Green Peak. After all, that Green Peak no longer has a peak master and deacons, so there's no need to take any test. As long as he's willing, he can directly enter that Green Peak to cultivate and stay in Wuji Gate. But what's the point of going to that abandoned Green Peak? It is said that the spirit qi there has almost dried up, and the effects of the various large arrays have also been greatly reduced. It is better to cultivate in the outside world than to cultivate there. It is said that the spirit qi in the air outside is much denser than the spirit qi on that Green Peak. You can't say that. Although that Green Peak is no longer suitable for cultivation, it used to be one of the main peaks of Wuji Gate. If you enter that main peak to cultivate, you can be regarded as a disciple of Wuji Gate. This is also a kind of identity. With this identity, you can occasionally travel around the world and make many people afraid. Is he doing this for this reason? It should be. After all, people like him have appeared before. It's said that many people had the same idea in the past and voluntarily entered that Green Peak to cultivate, but in the end, they only wasted their time. Even if they regretted it, they could only wither away on that Green Peak. Now, no one chooses that Green Peak anymore. Who would have thought that after so many years, such a person would jump out? It's really stupid. Isn't it enough to learn from the mistakes of others? Short-sighted. Even if I can't pass the test of the other main peaks, I won't go to that Green Peak to waste my life. Many people shook their heads, and some of them even looked at him with disdain. Bai Qiu gritted his teeth, grabbed Lin Tian's right hand tightly, and said angrily, "You're not allowed to go." Lin Tian knew that Bai Qiu was doing this for his own good. However, he still shook his head and bowed once more. He then stared at the elders of the Everlasting Immortal Sect. "Seniors, this junior wishes to enter the Azure Mountain Peak to cultivate. I hope that seniors can grant me permission." The elders of Wuji Gate stared at Lin Tian strangely. It had been a long time since someone volunteered to go to the Green Mountain to cultivate. They didn't expect another person to show up today. One of them said, "Once you enter the Green Mountain, you don't need to take any tests to stay. But young man, you have to think carefully. Once you enter the Green Mountain, you can't go to other main peaks, and you can't leave the sect because there is no spiritual qi on the Green Mountain. In other words, once you enter the Green Mountain, you can stay in Wuji Gate, but it will be very difficult for you to continue on the path of cultivation. Do you understand?" Understood. Lin Tian nodded seriously. The elders looked at each other, and one of them said, "Well, we'll do as you say. Go to the Green Mountain to cultivate." Although the Green Mountain was abandoned, it was still one of the main peaks of the sect, so the Limitless Immortal Sect would naturally not remove it from the sect. Since the Green Mountain still existed, there was no reason for the Limitless Immortal Sect to refuse if someone requested to go there to cultivate. As for the test, it was just a meaningless Green Mountain. Wuji Gate certainly wouldn't spend any effort on the test. Therefore, over time, as long as someone wanted to go to the Green Mountain to cultivate, they didn't need to take any tests. "Thank you, elders." Lin Tian bowed. Bai Qiu suddenly became anxious and yelled at the elders, "Hey! You can't do this. You're harming people." Lin Tian hurriedly apologized to the elders and pulled Bai Qiu aside. Damn it! What are you doing? Bai Qiu stared at Lin Tian and gritted her teeth. She looked like she wanted to bite someone. Lin Tian spent a lot of effort to calm Bai Qiu down and said, "Don't worry. I have my own ideas." What ideas? Tell me. Bai Qiu asked. Well, it's hard to say. Lin Tian ondao. Bai Qiu immediately gritted her teeth again. You want to hide it from me? I don't want to talk to you anymore. Lin Tian, after thinking for a bit, he said, I feel like this green peak is a bit strange. Perhaps the divine derivation technique you spoke of is contained within this green peak. If I go to Green Mountain to cultivate, I might be able to find this ancient celestial venerable's precious technique. He spoke very seriously. However, according to his thoughts, Bai Qiu would definitely not believe him. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, Bai Qiu clutched his stomach and laughed. You're so old-fashioned. Don't tell me you've read too many biographies and think that all the treasures are in the wasteland under the cliffs. Although that kind of thing happens occasionally, you can't just randomly see a cliff and think like that. It'll spoil your brain. I'll just take it as a chance. Lin Tian smiled. You're gambling with your future. Bai Qiu curled his lips. Lin Tian shook his head. That's not necessarily true. How confident? Bai Qiu was speechless. However, she rolled her eyes and said, well, since you're so confident, maybe you'll really be lucky. Then you should go there and look for it. If you find it, remember to tell me. What if I can't find it? Lin Tian asked casually. Spend a year or two. If I can't find it, I'll just leave. Who would be stupid enough to stay on that green peak for the rest of their lives? Lin Tian was amused. That's easy for you to say. If you leave the sect by force, you'll be hunted down by the Wuji Gate. So what if you want to kill me? What's the big deal? You can hide deep in the mountains and forests. This heaven realm is so vast, if you really want to hide, I don't believe that limitless immortal school can search every corner of this world. Bai Qiu said indifferently. Lin Tian, you really know how to comfort people. He said. Bai Qiu said proudly, my brother used to praise me like that. Lin Tian, not long after, because Bai Qiu still had to find the main peak for the test, Lin Tian asked Bai Qiu to leave first. Then, he walked toward the green peak not far away. When he came close to the green peak, he saw that the whole mountain looked more barren than it looked from afar. The stairs leading to the peak had long been ruined. Following the dilapidated stone steps, Lin Tian soon arrived at the green peak. The green peak was rather spacious, and there was a palace. The palace was surrounded by old vines, and it was obvious that it had been abandoned for a long time. Lin Tian looked around. There was no one on the green peak. Just as the other cultivators said, it had been abandoned for a long time. It's good that there's no one here. Lin Tian thought to himself. He took a deep breath and looked at the green peak. His eyes became serious. He spread out his divine sense and searched around. Not long after. He walked along this green peak a few times, using his divine sense to scan almost every corner, but he did not find anything out of the ordinary. Instead, he found many rabbits, foxes, and other small animals. All of them were very fat and strong. When they saw him, they did not show any fear or dread. Instead, there were some small rabbits that leaned towards him, seeming to be quite intelligent. About 4 hours later, he reappeared in front of the palace on the peak. Strange. He whispered to himself. Previously, the iron sword in his sea of consciousness did have a strange movement and pointed directly at the green peak. However, he had searched for so long, but there was no reaction at all. He immersed his mind into the bottom of his sea of consciousness and tried to communicate with the mysterious iron sword. However, the iron sword did not have any reaction. It was like a stubborn old ox, not moving at all. Lin Tian was speechless. After a long while, he shook his head and walked towards the other areas of the green peak. After walking around for nearly an hour, he saw several large cultivation arrays. There were large arrays that helped to cultivate one's sea of knowledge, and also large arrays that helped to temper one's body. However, the effects of these arrays were not very good, and they were basically abandoned. I cultivate the array control technique. Relying on my soul force, I can reactivate some large arrays. Although I can't completely restore them to their original state, it should be no problem to restore 40%. I don't need to worry too much about cultivation. Lin Tian said to himself. The sky had gradually darkened. Lin Tian came to the palace on the peak. It was already covered with dust, and there were even many spider webs. There was a moldy smell in the air. Lin Tian shook his head. With a shake of his right hand, a sword wind swept away all the dust and spider webs. After about a quarter of an hour, he had completely cleaned up the palace. After all, he might stay here for a long time. Hey! A crisp voice was heard. Bai Qiu ran up from the foot of the mountain. Lin Tian just walked out of the palace. After seeing Bai Qiu, he could not help but smile. How was your test? Bai Qiu snorted. Who am I? Of course, there is no problem. I was personally invited up by the Wuji Peak's deacon. You are quite impressive. Lin Tian was surprised. He had heard about the dozens of main peaks. The Wuji Peak was the first main peak of Wuji Gate. It was extremely difficult to cultivate there. Compared to that, he also knew what the green peak he was on was called. It was called the Fallen Immortal Peak. Of course, that was in the past. The Fallen Immortal Peak could no longer be considered a main peak. What about you? Did you find anything? Bai Qiu's eyes lit up. No. Lin Tian shook his head. Bai Qiu was a bit disappointed. She curled her lips and said, You were so confident that you could find a paragon skill here. Lin Tian laughed. How long has it been? You want a paragon skill? You have to spend some time. Well, you're right. Bai Qiu said. The sky gradually darkened. Not long after, Bai Qiu waved goodbye and left the Fallen Immortal Peak. The Fallen Immortal Peak became quiet. Lin Tian sat on a green rock in front of the dilapidated palace. He looked around and saw that the Wuji Peak was shrouded in celestial light. It looked very mysterious and dreamy. Shaking his head, Lin Tian looked at the sky. The stars dotted the night sky and there were streaks of silver light pouring down on the vast land. I wonder how that old guy is doing now. He muttered to himself. First heavenly region, Demon Burial Valley. Demonic light and divine light were vast and mighty. At this moment, the entire Demon Burial Valley was full of cracks and the sky was shattered. An old drunkard was in the depths of the Demon Burial Valley. He was covered in blood and his body was broken, but his expression did not change. He was indifferent. He was holding a light sword in his hand. It seemed a bit distorted in the void, but the sword momentum was terrifying. Human! His angry roar resounded in all directions. An old drunkard was facing two other figures. One was the golden-haired demon god, and the other was the silver-eyed demon god. At this moment, the two demon gods were extremely angry. Ancient demon gods are indeed not easy to kill. An old drunkard said. An old drunkard looked calm. There were two broken corpses lying at his feet. Their divine souls and origins had been completely obliterated. The golden-haired demon god and the silver-eyed demon god seemed to be a little violent. Their eyes were full of sinister light. The four demon gods had finally broken out of the seal, but in the blink of an eye, two of them were killed by a human from a later era. Even their origins were destroyed. They had completely disappeared from the world. How could they not be angry? You killed my comrade. This chapter does not end, please turn the page, you must die. I'll kill you today and refine you into medicine. The two of them were furious. With a boom, the two of them emitted an even more terrifying demon aura. Grey demon aura swept through the sky and earth. You die, I live. An old drunkard said indifferently. With a clang, the nine-spring sword in an old drunkard's hand trembled. A mysterious and powerful wave spread out. The three terrifying forces collided with a boom. The scene was apocalyptic. Kill! Kill! The golden-haired demon god and the silver-eyed demon god roared in unison. They took out their dharma treasures and charged towards an old drunkard. An old drunkard shook the nine-spring sword. Light shot into the sky and went towards the two demon gods. However, in the next moment, the three of them were shocked. They stopped and looked up into the sky. Thick demonic clouds covered the entire sky above the demon burial valley. In the vast sky, a little girl appeared in the distance without making a sound. The girl was barefooted. Her white dress fluttered in the wind. She looked like the noblest fairy in the world. Her beautiful eyes were deep like the stars in the sky. An old drunkard's eyes narrowed. The golden-haired demon god and the silver-eyed demon god's faces changed drastically. Demon. Demon king. The golden-haired demon god and the silver-eyed demon god were extremely emotional. They immediately knelt down in the void and worshipped the little girl. The little girl's face was expressionless. Her deep eyes looked into the depths of the demon burial valley. In an instant, images appeared in her mind. From Lin Tian breaking the 3-inch stone tablet and releasing the 4 demon gods, to an old drunkard using his origin energy to protect Lin Tian and send him into the second heaven. Everything seemed to have reappeared on this land. Staring at Lin Tian's figure, who had rushed into the space-time portal, the little girl's eyes became even more profound. The golden-haired demon god was shocked. He quickly said, I'm sorry, Demon King. The ant that escaped. We wanted to kill him, but this human is too powerful. We have been sealed for too long and our combat power has been weakened. Moreover, he has the 9-spring sword and the ancient Heavenly Lord's supreme secret skill. We. The silver-eyed demon god took over the conversation and said cautiously, but don't worry, Lord Demon King. We will kill this human immediately. As for the ant that escaped, we will find it and eliminate it after this. After all, that ant is this human's disciple and also has the ancient Heavenly Lord's secret skill. He cannot be left alive. The little girl stared into the depths. She glanced sideways at the golden-haired demon god and the silver-eyed demon god. You want to kill him? The little girl's clear and cold voice sounded. He is not of our race and has the ancient Heavenly Lord's supreme secret skill. He cannot be allowed to live. That's right. Don't worry, Demon King. We will eliminate him as soon as possible. The golden-haired demon god and the silver-eyed demon god said hurriedly. The little girl's expression did not change. Her eyes were still profound. Pft. Pft. 2 mists of blood exploded. The golden-haired demon god and the silver-eyed demon god were reduced to ashes. In the distance, an old drunkard frowned. The 9-spring sword trembled slightly. At the peak of the dome of heaven, the little girl lowered her head and stared at the old drunkard. Given his current strength, send him to the second heavenly layer. If anything unexpected happens, I will kill you. A cold voice rang out as the little girl's silhouette vanished without a trace. Whoosh! A cold wind swept through the demon burial valley, stirring up yellow sand. An old drunkard's clothes were stained with blood. He stared in the direction where the little girl disappeared and then looked at the space-time portal. He could not help but smile bitterly. Good boy. When did you hook up with the Demon King? The second heaven, Wuji Gate. After a night, it was the morning of a new day. Lin Tian woke up early in the morning. He faced the morning sun and began to breathe. Once again, he wandered around the fallen immortal peak, hoping to find something unusual. However, he was disappointed again. After searching for more than 2 hours, he still found nothing. There is indeed something unusual here. But how can I find it? Lin Tian frowned. He believed that the mysterious iron sword's reaction could not be wrong. At this moment, a few figures stepped on long swords and descended from the sky. They landed in front of Lin Tian. I heard that you are a new disciple of the fallen immortal peak. A blue-clothed youth narrowed his eyes and smiled as he walked towards Lin Tian. End of chapter. 7 young men landed from the sky. All of them were about 23 or 24 years old, and most of them were at the 3rd level of the spiritual sea. New disciple, how about introducing yourself? The young man in blue narrowed his eyes. Behind him, the other 6 young men crossed their arms and stared at Lin Tian with interest. Lin Tian could see that they were not friendly, but he did not care. He walked around the young man in blue and went to the top of the mountain. You want to leave? Another voice rang out. Apart from the young man in blue, the other 6 young men surrounded Lin Tian at the same time. "Get out of my way," Lin Tian said. He did not want to cause any trouble for the time being. "Newcomer, don't you know how to respect your elder brothers? As your senior brothers, we are asking you a question. Why don't you answer? Hurry up." The young men stared at Lin Tian. At first, they sneered, but gradually, their expressions became cold. "You don't have the aptitude, so you stay in Wuji Gate for some petty tricks. Shameless trash." Although Wuji Gate has kept this main peak, they let trash like you enter again and become a disciple of Wuji Gate like us. It's really infuriating. Trash like you, what right do you have to be called a disciple of the Gate of Immortals like us? If I were you, I would piss and suffocate myself to death. When I think of trash like you shamelessly staying in the Gate of Immortals, I feel uncomfortable all over. The young man in blue said coldly and slapped Lin Tian. Lin Tian moved sideways and dodged the young man in blue's palm. "Get out of my way," he said. The young man in blue's face darkened. "How dare you dodge? I advise you to stand still and let us beat you up to vent our anger. It will save us all the trouble. If you don't resist, it will be over in a few seconds. If you resist, it will hurt your muscles and bones. If you behave well, we will beat you up once every 3 days. If not, we will come here every day," the group of people said coldly. It was as if Lin Tian should let them beat him up. Lin Tian acted as if he didn't hear anything. He found a gap between them and prepared to leave. The blue-robed young man snorted coldly and attacked again, slapping toward him. This slap was not light. An ordinary Sea of Consciousness cultivator would not be able to block it. Lin Tian's face turned cold. He grabbed the youth's wrist and said, "Don't look for trouble." When he first entered Wuji Gate, he didn't want to cause any trouble. He endured it time and time again, but he didn't expect that these people were getting more and more out of hand. "Let go," the blue-clothed young man said coldly. "What's the point of saying so much? Beat him up and send him to bed to reflect for a few months. Do it. Remember not to kill him," the others said. As they spoke, they smirked and waved their fists at Lin Tian. A cultivator's daily life was hard and boring, so it was naturally good to have someone to vent their anger on. Lin Tian's face turned completely cold. At this time, he couldn't bear it even if he wanted to. He raised his right leg and kicked out. With a bang, he kicked the person in the front and sent him flying. He hit an old tree not far away and let out a muffled groan. "How dare you, slap!" As soon as the other person opened his mouth, he was slapped away by Lin Tian, and most of his teeth fell out. This time, the young men were shocked. This new owner of the fallen immortal peak didn't seem weak at all. "You actually have some strength." The blue-clothed young man's face was gloomy. Lin Tian looked at the blue-clothed young man, raised his leg, and kicked the blue-clothed young man's abdomen. With a bang, the blue-clothed young man flew across the ground, leaving a long trace on the ground. In this way, this scene shocked the rest of the people. Standing up from the distance, the blue-clothed young man's face looked even gloomier. "It seems that your physical body is very strong. However, fighting isn't just about physical body, the key is martial arts and techniques." With a clang, the blue-clothed young man drew out a long sword and slashed out 7 light swords, each of which was very shocking. Light slashing sword technique, one of the top 10 martial arts techniques of Muyang Feng. "Let's see how you block it," the blue-clothed young man said coldly and slashed at Lin Tian. The 7 light swords moved horizontally and vertically, and rich true essence surged with extraordinary power. It was indeed very powerful and not comparable to ordinary martial arts techniques. Not far away, the young men sneered. The blue-clothed young man was the strongest among them. He had already cultivated the light slashing sword technique to an extremely high level, and very few people could block it. At this moment, they stared at Lin Tian as if they were staring at a corpse. They all rubbed their palms, waiting for Lin Tian to be injured so that they could rush up and beat Lin Tian together. Especially the 2 people who were kicked away by Lin Tian just now, their eyes were even more vicious, and they had already thought of various torture methods. Clang! The sound of the swords was shocking, and the 7 light swords came in front of Lin Tian in the blink of an eye. Someone shouted excitedly, "Pierce through." Lin Tian glanced at them indifferently, raised his right hand, and slapped down. Whoosh! 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 The 7 light swords were instantly smashed into pieces. His current physique was comparable to that of an elite in the airborne realm. How could a few light swords hurt his body? How is this possible? Impossible. In an instant, everyone's expression changed. Especially the blue-clothed young man, his face was full of disbelief. His strongest light-slashing sword was shattered so easily. Staring at Lin Tian again, the blue-clothed young man was a little shocked, and his face was slightly pale. "Let's go," the blue-clothed young man said in a deep voice. In just a moment, the blue-clothed young man experienced the strength of Lin Tian, who was much stronger than them. The other young men were shocked. After gritting their teeth, they all retreated with the blue-clothed young man. These people were not stupid. Lin Tian was able to shatter the blue-clothed young man's light-slashing sword with a single slap. His strength was terrifying, and they admitted that they were no match for him. At this moment, Lin Tian stood in front of the 7 people, blocking their way. "What are you doing?" Their faces darkened. "You want to leave after you've done that?" Lin Tian said. Staring at the young men, his face was very calm, and he walked towards them step by step. The few of them could not help but retreat. The blue-clothed young man said in a deep voice, "Don't do anything stupid. We are all Muyang Feng's disciples." As if he did not hear the blue-clothed young man's words, Lin Tian said, "I advise you to stand still and let me beat you up to vent my anger. It will save everyone a lot of trouble." Hearing this, the faces of the few people suddenly became a little ugly. This sentence was clearly what they said to Lin Tian, but now, Lin Tian returned it to them, and only changed a few words. This was like a resounding slap in the face, causing a wave of anger to rise in the few people at the same time. "Let's fight it out with him. There are so many of us. If we attack together, there's no way we can't beat him." "Yes," someone shouted. However, just as the 3 of them finished speaking, Lin Tian's figure appeared in front of them, and each of them was sent flying with a kick. This time, Lin Tian did not show mercy. The strength of each kick was shockingly strong, causing the 3 of them to vomit large mouthfuls of blood, each of them clutching their stomachs and rolling around in pain. They could not stand up for a long time. "If you don't resist, it will be over in a few breaths. If you resist, it won't be good if I hurt your bones," Lin Tian said. As soon as he finished speaking, he instantly appeared in front of another person, raised his right hand, and slapped out. With a bang, the person was sent flying, and hit hard on a blue stone not far away. The 3 people in blue retreated, and their faces all changed. For cultivators at the peak of the 3rd level of the Sea of Consciousness were unable to stand up after just one hit. "Now, there are only 3 of you left. I advise you to not resist." Lin Tian's face was expressionless. He said, "If you behave well, I'll just punch you to the ground. If you don't, I'll punch you a few more times, and let you feel pain again and again without hurting your lives. At that time, don't blame me." The bodies of the young man in blue and the other 2 shook when they heard this. They were both embarrassed and furious. The words that they had said to threaten Lin Tian earlier had actually been completely returned to them by Lin Tian. "Don't go too far." One of them gritted his teeth. "Too far? Before you came here, you must not have thought of these 2 words." Lin Tian Dao. As he spoke, his pace did not change, and he went straight to the 3 people. Bang! Bang! With a kick and a slap, 2 young men were sent flying, vomiting blood and groaning in pain. The young man in blue glared at Lin Tian and slashed out with his sword. "Chi!" Lin Tian raised his hand and smashed the sword light with his palm. The next moment, he appeared in front of the young man in blue like a ghost. His left hand grabbed the young man's collar, and his right hand swung, slapping the young man's face left and right. "I told you not to resist," he said lightly. The loud slapping sound kept echoing in the fallen immortal peak, and it was not until dozens of breaths later that Lin Tian stopped. At this time, the young man in blue was bruised and swollen, his eyes could not be seen, and all his teeth had fallen out. get lost. Lin Tianyi raised his hand and threw the young man in blue down the fallen immortal peak, rolling to the foot of the mountain like a sandbag. Then, he walked toward the others step by step. You, what do you want to do? Someone was terrified. Send you down the mountain. Lin Tian was very calm. Send us? No, we will. Bang. Lin Tian raised his leg and kicked the person who spoke, sending him rolling to the bottom of the fallen immortal peak. You. Aren't you sending us down the mountain? The others' expressions changed. Lin Tian said lightly, aren't I? Sending you down now? You, bang. Ah. Bang. Damn it, you actually, bang. In the blink of an eye, everyone was kicked down the fallen immortal peak by Lin Tian. Clapping his hands, Lin Tian looked at the sky, and the sun became brighter. Let's go to the sutra library at Wuji Gate. He said to himself. It was his first time in the second level of heaven, so he wanted to read some ancient books, at least to understand the composition of this world. The truly powerful martial arts and divine powers of Wuji Gate were placed on the dozens of main peaks, while the sutra library basically stored some ancient books on the history of cultivation and some ordinary martial arts. There were no restrictions on the disciples, and there were no deacons guarding it. As long as one was a disciple of Wuji Gate, anyone could go in and read. Lin Tian came to the sutra library and found an ancient book about the second level of heaven. He opened it and read. Let's take a look at the so-called 10 great sects first. The ancient book recorded some of the major forces in the second level of heaven, the 10 great sects, including Wuji Gate, Qinghua Taoism, Xinga Taoism, Green Flame Immortal Sect, Black Sun Sect, Kangluo Immortal Sect, Northern Horizon Sect, Rui Immortal Palace, Golden Feather Immortal Sect, and Windless Immortal Pavilion. These 10 great sects all had immortal ascension powerhouses, and they had been passed down for a very long time. Lin Tian continued reading and found that in addition to the 10 great sects, there were also countless small sects in this heaven. Of course, their strength was not very good, and they were far from being comparable to the 10 great sects. As for the 10 great sects, there were 5 extraordinary behemoths above the 10 great sects. The Heavenly Monster Mountain, the 2 sacred lands of the human clan, and 2 great ancient families. Wandong Sacred Ground, Taishan Sacred Ground, Ancient Li Family, and Ancient Bai Family. Lin Tian muttered to himself. Staring at the ancient book, Lin Tian's expression suddenly changed. Bai Family? He immediately thought of Bai Qiu. End of chapter, reading on mobile phone. The ancient families referred to the big families that had been passed down from the ancient times. Whether it was their strength or heritage, they were astonishingly powerful. They were very frightening and were the top forces in the second heaven. Reading the full text. More information. Lin Tian stared at the ancient book in his hand. When he saw the words ancient by family, his expression suddenly became a little strange. That narcissistic girl, could she be a member of the ancient by family? He thought to himself. Thinking about it, although Bai Qiu was very narcissistic, her temperament was indeed extraordinary and had a kind of noble aura. But, if she is a member of the Bai family, why would she come to the Wuji Immortal Sect just for the Zhong Tian divine art? Lin Tian muttered to himself. After a pause, he shook his head and was too lazy to think about it. Staring at the ancient book, there was another thing that surprised him. There was actually a demon holy land in the second heaven, which was enough to compete with the human holy land and the ancient families. This meant that the demon holy land in the second heaven had many transformed airborne realm monsters, many immortal realm monster kings, and maybe even grand virtue realm monster venerables. This is the second heaven. As expected, it is far from the first heaven. Lin Tian muttered to himself. In the first heaven, sects like the Burning Sun sect were already considered to be the top forces in the world. However, in the second heaven, there were at least hundreds of sects like the Burning Sun sect. Moreover, he discovered that in the second heaven, even some ordinary mortals could find simple martial skills and cultivation methods to cultivate. Therefore, there were many rogue cultivators in this heaven realm. It could be called a real world of cultivators. After a pause, Lin Tian opened the ancient book of the Wuji Immortal Sect. He looked at the history of the Wuji Immortal Sect and the various rules of the sect. One of them caught his attention. The disciples of each main peak are not allowed to trespass into other main peaks. If they want to enter, they must ask for permission from the main peak. Otherwise, they will be punished severely. No one can plead for mercy or stop them. Although the fallen immortal peak is useless, it was still one of the main peaks of the Wuji immortal sect. He muttered to himself. Lin Tian flipped through many books in the scripture depository hall. For hours later, he walked out of the hall and headed for the fallen immortal peak. Inside the limitless immortal sect, there were many disciples coming and going. When they saw Lin Tian, many of them pointed at Lin Tian. Look over there. It's that person who came to the fallen immortal peak to cultivate. That's him? That's right. He thinks he's smart and relies on that method to stay in the limitless immortal sect. Unfortunately, he can only be humiliated. How childish. If it wasn't for the fact that the fallen immortal peak used to be the main peak and was related to the direction and intersection of the underground spirit veins of the Wuji immortal sect, it would have long been moved away by the sect master and the elders. How could it continue to exist and give some mediocre people an opportunity to take advantage of it? It can't be considered an opportunity, right? After all, if one went to the fallen immortal peak, one would only be able to cultivate the ordinary martial skills of the limitless immortal sect, and would not be able to obtain any resources or medicinal pills from the sect. One would have to rely on oneself for everything. If you think about it, going to the abandoned main peak to cultivate is just having the identity of a disciple of the limitless immortal sect. For some trash, isn't this identity enough? When they walk out, just this identity alone is enough to make some unknown rogue cultivators and disciples of small sects fear them. Who knows, they might even be able to obtain a lot of benefits. That's true. However, it's miserable in the sect. There are a few disciples of the main peak who hate people who enter the fallen immortal peak. It's said that in the past few decades, anyone who enters the fallen immortal peak to cultivate has always been humiliated by the disciples of the main peak. Not only do they not gain anything on the path of cultivation, they are often beaten up and suffer. Many people discussed softly. Lin Tian's current divine sense was very powerful. Although these people's voices were not loud, he could still hear them clearly. However, he did not care much. Speaking of looking for trouble, someone had already looked for trouble in the early morning. Soon, following the familiar path, he returned to the bottom of the fallen immortal peak. The steps leading to the fallen immortal peak were originally very dilapidated. However, at this time, he saw many sword marks on the dilapidated stone steps. Some of the dilapidated stone steps became even more dilapidated, and the soil in many places was slashed out. Moreover, these sword marks extended all the way to the top of the fallen immortal peak. Lin Tian's face darkened slightly as he walked along the dilapidated stone steps toward the peak. The fallen immortal peak was not too high. Soon, he had crossed more than half of the stone steps. Smash! Don't leave the wooden table and stone bench over there. Destroy them. Crack! From afar, Lin Tian heard someone's voice and the sound of objects breaking. He quickened his pace and soon reached the peak. He came to the front of the dilapidated hall on the peak. As he looked around, he saw many people standing in front of the hall. The 7 people in blue who came to look for trouble in the early morning were among them. He tilted his head and looked. The hall that he had tidied up had become even more dilapidated. Many gravel and withered grass had been thrown into it. The simple wooden table that he had made himself was smashed. The stone bench that he had found was also smashed and thrown aside. In an instant, his face turned completely cold. Seeing Lin Tian appear, the people in front of the hall stopped and looked at Lin Tian in unison. "Senior brother Liu, he's the one who injured us," the young man in blue said coldly. Beside the young man in blue, the other 6 young men naturally came as well. All of them stared fiercely at Lin Tian. In the early morning, the 7 of them were kicked down the fallen immortal peak by Lin Tian. They found some pills to heal their injuries. Then, they found 5 senior brothers of the 6th heavenly level of the Sea of Consciousness from their own main peak to come to the fallen immortal peak to seek revenge. When they found that Lin Tian was not on the peak, they vented their anger by smashing the wooden table and stone bench. They also found many gravel and withered grass and piled them in the hall that Lin Tian had tidied up. Seeing Lin Tian return, the 7 of them sneered. Their eyes were very sinister. Junior brother, you're too arrogant to injure my Muyang Feng's disciple when you just entered the sect. A man in white said coldly. The man in white was called Lu Qing. He was one of the 5 powerhouses of the 6th heavenly level of the Sea of Consciousness that the young man in blue had found. Lin Tian's face was cold as he walked forward step by step. Lu Cheng's face darkened slightly. Newcomer, I'm Bang. Lin Tian came to the front of Lu Qing. He lifted his leg and sent Lu Qing flying with a kick. Lu Qing crashed into the ruined hall not far away. Such a scene immediately made the others' faces change. How dare you? How dare you treat our Mu, Pa? Lin Tian's face was cold as he slapped another powerhouse of the 6th heavenly level of the Sea of Consciousness away. Blood splattered in the air. He had just gone to the scripture depository to look at the ancient books. When he came back, the main hall that he had tidied up was stuffed full of gravel and withered grass. The wooden table and stone bench that he had made himself were destroyed. Although this was not a big deal, such a vile act was unbearable for him. He did not want to say anything more to this group of people. He immediately suppressed them. How dare you? Bang! Another kick. Another powerhouse of the 6th heavenly level of the Sea of Consciousness was sent flying and rolled 7 feet away. Senior brothers, be careful. This person's body is very strong. The young man in blue shouted. With a clang, a sword chi flew over and directly pierced through the young man in blue. Blood splattered in the air. It was bright red and dazzling. Ah! The young man in blue screamed. He covered his injured abdomen and staggered back. At this moment, the young man in blue stared at Lin Tian with fear in his eyes. His abdomen was pierced by a sword. Clang! Puff! Another sword chi swept over. The young man in blue screamed. His left arm was pierced through. Lin Tian slashed out with his sword chi. However, he avoided the vital parts of the young man in blue. He had just arrived at the limitless immortal sect. It was not a big deal for him to fight with the disciples in the sect. However, if he killed someone, it would be a different situation. He did not dare to kill people at will now. Ah! The young man in blue screamed. His face became extremely pale. Along with the blue-robed young man, the other 6 young men felt their hearts palpitate. Right at this moment, the 4th one, senior brother Mu Yangfeng, who was in the 6th level of the Sea of Consciousness, took a step forward and pulled out a long sword. He stared at Lin Tian and said coldly, "Very good. You are very bold." Lin Tian had nothing to say. In a flash, he arrived in front of the young man. His speed was so fast that it was terrifying. You, bang! Lin Tian grabbed the young man's head and used his right knee to hit the young man's abdomen. The young man immediately screamed. He covered his abdomen and half squatted on the ground. It was so painful that cold sweat flowed down his forehead. All around, everyone was shocked, including the 5th, 6th heavenly level of the Sea of Consciousness senior brother Mu Yangfeng, who had not made a move. Even the young man in blue and the other 6 were frightened. They never thought that this new master of the fallen immortal peak would be so terrifying. Even the 6th heavenly level of the Sea of Consciousness cultivators could not resist in the slightest. Why would a person like you come to the fallen immortal peak? The 5th, 6th heavenly level of the Sea of Consciousness senior brother Mu Yangfeng said in a low voice. His expression became extremely solemn. Lin Tian raised his hand and slashed with a beam of sword chi. You, puff! The beam of sword chi swept across and sent the 5th young man flying. He spat out blood and fell to the ground awkwardly. In the blink of an eye, the 5th, 6th heavenly level of the Sea of Consciousness cultivators brought by the young man in blue all fell to the ground. None of them was a match for Lin Tian. Lin Tian was expressionless. He forced the other 6 young men who followed the young man in blue. You! What do you want to do? The 6 young men were terrified. Lin Tian's expression was cold. He forced forward and directly slapped one of the young men's cheeks. Ah! Newcomer, how dare you? Ah! Bang! Don't hit. Bang, stop, if our eldest senior brother knows, he will. Stop, Stop quickly, Reese. Lin Tian's eyes were indifferent. He slapped the 6 young men one after another, making them all scream miserably. Their eyes showed fear. Of course, Lin Tian was very careful when he attacked, and he avoided the vital points every single time. Not only was he able to make these people feel heart-wrenching pain, he didn't injure their bones. For a time, the screams on the fallen immortal peak were endless. After a long time, Lin Tian stopped. A sword appeared in his hand. He pointed the sword at the young men and said, "Clean up the gravel and withered grass in the hall. Repair the broken wooden table and bring back the stone bench. Repair the stone steps that you destroyed with your sword. I want the complete stone steps." "What?" "We can clean up the broken stones and withered grass in the hall, and we can return the broken wooden tables and chairs to you. However, the stone steps are already broken, and you actually want us to make a complete set of stone steps. This is too much." "Absolutely not." The young men's faces turned pale. Lin Tian's face was cold. With a loud clang, the sword whistled. "You have no right to bargain now. You." Lu Cheng's face was gloomy. "You're too bold. If you really dare to do this, our peak master will never let you go." Lin Tian tilted his head and kicked Lu Cheng away. No matter what, the fallen immortal peak was once one of the 50 main peaks of the limitless immortal sect. Even though it declined later on, it still couldn't change the fact that it was once the main peak of the sect. How could those seniors who had once cultivated in the fallen immortal peak during its glory days endure such destruction? Your behavior not only violates the sect's rules, but it's also an insult to the past peak masters of the fallen immortal peak. Even if I cripple all of you, your peak masters can't say anything," Lin Tianling said coldly. End of chapter. Reading on a mobile phone. Lu Cheng and the others all changed their expressions because Lin Tian was right. Although the fallen fairy peak had declined, there were still a few masters in the immortal reaching realm from this main peak. They were the seniors of the Wuji Gate. If they came to the fallen fairy peak and didn't cause too much trouble, it wouldn't be a big deal. They would just treat it as a fight between disciples of the gate. This kind of thing happened often, so it wasn't a big deal. However, if they were to cause a huge commotion and alarm the peak master of Muyang Peak, they would definitely be the ones to suffer. At that time, even if the peak master of Muyang Peak knew of the current state of the fallen immortal peak, in consideration of the dignity of the past peak masters of the fallen immortal peak, he would definitely severely punish them. Thinking of this, the group of people's faces all became very ugly. Lin Tianling looked at the group of people indifferently. "Do you want to do it yourselves, or do you want me to ask you to do it?" "You," bang. Someone opened his mouth and was directly kicked away by Lin Tianyi. "Is there anyone else who wants me to ask you to do it?" Lin Tianling said. The long sword in his hand shook, and the sound of the sword spread out, which was very harsh. The group of people's faces turned pale. It was obvious that he was threatening them. However, Lin Tian's strength was obvious to all. Even 5 masters in the 6th sky of the Soul Sense Sea couldn't defeat him. What else could they do now? At this time, they were really afraid that Lin Tianyi would be cruel enough to cripple them. At that time, they wouldn't even have a place to cry. In the end, someone gritted his teeth and moved toward the hall, starting to clean up the gravel and withered grass. "That's right. Half of you go to repair the stone steps," Lin Tian said. The group of people gritted their teeth, but there was no other way. They could only reluctantly walk toward the stone steps. There were a total of 12 people. 4 were cleaning up the ruined hall, 2 were repairing the wooden tables and stone stools, and 6 were repairing the stone steps. At the stone steps, the 6 people were repairing the stone steps while looking at each other, secretly communicating with their eyes. Clang, at this moment, a sword light flew by and landed beside the 6 people's feet. Lin Tian stood on the fallen celestial peak and said indifferently, "I advise you not to have any wicked ideas. You'd better fix this stone staircase obediently. Otherwise, the sword in my hand will not show any mercy." The faces of the 6 people instantly turned pale, and they involuntarily clenched their fists, all of them becoming obedient. After all, no one was willing to take a blow for nothing. Moreover, they believed that Lin Tian was not just joking. he would definitely not show any mercy. Because before this, someone had already taken a few blows from Lin Tian, and his body was still stained with a glaring blood red. Damn it. Some people were furious. However, even though he was angry, he could only keep it in his heart. The sun in the sky was extremely fierce. Even though this was an immortal sect, the oppressive heat was still unbearable. The 6 of them were halfway up the fallen immortal peak. They found complete stones to repair the stone steps. Soon, more than an hour had passed. It was also at this time that someone passed by and noticed them. All of them revealed a surprised expression. Isn't that Muyang Feng's senior brother Lu Qing? Why is he here? That's Muyang Feng's senior brother Lu Meng. Over there are all Muyang Feng's people. They seem to be repairing the stone steps of the fallen immortal peak. Is that so? Seems to be the case. What's going on? Seeing this scene, many people had a strange expression on their faces. Lu Qing and the other 5 people's faces were burning. They were the dignified disciples of Muyang Feng, and they had been cultivating in the sect for more than 2 years. Now, they were being watched by others. Moreover, they were repairing the broken stone steps of the fallen immortal peak. This was a great loss of face. All of them lowered their heads, and their hatred for Lin Tian could be said to have reached its peak. Don't be lazy. A cold voice rang out. Immediately, a sword light flew from the top of the fallen immortal peak. The 6 people trembled at the same time and quickly moved again. They were at the mercy of others, and at this time they could not resist. At the foot of the fallen immortal peak, many people raised their heads and looked at the peak. Because the fallen immortal peak was not very high now, and because these people were all practitioners, some people vaguely saw other figures busy at the peak, and all of their expressions changed greatly. Someone is tidying up the hall on the peak, and someone is repairing the wooden tables and moving the stone stools. They are all Muyang Feng's people. That new owner of the fallen immortal peak is actually threatening them with a sword? My God, he actually forced Muyang Feng's people to do manual labor here? Defy the heavens. Everyone was dumbfounded. Soon, the news spread throughout the Wuji Gate as if it had grown wings. In the blink of an eye, the new owner of the fallen immortal peak detained 12 of Muyang Feng's senior brothers to do manual labor in the fallen immortal peak, tidying up the hall, repairing the stone steps, and building new wooden tables and stone stools. Immediately, the whole Wuji Gate was shocked, as if it was a bolt from the blue. Then, numerous disciples of the Wuji Gate rushed toward the fallen immortal peak. When they saw Lu Qing and the others really repairing the stone steps on the mountainside of the fallen immortal peak, when they saw the blue-clothed young man and the others tidying up the hall on the peak, and when they saw Lin Tian standing with a sword, everyone was dumbfounded as if they had seen a ghost, and they were almost petrified on the spot. He actually detained a group of senior brothers from Muyang Peak. Lu Qing and the others are experts of the 6th heaven of the Sea of Consciousness, but they were detained by that person. That person seems to be called Lin Tian. Is he so strong? Lu Qing and the others are actually not his match? My God, what is going on? My eyes are playing tricks on me, they must be playing tricks on me. Many people were extremely shocked. Gradually, more and more people came to the foot of the fallen immortal peak, and they were all dumbfounded. A person who occupied the abandoned fallen immortal peak actually detained the disciples of Muyang Feng, who was at the peak of his glory, to do manual labor. This scene was simply too shocking, and it could be said to be the most shocking thing in the history of the Wuji Gate. In the crowd, a girl in purple appeared. Staring at the scene in front of her, she could not help but open her mouth. The girl was naturally Bai Qiu. After glancing at the ashen-faced Lu Qing and the others, she climbed to the top of the fallen immortal peak and pulled Lin Tian over. You are such a bad guy. Although she said so, Bai Qiu held back her laughter, obviously finding it very interesting. Of course not. Lin Tian shook his head and briefly explained what had happened. Bai Qiu glared at him and said angrily, "This is too much, don't let them go, let them trim the flowers and trees on the peak." Lin Tian. This girl was really a little devil. Although the fallen immortal peak was abandoned, it was still very big, and it would take at least 3 to 5 months to trim the flowers and trees on the peak. After a pause, he pulled Bai Qiu aside. Hey! What are you doing? Bai Qiu said. Lin Tian glanced around and asked, Are you from the Bai family? Bai Qiu curled her lips. Nonsense, my surname is Bai. If I'm not from the Bai family, would I be from the He family? Lin Tian was speechless, and he could not help but knock Bai Qiu's forehead. He was asking about the ancient Bai family. How dare you knock me? Bai Qiu gritted her teeth and grabbed Lin Tian's ear. Let go. No way. Lin Tian. After a lot of effort, Lin Tian pulled Bai Qiu away and said, Be serious, are you from the ancient Bai family? You know? Bai Qiu curled her lips. Lin Tian was speechless. Yes, I am. He was a little surprised and touched by Bai Qiu's straightforwardness. The ancient Bai family was one of the top forces in the second heaven, and she did not hide her identity as an ancient Bai family member from him at all. After a pause, he asked again, By the way, I read in the ancient records that the Bai family is one of the top 10 sections. In comparison, how much stronger is the Bai family compared to the Wuji Gate? Bai Qiu stared at Lin Tian. You want to know? Of course. Lin Tian nodded. Bai Qiu's eyes narrowed into the shape of a crescent moon. He smiled and said, To put it simply, if my lord is willing, a great sect like the Limitless Immortal School can be wiped out with a flick of his finger. As he spoke, Bai Qiu slashed with his palm towards Lin Tian's neck. Destroy it with a snap of his fingers? Lin Tian was shocked and could not help but gasp. The Wuji Gate had been around for a long time, but in front of the ancient families, it was just a lamb? If that was the case, how terrifying were the ancient families? Could it be that they had masters in the virtue and enlightenment realms? At the same time, he stared at Bai Qiu and was a little surprised. From the way Bai Qiu said my master, Bai Qiu seemed to have a special status in the Bai family. Otherwise, she would not have said my master so casually. The ancient families and the Holy Land of Inheritance are very powerful. You must not provoke people from these forces in the future. Bai Qiu was a little serious, which was rare. Then, she looked a little annoyed and said, The old fox of the Wuji Peak knows, but he is not willing to teach me the famous theurgies of the Wuji Peak. It would be strange if he was willing to teach you. Lin Tian couldn't help but roll his eyes and say, Speaking of which, you're only in the Sea of Consciousness realm. So what if you've obtained the theurgy? Without the cultivation of the immortal connecting realm, you still can't use it. Bai Qiu stared at Lin Tian in surprise. Are you an idiot? Lin Tian was speechless. Can you talk nicely? He said with a dark face. Bai Qiu pursed her lips and said, Who told you that you can only cultivate theurgies when you reach the immortal ascension realm? Isn't that so? Don't theurgies need God power to be used? God power can only be obtained when you reach the immortal ascension realm. Lin Tian frowned. So stupid. Lin Tian was speechless. Bai Qiu stretched out her slender finger and waved it in front of Lin Tian's eyes. Let me give you a simple example of using an axe to chop down a tree. Let's treat Jin Yuan as a blunt axe and Xianxia as a sharp axe. Similarly, if a person uses two different axes, do you dare say that a blunt axe cannot chop down a tree? Lin Tian was shocked. It can be chopped down. It just takes a little longer to chop down a tree than to use a sharp axe. Lin Tian calmed down and said in a low voice, You mean that true essence can also be used to use divine abilities, but the power of divine abilities will be weaker than those that rely on divine power? You are worth teaching. That's it. Read on a mobile phone. Lin Tian calmed down and suddenly felt that Bai Qiu's words made sense. The levels of martial arts techniques and magic powers were generally named according to the same realm. To put it simply, airborne realm martial arts techniques referred to cultivators at or above the airborne realm who could fully exert their power. Ordinary magic powers referred to cultivators at or above the celestial reaching realm who could fully exert their power. It did not mean that cultivators below the celestial reaching realm couldn't cultivate and use martial arts techniques, just like how some cultivators at the Sea of Consciousness could also cultivate and use airborne realm martial arts techniques. Compared to martial techniques, there's still a difference between true essence and divine force in cultivating supernatural powers, but the difference isn't that big. Bai Qiu said. Lin Tian nodded. So that's how it was. After a pause, he suddenly smiled and looked at Bai Qiu. Your Bai family is one of the top forces in this realm, so you should have many powerful supernatural powers, right? Since we're so fated, why don't you teach me one or two of your core secret arts? You want to learn? Of course. Bai Qiu giggled. In the past, there was a sect that was not much weaker than the Limitless Immortal School that learned one of my family's secret techniques. Later on, this sect disappeared without a trace overnight, and everyone was wiped out. Do you still want to learn it? I only learned one of your secret arts, and your Bai family actually killed them all. That's too much, isn't it? Lin Tian was a little speechless. Bai Qiu rolled his eyes. What do you know? The ancient scriptures of ancient families and sacred lands are the foundation of their foothold. It's said that the sect learned one of the core secret arts of our Bai family's divine scripture. If this were to spread, it would be a great blow to our Bai family. Our ancestors wouldn't tolerate such a thing. Lin Tian thought for a moment and said, It's fine. I'm all alone in this world, and I'm not afraid of anything. Teach me. Bah. Don't even think about it. I'm telling you, don't even think about it. Not to mention a little cultivator like you, even if the sacred masters of Taishan Sacred Ground and Wantong Sacred Ground learned my family's secret technique, the old ancestors would also forcefully take it back. Bai Qiu glanced sideways at Lin Tianyi and said, Moreover, a normal family member will not be able to come into contact with the divine scripture before reaching the Sea of Knowledge realm. Once they reach the Sea of Knowledge realm, even if they learn the divine scripture, they won't dare to teach it to outsiders. The moment they have any thoughts of leaking the secret, the divine shattering rune that the elders have planted in their Sea of Knowledge will destroy their Sea of Knowledge. If someone tries to forcefully peek into their Sea of Knowledge, they will also detonate the divine shattering rune, resulting in the destruction of both body and soul. Lin Tianyi was shocked. Isn't this too exaggerated? Why are you so cruel to your own people? It can't be helped. This is a method to protect the family's inheritance. Bai Qiu said, Of course, the divine shattering runes don't exist for some important direct descendants of the family. These direct descendants can teach others the essence of the ancient scripture without worrying about their Sea of Knowledge self-destructing. Back then, the sect that was destroyed in one night kidnapped a direct descendant princess of our Bai family. That was how we obtained a core secret technique from her. Otherwise, how could we have learned it? Lin Tian rubbed his chin and said, You don't have any divine shattering runes in your Sea of Knowledge, do you? Bai Qiu was stunned, then curled his lips and glanced sideways at Lin Tian. It seems like you don't have any. Lin Tiandao snorted. Bai Qiu snorted. I can teach you, but I definitely won't. If I teach you, it will only harm you. Please, I'm not afraid of you harming me. I'll bite you to death. Bai Qiu gritted his teeth and pounced. Lin Tian was speechless. Bai Qiu was a member of an ancient family, and his status was not low. How could he not care about the consequences? After some effort, he pushed Bai Qiu away and asked, Speaking of which, since your family is so powerful, why did you come to Wuji Gate? Is it really just to find the divine divination technique? I'm tired of staying at home, so I came out for a walk. It's none of your business. Bai Qiu curled his lips and said seriously, and to be honest, the divine divination technique is really terrifying. As a supreme secret technique created by the ancient celestial venerables, it's many times more powerful than the most powerful technique in our Bai family's divine scripture. It's a treasure. Lin Tian's heart skipped a beat. You said that the divine scripture is the foundation of your Bai family, right? Yes. Bai Qiu nodded. Lin Tian said, In that case, if someone were to obtain a supreme heavenly venerate secret technique, wouldn't they be able to create a peak faction that is even more powerful than your Bai clan after spending some time? Hearing this, Bai Qiu suddenly burst out laughing. What are you laughing at? Lin Tian asked suspiciously. Bai Qiu stopped laughing and rolled his eyes. What do you think the supreme secret technique created by the ancient celestial venerables is? Do you think anyone can learn it? That kind of secret technique is shockingly difficult. Normal people can't learn it at all. Those who can learn it are all geniuses and monsters. After a pause, Bai Qiu said, Also, do you think it's that easy to create a large force? It takes countless years of accumulation. It's not something that can be done in a day. Lin Tianyi was stunned. He suddenly remembered that one of the four Fey gods in the first level of the Celestial Venerables said that normal people couldn't learn the ancient Celestial Venerables' secret technique and that it would be useless to give it to normal people. He stared at Bai Qiu and said, "So, even if you obtain the divine divination technique, you might not be able to learn it. Aren't you afraid that it will be a waste of effort?" "What do you mean by a waste of effort? You're asking for a beating." Bai Qiu snorted. "I'm extremely talented. There's no divine technique that I can't learn. Lin Tian, you should teach me a few powerful secret techniques of your Bai family," he said. "Don't even think about it." Lin Tian, the two of them talked as if there was no one else around, but the Muyang Feng disciples who were tidying up the wooden tables on the fallen celestial peak were furious. Their faces were frighteningly pale. At the same time, many people at the foot of the fallen celestial peak were dumbfounded. Especially when they saw Bai Qiu's imposing aura and Ruoxian daughter staring at Lin Tian, their expressions were even more shocked. This piece of trash, who was rumored to not have the courage to take the 49th main peaks test, was actually so intimate with such a fairy-like girl. At this moment, someone descended from the sky on a treasured sword. It was a white-robed man who looked to be 26 years old. He had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and he was very handsome. "Senior brother Sun Wei." The blue-robed young man was pleasantly surprised. On the fallen celestial peak, the other Muyang Feng disciples were also extremely excited. They all stopped what they were doing. Not only Muyang Feng and the others, but even the other disciples at the foot of the fallen celestial peak were slightly shocked. Sun Wei was an outstanding figure of Muyang Feng. He was now at the 8th level of the spiritual sea. Among the same generation as Muyang Feng, there were not many who were his match. Now that such a powerhouse appeared on the fallen celestial peak, it naturally caused many people to be shocked. The blue-robed young man shouted, "Senior brother Sun, this person insulted me, Muyang Feng. Senior brother Sun, you have to stand up for us." As he spoke, the blue-robed young man looked at Lin Tian with a face full of hatred. Beside him, the others also stared fiercely at Lin Tian, as if they wanted to eat Lin Tian alive. Clang, a sword whistled, and a sword wind swept out, directly sending the blue-robed young man and the others flying. They were all in a sorry state. "Did I tell you to stop?" Lin Tian glanced at them from the corner of his eyes. The blue-robed young man and the others were shocked and angry. They were so angry that they were trembling. Sun Wei is here, but this guy still dares to do this. He actually slapped Muyang Feng's people in front of Sun Wei. He is really audacious. But, this guy is so strong. So what? Sun Wei is different from Lu Qing and the others. Their levels are much lower. That's true. Many people whispered. Sun Wei looked indifferent as he stared at Lin Tiandao. Young people are frivolous. This is not good. Why don't you restrain yourself? If I hit Muyang Feng, break Muyang Feng's stone steps, destroy your Muyang Feng's tables and chairs, and fill Muyang Feng's Yuting pavilion with gravel and withered grass, then ask you to restrain yourself, what do you think? Lin Tian asked back. Did Lu Qing and the others do such a thing on the fallen celestial peak? In the past, it was said that if someone occupied the fallen celestial peak, Muyang Feng's people would come to make trouble and humiliate the person who occupied the fallen celestial peak. But they have never gone so far. So what? It's not a big deal. This is now. If it was in the glorious days of the fallen celestial peak, who would dare to do this? But this guy named Lin Tian is really arrogant. He actually detained all these people on the fallen celestial peak. Many people murmured to each other. They finally knew the reason behind this. Sun Wei was dressed in white, there wasn't a single speck of dust on him. He looked extremely calm as he walked towards Lin Tian. No matter what, as a disciple of the everlasting immortal sect, you are going too far. Humiliating my junior brother of the Muyang Peak, I have to do something. If not, I will let down my junior brothers and sisters and break your legs. You are really confident. Lin Tian said with a smile. It's not difficult to deal with you. Sun Wei said. Bai Qiu said to Lin Tiandao through voice transmission, be careful. This Sun Wei is really not simple. The aura he contains is very powerful. At this moment, Sun Wei had already raised his hand and sent a slap towards Lin Tian's face. I'll break your legs later. As your senior brother, this slap can be considered a small lesson for you. Remember, you have to keep a low profile. Don't be too arrogant. Sun Wei's slap caused the air to vibrate. It was extremely shocking. Sun Wei has practiced Mu Yang Feng's extreme yang body tempering technique. His physique is very strong. Few people in the same generation can compete with him. I have indeed heard that in terms of physique, Sun Wei has few rivals in the sea of consciousness. This Lin Tian is going to be in big trouble. Will his cheeks be smashed? It's hard to say. Many people whispered. Even Bai Qiu was moved. He saw the terrifying power of Sun Wei's slap and reminded Lin Tian not to take it head-on. Lin Tian's face was calm. He directly punched out. I really don't know where your sense of superiority comes from. The fist and the palm collided. Suddenly, the sound of bones breaking was heard. How dare a firefly compete with the bright moon? How dare he fight against senior brother Sun's physical body? He's courting death. Serves him right. The young man in blue and the others laughed, feeling very relieved. At the foot of the fallen immortal peak, many people shook their heads and said, in the sea of consciousness, there are indeed few people who can compete with Sun Wei's physical body. That's right. It's too reckless and childish to fight with his fist directly. Many people were discussing. Sun Wei stepped back. His palm was twisted and deformed. Blood flowed out. It was a shocking sight. How can this be? Sun Wei's physique is not as good as that new disciple? Impossible. No one could keep calm. They were all stunned. Everyone knew that Sun Wei had cultivated Mu Yang Feng's famous body tempering technique. His physique was almost invincible in the sea of consciousness realm. But now, Lin Tian had almost smashed Sun Wei's palm with one punch. This made many people pale. This guy's physique is so powerful. Why didn't I notice it before? Bai Qiu mumbled. Lin Tian stared at Sun Wei and said, as your junior brother, I don't have any gifts. Just take this punch as a free gift to senior brother. I hope that senior brother can keep a low profile in the future and not have too much of a sense of superiority. Sun Wei put his injured hand behind his back. His face suddenly became gloomy. I have to admit that I underestimated you. Sun Wei said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, a big sword suddenly appeared in his other hand. Dense vital essence suddenly burst out. Middle grade true treasure. Someone exclaimed. The big sword was surrounded by light. It had a shocking glow, which made many people's eyes light up. It should be known that a mid-grade true treasure could increase the battle prowess of the owner by 80 to 90%. It was extremely valuable. Moreover, mid-grade true treasures were all forged from extraordinary materials. They were extremely sturdy, which made many onlookers envious. As soon as the mid-grade true treasure sword appeared, Sun Wei's aura changed. It was as if he was really an unsheathed sharp blade. I only wanted to break your legs and let you quietly reflect on yourself in bed for 2 months. It seems that I was too kind. Then, I will add an arm. Go to bed and reflect on yourself for 2 more months. Boom, vital essence surged. Sun Wei's aura soared again. Lin Tian was expressionless. He kicked a piece of bluestone at his feet. Put away your arrogance. Sun Wei slashed down with his sword. Suddenly, the bluestone was smashed into powder. He turned it into powder with one slash? So powerful. This is a mid-grade true treasure? It's so much stronger than a low-grade true treasure. It feels like they're not even on the same level. It would be great if I had a treasure like this. Many people were shocked. Bai Qiu transmitted his voice to Lin Tiandao, saying, be careful. That mid-grade supreme treasure of his is not ordinary. It should be able to increase his battling power by 90%. That is to say, he is now comparable to a warrior in the ninth sky of the spiritual ocean. Sun Wei swallowed a medicinal pill, and his injured palm crackled as it quickly recovered by more than half. Holding the middle-grade true treasure sword, Sun Wei stepped toward Lin Tian and said, you have some strength, but your vision is too narrow. Today, I will let you broaden your horizons. I will let you see the combat ability of someone in the 9th level of the spiritual sea using a middle grade true treasure. With a boom, the sound of swords rang out, and dense sword light surrounded Sunway. Lin Tian sneered and shook his head. Can you die if you're not superior? His master was an expert of the Enlightenment realm, and he had seen the battles between experts of the Enlightenment realm with his own eyes. He had seen the old drunkard's broken 9-spring sword with his own eyes, and it contained the power to destroy the world. But now, a cultivator of the 8th celestial layer of the Sea of Consciousness was holding a middle-grade supreme treasure, and he actually said that his vision was too narrow. This really made him speechless. It was really funny. Sunway's face became colder. He raised his hand, and the sword light swept toward Lin Tian. Clang, 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 the sound of swords rang out, and the sword light filled the void. Many people were shocked and couldn't help but gasp. Such sword momentum sealed the surroundings in the blink of an eye. It was really scary. Be careful. Bai Qiu warned. Lin Tiantan smiled coldly. He moved his feet and directly went toward Sunway. I will send you to heaven with an iron fist. He said lightly. Facing the sword light that filled the sky, he directly swung his fist down. Swish. 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 In just a moment, all the sword light in the air was shattered by him. Oh my god, he smashed the sword light? This? What kind of physique is this? How could this happen? At the foot of the fallen immortal peak, the eyes of the onlookers almost popped out. Not only these people, but even Sunway himself also changed his expression. He was shocked by Lin Tian's fierce punch. Simple and direct, one punch smashed all his sword light. This made his heart tremble. However, at this moment, Lin Tian had already arrived in front of him. Suddenly, his face changed again, and he hurriedly raised his sword and slashed. Lin Tian's face was indifferent. He didn't make any extra movements, and he still only punched down. This punch directly hit the blade of the big sword, and it actually made a crisp clang. That punch just now, it hit the blade directly, right? Yes, it seems like it. It seems like, I didn't see it wrong. He actually hit a mid-grade true treasure with his bare hands? Everyone was stunned. Many people's lips were trembling, and they couldn't even speak properly. Just the thought of it was enough to make one's heart palpitate. If one was not careful, one's fist would be sliced open by the sharp sword, and one's arm would be crippled. But now, Lin Tian had done just that, and his fist was not damaged at all after colliding with the sword. Instead, he was suppressing the middle-grade true treasure. Seeing this scene, even Bai Qiu's eyes were wide open. This was like a ferocious beast in human form. Clang, in the field, Lin Tian threw a second punch, and it landed on Sunway's big sword again. A majestic force surged up. Sunway felt his arm go numb, and he was forced to step back. Again. Lin Tian's feet moved, and he approached again, smashing down with his fist again. Sunway's expression changed. Lin Tian's speed was too fast, and he couldn't fight back at all. He could only block with his treasure sword. Clang, another punch, heavy and ferocious, ruthlessly pressed down on the large sword. Moreover, at this time a cracking sound was heard, shocking everyone and causing them to look forward. Then, they saw a clear crack appear on the mid-grade true treasure in Sunway's hand. It was at least an inch long. No, it can't be. The middle-grade true treasure sword is cracked? Is he the reincarnation of the dragon? He actually cracked a mid-grade true treasure with his bare hands? Many people were shocked. After Lin Tian threw out his fist, he did not stop. He continued to punch Sunway again and again. Each time, he clashed head-on with the mid-grade true treasure sword, and each time, Sunway was forced to retreat. Clang, 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 the iron fist and the big sword kept colliding, and the cracking sound was heard again and again. Finally, when Lin Tian's ninth punch landed, the big sword in Sunway's hand was completely broken into pieces with a cracking sound. Mom, this is unbelievable. A middle-grade supreme treasure sword was actually smashed into pieces by his iron fist? Damn it, where did this freak come from? How can a spiritual ocean cultivator, how can he have such a strong physical body? This is absolutely impossible. I don't understand. Many people almost vomited their hearts out. Bai Qiu opened her mouth wide, and her beautiful eyes were full of shock. This guy. He hit a mid-grade true treasure with his bare hands, and not only was he unharmed, but he also smashed the treasure. Such a body was not ordinary. To have such a strong physical body at such a level, it was hard to find. Someone like him even in the ancient families and sacred lands of inheritance. Sun Wei's face suddenly became extremely ugly. His medium true treasure, his strongest weapon, had actually been shattered by Lin Tian's iron fist. This made him feel both shocked and pained. Damn it, you actually, clang, Lin Tian lifted his leg and sent Sun Wei flying with a kick. Is this what you mean by the powerful combat power of a middle-grade true treasure? He said indifferently. Sun Wei's face turned pale. You, clang, as soon as he said you, Lin Tian kicked him down the mountainside of the fallen celestial peak. Standing at the peak, Lin Tian took out his sword and looked at Sun Wei, who was at the waist of the mountain, and said, since you are here, don't think that you can leave so easily. Repair the stone steps with them. Once they are done, you can return to Muyang Peak. Impossible, you, puff, a beam of sword chi flew out and pierced through Sun Wei's arm, causing him to cry out in pain. Lin Tian said with a straight face, don't be mistaken. I'm not negotiating with you. This guy wants to detain Sun Wei too? Repair the stone steps? Oh my god, he's crazy. If the peak master of Muyang Feng knew about this, he'd be so angry that he'd vomit blood. This is really, many people gasped. Detaining a dozen disciples from a glorious peak to do manual labor. This had never happened in the history of the Limitless sect. Sun Wei's face was pale, and he glared at Lin Tian. However, when he met Lin Tian's cold eyes, he couldn't help but tremble. Staring at the long sword in Lin Tian's hand, which was cold and full of sword radiance, Sun Wei felt a chill in his heart. He couldn't help but feel a sense of fear. He didn't say anything else. Senior brother son, bear with it for now. When eldest senior brother comes out of seclusion, he'll avenge us. Lu Qing pulled Sun Wei over and whispered. Sun Wei gritted his teeth and looked at Lin Tianyi unwillingly, but he had no choice but to bear with it. Don't be lazy. A cold voice sounded. More than a dozen sword radiances fell and slashed toward the blue-clothed young man and Lu Qing. Everyone was shocked. Cursing in their hearts, everyone's faces turned pale, and they hurriedly moved. It's unbelievable. This so-called trash who just entered the fallen celestial peak is actually so terrifying. Since this guy is so strong, why did he come to the fallen celestial peak? This is too much. I don't understand. However, this guy is too evil. He actually threatened Sun Wei and the others to repair the dilapidated fallen celestial peak. Tisk tsk, this feud is huge. I don't know where Sun Wei and the others' faces will be. Not only that, Muyang Feng's face is almost completely lost. Exactly. Many people were discussing. Hearing these voices, the faces of Sun Wei and the others became even uglier. They couldn't wait to swallow Lin Tian alive. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. He held his long sword and looked around at everyone, looking like a supervisor. At this moment, Bai Qiu ran over and pulled him aside. She stared at him with her beautiful big eyes. Tell me honestly, do you have the barbarian king body? End of chapter. Bai Qiu was a little surprised. He was only at the 6th celestial stage, but he had such a strong physique. He was able to smash a mid-grade supreme treasure with his bare fists. This was ridiculous. Even some ferocious beasts didn't have such a strong physique. Barbarian king physique? No. Lin Tian shook his head. Liar. Bai Qiu grabbed Lin Tian and said through gritted teeth, you're only at the 6th celestial stage, but your physique has already reached the Zephyr realm, comparable to a 3rd celestial stage expert. This is abnormal. Even if you have a profound physique refining technique, you can't reach this level. Your physique is not much weaker than my brother's. Lin Tian didn't answer and asked, is your brother very strong? Suppressing you now is countless times easier than drinking water. Bai Qiu curled his lips. Lin Tian. You talk so highly of yourself. I'll beat your brother up sooner or later. He muttered to himself. Bai Qiu stared at him with wide eyes. What did you say? I said, if there's a chance, I must meet your brother and see what kind of heroic man he is. Lin Tiandao snorted. In the second celestial stage, there are no more than 5 people in the same generation who can fight with my brother. So strong? Lin Tian was surprised. The second heavenly layer was incomparably vast. Apart from the ancient Bai clan, there were also the demonic holy grounds, Wantong holy grounds, Taishan holy grounds, and the ancient Li clan. With so many transcendent powers, it was inevitable that they would be dazzling figures in the same generation. However, Bai Qiu said that there were no more than 5 people in the same generation who could fight against her elder brother. Of course. My brother has the Thunder God physique. Bai Qiu said. Lin Tianyi was shocked. Your brother has the Thunder God physique? The Thunder God physique was one of the 12 king physiques. It was said that one punch could create a sea of lightning. Lin Tian was shocked. Bai Qiu's brother had the Thunder God physique. Don't be surprised. The whole second celestial stage knows about this. Bai Qiu glanced at Lin Tianyi from the corner of his eyes, then his eyes lit up. He grabbed Lin Tiandao and said, tell me honestly, do you have the barbarian king physique? It is absolutely impossible for an ordinary mortal to cultivate such a powerful physique in this realm. Even if you have the Empyrean secret technique, it is still impossible. It's really not the barbarian king physique. It's just a mortal body. Lin Tiandao. Bai Qiu ground his teeth. Liar. Lin Tian. Looking at Bai Qiu's big round eyes, he felt a little helpless. He spread his hands and said, it's really just a bunch of ordinary people. What do you want me to say to make you believe me? Let me see your origin. Bai Qiu said. You can see the source? Lin Tian was surprised. Once you reach the Sea of Knowledge realm, you can see a person's origin. Of course, my cultivation is not much higher than yours, so you need to relax your body and not resist my divine sense. Bai Qiu stared at Lin Tian and said, let me see, I won't harm you. Lin Tian frowned and hesitated slightly. The source was very important to a cultivator. It was not a wise move to let others see it rashly. You're doubting me. Bai Qiu said angrily. Lin Tian, I didn't hide my identity from you. I told you so many things about the Bai family. I even told you that my brother has the Thunder God physique. You're actually doubting me and being afraid of me? You're too much. Bai Qiu said with grievance. Lin Tian, hearing Bai Qiu say this, he was really a little embarrassed. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page up. After a pause, he said, all right, but let me say this first. You can only see the source. He remembered that the source was at the abdomen of the human body, with the body as the center. The reason why he said that she could only see the source was because he was worried that Bai Qiu would scan his sea of knowledge. After all, his sea of knowledge contained a mysterious iron sword. This thing was very extraordinary, and he definitely could not let others know about it. Otherwise, there might be great trouble. Bai Qiu was a little happier. She looked down at a certain part of Lin Tian's body and pursed her lips. I'm not looking there. A few black lines appeared on Lin Tian's forehead. Bai Qiu rubbed her hands together and became even happier. Relax your body. Don't resist. Leave everything to me. Lin Tian was speechless. He couldn't help but say, Little Qiu Qiu, your words are a little ambiguous. You sound like a bad girl. Bai Qiu was taken aback. She immediately realized what he meant and said with a red face, Tui. Shameless. Lin Tian, taking a deep breath, Lin Tian scanned his surroundings and gradually relaxed his body. Then, he saw a strange light appear between Bai Qiu's brows. It gave him a feeling of holiness. In the next instant, Bai Qiu's eyes also lit up. There was a faint layer of light in her eyes as she stared straight at his abdomen. Lin Tian felt a little uncomfortable. He just treated it as the feeling of being spied on. Bai Qiu stared at Lin Tian's abdomen and seemed a little excited. Then, her beautiful brows gradually furrowed. "What's wrong?" Lin Tian asked. "Shut up!" Bai Qiu shouted. Lin Tian, she was still so fierce when she was looking at someone else's essence. It really made him speechless. Bai Qiu stared straight at Lin Tian's abdomen. Gradually, her beautiful brows furrowed even deeper. "Didn't I tell you to relax and not reject me?" "I'm not rejecting you. Your essence is rejecting me." Lin Tian was a little helpless. "I'm already very relaxed. If I relax any more, I'll fall asleep." "Relax a little more." Lin Tian took a deep breath and tried to relax his body and mind again. However, Bai Qiu's brows furrowed even deeper. They were almost twisted into a ball. After a few dozen breaths, Bai Qiu stopped. She stared at Lin Tian and gritted her teeth. "This is too much. Your essence is rejecting me. What does that have to do with me? I'm already very relaxed." Lin Tian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Bai Qiu gritted her teeth. Like a little demon whose fighting spirit had been aroused, she said, "If I add a wisp of essence, I don't believe that I can't see through it." Lin Tianyi was shocked. "Add a wisp of essence? What are you doing? You can't just use essence like that." "Don't worry, there's no problem," Bai Qiu said. As she spoke, Lin Tian felt a wisp of dim light rush out of Bai Qiu's body and quickly enter his body. In an instant, Lin Tian felt his body become extremely cold. It was as if he had fallen into a bottomless abyss. However, this feeling only lasted for a moment. In the next moment, the dim light rushed out of his body and entered Bai Qiu's body again. Bai Qiu's eyes widened. She gritted her teeth. "You can even reject my essence, and you still say it's not a problem." Bai Qiu stopped here and stared fiercely at Lin Tian. "Anyway, tell me honestly. What kind of king body do you have? Normal bodies can't reject my essence." "I really don't know. I'm just a normal body." Lin Tian was speechless. Bai Qiu stared at Lin Tian. "Nonsense. You're actually hiding things from me? I'm not going to talk to you anymore." Lin Tian was helpless. "If I really hid things from you, I'd rather be struck by lightning and die." "Really?" Bai Qiu asked doubtfully. "Really?" Lin Tian nodded. Bai Qiu stared at Lin Tian for a moment until she was sure Lin Tian wasn't lying to her. Only then did she release Lin Tian. However, her beautiful brows furrowed even deeper. "Looking at it from a distance with my divine sense, my essence is indeed no different from a normal person. I can't see any characteristics of other king bodies. However, my divine sense can only look at it from a distance. I can't get close at all. This isn't normal. What's worse is that even my essence can't get close." "What are you muttering about?" Lin Tian asked. Bai Qiu looked up and stared at Lin Tian. She ground her teeth. "You don't have any characteristics of other king bodies, but there's definitely a big problem with your body." As she said this, Bai Qiu was shocked. She pulled Lin Tian over and said, "Are you a reincarnation body?" Lin Tian curled his lips. "If I were a reincarnation body, I would beat your brother up right now." "What are you talking about? Why beat my brother up? My brother didn't do anything to you." Bai Qiu stared at him. "Who asked you to say that it's easier for your brother to suppress me than to drink water? You're really petty." Bai Qiu rolled her eyes. "However, you dare to say that you'll beat my brother up right now? My brother can suppress you with one finger." "That's not necessarily true." Lin Tianandao was a little curious. "Speaking of which, I've noticed before that you seem to dislike reincarnation bodies." "Why?" Bai Qiu snorted. "Who asked the 9 celestial venerables to say that once a reincarnation body appears, there's no king body in the world? To hell with reincarnation bodies." Lin Tian blushed with shame. "You just said that I'm petty. Aren't you even more petty now?" After a pause, he said, "But then again, if you really don't like the reincarnation physique because of this sentence, then it should be the other 11 king physiques that don't like it. Why are you joining in on the fun, looking like you have a deep grudge?" "I like it." It's none of your business. Bai Qiu gritted her teeth and said, I only have 2 wishes in my life. First, when I become stronger, I'll suppress the old antiques in my family. Second, I'll catch a reincarnation body to carry water, chop wood, and plant flowers and grass. Lin Tian, she was really a little devil. The 2 of them talked as if there was no one else around. In the blink of an eye, the sky had completely darkened. The blue-clothed young man and the others had already tidied up the ruined hall. They fixed the wooden table and stone benches. Then, they repaired the stone steps of the fallen immortal peak with Sun Wei and the others. Because they didn't want to be surrounded by onlookers, their speed was shockingly fast. Get lost. Remember, if you come to the fallen immortal peak in the future, you must ask for permission at the foot of the mountain. Lin Tianandao. Ask for permission at the foot of the mountain? The fallen immortal peak doesn't have a peak master now. One of them said unhappily. Lin Tian raised his leg and kicked a fist-sized stone at his feet. It landed directly on the man's chest, causing him to scream and almost fall down from the mountainside of the fallen immortal peak. There is no peak master now, but since I'm the master here, I'm the person in charge here. If you want to enter the mountain, you have to get my permission. You don't agree? Lin Tianandao said coldly. There were many onlookers at the foot of the fallen immortal peak. After hearing this, they couldn't help but gasp. How domineering! Someone muttered. Sun Wei and the others were livid. No one spoke again. They glanced at Lin Tianyi sinisterly and quickly left. At this time, a group of people surrounded them and stared at them. They didn't want to stay here for a moment longer. End of chapter. Lin Tian stood at the top of the fallen immortal peak and watched as Sun Wei and the others left. Then, he looked towards the crowd of spectators at the foot of the mountain and said, Senior brothers, please disperse. His voice was calm, but it was clearly an order for them to leave. Everyone looked at Lin Tianyi and left after exchanging glances with each other. He was a madman who even suppressed Muyang Feng's Sun Wei and kept him as a coolie. No one dared to provoke him. Soon, the crowd at the foot of the fallen angel peak completely dispersed. You're famous now. Be careful. Muyang Feng and the others will definitely come for revenge. Bai Qiu said. Lin Tian naturally understood what Bai Qiu meant. He kept Muyang Feng and the others at the fallen angel peak as coolies and even suppressed Muyang Feng's outstanding Sun Wei. With the temperament of those people, there was no way they would just let it go. However, he didn't care much about it. It doesn't matter. I'll beat them up one by one. Show off. Bai Qiu glared at Lin Tianyi and said, Muyang Feng's deacons and peak masters won't interfere in this matter, but Muyang Feng's strongest disciple might be involved. I heard that he has reached the airborne realm. With your current cultivation, do you think you can deal with an airborne realm expert? Lin Tian's eyes narrowed. He was very powerful now, but he didn't have much confidence in defeating an airborne realm expert. He looked at Bai Qiu and said with a smile, speaking of which, I seem to be in danger now. You'd better teach me a few of your Bai family's core secret techniques. Otherwise, I might be killed by Muyang Feng's strongest disciple. Impossible. I told you, don't even think about it. Bai Qiu refused immediately. Lin Tian was speechless. How heartless. He muttered to himself. What did you say? Bai Qiu stared at him. I said you're as beautiful as a goddess and unparalleled in the world. Lin Tian said casually. Bai Qiu blushed slightly and said, you have a glib tongue. Not long after, Bai Qiu also left and returned to the Wuji Peak. Gradually, stars appeared in the sky. Lin Tian glanced at the sky, shook his head, and walked towards the fallen immortal peak. Sea of Consciousness Array, Body Tempering Array. He stared ahead. There were 2 major formations on the fallen immortal peak. One was to help cultivate the Sea of Consciousness, and the other was to help temper the body. Although they were somewhat damaged, they were still somewhat useful. Lin Tian walked into the Knowledge Sea Array and activated the Heavenly One Soul Mantra. He infused his soul energy into some of the runes on the array. Immediately, the array began to glow. Buzz. As the Great Formation began to operate, the power of the stars fell from the starry sky, dyeing the surroundings with a faint layer of silver light. Lin Tian suddenly felt his sea of consciousness tremble. In the light, his soul energy began to jump rhythmically. Even though he did not activate the four extremes meridians, his soul energy began to refine itself. This surprised him. He had only activated this great formation temporarily with his soul energy. At most, he had restored 40% of the original power of the great formation. However, it had such a miraculous effect. It was much more powerful than the Star River Pagoda of the Burning Sun sect. As expected of one of the top 10 sects of the second heavenly domain. A broken great formation can have such power. Lin Tian was secretly surprised. He took a deep breath and calmed down. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page, immersing himself in cultivation. Not long ago, he had reached the 6th heavenly layer in the Demon Burial Valley. He had not had time to consolidate his cultivation. Now was the time. He knew that there was little difference between cultivation and construction. The foundation must be solid. He needed to walk on solid ground in every realm. Otherwise, it may create some obstacles in his future cultivation. Furthermore, making each realm a little more stable would also greatly increase one's combat strength. There were only benefits and no disadvantages. Buzz. A faint silver light surrounded his body. Inside the great formation of the fallen immortal peak, his soul energy became more and more crystal clear. In the blink of an eye, the night passed. In the early morning, the air was very good. The morning sun shone through the morning dew, emitting a faint seven-colored light. On the fallen immortal peak, Lin Tian was still sitting cross-legged in the great formation of the Sea of Consciousness, concentrating on consolidating his cultivation. It was not until another hour passed that he woke up and opened his eyes. 2 rays of light flashed in his eyes. Lin Tian stood up and stretched his legs. Then, he sat down again. Let's see what the old man taught me. He muttered to himself. He closed his eyes and moved his soul energy. The 4-symbol seal immediately appeared in his mind. Lin Tian already knew the power of the 4-symbol seal. It was said to be able to seal all things in the world. It could seal people, ghosts, demons, gods, and even himself. He paused and began to read from the cultivation section. Since Bai Qiu said that the cultivators of the Sea of Consciousness could also cultivate the 4-symbol seal, he naturally would not let go of a secret technique like the 4-symbol seal. This was a supreme secret technique left behind by the ancient celestial lords. Once he could control it, his combat strength would increase greatly. He stared at it seriously. Soon, Lin Tian frowned. There were many things that were difficult to understand. From the cultivation of the 4-symbol seal, in the beginning, one needed to form complicated internal seals in the body. In the later stages, not only did one need to form more complicated internal seals in the body, one also needed to form external seals to cooperate with the internal seals to guide the power. This made Lin Tian confused. He was really confused. Internal seals? External seals? Lin Tian was a little confused. He did not know anything about these two things. After a pause, he stood up, walked down the fallen immortal peak, and walked toward the sutra depository of Wuji Gate. He thought that there should be ancient books about internal seals and external seals in the sutra depository. There were many people coming and going in Wuji Gate. On this day, when they saw Lin Tian again, many of them looked wary. This is the new owner of the fallen immortal peak? Did he really detain Muyang Feng and the others in the fallen immortal peak as coolies? Nonsense, I saw it with my own eyes. He even suppressed Sunwei, who was at the 8th level of the Sea of Consciousness. Even Sunwei was suppressed? If he's so powerful, why did he go to the fallen immortal peak? Who knows? He's a weirdo. Anyway, don't mess with this crazy person in the future. Otherwise, you'll be in trouble. This guy looks very young and delicate. He's only 17 years old, but his methods are ruthless. Many people whispered to each other. Yesterday, Lin Tian suppressed Muyang Feng and the others in the fallen immortal peak as coolies. In the end, he even defeated Sunwei, who was at the 8th level of the Sea of Consciousness, and destroyed Sunwei's mid-grade treasure with his bare hands. This news spread throughout the Wuji Gate in the blink of an eye, making many people dumbfounded. Now, Lin Tian's name had spread throughout the Wuji Gate. Lin Tian could hear the voices of these people, but he did not pay them much attention. His expression did not change. He went to the sutra depository without any change in his expression. Soon, he came to the sutra depository. After searching for a while, he took out a book called Divine Powers and Magic Seals and started reading. Those who practice divine powers must first practice all kinds of magic seals. Lin Tian could not help but murmur to himself. This Divine Powers and Magic Seals seemed to be an introductory chapter before practicing divine powers, and it introduced the internal and external seals in detail. Lin Tianyi continued reading and found that the internal seal referred to vibrating the divine power or vital essence in the body and using the divine consciousness to make the divine power or vital essence circulate in a specific way. The internal seal did not have a fixed circulation method, and it needed to be practiced according to different divine powers. However, this Divine Powers and Magic Seals said that before practicing divine powers, it was best to familiarize oneself with the seal techniques of the internal seal in a few fixed ways. Moreover, this Divine Powers and Magic Seals recorded several simple internal seal formation methods for beginners to practice. Lin Tianwei frowned slightly and turned to the back, landing on the external seal chapter. The so-called external seal was easier to understand than the internal seal. It was to make hand seals with both hands and cooperate with the internal seal to draw the divine power or vital essence in the body. Lin Tian studied seriously and found that the external seal had a clear classification. It was divided into 36 basic hand seals, and the external seal of all divine powers was formed by the combination of these 36 basic hand seals. The more profound the divine power secret art, the more external seals it needed to condense. Ordinary divine powers and secret arts only need the internal seal, but some profound divine powers need to form both the internal and external seals at the same time. Lin Tian muttered to himself. Lin Tian scanned the four-symbol seal in his sea of consciousness. This supreme secret art was divided into 4 levels, and every level could be cultivated to condense a Tao diagram. When cultivating the first level, one only needed to form the internal seal in the body, and for the second, third, and fourth levels, one needed to combine the internal and external seals. Lin Tian became more serious, and when he looked down, he instantly felt a chill down his spine. Cultivating the second level of the 4-symbol seal required a total of 3,600 external seals, and cultivating the third level of the 4-symbol seal required a total of 18,000 external seals, and the fourth level of the 4-symbol seal was even more exaggerated, requiring a total of 72,000 external seals. This, Lin Tian sucked in a breath of cold air. The second level of the 4-symbol seal required 3,600 external seals, and the time between seals was very short. Once the required time was exceeded, the technique would fail. Moreover, in the process of condensing the seals, if any of the external seals were formed incorrectly, it would lead to failure, and the divine power would not be able to be displayed. Not to mention, in the process of condensing the external seals, one also needed to coordinate with the internal seals. In other words, one's divine power or Jinyuan would have to vibrate 3,600 times, and there could be no mistakes. Lin Tian couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. This was the so-called Empyrean secret art? Was this something that could be successfully cultivated by a human? According to the records of the 4-symbol seal, the 3,600 external seals and the 3,600 internal seals needed to be combined with each other, and it would take at least 20 breaths of time to complete. This was simply impossible. Lin Tian was a little confused. How was one supposed to cultivate this? Taking a deep breath, he calmed himself down and braced himself to continue reading. This ancient book also recorded that when one's cultivation had reached a certain level, when one's control of the technique had reached a certain level, when one's understanding of the great Tao had reached a certain level, when one's cultivation had reached a certain level, when one's control of the technique had reached a certain level, and when one's understanding of the great Tao had reached a certain level, it would become very simple to perform certain divine powers. It could be said that the condensation of the external and internal seals would be engraved on one's spirit, and it would become as instinctive as breathing. That old man has already reached such a level? Lin Tian muttered to himself. He remembered that an old drunkard had used the four-symbol seal to seal a section of the dragon-horn demonic beast's arm, but it did not seem like he had formed an external seal. However, he was not sure if that was the first level of the four-symbol seal. After all, the first level of the four-symbol seal did not require the formation of an external seal. It only required the formation of an internal seal in one's physical body. End of chapter. Reading on a mobile phone. An old drunkard had reached the level where he didn't need to condense an external seal. Lin Tian couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air as he stared at the seal of four symbols in his sea of consciousness. So many external and internal seals had to be condensed in a short period of time without any mistakes. The interval between seals had to be short and consistent. Moreover, he had to comprehend this divine power thoroughly to make the external and internal seals fit together. This level of difficulty was simply astonishing. Please search for the most complete version of this divine power. A novel by Lin Tian. No wonder it's said that ordinary people can't master the celestial master secret skill. This is really not something that ordinary people can successfully cultivate. Lin Tian shook his head. Taking a deep breath, he calmed himself down and carefully read the divine power magic seals. He memorized the methods of condensing the internal seals recorded in the divine power magic seals. After memorizing the 36 basic external seals, he put the divine power magic seals back in its original place and left the scripture depository for the fallen immortal peak. Not long after, Lin Tian returned to the fallen immortal peak and began to practice condensing the internal and external seals. He hadn't reached the connecting immortal realm and was still very far away. However, this had nothing to do with the condensation of the internal and external seals. Immediately, in the sea of consciousness array on the fallen immortal peak, he began to practice the condensation of the internal seals. The divine power magic seals in the scripture depository only recorded a few basic condensation methods of the internal seals. It was used to let beginners know what the internal seals were. Lin Tian followed the basic condensation methods and vibrated the vital essence in his body time and time again, allowing the vital essence in his body to flow according to the method of the internal seals. Then, he felt his body heating up. Buzz. As he condensed the internal seals according to the basic condensation methods, a little bit of light actually flowed out from the surface of his body. Just like this, a day passed in the blink of an eye. During this day, Lin Tian condensed the internal seals recorded in the divine power magic seals and had a certain understanding of the condensation of the internal seals. Then, he began to practice the outer hand seals. The outer hand seals were divided into 36 basic hand seals. All the hand seals of divine abilities and secret arts were made up of 36 basic hand seals. These 36 hand seals were not very complicated. In about 2 days, Lin Tian had learned all 36 types of outer hand seals. It had to be said that because he had cultivated the 5-dragon divine flash, he was able to condense the outer seal at an astonishing speed. This is really an unexpected surprise. Lin Tianwei was delighted. Because of the 5-dragon god flash, his 10 fingers were extremely nimble. In terms of the speed at which he formed seals, he had an advantage over everyone else. There were 36 hand seals, and each hand seal was a way to move the god power or true essence in the body, and needed to be used in conjunction with the internal seals. The faster the hand seals were formed, the better the god power or true essence would be, which was a good thing. Lin Tian repeatedly practiced the 36 types of external seals until another day had passed before he stopped. Alright, let's begin the first layer of the 4-symbol seal. Lin Tian muttered to himself. The first layer of the 4-symbol seal only had internal seals. There were 3,600 internal seals, and there was no time limit. This was relatively easy. Of course, this was only relative to the second, third, and fourth layers of the 4-symbol seal. It was still much more difficult than other divine abilities because Lin Tian had seen in the divine ability seal that most divine abilities only had a few dozen internal seals. The first layer of the 4-symbol seal had 3,600 internal seals. And one had to comprehend the essence of the divine ability and memorize the order of all the internal seals. This level of difficulty was frighteningly high. However, although this surprised Lin Tian, it did not make him afraid. On the contrary, it aroused Lin Tian's strong determination to cultivate, because he believed that the more difficult a technique was to cultivate, the more powerful it would be. Moreover, he already knew that the four-symbol seal was a supreme secret technique created by the ancient celestial masters, so he naturally would not give up on cultivating it. Huff. Taking a deep breath and exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, Lin Tian closed his eyes and began to cultivate. The first layer of the four-symbol seal recorded the method of condensing the internal seals. Because Lin Tian had practiced several basic methods of condensing the internal seals, and had a certain degree of control over the internal seals, it was much easier to cultivate the new internal seals. He spent 2 days comprehending the essence of the first layer of the four-symbol seal, then began to cultivate according to the first layer's method of condensing the internal seals. When cultivating the first layer of the four-symbol seal, the condensation of the internal seals was to vibrate the true essence in the body, causing the true essence to flow according to a predetermined pattern. This kind of flow was different from the true essence of martial arts. The true essence of martial arts usually flowed together with the true essence of the entire body, but the condensation of the internal seals was different. Perhaps the true essence of the upper limbs would flow with the flow, while the true essence of the lower limbs would flow in reverse. Some parts of the true essence would even rotate and flow in different patterns. Because of this, the cultivation of divine arts was often much more difficult than the cultivation of martial arts, and its power was also much greater. Of course, to say that divine arts were more powerful than martial arts was to say that the same person was using the martial arts or divine arts. If two different people were using the martial arts, then there was no comparison. For example, a Chaos Realm expert using a body refinement martial arts could easily kill a transcending immortal cultivator using a celestial master secret technique. Wang. Lin Tian concentrated on condensing the internal seals, and the light outside his body became even more resplendent, giving birth to a dazzling radiance. Lin Tian condensed the 3,600 internal seals in his body one by one. The first time, he made a mistake at the 53rd internal seal, the second time at the 100th internal seal, and the third time at the 200th internal seal. Very quickly, time passed, and Lin Tian made mistakes time and time again. It was only after 4 days that he was able to successfully condense the 1,300th internal seal without making any mistakes, and it took him a long time to do so. It's too difficult. Lin Tian muttered to himself. In the past, when he cultivated martial arts, even if it was a martial arts technique that ordinary people thought was impossible, he could master it within a few hours. But now, to cultivate the four-symbol seal, including familiarizing himself with the internal and external seals, he had already spent about 10 days. After 10 days, he still hadn't learned the first layer of the four-symbol seal. Shaking his head, Lin Tian smiled bitterly, stood up, and prepared to stretch his lower tibia. He had been cultivating continuously for several days, and he had been using fasting pills to pass the days, so he still needed to rest. Whoosh! It was noon. On the fallen immortal peak, a cool breeze blew, rolling up the fallen leaves, and it had the charm of autumn. Lin Tian sat on a wooden chair on the peak, raised his head, and squinted at the sky, feeling a little more relaxed. There were many ordinary old trees on the fallen immortal peak, and they grew very well. Lin Tian's wooden chair leaned against the edge of the forest, and from time to time a few white rabbits and civet cats jumped out. They were not afraid of strangers at all, and they circled around Lin Tian, and some civet cats even climbed on his body. Lin Tian couldn't help but smile, but he didn't mind. He reached out and touched a small civet cat hanging on his shoulder. "You guys are really not afraid of people," he said with a smile. The civet cat on his shoulder tilted its head and looked at Lin Tian curiously. Lin Tian couldn't help but smile again. Since he embarked on the path of cultivation, although it hadn't been long, he had experienced many battles and killed many people. Now, sitting here with a small civet cat hanging on his shoulder without fear of him, he felt quite relaxed and comfortable. He moved his right hand slightly, took out an ordinary pill, and handed it to the small civet cat on his shoulder. The small civet cat took the pill from Lin Tian's hand, swallowed it, and chewed. Not long after, its eyes lit up, and it showed a happy expression, and it even squeaked twice. At this time, some of the other small animals at Lin Tian's feet seemed to have seen it as well. A rabbit stretched out its front paw and hugged Lin Tian's feet, a bird fell from the sky and laid on Lin Tian's body, and even a natural raccoon ran over, charmingly naive, and stared straight at Lin Tian. Lin Tian smiled and took out more pills from the stone ring, crushing them and giving them to these little guys. These pills were all obtained from the ancient tomb at Sunset Mountain. There was a lot of them, but they weren't of much use to him, so they were just left in the stone ring. It was better to give them to these little guys as rations, and they could be used to some extent. Thus, not long after, Lin Tian was surrounded by a dense group of small animals, all of which were not afraid of strangers. "Ah, I found a king of animals!" A crisp sound rang out. Bai Qiu ran up from the bottom of the mountain, and found that Lin Tian was almost covered by a group of small animals, and couldn't help but laugh. "I didn't expect that a person as fierce as you would be so popular with these little guys," Bai Qiu said as he took a raccoon from Lin Tian. Lin Tian was speechless. "Which eye of yours see that I'm fierce? You forced a group of people to work as laborers at Fallen Immortal Peak, and you're saying that you're not fierce?" Bai Qiu curled his lips and said, "Although those people aren't good people, you're also very bad. I dare say that there's no one in Wuji Gate who's more vicious than you." Lin Tian was speechless. He didn't want to argue with Bai Qiu, so he took out some pills and fed them to the small animals at his feet. "You're feeding pills to rabbits and raccoons? You're so extravagant." Bai Qiu glared at him. "Do you like small animals? So what if I like them, and so what if I don't?" Lin Tian said casually. Bai Qiu grinned and said, "No, I don't. If you like them, I can give you a snow spirit beast. It's comparable to a demon beast at the peak of the airborne realm. My family has a few of them. They're beautiful, docile, and cute. I often let them carry me around." Lin Tian was speechless. As expected of an ancient family, they actually had a few snow spirit beasts comparable to demon beasts at the peak of the airborne realm. It should be known that demon beasts could already transform into humans, but they were still kept as pets by the Bai family. Moreover, Mount Tianyao didn't come looking for them. This was enough to show how terrifying the strength and foundation of this family was. "Do you want it?" Bai Qiu blinked. Lin Tian curled his lips. "Give yourself to me." "Bah! You're asking for a beating," Bai Qiu said. Not long after, Lin Tian had enough rest. He stood up and walked toward the formation in his mind. Hey, where are you going?" Bai Qiu asked. "I'm taking a bath. Do you want to come with me?" Lin Tian said casually. Shameless. Reading on a mobile phone. Lin Tian walked into the Knowledge Sea formation and continued to cultivate the first layer of the four-symbol seal, the inner seal. The essence of the inner seal was the special flow of divine power or vital essence. The so-called dozens of inner seals and hundreds of inner seals of many supernatural powers were just the complete flow of divine power of a supernatural power divided into dozens of stages and hundreds of stages, so that it was convenient to cultivate. Please search product %book Xianxia net to see the most complete. This was like a journey. A complete journey was divided into several points, first from the starting point to the second point, then from the second point to the third point, then from the third point to the fourth point, and then to the end in order. The principle was exactly the same. Lin Tian sat cross-legged in the Knowledge Sea formation, and according to the records of the first layer of the four-symbol seal, his vital essence flowed time and time again. It had to be said that this was really a very difficult process. Until another 3 days passed, Lin Tian had only completed 3/5 of the first layer of the four-symbol seal. He had been cultivating in the Knowledge Sea formation for the past 3 days without rest. However, in addition to the hard work of the previous few days, he had only achieved this little result, which was completely incomparable to his previous martial technique cultivation. This made Lin Tian involuntarily produce a bitter smile. But even so, Lin Tian felt that his vital essence flowed more smoothly and was much stronger than before. This made Lin Tian slightly surprised, and then he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The secret technique created by the ancient celestial lord was indeed extraordinary. Not only was it extremely powerful, but it could also make the cultivator's own power more condensed, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Taking a deep breath, he stood up and walked out of the Knowledge Sea formation. After cultivating continuously for 3 days, he felt that it was better to take a break. Squeak, the sound of a civet cat rang out. As if it had calculated Lin Tian's resting time, when Lin Tian had just walked out of the Knowledge Sea formation, almost all the little animals on the fallen fairy peak ran out and surrounded the ruined palace on the top of the fallen fairy peak. Heh. Seeing this, Lin Tian couldn't help but smile. Lying on the wooden chair by the forest, he took out some elixirs, crushed them, and distributed them to these little animals. After about 6 hours, Lin Tian rested for a while and went to the Knowledge Sea formation again to cultivate. The cultivation of the 4-symbol seal was extremely difficult. Lin Tian sat cross-legged in the Knowledge Sea array and several days passed in the blink of an eye. In the past few days, Bai Qiu had been running to the fallen immortal peak almost every day. She had an extraordinary temperament and was as lively as a fairy. On the Wuji peak, most of the male disciples surrounded her all day long and followed behind her. This made her very depressed. "Hey, are you cultivating again?" Bai Qiu said as he stood outside the Sea of Consciousness formation. "Yes." Lin Tian grunted, but didn't open his eyes. Bai Qiu gritted her teeth. She had been coming to the fallen celestial peak every day for the past few days, but Lin Tian was so focused on cultivating that he did not pay any attention to her. This made her very angry. Compared to the people at Wuji Peak who always chased after her and made her feel irritated, she felt that Lin Tian was even more hateful. She actually left her in the cold. "This is too much," Bai Qiu said angrily, staring at Lin Tian from outside the Knowledge Sea formation. At this moment, Lin Tian's body suddenly emitted a faint divine light, and the shadow of a Tao diagram appeared in front of Lin Tian. However, it was only for a moment. The next moment, the Tao diagram shattered with a crack. What was that just now? Bai Qiu's eyes widened. In the formation, Lin Tian opened his eyes and clenched his fists slightly. A faint light flashed in his eyes. "It's about time," he muttered to himself. After more than 10 days, he finally managed to control the first layer of the 4-symbol seal. "Next, I have to familiarize myself with it," Lin Tian thought to himself. Bai Qiu jumped over and grabbed Lin Tian. What was that just now?" "A martial technique," Lin Tian said casually. He would definitely use the 4-symbol seal in the future, so it was not a big deal to let Bai Qiu see it. Moreover, the 4-symbol seal was a secret technique created by the ancient heavenly venerables. Even if Bai Qiu saw it, she might not know what it was. "Liar." Bai Qiu gritted her teeth. "That's definitely not a martial technique, it's a divine ability. And it's definitely not an ordinary divine ability. You're thinking too much. It's a martial technique." Lin Tian Dao. "You're still lying to me. I'll bite you to death." Bai Qiu pounced over. And she really bit him. Lin Tian blushed with shame. Smelling the faint fragrance on Bai Qiu's body, a ripple appeared in his heart. At the same time, he felt a bit awkward. Being pounced on by such a quick-witted girl and even biting him, this made him feel like he was in deep water and burning fire. "Little Qiu Qiu, pay attention to your image. You're the princess of an ancient family." Lin Tian Dao. "So what? That's very unladylike. I'll bite you to death." Lin Tian. In the end, Lin Tian did not tell Bai Qiu about the 4-symbol seal. He used various excuses to avoid it. "You're too much." Bai Qiu glared at Lin Tian. Lin Tianji smiled awkwardly. To be honest, Bai Qiu never hid anything from him, but there were many things that he could not tell her. This made him feel a little guilty. "Right, be careful. Muyang Feng's strongest student seems to be coming out soon. He might come after you," Bai Qiu said. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed for a moment before returning to normal. "Thanks." He smiled at Bai Qiu. Bai Qiu pouted. "Thanks? What are you going to thank me with? I have nothing but myself now. How about I give myself to you?" "Shameless." Bai Qiu turned around and ran down the fallen immortal peak after saying that to Lin Tianyi. Lin Tian smiled as he watched Bai Qiu run away. Then, his expression became calm again. Mu Yangfeng's strongest student, in the airborne realm. Lin Tian muttered to himself as he glanced at the fallen immortal peak. A faint light flashed in his eyes. Since I've taken over this place, the fallen immortal peak is my current residence. I'll take some measures to protect myself. After all, I can't let others bully me in my own territory. That would be too embarrassing. Lin Tian stood up and walked into the ruined hall on the peak. There were many formation-controlling materials in his stone ring. On this day, he did not cultivate the four-symbol seal. Instead, he engraved the solitary lock rune and the martial fusion rune in the ruined hall. It took him 2 full days. He did not sleep or rest as he engraved more than 100 solitary lock runes and hundreds of martial fusion runes. He infused the 9 forms of the incinerating sun into the martial fusion rune scrolls. He then walked out of the ruined hall and buried the solitary lock rune scrolls and the martial fusion rune scrolls in every corner of the fallen immortal peak in an orderly manner. Done. Lin Tian muttered to himself. A faint light flashed in his eyes. He clapped his hands and walked to the side to rest. He fed the small animals that ran to his feet with crushed elixirs. Several hours passed in the blink of an eye. Several hours later, Lin Tian stood up and stretched his waist. Then, he walked into the sea of consciousness formation to cultivate the four-symbol seal. He had already mastered the first level of the four-symbol seal. Now, he had to familiarize himself with it. Buzz. A faint silver light flickered. Lin Tian looked solemn. A moment later, a Dao diagram appeared in front of him. The Dao diagram trembled slightly and slowly rotated. There were mysterious Dao patterns intertwined on it. It was difficult to see through them. With the appearance of the Dao diagram, the surrounding air was slightly distorted and trembled. Obviously, it was affected by the power of the Dao diagram. Not long after, the Dao diagram shattered with a sizzle and turned into specks of starlight that entered Lin Tian's body. Again. Lin Tian muttered to himself. The vital essence in his body pulsated, and a faint silver light circulated. Not long after, the Dao diagram appeared again. In this world, everything needed to be practiced, and supernatural powers were no exception. Buzz. The light surrounded him. It was sacred, peaceful, and supreme. In the next few days, Lin Tian repeatedly used the first level of the four-symbol seal and finally reached the minor accomplishment realm. The so-called minor accomplishment referred to being able to use it more easily. As for the power, it was far from reaching the qualified level of the first level of the four-symbol seal. After all, he was only in the sea of consciousness realm now. After a short break from cultivation, Lin Tian walked out of the formation. Immediately, many small animals ran over. Lin Tian smiled. These days, he had gotten used to these little animals approaching him. He squatted down, rubbed the head of a civet cat, and took out some elixirs to separate them. Hey! The strongest disciple has come out of seclusion and is coming this way. A voice sounded. Bai Qiao ran up from the bottom of the fallen immortal peak. Almost at the same time, in the sky, a majestic wave of vital essence surged and turned into a black-robed young man. This black-robed young man was about 25 years old. His expression was extremely cold as he looked down at Lin Tian from the sky. Xingyi, first level of the Zephyr realm, the genius of Mu Yangfeng. Bai Qiao leaned close to Lin Tian's ear and said. Lin Tian nodded and looked at the sky. Xingyi descended from the sky and landed on the peak, staring at Lin Tian. Eldest senior brother, it's him. Lu Qing and the others appeared. They ran up from the bottom of the fallen immortal peak and stared at Lin Tian sinisterly. Lin Tian tilted his head and glanced at Lu Qing and the others. Facing Lin Tian's cold gaze, Lu Qing and the others trembled and couldn't help but take a few steps back. More than 10 days ago, Lin Tian's divine power still lingered in their hearts. Naturally, these people were afraid of him. Tilting his head, Lin Tian looked at Xingyi. On the peak, many small animals passed by Xingyi. He was not afraid. A civet cat reached out its paw and touched Xingyi. Boom! A surge of majestic spiritual ether spread out from Xingyi's body. It was mixed with cold killing intent and swept around. The aura of an airborne realm fighter was not something that ordinary small animals could withstand. In an instant, dozens of rabbits, raccoons, and civets not far from Xianxia were all sent flying. They exploded in the air and blood splashed all over the ground. Bai Qiu was furious. How can you do this? This is too much. Xingye's expression was cold as he stared at Lin Tian. Kneel down and apologize. Xingye said coldly. Lu Qing and the others all stared at Lin Tian coldly. It was as if they were looking at a corpse. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked to the other side. A small civet cat's body fell on the ground. Only its head and the lower part of its throat were left. He still remembered that this little civet cat always hung on him. It was not afraid of him at all and always looked at him with sparkling eyes. Not far away was the body of a raccoon. For more than 10 days, it always leaned on him and asked for food. It was charmingly naive and very cute. Further away, a rabbit with golden fur was lying in a pool of blood. Not long ago, it used its 2 front paws to grab onto his trousers and tried to climb onto him. Unfortunately, it did not succeed even once. Clang! A piercing sound of a sword rang out. A sword appeared in his hand, and the fiery sword light intertwined. I'm going to kill you. Raging spiritual ether surged. This was the first time Lin Tian had shown the 9 moves of the incinerating sun in front of the disciples of the Wuji Gate. His first move was the 4th move, Wind Tornado, which shocked everyone. Such a sword aura was indeed terrifying. He has mastered such a powerful martial arts technique. Damn thing. Looks like he's learning from his master. But then again, he's just showing off in front of an expert. Big Brother is already an airborne realm cultivator. He won't care about such an attack. Lu Qing and the others looked gloomy. The 4th move of the incinerating sun swept toward Xingye in the blink of an eye. Xingye was still cold. He threw out a palm strike, which filled the air with palm prints and created dozens of flaming tornadoes. Airborne realm martial arts technique, soul-shattering palm. Big Brother has reached the airborne realm. He should be able to use the full power of the soul-shattering palm. Big Brother, cripple him. Muyang Feng and the others shouted. Bai Qiu transmitted his voice to Lin Tian and said, be careful. He's an airborne realm cultivator. Don't compete with him with spiritual ether and martial arts techniques. It's hard to beat him. Get close to him first, then use your powerful body, which is comparable to the 3rd firmament of the airborne realm, to deal with him. In Bai Qiu's opinion, Lin Tian was 3 levels lower than Xingye. There was a gap between them, which was the sea of consciousness and the airborne realm. It was impossible for Lin Tian to beat Xingye with spiritual ether and martial arts techniques. Xingye's eyes were extremely cold. He looked down at Lin Tian like an emperor. Kneel and apologize. Bastard. Bai Qiu glared at Xingye, feeling rather upset. Lin Tian was expressionless. He swung his sword and then moved. Every step he took left after images as he approached at lightning speed. So fast. What kind of movement is that? Bai Qiu's expression changed. Xingye's expression changed slightly. He backed away right away, barely avoiding Lin Tian's sword. Why are you dodging? Lin Tianling said. He swung the sword in his right hand, while at the same time, he clenched his left hand into a fist and threw a punch. With a boom, the air began to tremble. It was a powerful attack with extreme speed. Everyone could only see the afterimages of fists in the air. Xingye's face turned even colder, and he retreated again. However, he underestimated Lin Tian's speed. In almost an instant, Lin Tian appeared in front of him, and his left fist came to Xingye's chest. This made it difficult for Xingye to dodge. He could only fold his hands together and use his palms to block Lin Tian's iron fists. With a bang, Xingye's feet slammed into the ground, and he was knocked back 10 meters, leaving a deep mark on the ground. This, eldest senior brother was actually, how is this possible? Lu Qing and the others were horrified. Lin Tian's expression didn't change. He didn't give Xingye the slightest chance to react. With a flash of his feet, he rushed over once again. At this time, it was as if he was stepping on Dao marks as he moved. Every step he took gave others the feeling of a natural Dao technique. It was as illusory as the drifting clouds in the sky, causing everyone to be shocked. They couldn't help but be dumbstruck. I've never seen such a movement technique before. What is it? It seems to be even more powerful than our Bai family's divine void qi. Bai Qiu was extremely surprised. At this moment, Lin Tian's figure seemed like a dream. He followed Xianxia's figure closely, raised his sword, and swung his fist, and engaged in close combat. Such a continuous attack made it difficult for Xingyi to parry. Firstly, he was shocked by Lin Tian's speed. Secondly, he was shocked by Lin Tian's physical body. He was indeed a threat to him. Lin Tian swung his left fist, and the air was buzzing. At the same time, the sound of the sword echoed continuously. Such a powerful aura spread far away in an instant. Not long after, many disciples of Wuji Gate gathered at the fallen immortal peak. After seeing the scene in front of them, all of them turned pale with fright. Isn't that Muyang Feng's Xingyi? He's actually being suppressed. It's said that Xingyi has reached the level of flying. Could it be that the new master of the fallen immortal peak is also? No, I can feel that he's only at the 6th level of the Sea of Consciousness. Isn't this too abnormal? Everyone was greatly shocked. Originally, everyone thought that Lin Tian chose to stay at the fallen immortal peak because he was afraid that he would not pass the assessment of the 49 main peaks of Wuji Gate, so that he could fight for the identity of a disciple of Wuji Gate. However, later on, Lin Tian actually forcibly suppressed Muyang Feng and the others to work hard at the peak. Even Sun Wei, who was at the 8th level of the Sea of Consciousness, was suppressed. This made these people's view of Lin Tian change dramatically. Now, these people were shocked again. In their eyes, Lin Tian was actually forcing Xingyi, the most powerful disciple of Muyang Feng, to retreat. Enough, Xingyi said coldly. As a master of the airborne realm, he was actually forced to retreat by a cultivator of the Sea of Consciousness. This was a very embarrassing thing. With a boom, his powerful spiritual ether spread out and condensed into a light curtain in front of him, blocking Lin Tian. You're still far from it, Lin Tianling said and punched down hard. With a crack, the spiritual ether light curtain in front of Xingyi was instantly shattered into pieces. The spiritual ether light curtain of a master of the airborne realm was shattered with a punch. Damn it, this son of AB*TCH is simply a human-shaped weapon. Many people were speechless. Bai Qiu's eyes widened. Although he knew that Lin Tian's physical body was very strong, he was still shocked. He was too strong. Xingye's face was cold. A supreme treasure sword suddenly appeared and slashed at Lin Tian. High-tier supreme treasure, cloud-sundering sword, someone exclaimed. As soon as the cloud-sundering sword appeared, the air was distorted with a clang. The power of such a sword could be said to be extraordinary, and it immediately brought a lot of trouble to Lin Tian. Faced with such a sword, Lin Tian did not dare to meet it with just his fist. After all, it was a high-tier supreme treasure, and it contained the powerful spiritual ether of a master of the airborne realm. It was very terrifying. He took a step back and raised the sword in his right hand horizontally. The two swords collided with each other, and a clang was heard. Then, in the next moment, another crisp sound was heard. The treasure sword in Lin Tian's hand crumbled, directly disintegrating into pieces under Xingye's sword. Xingyi stepped forward and slashed down with the cloud-sundering sword in his hand. Lin Tian retreated and avoided Xingye's sword. Xingyi stepped forward and pressed forward again. The cloud-sundering sword slashed down again, and the air whizzed. Everyone could see obvious traces of distortion. This was a high-tier supreme treasure. In the hands of a master of the airborne realm, its power could be said to be terrifying. After the cloud-sundering sword appeared, Xingye's aura became much stronger, making Lin Tian feel oppressed. His eyes were cold, and he stepped on the yin-yang puppet to dodge continuously and kept retreating. A master of the airborne realm is indeed a master of the airborne realm. He instantly suppressed Lin Tian. This is also very normal. After all, there is a gap of 3 small steps and a big realm between the two. How can he block it? As for before, he only relied on his extremely fast speed and powerful physical body to complete a surprise attack. In a head-on confrontation, there is no way Lin Tian can block Xingyi, who is in the airborne realm. This Lin Tian is going to be in trouble. Many people shook their heads. More than 10 days ago, Lin Tian suppressed Mu Yangfeng and his group. Now, Mu Yangfeng's most powerful disciple had appeared. Everyone knew why he was there without thinking. Naturally, it was impossible for them to just fight, and they would definitely make Lin Tian suffer. Lin Tian was expressionless. Facing Xingyi, who was holding a high-tier supreme treasure, he could only keep dodging with the yin-yang puppet. A high-tier supreme treasure was enough to double the combat power of the wielder. In addition, Xingyi was in the airborne realm, so there was no way he could fight head-on. "Do you only know how to run?" Xingyi said coldly. As he said that, he slashed down with his sword again, shattering a wooden table not far away. "What are you so proud of? You are in the airborne realm, and you are using a high-tier supreme treasure. Why don't you go and fight an immortal expert?" Bai Qiu said unhappily. Xingyi did not care and pressed down on Lin Tian coldly. "You should know what the consequences are if you insult me, Mu Yangfeng." Closing in on Lin Tian, Xingye's spiritual ether surged all over his body, and he was domineering. "Remember not to be too arrogant in your next life." As soon as he said that, Xingyi slashed at Lin Tian's neck with his sword. This sword was merciless. It was obvious that he wanted to cut off Lin Tian's head without the slightest scruple. Such a sword strike caused everyone to be shocked. Is he trying to kill him? This is against the rules of the sect. Indeed. So what? That Lin Tianji is from the fallen immortal peak. Why would the sect care? The most important thing is that Xingyi is strong enough. He reached the airborne realm at the age of 25. He is a genius. Even if Lin Tian is a disciple of another peak, it is not a big deal that he is killed by Xingyi. Would the sect make things difficult for a genius expert who is alive for a dead person who is not very strong? Sigh. Don't sigh. This is normal. It is the same for other sections. It is a pity that this Lin Tian is really strong at such a young age. It is a pity that he did not grow up. Many people were discussing. A cold sword strike came in front of Lin Tian in the blink of an eye. "Be careful!" Bai Qiu shouted. Lin Tian quickly retreated and avoided Xingye's killing sword, but there was a trace of blood on his chest. "His speed is very fast," Xingyi said. As he said that, Xingyi held the cloud splitter sword and pressed toward Lin Tian again. "I will finish you with the next strike." Xingye's voice was cold. The cloud splitter sword flashed with a cold light and pressed straight toward Lin Tian. "Do you really think you are invincible?" Lin Tianling said. After saying that, he moved his mind. In an instant, the ground shook, and flaming sword light suddenly rushed into the sky. Clang, 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 the sword light flashed, and the flame was amazing. This was a terrifying scene. Dense flaming swords rushed out from the ground and covered the sky in the blink of an eye. Each of the flaming swords exuded an incomparably shocking aura, as if they could tear everything apart. What did he do? This is? Sword? The sky is full of swords. Seeing this scene, everyone's face changed. Bai Qiu's eyes widened. Who is this guy? He actually learned such a strange skill. Is he a dragon master who can control the power of heaven and earth? No, these sword chi are all swords condensed by vital essence. He is not a dragon master, this. The dense flaming sword chi suddenly rushed out from the ground, which made her feel strange. Reading on a mobile phone, dense flaming swords rushed high into the sky and spread across the field, causing everyone's expression to change. Please search product #bookyanet to see the most complete novels. They're all flaming swords. What's going on? What did he do? Everyone was shocked. The flaming sword shrouded the sky and dyed the space with a layer of fiery red. The scorching aura was extremely threatening. Lin Tian's expression was cold. With a thought, a flaming sword slashed toward Xingyi. Clang, with a swing of the sword, the flaming sword dragged a long flaming tail, burning the air until it was distorted. Xingyi frowned, raised the cloud-sundering sword, and slashed forward casually. When the cloud-sundering sword came into contact with the flaming sword, it immediately made a shocking sound, and a strong force quickly surged from the sword. With a bang, Jingyi was pushed back more than 10 feet. Eldest senior brother, what's wrong? Lu Qing and the others' expressions changed. At this moment, the flaming swords were densely packed in the sky, but Jingyi was pushed back more than 10 feet by one of the swords. This undoubtedly caused Lu Qing and the others' hearts to tremble. At the same time, many onlookers were shocked and moved. Jingyi was actually pushed back more than 10 feet again. At this moment, the sword whistled again. This time, 3 flaming swords fell from the sky and pressed toward Jingyi from 3 different directions. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The air became distorted under the scorching heat, causing many people's expressions to change. These swords were displayed by Lin Tian with the sword pattern in the palm of his right hand. They were inserted into the martial fusion mark, then connected with the solitary lock mark and buried underground. Now that he released the martial fusion mark with his mind, this kind of sword chi was naturally terrifying and shocking. Jingyi held his sword horizontally and swept out diagonally. With a clang, the dense sword chi vibrated and swept in all directions, directly shattering Lin Tian's 3 flaming swords. So powerful. As expected of eldest senior brother. That's right. Everything is futile against eldest senior brother. Lu Qing and the others sneered. Lin Tian stood in front of the ruined palace, his expression incomparably cold and calm. Clang, another sword chime rang out. This time, there were a total of 10 flaming swords in the sky, slashing down. 10 blazing swords slashed toward Jingyi from 10 different directions. Jingye's expression changed. This time, he was in trouble. Each of the 10 swords contained extremely terrifying power. Moreover, the speed of the swords had become extremely fast at this moment, making it difficult for him to shatter all of them in one go. However, even so, Jingyi did not panic. After sweeping away the first sword, he took a step to the side and swept away the second sword. In the blink of an eye, all 10 swords were shattered. All right. Eldest brother is invincible. Cripple him. Lu Qing and the others shouted. Jingye's expression was indifferent as he stared at Lin Tian. Put away these useless tricks. They are useless in my eyes. Is that so? Lin Tianling replied coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, the ground under Jingye's feet suddenly trembled. A large sword rushed out from the ground, its flames dazzling. Another true origin sword rushed out. This guy, how did he do it? Sword chi rushed out from the ground. I have never seen such a method. Everyone stared at this scene with their eyes wide open. Jingye's expression changed even more. He quickly retreated, dodging this sudden sword. Clang, the sword chime was ear-piercing. Almost at the same time, 12 flaming swords fell from the sky, blocking the surroundings and slashing vertically and horizontally. Such a dense attack with perfect timing. Even though Jingyi was extremely strong, it was difficult for him to avoid it. Puff, a flaming sword brushed past Jingye's arm that was holding the sword, cutting off a part of his sleeve and leaving a deep sword mark. Jingyi shattered more than 10 flaming swords and retreated more than 50 feet. His right hand that was holding the sword could not stop bleeding. This scene was somewhat dazzling. Staring at this scene, Lu Qing and the others' expressions all changed. Their eldest brother was actually injured. My God, he injured Jingyi. It's hard to imagine, I can't imagine such a thing happening. He is only in the 6th layer of the spiritual sea. What kind of method is this? I have never seen or heard of it. It's too shocking. Many onlookers were surprised. Bai Qiu was surprised. She stared straight at Lin Tian and gritted her teeth. This guy has a strange physique, and he has such a mysterious killing method. And that Dao diagram that suddenly appeared before has so many secrets. In the field, Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. He stood still. The dense flaming swords hovered above his head, supporting him as if he was an immortal sword god. Clang, the sword chime rang again. Staring at Jingyi, he moved his mind. This time, 15 flaming swords came out at the same time. The air was a little distorted from the burning. Everyone was attracted by the sword radiance. It was too dazzling, it was too powerful. Jingye's expression became even colder. The cloud-splitting sword shook, and the dense sword radiance immediately swept out. However, the sun-incinerating sword that Lin Tian activated with the sword pattern was very powerful. Ordinary sword radiance could not destroy it at all. Whoosh, 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 the flaming swords broke through the air, almost sealing off the surroundings. They broke through Xianxia's sword shadows and attacked from all directions. Xingyi kept dodging, while at the same time, he slashed out one sword radiance after another. Suddenly, the ground where he landed shook again. Just like before, another flaming sword rushed up and brushed past his cheek, almost piercing his throat. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. He raised his right hand, and 20 flaming swords came down again. With a clang, the swords shook, making everyone's heart tremble. Xingyi was moved. He quickly dodged, and the cloud-splitting sword in his hand kept slashing out. Faced with so many flaming swords, even someone as strong as Xingyi, who was an airborne realm cultivator, was in trouble at this time. Not only did he have to block the flaming swords coming from all directions, but he also had to be on guard against the flaming swords that occasionally rushed out from the ground. For a while, he became extremely passive and somewhat embarrassed. However, Xingyi was able to block so many flaming swords in such a situation because he was in the airborne realm. It was worth noting that the swords were activated by Lin Tian using the sword pattern in his palm. Its power was almost twice as strong as the 9 styles of the incinerating sun that Lin Tian usually used. If it were a cultivator in the Sea of Consciousness realm, they would have been cut into pieces. However, this scene fell into the eyes of everyone, and it was still extremely shocking. In the field, Xingyi kept dodging. His speed was very fast, and his expression was very cold. Lin Tian's eyes became even colder. With a move of his mind, the ground shook again. Under the ground where Xingyi stepped, flaming swords rushed up again, and the light of fire went straight into the sky. Clang, behind Xingyi, 5 flaming swords rushed out, slashing at his head, neck, heart, lungs, and abdomen. Looking at this scene, everyone's heart palpitated. This guy is actually going for the kill right away? That is the strongest genius disciple of Muyang Feng, who is at the peak of glory, and he doesn't care at all? This is crazy. Many swallowed their saliva. Wuji Gate did not forbid fights between disciples of the sect, but killing fellow disciples was forbidden, and it was a violation of the sect's rules. Many onlookers were not surprised that Xingyi dared to kill Lin Tian. After all, Xingyi's identity and strength were there. He was the strongest disciple of Muyang Feng, and he would be the next peak master of Muyang Feng in the future. He was the backbone of Wuji Gate, and naturally, he would not care about the so-called sect rule of killing fellow disciples. But now, Lin Tian was just a disciple of the abandoned fallen immortal peak, and was not liked by the limitless immortal sect. However, at this moment, he actually did not have any scruples and directly attacked Xingyi, which caused everyone's hearts to palpitate. This was different from suppressing Sun Wei and the others to work hard in the fallen immortal peak. The difference in essence was too great. If he really killed Xingyi, it would definitely be a huge matter. Clang, the sword light rushed to the sky, clanging and slashing from all directions. Xingyi stepped on the ground to dodge, and from time to time, flaming swords would rush up from the ground, making him a little passive. He shook the cloud splitter sword, swinging away several flaming swords, and stepped into the sky. Standing in the sky, Xingyi looked down at Lin Tian, and the soul-shattering palm struck out. The sky trembled, and dozens of flaming swords were all pushed back outside of his body. He actually flew into the sky. How shameless! Wouldn't the flaming sword lose its attacking power if it rises from the ground? Bai Qiu gritted his teeth. Lin Tian looked up, his eyes cold, and a faint soul power surged out. There were hundreds of flaming swords in the sky. At this moment, as Lin Tian activated the Divine One Soul technique, all the flaming swords vibrated together, and all of them emitted an ear-piercing sound, and at the same time, an extremely shocking flame light. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, the dense flaming swords vibrated at the same time, and rushed at Xingyi at the same time. In an instant, the flaming swords completely enveloped all directions, and directly trapped Xingyi in the middle. Such a scene made a lot of people feel a chill down their spines, and they could only swallow their saliva uncontrollably. This? Who can stop this? Some people's hearts palpitated. In the air, Xianxia's expression changed. The cloud splitter sword slashed horizontally, and the soul-shattering palm separated the air, shattering the flaming swords one after another. However, there were too many flaming swords in the air, and they were densely packed, attacking from all kinds of tricky angles, so Xianxia's situation was not much better than when he was on the ground, and instead became more miserable. Poof, a flaming sword brushed past Xianxia's thigh, leaving a trail of blood, and almost cutting off his entire thigh. Chi, a flame swept from the left, brushing past Xianxia's chest, and almost melting the skin on his chest. In the blink of an eye, Xianxia was attacked from the front and back, and even though he was in the Zephyr realm, he was still injured repeatedly, and constantly injured. That Xianxia is actually being suppressed, and he looks a little miserable. This new guy, he's simply, just the sixth firmament of the Sea of Consciousness, and he can actually force Xianxia, who is in the Zephyr realm, to such an extent. Even if he wants to enter the Wuji Peak to cultivate, there should be no problem at all, but he came here, what exactly is he thinking? Everyone was shocked and puzzled. Eldest senior brother. Lu Qing and the others could not help but shout. At this moment, the scene in the air was a little shocking. The dense flaming swords were spread out in all directions, as if forming a cage of flaming swords, and trapped Xianxia in the center, so he could only passively dodge the attacks. In the blink of an eye, there were a few more bloody wounds on Xianxia's body, and he was scratched by the flaming swords. Enough! A cold voice sounded. With a boom, Xianxia's body emitted an even stronger wave, and in an instant, more than half of the flaming swords were broken. Looking down at Lin Tian from the sky, Xianxia's expression seemed to be more indifferent. Your means are really good, Sun Wei and the others lost to you, and it's not wrong at all, but it ends here. As soon as the words fell, a blue light suddenly rushed out of Xianxia's body, like a sword light, and like a blade light, and in the blink of an eye, Xianxia was surrounded. Chi, 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 the flaming swords rushed over, but just as they approached, they were shattered by the blue light outside Xianxia's body. Lin Tian's expression was cold, but his eyes were slightly focused. That is, Muyang Feng's inherited magic, Tomb Falling Immortal Light. That's right, it's that inherited magic, which is said to be able to sweep everything down. Many people's expressions changed. Reading on a mobile phone. Outside Xianxia's body, beams of blue light crisscrossed. Although they were still true origin fluctuations, there was a special kind of power, as if it was a kind of great Tao, causing all the approaching flaming swords to be blown away. Please search product %book Xianxia net to see the most complete novel, by Chio's eyes narrowed. Remarkable power. She tilted her head to look at Lin Tian, and there was some worry in Bai Chio's beautiful big eyes. Okay. Eldest senior brother is the strongest. Kill him. Lu Qing and the others shouted. After being suppressed by Lin Tian and being detained at the fallen celestial peak to do manual labor, they had lost a lot of face, and this group of people hated Lin Tian to the core. Lin Tian raised his head and looked at Xianxia in the sky. His eyes narrowed slightly, but his expression did not change. Kill. He said coldly. The clanging sound was endless, and all the flaming swords trembled together and swept towards Xianxia together. The sound of the air being pierced kept reverberating, and the dense flaming swords crisscrossed, causing the air to distort. Xianxia looked down at Lin Tian with an indifferent expression. Outside his body, there was a blue light circling. With just a slight shake, dozens of blue light beams shot out like sharp sword lights, instantly shattering the dozens of flaming swords that approached him. Lin Tian's expression did not change. With a slight thought, more flaming swords surged up. The sound of swords rang out. This time, he grouped the swords into 7 or 8 groups, forming the Big Dipper sword formation and the octagonal demon subduing formation. Instantly, the power of the flaming swords in the air increased greatly, and they once again pressed towards Xianxia in the center. However, the blue light beams outside Xianxia's body were too powerful. Even though Lin Tian had formed the Big Dipper sword formation and the octagonal demon subduing formation, they still could not block the blue light beams outside Xianxia's body. After a while, they were shattered again. Don't waste your efforts, Xianxia said. Looking down at Lin Tian from the sky, Xianxia was completely surrounded by the blue light beams, and he looked invincible. Reading on a mobile phone. the Tao diagram was intertwined with mysterious runes. It was like a dream, emitting a faint silver light. It was a little dazzling. In the blink of an eye, the several tuneful immortal lights that were attacking them disappeared without a trace. This is the Tao diagram from back then? Bai Qiu's expression changed. When Lin Tian cultivated the four-symbol seal, Bai Qiu had once seen this Tao diagram by chance. At this moment, when she saw it once more, she noticed that compared to before, this Tao diagram had become even more condensed, and it actually possessed the dignified aura of an emperor, causing her heart to tremble. At the same time, everyone else's expression changed. This is? The tuneful immortal lights were actually devoured? I don't know, but it has indeed disappeared. Many people widened their eyes. Lu Qing and the others were even more shocked. Their expressions suddenly changed. Xianxia's expression changed slightly. Staring at the Tao diagram in front of Lin Tian, his face darkened. What is this? The tuneful immortal lights actually disappeared without a trace. This made him a little shocked. This had never happened before. Lin Tian stared at Jingyi, his expression unchanged, just like before. Swoosh, the air trembled slightly. He left an afterimage on the spot. Holding the Tao diagram in his right hand, he directly pressed it toward Jingyi. Jingyi's eyes narrowed. Dozens of tuneful immortal lights quickly pressed toward Lin Tian. Swoosh, 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 the tuneful immortal lights cut through the air like sharp arrows. The aura was imposing. Kill. Pierce through him. Pierce through. Lu Qing and the others shouted. Everyone clenched their fists and stared at Lin Tian viciously. In the blink of an eye, the tuneful immortal lights rushed in front of Lin Tian. Suddenly, everyone's eyes widened as they stared straight ahead. Lin Tian's face was expressionless. His right hand shook and directly pressed the Tao diagram. A few soft sounds were heard. The tuneful immortal lights leaned against the Tao diagram and instantly disappeared like a small stream in the sea. The tuneful immortal lights disappeared again. This was shattered by that diagram? That diagram, what exactly is it? I've never seen such a martial art technique. Many people's expressions changed. At this time, Lin Tian had already closed in on Jingyi and directly blasted a Tao diagram. Jingyi's expression changed. With a wave of his hand, the dense tuneful immortal light engulfed Lin Tian. Lin Tian's expression didn't change. The Tao diagram trembled and pushed forward. Buzz. A faint light surrounded him, and the tuneful immortal light that Jingyi had swept out instantly disappeared. Jingyi retreated, his expression changing drastically. What the hell is this thing? The tuneful immortal light was extinguished several times before disappearing without a trace. This caused Jingyi to feel a trace of fear towards Lin Tian for the first time. Guess. Lin Tianling said. The four symbols Tao diagram shook and directly pressed down on Jingyi. In truth, Lin Tian himself was also somewhat taken aback. The tuneful immortal light was truly very powerful, capable of destroying everything. But at this moment, when he unleashed the Tao diagram of the first level of the four-symbol seal, he effortlessly destroyed the tuneful immortal light. When he used the Tao diagram of the first level of the four-symbol seal to suppress the tuneful immortal light, he felt as though the tuneful immortal light was like air. Buzz. The Tao diagram trembled slightly, and a silver light surrounded it. At this time, he approached Jingyi. His right hand pressed down with the Tao diagram, while his left hand waved an iron fist and blasted towards Jingyi. Sweep it down. Jingyi shouted coldly, unleashing an even stronger tuneful immortal light, which turned into a storm that enveloped Lin Tian. Lin Tianling snorted, raising his right hand above his head. The four symbols Tao diagram trembled, instantly expanded, and slowly rotated. Qi. 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 The storm-like tuneful immortal light was instantly annihilated. The Tao diagram rotated, Lin Tian flicked his finger, and the Tao diagram above his head instantly rushed towards Jingyi. This? He threw it out. He actually threw it out. Many people's expressions changed. The Tao diagram was misty, like a flying disc, rushing towards Jingyi. Wherever it passed, all the tuneful immortal light disappeared. At the same time, Lin Tian's eyes were cold, and with each step, he instantly approached Xingyi. After throwing out that Dao diagram, what can you do if you come over yourself? You're courting death. Xingyi said coldly. Dodging the four symbols Dao diagram, Xingyi waved his hand, and the dense Tombfall immortal light once again rushed towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent, he did not dodge, and directly punched out. With a swish, the four symbols Dao diagram in the distance shattered, and in the next moment, a new Dao diagram appeared at the tip of his fist. Xingye's expression changed. Swish 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 sounds continued to sound, and the Tombfall immortal light that rushed towards Lin Tian was instantly shattered. Moreover, Lin Tian's fist momentum did not change, relying on the four symbols Dao diagram, pressing forward. Xingyi was moved. His Tombfall immortal light had no effect at all when encountering this Dao diagram. He only felt that it was sealed and swallowed by a supreme force, and it seemed very powerless. Facing the Dao diagram at the tip of Lin Tian's fist, he took a step to the side, and while moving 5 feet horizontally, he waved out more Tombfall immortal light to suppress Lin Tian. Buzz. Lin Tian's expression did not change. The four symbols Dao diagram vibrated, and everything was wiped out cleanly. After that, he pressed forward again. Tyrannical true essence surged, and the two fought together. Tombfall immortal light, the four symbols Dao diagram, and gorgeous divine light crisscrossed. Clang! Xingyi waved the cloud-splitting sword, and a powerful sword chi slashed in all directions, pressing towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. The Dao diagram shook, annihilating everything. He stuck close to Xingye's side, stepping on the yin-yang dragon to move, and relying on the Dao diagram to blast Xingye's body again and again. Swish! 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 The Tombfall immortal light was shattered again and again, and Xingyi was forced to constantly retreat, looking very miserable. Xingye's face was ashen. Now, not only the Tombfall immortal light, his sword light, the soul-shattering palm, everything was ineffective under Lin Tian's Dao diagram. Only his speed and physical strength could fight with Lin Tianyi, but in these two areas, he was a little inferior to Lin Tian. Now, he could only use his vigorous true essence to activate the Tombfall immortal light and force Lin Tian to wear him down. Let's see how long your Sea of Consciousness Realm's true essence can last with your Dao diagram. Xingye's face was cold. A dignified airborne realm expert was actually forced to such a point by a cultivator at the 6th level of the Sea of Consciousness. It was too embarrassing, Lin Tian snorted, without any emotion. The four symbols Dao diagram sealed the surroundings, constantly pressing towards Xingyi. Boom, 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 violent energy fluctuations intertwined. In the blink of an eye, the two had fought for nearly 100 breaths. That Lin Tian seems to be suppressing Xingyi again. That Dao diagram seems to be able to make everything disappear. Fist shadows, sword light, true essence, magic, all are ineffective. Many people were shocked. At this time, Lu Qing and the others' faces were particularly ugly, and they became very pale. Muyang Feng's strongest genius disciple, after using the Tombfall immortal light, was actually suppressed by Lin Tian. How could this be? Someone muttered. Bai Qiu's eyes lit up, and he clenched his fists. It's definitely a magic. And it's a very powerful magic. Enough to be compared to the core secret technique of our Bai family's Divine Sutra. Who is this guy? Boom, Lin Tian and Xingyi fought together. Relying on the Dao diagram of the first layer of the four-symbol seal, Xingyi was forced to retreat step by step. In the blink of an eye, another dozen breaths passed. Enough! Xingyi shouted with a cold face. After sweeping out the Tombfall immortal light, he directly flew into the sky and headed towards the sky. Bai Qiu muttered, this bastard is running into the sky again. He's too shameless. He has the advantage in terms of cultivation level and geography. In the sky and on the ground, there was no doubt that the person in the sky had the advantage in battle. At this moment, on the battlefield, the corners of Lin Tian's mouth curled up. With his back to everyone, a faint light appeared between his eyebrows, and a white lotus dagger flew out. Under the cover of powerful True Yuan, it instantly crossed the space and directly entered Xingye's Sea of Consciousness through the back of his head. Ah! In an instant, Jingyi screamed. His body suddenly lost balance and fell to the ground. What happened? I didn't see anything. Everyone's expression changed. No one saw Lin Tian attack Jingyi, but at this moment, Jingyi screamed. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He faced the falling Jingyi and dodged in a flash. In his right hand, the Dao diagram of the first layer of the four symbols seal spun and was directly pushed out. It broke through the tuneful immortal light outside the screaming Jingye's body and pressed firmly on Jingye's abdomen. Jingyi struggled out of the pain. Seeing this scene, his expression changed. You, seal. Lin Tian's eyes were cold as he spat out a word. Jingyi screamed again. The tuneful immortal light outside his body was instantly shattered, and all the true essence fluctuations disappeared. In your words, this is the end. Lin Tian. His expression didn't change. He directly raised his right hand and punched Jingye's cheek hard. With a bang, Jingyi was sent flying. Teeth mixed with blood floated in the air. After a while, he struggled to stand up. Jingyi clenched his fists tightly. Then, in the next moment, his expression changed again. What did you do? Why can't my true essence flow? Jingyi yelled. Jingyi wanted to activate the tuneful immortal light, but he discovered that the true energy in his body seemed to be sealed by ice. He had no way to circulate it at all. Not to mention the tuneful immortal light, at this moment, he couldn't even execute the simplest of martial skills. What? True essence can't flow? How can this be? What's going on? It feels like Jingyi is no different from an ordinary person. Many people were shocked. Bai Qiu's forehead emitted a dim light. She stared at Jingyi and was shocked. His true essence is sealed? Staring at Lin Tian again, Bai Qiu's eyes widened. This guy, what is that Dao diagram? It can actually seal Jin Yuan. What did you do? Jingyi roared. With his true essence sealed and unable to flow, he felt like an ordinary person. This feeling made Jingyi feel a trace of fear. Lin Tian's figure flickered, appearing in front of Jingyi. His left hand grabbed Jingye's hair and his right hand clenched into a fist. He punched Jingye's abdomen. Trespassing on my main peak and killing the little guys I fed, you can also taste the feeling of being trampled on. His voice was cold. He raised his right hand and grabbed Jingye's arm. His right knee struck Jingye's chest. A vicious punch and a knee strike. Lin Tian did not hold back at all. Even though Jingyi had the physique of an airborne realm expert, he still found it hard to endure. He screamed on the spot and spat out a mouthful of essence blood. You, bang. Lin Tian raised his leg and kicked Jingyi in the abdomen, sending him flying like a scarecrow. Jingyi crashed into a huge bluestone not far away. With a crisp sound, the bluestone was directly torn apart. It was obvious how hard Lin Tian's kick was. Muyang Feng is the strongest? Genius? Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. His steps were very gentle. He walked step by step to Jingyi, raised his hand, and slapped him. With a loud slap, Jingyi was sent flying again. A tooth mixed with blood floated in the air again, causing everyone's expression to change. Defeated? Jingyi, who was in the airborne realm, the strongest genius of Muyang Feng, was actually defeated by a newcomer. Everyone was stunned. Bang! With another crisp sound, Jingyi was sent flying and crashed into a big tree. The sound of bones breaking was heard. Jingyi spat out a mouthful of blood and roared angrily. He urged his spiritual ether to fly, but it was useless. The spiritual ether in his body seemed to be frozen, like a pool of stagnant water, unable to be used at all. What did you do to me? Jingyi roared. Shut up if you're trash. Lin Tianling said. In a flash, he came in front of Jingyi again and used a simple kick. Jingyi was sent flying again, and two of his sternum were broken. Again. Lin Tianling. He appeared in front of Jingyi and threw an uppercut, almost shattering Jingyi's chin. Senior brother. Damn it. Stop it. Lu Qing and the others shouted, and some people rushed over. Lin Tian did not look back. He waved his right hand, and a fierce sword wind suddenly swept out. Lu Qing and the others were all sent flying as if struck by lightning, vomiting blood. Oh my god. Too strong. This guy, everyone sucked in a cold breath. Such a realm, such terrifying battle prowess, it was simply shocking. Lin Tian didn't care about the crowd's expressions at all. He walked up to Xingyi again. Xingyi was already covered in blood. His face was extremely pale. He stared at Lin Tian in shock and anger. You, bang. Lin Tian raised his leg and kicked out. Without a doubt, Xingyi was sent flying again. He rubbed against the ground and rolled several feet away. Lin Tian's expression didn't change as he pressed forward again. This guy is really vicious. Bai Qiu mumbled. For a time, banging sounds rang out incessantly. Xingye's screams also rang out incessantly. Lin Tian showed no mercy at all. He threw punches and kicks, almost breaking Xingyi apart. Clang, the sound of the sword rang out, and Lin Tian's eyes turned cold. Do you really want to kill him? It can't be? Everyone was shocked. The treasure sword in Lin Tian's hand flashed with a faint cold light. He didn't show any mercy at all and slashed at Xingye's neck. Xingyi came here to humiliate him and kill him. He couldn't just beat Xingyi up. He wanted to humiliate him first. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page, after that, kill him. The sound of the sword rose and directly pressed down. The eerie sword blade approached and soon reached Xingye's neck. At this moment, Lin Tian's expression changed. A majestic force appeared from the sky and pressed down on him. He looked up and saw a middle-aged man in brown clothes in the sky. His expression was extremely cold. Master Muyang Feng. Everyone's expression changed. Muyang Feng walked down from the sky and swept Xingyi over. After a brief look, his face suddenly darkened. Trying to kill a fellow disciple in vain. Bastard! With a cold shout, Muyang Feng slapped at Lin Tian. With a boom, the powerful palm force was like a raging wave hitting the shore. It was terrifyingly powerful. Lin Tian's expression changed. This Muyang Feng was actually at the 9th heaven of the Zephyr realm. Boom! The palm force of the 9th heaven of the Zephyr realm was shockingly powerful and also shockingly fast. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Lin Tian. Lin Tian couldn't dodge. With a shake of his right hand, the first layer of the four-symbol seal condensed and faced forward. Facing this palm, the four-symbol seal trembled. After holding on for a moment, it finally shattered with a crack. Bang! Lin Tian was sent flying and directly coughed out a mouthful of blood. The four-symbol seal was very powerful, but his cultivation was too weak. He was a full 12 small realms lower than Muyang Feng, so it was naturally impossible for him to block the opponent's attack. In fact, being able to survive that palm was already heaven-defying enough. If not for the four-symbol seal, with his current cultivation, it was impossible for him to block that palm. Lin Tian! Bai Qiu shouted and quickly ran over. Peak Master Mu Yang's expression changed. He didn't show any mercy in that palm strike. An ordinary cultivator at the early stage of the Void Flight realm would find it hard to survive. But now, a cultivator at the 6th celestial layer of Sea of Consciousness was actually able to block that palm strike. This made him somewhat surprised. After a pause, Muyang Feng's expression became even colder. He raised his hand again and pressed down on Lin Tian. It's over. All the onlookers felt a chill in their hearts and shook their heads. Who could block a 9th heaven of the Zephyr realm cultivator? Lu Qing and the others all had sinister expressions. They clenched their fists tightly, waiting for Muyang Feng to smash Lin Tian with a palm. Lin Tian's expression was solemn. Enduring the pain in his chest, he condensed the four-symbol seal again. At this moment, Bai Qiu flashed in front of him. Stop! Staring at Muyang Feng, Bai Qiu's face was slightly gloomy. Muyang Feng paused for a moment and immediately frowned. The direct descendant of the ancient Bai clan had entered the most powerful main peak of the limitless immortal sect. This matter was naturally known to the dozens of peak masters of the limitless immortal sect, and they were very clear about Bai Qiu's identity. Normally, no one would dare to interfere with what Bai Qiu did, And there were even some who vaguely hinted to their disciples to get close to Bai Qiu in order to establish a relationship with the Bai clan. At this moment, seeing Bai Qiu blocking in front of Lin Tian, Mu Yangfeng suddenly hesitated. It's just a conflict between the younger generation. Just a fight is enough. Mu Yangfeng, you're making a fuss over nothing. A laugh sounded. In the distance, another middle-aged man walked over with a faint smile on his face. Wuji Peak Master. He's here today. Many people were moved. Old fox. Bai Qiu curled her lips. Wuji Peak Master stepped onto the top of the fallen immortal peak and heard Bai Qiu's voice. He couldn't help but laugh again. Little girl, I'm your Peak Master now. Can you not slander me? You're not even willing to teach me magic, damn Peak Master. Bai Qiu muttered. Lin Tian leaned against Bai Qiu, so he heard Bai Qiu's voice clearly. He suddenly felt a little speechless. Wuji Peak Master obviously heard Bai Qiu's words as well. He just smiled and shook his head. He looked at Mu Yangfeng and said, your disciple is Xingyi. It's not a big deal, so let's just forget about it. Wuji Peak Master looked at Lin Tian as he said this. A flash of light quickly flashed in his eyes. You can fight an airborne realm cultivator to such an extent with such a cultivation level. Rare. Very rare. I remember that your name is Lin Tian, right? How about it, Lin Tian? Are you willing to join Wuji Peak? As soon as this was said, everyone's expression changed. Wuji Peak? The most powerful and prosperous main peak of Wuji Gate. The inheritance has the Wuji secret art. That's a great magic passed down from ancient times. Many people's eyes lit up. In the distance, Lu Qing and the others all turned pale. Their eyes were immediately filled with reluctance. Lin Tianwei hesitated and was about to speak. However, at this moment, a cold snort was heard. Mu Yangfeng said coldly, Peak Master Wuji, you have to think carefully. This person wants to join the Wuji Peak. It's hard to say what his intentions are. His background is a big problem. If he really joins Wuji Peak and secretly learns the secret art, it will be a great harm to Wuji Gate. It's fine. I believe in his character and background. Wuji Peak Master said. Glancing at Mu Yangfeng, Wuji Peak Master secretly said that he was ignorant. In these days, the Peak Masters of the main peaks had intentionally or unintentionally hinted their disciples to get close to Bai Qiu in order to establish a relationship with the ancient Bai family. Unfortunately, it was to no avail. However, at this moment, at a glance, it was obvious that Bai Qiu and Lin Tian were very close. As long as they could rope in Lin Tian, they would directly establish an ambiguous relationship with the Bai family. It was so simple, but Mu Yangfeng couldn't figure it out. Shaking his head secretly, Wuji Peak Master looked at Lin Tian with a smile. Young man, what do you think? Are you willing to join Wuji Peak? Lin Tian glanced at Mu Yangfeng and sneered in his heart. Only then did he look at Wuji Peak Master. Thank you for your kindness, senior. I'm already used to the fallen fairy peak. I want to stay here. He bowed and said. The fallen fairy peak was not simple. It contained a big secret. He must get it. As soon as he said that, everyone's expression changed. What? This guy, did I hear wrongly? Wuji Peak Master invited him twice, but he rejected him. Wuji Peak Master is the most powerful person below the sect leader and the Grand Elder. It is said that he is about to enter the celestial reaching realm. How could this guy reject such an important person's invitation? He rejected him. That's Wuji Peak. Everyone was shocked. Staring at Lin Tian, many onlookers felt that Lin Tian was too eccentric. They couldn't understand him at all. One was the abandoned fallen fairy peak, while the other was the prosperous Wuji Peak. Even an idiot would choose the latter. However, Lin Tian chose the former. Wuji Peak Master was slightly stunned. Obviously, he didn't expect his invitation to be rejected. Why is that? It's too wasteful for someone like you to stay in the fallen fairy peak. Wuji Peak Master was puzzled. My identity and background are big problems. It's better to let the sect test me for a while. Lin Tian said. As he said that, he glanced at Muyang Feng Peak Master. Muyang Feng Peak Master's face suddenly turned cold, and a ray of cold light appeared in his eyes. Lin Tian's words were obviously mocking him. Wuji Peak Master laughed. You're quite emotional. Interesting. Wuji Peak Master said, well, if you change your mind, you're welcome to come to the Wuji Peak at any time. Roping in Lin Tian could establish a relationship with the Bai family. Moreover, Lin Tian was very powerful himself. He definitely had the qualifications to join the Wuji Peak. What a sinister smile. He's like an old fox. Bai Qiu muttered. Muyang Feng Peak Master snorted coldly. He flicked his sleeves and left with Xingyi. Not long after, Wuji Peak Master also returned to the Wuji Peak. As for Lu Qing and the others, they naturally ran away with their tails between their legs. At this time, only the onlookers were still at the foot of the mountain, staring at Lin Tian at the peak in surprise. Bai Qiu looked at Lin Tian with his big eyes as if he was looking at a rare beast. You're really powerful. Not as powerful as you. You managed to scare Muyang Feng Peak level 9 with just 2 words. Lin Tian laughed. End of chapter. Bai Qiu tugged at Lin Tian and gritted her teeth. I feel like you're mocking me. Lin Tian was speechless. Little Qiu, we have to discover the truth, kindness, and beauty between people. I'm indeed praising you. It's not good for you to doubt me so casually. Bah. How dare a vicious person like you talk about truth, kindness, and beauty? Bai Qiu snapped. Lin Tian, he looked around. The ground of the fallen immortal peak was in ruins, and there were potholes everywhere. Shaking his head, he took a shovel and filled in some of the deep holes. After all, this was where he lived. It had to be presentable. Little Qiu, help me, he said. Bai Qiu immediately glared at him. How dare you make a virtuous girl like me dig and fill holes? Do you have any humanity left? Lin Tian, Xingyi was really strong. Their battle had caused a lot of damage to the fallen immortal peak. In addition, the Silence Lock rune and Martial Fusion rune that he had buried underground had also damaged a lot of the surface. It needed to be cleaned up. That was a little troublesome. What exactly is that Dao diagram of yours? Tell me honestly. Bai Qiu stared at Lin Tian Dao. It's a martial technique. Lin Tian did not even raise his head. Bai Qiu gritted her teeth and pounced. Let go. Are you a dog? I'll bite you to death. Lin Tian felt helpless. However, he definitely could not tell her the truth about the 4-symbol seal. Therefore, he could only passively endure Bai Qiu's vicious bite. That's too much. Bai Qiu said angrily. And those flaming swords that rushed out of the ground. What technique is that? Also, your movement technique is very powerful. Where did you learn it? And your fleshly body is a little too strong. It can actually repel my source energy. You're hiding too many secrets. Bai Qiu stared at Lin Tian without blinking. Lin Tian blushed with shame. He had no choice but to divert the topic from Bai Qiu. After spending a few hours, Lin Tian finally filled up the potholes on the fallen immortal peak. At this moment, some of the little fellows in the nearby old forest ran out again and quickly surrounded Lin Tian, all of them with bright eyes. You little brat, you're actually so popular with these little animals. Bai Qiu was surprised. It's normal to have a good character. Lin Tian Dao. Bah. Shameless. Bai Qiu cursed. Lin Tian laughed and didn't mind. He squatted down and took out some pills to feed the little guys beside him. These little fellows are so cute. They are so intelligent and not afraid of people at all. Bai Qiu also squatted down. Indeed, very likable. Lin Tian Dao. He was cultivating alone on the Wuji Peak, and it was more or less boring and lonely. During this period of time, these little fellows were not afraid of him. Although he was always feeding these little fellows, it was also equivalent to these little fellows accompanying him in disguise. Therefore, when Xingyi casually killed a group of little fellows, he was very angry and angry. Thinking of the defeated Xingyi, Lin Tian also felt that this period of cultivation was very meaningful. The four-symbol seal was indeed a heavenly venerate secret technique. Although it was extremely difficult to cultivate, its power was undeniable. He looked at Bai Qiu squatting beside him and smiled. How is it? Do you still think that it's countless times easier for your brother to suppress me than to drink water? Bai Qiu glanced at Lin Tianyi and pursed his lips. Admit defeat. Lin Tianyi. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page, laugh. I didn't want to hurt you, but it seems that you don't want to accept it. Bai Qiu said angrily. There are 3, 6, 9, and 3 of the same level. That Jingyi is nothing. Don't think that you are strong just because you defeated him. My brother has the Thunder God physique. 100 people of that level can only be suppressed with a raise of his hand. They can't even touch the corner of my brother's clothes. Little girl, you're exaggerating. Lin Tiandao. Who's exaggerating? Lord Muyangfeng is very strong, isn't he? If we really fight, he may not be able to win against my brother. Bai Qiu said. Lin Tian was surprised. How old is your brother? What realm is he in? Lord Muyangfeng had already reached flight tier 9, but he still might not be able to win against Bai Qiu's brother. 21 years old. I don't know his cultivation level, but it's countless times stronger than you are now. Bai Qiu said. Lin Tian, in fact, he did not think that Bai Qiu was lying. In that case, Bai Qiu's brother was really a monster. Looks like I have to work harder to beat your brother. He subconsciously said. What did you say? Bai Qiu stared at him. Lin Tian was speechless and said awkwardly, sorry, I didn't do it on purpose. Ever since you said that your brother suppressed me countless times easier than drinking water, I inexplicably have an instinct to beat your brother up. Bai Qiu was so angry that her silver teeth kept grinding. Lin Tian shifted his gaze away and fed the little animals beside him with pills. You really have a lot of pills. Bai Qiu squinted. I accidentally entered an ancient tomb before and found a lot of pills inside. Unfortunately, they are not of much use to me. Bai Qiu was a little curious. Ancient tomb, how big is it? What does it look like? Lin Tian thought about it and described it slightly. Bai Qiu lost interest. Just by looking at the goo corpse protecting the tomb, it should be a flying cultivator's tomb. There are many small tombs like that in this heaven domain, it is nothing. Bai Qiu naturally did not know that the tomb Lin Tian found was in the first heaven domain. He only thought that Lin Tian found it in the old forests of this heaven domain. He said, the tombs of true experts will not have low-level things like goo corpses. Just the corpse energy of the tomb owner's corpse can give birth to endless Yin spirits and Yikshas. It can even cause the Yin spirits to develop rotten flesh, it is very dangerous. Just the corpse energy of a corpse can give birth to Yin spirits? And it can even cause Yin spirits to develop flesh? So exaggerated? Lin Tianyi was shocked. Otherwise, how could he be worthy of the word expert? Bai Qiu said, in one of the ancient books of our Bai family, there are some ancient tombs of primal chaos realm experts. In the endless river of time, the ancient tombs would even give birth to something like the Yin saint. Ordinary nirvana realm experts are no match for it. They would die if they encounter it. It is extremely terrifying and evil. Lin Tian heard this and could not help but gasp. He had heard of Yin saints, but he did not expect them to be so terrifying. Ordinary nirvana realm experts were no match for them. Are there many tombs in this heaven domain? He asked. There are a few. They have been opened several times in the past and many people died. Bai Qiu said. Lin Tian nodded and did not ask any more. He continued to play with the little guys at his feet. Bai Qiu picked up a bear cub from Lin Tian's side and played with it. He said, speaking of which, some things are finally over. You defeated Muyang Feng's strongest disciple, and that old fox from Wuji Peak even sent you an invitation. There should be no more trouble for you. You can search for divination, divine arts and peace. Over? Lin Tianling smiled. It's not that simple. Is there anything else? Bai Qiu was puzzled. Yes. Lin Tianyi smiled. Bai Qiu was puzzled. What is it? There shouldn't be anything else. There is. Lin Tiandao. As he spoke, he continued to play with the little guys at his feet. At this time, Muyang Feng, Xianxia's bones were broken, and his clothes were torn. He was lying on the bed. At the side, Peak Master Muyang's expression was somewhat solemn. After taking Xianxia away from the fallen immortal peak, he discovered that Xianxia's true yuan had stopped flowing. He tried to activate it with his own true yuan, but it was completely ineffective. "What's going on?" Muyang Feng said in a deep voice. Xianxia's face was slightly pale. "I don't know. He has a very strange technique that can condense into a Dao diagram. That Dao diagram seems to be able to annihilate everything. I used the Tombfall Immortal Light, but it was useless. Later, I was hit in the abdomen by that Dao diagram, and then it became like this. I can't use my vital essence anymore." Muyang Feng took the initiative. "From what you said, it should be a kind of divine art, and it's stronger than the Tombfall Immortal Light." Muyang Feng's eyes flickered, cold, surprised, and all kinds of emotions were constantly changing. "Master! Please help me!" Xingyi cried. At this moment, the vital essence in his body was not moving at all. He was like an ordinary person, unable to fly, unable to use martial arts, and unable to use divine arts. This made Xingyi feel incomparable fear, as if he had no future. "You are my disciple, of course I will help you," Muyang Feng said. However, in the next few days, Muyang Feng tried many methods, and even asked the Wuji Peak Master and other Peak Masters for help. He tried many divine arts and secret techniques, but he still could not solve Xianxia's predicament. He could not make his vital essence flow. Interesting. A Sea of Knowledge level cultivator actually has such a special technique. I can't do anything about it. It's very mysterious. The Gate Master and Grand Elder should be able to solve it, but the two of them are in seclusion. It's not good to disturb them. In that case, whoever tied the bell should untie it. For the time being, we can only look for that person called Lin Tian. Some Peak Masters said. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. Lin Tian had won the battle with the strongest person on Muyang Peak, Xingyi. This news had spread throughout the entire Limitless Immortal sect, causing all the disciples of the Limitless Immortal sect to turn pale with fright. A new disciple, a disciple who lived in the abandoned fallen Immortal Peak, actually defeated the strongest genius of Muyang Feng. It's hard to imagine. Such a person actually went to the abandoned fallen Immortal Peak. It's so weird. What's the big deal? The Wuji Peak Master invited that guy to cultivate in the Wuji Peak, but he was rejected directly. What? How could such a thing happen? That's right. I saw it with my own eyes. That guy is too weird. Many people were talking about it. Lin Tian heard some of these voices, but he did not care. He quietly cultivated in the fallen Immortal Peak. Bai Qiu did not like to be pestered by the disciples of other peaks, so he always went to Lin Tian's place. Soon, another day passed. On this day, Lin Tian had just finished his cultivation and was feeding the little fellows on the mountain with Bai Qiu when a familiar wave of powerful vibrations suddenly rushed over from afar, turning into a middle-aged man in brown robes. He was the master of Muyang Peak. End of this chapter, reading on a mobile phone. Lin Tian stood up, glanced at Muyang Feng, and said to Bai Qiu beside him, I said there's something else. Bai Qiu looked at Muyang Feng, slightly surprised. Peak Master Mu saw that Bai Qiu was also here, and his face darkened slightly. He said to Lin Tian Dao, what did you do to Xingyi? What? Lin Tian asked. Seeing that Lin Tian actually pretended to be confused, Muyang Feng's face darkened even more. Xingyi's vital essence has been sealed. Is that so? How pitiful. Lin Tian Dao. He did not have a good impression of this Muyang Feng at all, so naturally, he would not be polite. Bai Qiu snickered. She finally understood what Lin Tian meant by there's something else. It turned out that Xingyi's vital essence had not been unsealed until now. Then, she could not help but be a little surprised. What exactly was that Dao diagram? It actually sealed Xingyi's vital essence until now. And judging from the fact that Muyang Feng came here to look for Lin Tian, it was obvious that even Muyang Feng, a powerhouse at the peak of the flight stage, could not unseal the seal. This made her a little shocked. Mu Yangfeng's face turned cold, and he said coldly, "Let Xianxia's vital essence recover, and this matter will be over." Hearing this, Lin Tian immediately laughed. Then, he no longer gave Mu Yangfeng any face. Mu Yangfeng's disciple repeatedly came to the fallen celestial peak to cause trouble for me. Xingyi clearly knew that killing a fellow disciple violated the sect's rules, but he still came to kill me. Now, he's just receiving a little punishment. He deserves it. Lin Tianling smiled, and said, "You want me to help him recover his vital essence, and then this matter will be over. Are you trying to say that you're showing me mercy?" Mu Yangfeng's face was cold. He originally wanted to directly suppress Lin Tian, but seeing that Bai Qiu was beside him, he could only suppress it. "What do you want to unseal the seal? Wouldn't it have been better if it had been like this from the start? Why bother beating around the bush?" Lin Tian smiled. Mu Yangfeng's face darkened. "State your conditions." Lin Tian stroked his chin. After pondering for a moment, he said, "How about this? I happen to lack a suitable weapon right now. Just give me a high-grade supreme treasure sword. Then, as you know, when I stay at the fallen immortal peak, other than the identity of a disciple of the Wuji Gate, the sect will not give me any cultivation resources. I can't learn any profound martial arts or powerful supernatural powers. As the master of Mu Yangfeng, you should be able to teach me these things. Just teach me the 10 most famous martial arts of Mu Yangfeng and the supernatural power of the fallen immortal light." Beside him, Bai Qiu could not help but open his mouth wide. He stared at Lin Tian, dumbfounded. This guy really knew how to talk. Mu Yangfeng's face darkened. Then, a faint light flashed in his eyes. He said, "You want to learn the 10 great martial arts and the fallen immortal light? Sure, but give me your Dao diagram supernatural power in exchange." According to Xingyi, Lin Tianchu's Dao diagram could silently annihilate the Tomb Fall immortal light, which meant that it was definitely stronger than the Tomb Fall immortal light. If he could exchange one of the top 10 martial arts techniques and the Tomb Fall immortal light for such a sacred art, he would definitely be willing. Limitless Sect Master and Grand Elder would also be happy. Exchange? Don't be mistaken. You are the one begging me now. Lin Tianling smiled. Mu Yangfeng clenched his fists. Cold light flashed in his eyes. He really wanted to slap Lin Tian to death. High-grade supreme treasure, 10 great martial arts, fallen immortal light. Young man, don't be too greedy. I'm afraid you can't swallow it. You don't have to worry about that. I have a good appetite. Lin Tian Dao. Mu Yangfeng stared at Lin Tian. Finally, he flicked his sleeves and flew into the sky with a cold expression. A friendly reminder. You have 5 days at most. If no one dissolves the technique in 5 days, your disciple will be crippled. Lin Tian shouted into the distance. Mu Yangfeng trembled and left the range of the fallen immortal peak in a flash. The corners of Lin Tian's mouth curled up as he clapped his hands. Bai Qiu tilted his head and looked at Lin Tian. You are so bad. You are too much. You are obviously a cultivator of the Wuji Gate, but you dare to threaten a peak leader of the Wuji Gate like this. No one in history is worse than you. Bai Qiu blinked and stared at Lin Tian. He laughed again. But I like it. It's very interesting. Of course you think it's interesting. With such a good family background, even if you ran over and beat up the Wuji Gate sect leader and Grand Elder, the Wuji Gate wouldn't dare to do anything to you. In fact, I think they wouldn't even dare to say anything harsh. Lin Tian smiled and said, I am different. You have to know that I am walking on the edge of a cliff right now. I can fall off the cliff at any time. In other words, I am suffering because of my pride. Bai Qiu blinked and thought for a moment. Then, she ground her teeth. I can tell that you are insulting me again. I am obviously envious of you. I will bite you to death. Bai Qiu pounced. Lin Tian, after biting for a while, Bai Qiu finally stopped. You are threatening Mu Yangfeng like this. Perhaps he will really do something to you. Oh, how about this, I will stay at the fallen immortal peak for the time being to protect you. Bai Qiu said. Wipe off the saliva that came out when you bit me. After all, you have to maintain your image as a lady. I will bite you to death. One had to admit that Bai Qiu's intuition was quite accurate. In the next 2 days, Mu Yangfeng did come a few times. There were a few times when he emitted killing intent, but in the end, he could only leave helplessly. After all, Bai Qiu was still on the same side as Lin Tianyi. On the 3rd day, Mu Yangfeng came to the fallen immortal peak again. I can't teach you the top 10 martial arts techniques and the fallen immortal light. I can't teach you a high-grade supreme treasure, but I can give you a low-grade supreme treasure sword. Please leave. Lin Tian directly asked him to leave. Bai Qiu was speechless. This guy really treated the fallen immortal peak as his own backyard. Mu Yangfeng's face was gloomy. He flicked his sleeves and left directly. You really asked for too much. Just the top 10 martial arts techniques and the fallen immortal light, I definitely can't teach you. Bai Qiu said. Lin Tian nodded. Of course, I know this. Then why did you? Bai Qiu was confused. Then why did I ask for it? Lin Tian said with a smile. If I didn't ask for more in the beginning, how could I bargain with that old guy later on? Bai Qiu was stunned for a moment before he reacted. How sinister. You flatter me. It's all for the sake of living. Lin Tian chuckled. Bah. You've tarnished the word living. Bai Qiu said. Lin Tian was speechless. Next, Mu Yangfeng came to the fallen immortal peak a few more times. Jingyi was sealed. The Wuji Gate's Gate Master and Grand Elder might have the ability to undo it, but Mu Yangfeng wouldn't disturb the seclusion of these 2 big shots for such a small matter. Within 5 days, if the technique wasn't undone, Jingyi would be crippled. Jingyi was able to reach the Zephyr level at the age of 25. His aptitude was indeed extraordinary. It wasn't easy to find such a disciple. If he was really crippled, it would be a great pity. 3 low-grade supreme treasures. Please leave. Middle-grade supreme treasures. Haha. 2 mid-grade supreme treasures and some elixirs and precious herbs. Please leave. Young man, don't be too greedy. Don't go too far. Little Qiu, see the guest out. I'm here. Bai Qiu ran in front of Peak Master Mu Yang and said, Peak Master, please go ahead and ask. Mu Yangfeng's veins were throbbing. He really wanted to tear Lin Tian apart. This bastard was obviously using his power to intimidate others. Mu Yangfeng flicked his sleeves fiercely and left again. Old man, you're welcome to come again. Bai Qiu shouted. Mu Yangfeng trembled and almost fell from the sky. After peak leader Mu Yang left, Bai Qiu tilted his head and said to Lin Tian, how was it? Was my performance alright? Lin Tian didn't say anything and gave Bai Qiu a thumbs up. Hee hee. Bai Qiu smiled proudly. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, the 5-day deadline was up. Mu Yangfeng had no choice but to come to the fallen celestial peak and negotiate with Lin Tian. At this time, Lin Tian grasped the opportunity. In the end, he helped Jingyi break the 4-symbol seal with an upper-grade supreme treasure sword and 2 mid-grade supreme treasure swords. At the same time, he also asked for thousands of ordinary elixirs to feed the little guys on the peak. You bastard, not only did you ask for supreme treasures, you even asked Mu Yangfeng for elixirs to feed the little animals. You really don't care about elixirs at all. How extravagant. Bai Qiu was speechless. These are the lowest grade elixirs. They don't have much value. Compared to supreme treasures, they are like sand. I asked for thousands of elixirs at the end, and Mu Yangfeng definitely wouldn't refuse. Since I knew he wouldn't refuse, why wouldn't I ask for them? I would rather use them to feed the little guys than keep them for him. Lin Tiandao. You bastard, you're too cunning. Too shameless. Bai Qiu snickered and said, but it's really interesting. Lin Tianyi smiled and said, if there's a chance next time, let's work together and trick that old bastard again. Work together? It won't do me any good. Bai Qiu pouted. Didn't I give you the 2 mid-grade supreme treasure swords? You didn't want them. Those things are useless to me. Lin Tian, as expected of the princess of a great family. Her vision is indeed different. He muttered. What did you say? Nothing. After tricking Mu Yangfeng, Baiqiu didn't leave the fallen celestial peak immediately. She stayed there temporarily. She only went down the mountain occasionally to run for a while. In her words, she was checking the terrain and looking for the precious technique left behind by the ancient celestial venerables. Lin Tian didn't say anything about that. He just cultivated quietly on the peak. Buzz. He sat cross-legged in the spiritual sea array. Spots of brilliant light wrapped around his body. It was very dazzling. After cultivating the first layer of the four-symbol seal and fighting with Xingyi, who was in the Zephyr realm, Lin Tian found that his cultivation had improved by quite a bit. The true origin flowing in his body had become several times more condensed. His divine sense had also become more crystal clear, shining brightly in his spiritual sea. It seemed that he would soon enter the seventh layer of the spiritual sea. Lin Tian nodded. He took a deep breath and continued to cultivate. Reading on a mobile phone. Lin Tian woke up from his cultivation and looked at Baiqiu in confusion. The tomb of the Pill King? Baiqiu nodded and said excitedly, more than 1,000 years ago, there was a very powerful alchemist in this realm. Not only was his alchemy skills top-notch, but his cultivation had also reached the immortal realm. Later on, when the alchemist's lifespan was about to run out, he buried himself and his baodan in a certain place. Please search product #bookyannet to see the most complete. Over the years, many people have been searching for that alchemist's tomb, but to no avail. Who would have thought that someone would find some clues now? Alchemist? Is it someone who refines pills? Lin Tianandao asked. Yes. Baiqiu said that alchemist from 1,000 years ago was indeed very powerful. Back then, he made pills for many powerful factions. There must be all kinds of baodan in his tomb. It's said that there's a baodan that can allow a cultivator to reach the Zephyr realm from the spiritual sea level 9. That's a 4th grade pill. Its value is shockingly high. 4th grade pills? Lin Tianwei was puzzled. He remembered that pills were divided into grades, but he didn't really understand. Baiqiu saw through Lin Tian's confusion and said, "You're so stupid. You don't even know the grades of pills. I really don't know how you've cultivated to this level." She continued, pills are divided into 9 grades. From low to high, they are 1st grade baodan, 2nd grade baodan, 3rd grade baodan, 4th grade baodan, 5th grade baodan, 6th grade baodan, 7th grade baodan, 8th grade baodan, and 9th grade baodan. Each grade is further divided into 3 grades, low grade, mid grade, and high grade. For example, the fasting pill is the lowest grade, 1st grade low grade baodan. Lin Tian nodded. Understood. Baiqiu tugged on Lin Tiandao's arm. Now that you understand, hurry and get up. The location of the pharmacist's immortal mausoleum has just been discovered, and it hasn't been opened yet. We have to hurry over. If we're late, the baodan will be taken away. What's the rush? It's not that easy to enter the tomb of a transcending immortal. Lin Tian was speechless. That's true, but there's no harm in going early, Baiqiu said. Since Baiqiu had already said so, Lin Tian naturally couldn't find any words to refute. After a simple packing, the two of them walked out of Wuji Gate and directly flew in a certain direction using the artifact control technique. How far? Lin Tian asked Baiqiu. If it's the artifact control technique, it'll take about a day. As Baiqiu spoke, he clenched his small fists again, and his eyes were full of light. It's too troublesome to use the artifact control technique. I have to reach the flight realm as soon as possible. It's much faster to fly independently than to use the artifact control technique. It had to be said that on this point, Lin Tian and Baiqiu had the same feeling, which was rare. The two of them had extraordinary strength, so they could use the artifact control technique very well. About 18 hours later, a withered and empty land appeared in front of them. The dry ground was full of cracks, and there wasn't even a blade of grass to be seen. We're here, Baiqiu said. The two of them put away the artifact control technique and landed on one side of the ground. This place, Lin Tian frowned. The ground was withered and yellow, and there wasn't even a blade of grass growing. However, the air wasn't dry and hot, which was obviously not a good sign. If there's a big tomb down there, it's not difficult to understand. It's normal for trees to be affected by the yin qi, Bai Qiu said. At this time, many people had gathered in front of him. Lin Tianwei glanced at them and found that none of them were weak. The weakest one was at the 9th layer of the divine vein realm. Moreover, there weren't many people at this level, and most of them were at the sea of consciousness realm. This made him sigh. The 2nd layer of heaven was indeed different. It was much stronger than the 1st layer of heaven. The two didn't get close to the crowd. They silently stood to the side and stared ahead. There, many cultivators were working together, using sword energy and saber energy to excavate the earth. They wanted to open a path to the underground because everyone who came here believed that the tomb of the powerful alchemist from more than 1,000 years ago was being nurtured here. Too slow. It's equivalent to the speed of a turtle. Let me do it. Those who haven't reached the sea of consciousness realm, step back. We'll do it. Many experts stepped forward. With a loud boom, the earth trembled, and clouds of dust rose into the air. Then, more sea of consciousness realm cultivators rushed up and dug the ground together. They're really going all out. Lin Tian muttered to himself. Bai Qiu squatted at the side, glanced at Lin Tianyi, and said, "What do you know? There are many treasures in the alchemist's tomb. Not only are there all kinds of baodan, there should also be a lot of precious weapons." After all, the major forces would often ask alchemists to help them refine some special pills, and then they would naturally reward them handsomely. More than 1,000 years ago, that alchemist had dealings with many major forces, including the 2 Holy Lands. He was very rich. Lin Tian nodded and continued to stare ahead. At this time, with a bang, the ground in front of them suddenly collapsed, and a sealed stone door appeared underground. "Found it!" someone exclaimed. The stone door was made of green light rock. It was full of dust, and there were some carvings on it. Most of them were plants. Suddenly, the crowd was excited. "Let's go! Let's go!" Bai Qiu said. Lin Tian stood up and followed Bai Qiu to the front. In front of them, someone pushed the stone door. After a few breaths, with another bang, the stone door was opened. As far as the eye could see, it was pitch black inside the door, and it seemed a little cold. "Go in!" someone shouted. The people nearby immediately rushed into the tomb like a swarm of bees. Bai Qiu grabbed Lin Tian's hand. "Aya, hurry up!" Lin Tian was speechless. After being urged by Bai Qiu, he could only quicken his pace. However, in the next moment, his expression changed, and he dragged Bai Qiu back. With a bang, Bai Qiu crashed into Lin Tian's arms. "What are you doing?" Bai Qiu said with a red face. "There's something inside," Lin Tian said sternly. Bai Qiu frowned. "What, ah?" Suddenly, a scream came from inside the stone door, and it was shrill and ear-piercing. Rumbles came from inside the stone door, as if thousands of soldiers and horses were galloping. "What's wrong? What's happening down there?" Outside the stone door, some people's expressions changed, but they stared straight inside. Seeing this, Lin Tian couldn't help but curse at them for being idiots. He pulled Bai Qiu and ran away. At this moment, a gust of black yin qi rushed out of the stone door, instantly dyeing the clouds in the sky black. Suddenly, a group of rotting corpses rushed out of the stone door. Their flesh was in tatters, but their eyes were blood red, as if they were the Grim Reaper from hell. They directly knocked the group of cultivators in front of the stone door into pieces. Then, the pitch-black yin qi rushed out and instantly corroded the corpses, turning them into thick water. This is? The yin spirits have flesh and blood? This is a yin soldier. Damn it. Retreat first. Someone shouted. Some places where extreme yin energy gathered would give birth to yin spirits after a long time. When the yin spirits became slightly stronger, they would give birth to some decaying flesh and blood. This kind of yin spirit that gave birth to decaying flesh and blood was called a yin soldier. After the yin spirits evolved into yin soldiers, they would absorb more yin qi and change again, becoming even more terrifying ferocious ghosts. At this moment, a group of yin soldiers rushed out of the ancient tombs like the Grim Reaper from hell, and it was extremely terrifying. Watching this scene from afar, Bai Qiu shrunk his neck. That was close. Luckily, I didn't rush out. Then, Bai Qiu looked at Lin Tian and said in surprise, your spiritual sense is pretty good. You actually knew that something like that would rush out. Even I didn't sense it just now. I was lucky. I just happened to sense it. Lin Tian Dao. The White Lotus in his sea of consciousness had an innate ability to sense things of extreme mean. Just now, the many white lotuses in his sea of consciousness had swayed slightly and issued a warning, which made him guess that there might be something ominous that was about to rush out. After a pause, he looked at the large group of rotting Yin soldiers in front of him and asked with a frown, speaking of which, it should take a long time for the Yin spirits to give birth to rotting flesh and blood, right? Or is it that the corpse chi of a celestial reaching realm expert is so strong that it can give birth to Yin spirits in a short time, and then let them evolve into Yin soldiers? Looking at the front, Lin Tian was puzzled. The Demon Burial Valley in the first celestial domain was a battlefield in ancient times. Many people died there, and the Yin Qi was very strong. It had been 10,000 years since then, but it was rare for a large group of Yin soldiers to appear there. However, in this place, in the tomb of a celestial reaching realm expert, so many terrifying Yin soldiers had been born in just a little more than 1,000 years. This was really abnormal. These Yin soldiers shouldn't have been born naturally. After the alchemist built his tomb, he must have found many corpses from various places and then put corpse cores in them. Bai Qiu looked ahead and analyzed, it's normal for a corpse core and a corpse to give birth to Yin soldiers in a short time. It might even give birth to evil spirits. Corpse core? Lin Tianwei was puzzled. He was not surprised by evil spirits because he had seen them before. However, it was the first time he had heard of a corpse core. Didn't I say before that alchemists can make all kinds of baodan? Corpse core is one of them. It said that it can make corpses change unnaturally and quickly absorb the Yin Qi between heaven and earth, turning them into Yin soldiers and evil spirits. Moreover, this corpse core is only one of the many baodan that are not very eye-catching. After a pause, Bai Qiu continued, the pills made by alchemists can kill people, heal injuries, increase strength, increase a cultivator's speed, break some special seals, and allow demonic beasts to transform faster. Some powerful alchemists can even make a baodan that can prolong one's life. It's amazing. A baodan that can prolong one's life? Lin Tianyi was shocked. How long can it prolong one's life? An old drunkard had told him that lifespan was the most precious thing to cultivators. It was indeed amazing that alchemists could make a baodan that could prolong one's life. At least 1 or 2 years, at most 100,000 years. It can allow a cultivator in the chaos realm to live another 100,000 years. Bai Qiu said. 100,000 years. Lin Tian was shocked. One pill could prolong one's lifespan by 100,000 years. How amazing was that? Hearing Bai Qiu's words, Lin Tian was really surprised. A level 4 beast can transform into a human form? Yes, with that kind of pill, the transformed beast is comparable to a divine pulse cultivator. Bai Qiu nodded. Lin Tian was slightly shocked. Originally, demonic beasts had to surpass 9 levels before they could take human form, but because of the precious pill refined by the alchemist, they could break away from their beast form at the 4th level. This was undoubtedly very shocking. Of course, Lin Tian felt that the most shocking thing was that the alchemist could refine the life-prolonging pill. This was very significant. Speaking of the life-prolonging pill, the maximum lifespan is 100,000 years. If an ordinary person obtains this baodan, won't they be able to live for another 100,000 years? He asked. Bai Qiu glanced at him. You're so stupid. Without the corresponding strength, how can that baodan be swallowed casually? Not to mention an ordinary person, even a nirvana cultivator wouldn't be able to enjoy it. If they swallow it, they'll definitely explode and die. There's such a thing? Lin Tianyi was stunned. Nonsense. Bai Qiu rolled his eyes and looked forward again. At this time, groups of Yin soldiers rushed out from the broken ancient tomb. Their Yin energy filled the sky as they rushed in all directions. In the blink of an eye, dozens of cultivators were killed. They were crushed by the Yin soldiers and quickly turned into thick water under the black Yin energy. Damn it. There are so many Yin soldiers. It's only been 1,000 years. How can it be like this? Retreat! Many people screamed. There were too many Yin soldiers rushing out, causing many people outside the tomb to panic. In the blink of an eye, many cultivators were crushed to death. At this time, a cold snort sounded. With a boom, a large purple light appeared in the sky like a cloud, shaking off a large number of Yin soldiers. A young man in purple flashed and rushed into the ancient tomb. Judging by his aura, he seems to be an outstanding disciple of Qinghua Taoism. Bai Qiu said. He's at the peak of the spiritual sea. Lin Tiandao. With a clang, the sound of a saber rang out. Someone attacked and easily forced back another group of Yin soldiers, then rushed into the ancient tomb. The illusion saber technique of Xingge Taoism. Bai Qiu whispered. Soon after, several more individuals took action. They were all around 23 years old, their strength extremely great as they rushed into the ancient tomb. How troublesome. Powerful disciples from the 10 great sects have arrived. All of them are at the peak of the Sea of Consciousness realm. Bai Qiu mumbled. Lin Tian didn't mind. He smiled and said, what are you afraid of? If you really can't win, just reveal your identity. I'm sure you'll be able to shock everyone. Maybe they'll obediently give you the treasures they've snatched. You're mocking me again. Just kidding. Alright, let's go in quickly. If we don't go in now, the treasure will be gone. Bai Qiu urged. Lin Tian pulled Bai Qiu. Don't worry. The tomb has just been opened. The Yin Qi inside is very strong. It's not good to absorb too much of it. It might damage your cultivation. Let's go in later. It's not that easy to enter the tomb of a celestial reaching realm master. Bai Qiu glanced at Lin Tian. You seem to be quite experienced in this area. Do you often rob other people's tombs? Lin Tian, Yin Qi surged out in front of them. There were groups of Yin soldiers. However, most of the people here were at the Sea of Consciousness realm. After calming down, many of them began to fight back. About an hour later, the Yin soldiers that rushed out were all killed with great effort. At this moment, the surroundings seemed to be quiet. Are we still going in? A cultivator asked with a pale face. We spent so much effort to open the tomb. How can we not go in? Someone said and rushed in the direction of the tomb. I'm not going in. It seems that there are greater dangers down there. I'm not going in either. Someone shook his head and chose to leave. Of course, only a small number of people left. Most of them chose to enter the tomb. After all, it was the tomb of a celestial reaching realm alchemist. There were many treasures inside. In the face of such temptation, few people could resist. Lin Tian pulled Bai Qiu and arrived in front of the tomb in a flash. We can go in now. Lin Tian Andao. How long are you going to hold my hand? Bai Qiu glared at him with a red face. Lin Tian let go of Bai Qiu's hand and said speechlessly, you usually bite me a few times, but I don't see you being shy. What did you say? Alright, let's go down quickly. Otherwise, all the treasures will be taken away. Yes, let's hurry. At the mention of treasures, Bai Qiu's eyes lit up. The two of them walked into the tomb through the stone door. The air in the tomb was somewhat turbid and cold. Before long, many corpses appeared on the ground. They were so tattered that their faces could not be seen clearly. Bright red blood dyed the ground red. They should be the people who entered the tomb at the beginning. Lin Tian Andao. Yes. Bai Qiu nodded. The two of them continued walking. There were no forks in the tomb. There was only a very wide path that led forward. Walking on the path, the two of them saw more corpses of cultivators. At the same time, they saw many corpses of Yin soldiers. They were cut into pieces on the ground, and large amounts of black blood flowed out. Go go go. Hurry. Bai Qiu urged. Suddenly, two blood-red lights flashed in front of them. A powerful Yin soldier rushed out of the darkness and pounced toward Bai Qiu. Be careful. Lin Tian warned. A delicate longsword suddenly appeared in Bai Qiu's hand. He casually slashed it down. The Yin soldier screamed and shattered in the blink of an eye. Black blood splattered all over the ground. Seeing this scene, Lin Tian was shocked. You killed a powerful Yin soldier so easily? He remembered that Yin soldiers and spirits were not easy to kill, but Bai Qiu did it with a simple slash. This surprised him. There are secret patterns engraved on the sword. It's used to kill Yin soldiers and spirits. When I sneaked out, I took a few. From home. Bai Qiu said. Lin Tian looked over and realized that there were indeed many strange patterns on the sword in Bai Qiu's hand. It seemed to flow with a mystical power. If you have such a thing, why didn't you give me one when you came in? Lin Tian had the white lotus, which was the nemesis of Yin spirits. However, he was not willing to reveal it unless he had no other choice. You didn't ask. Bai Qiu curled his lips. Although he said so, Bai Qiu still gave Lin Tian a delicate sword. Lin Tian waved it. The sword was very light and the style was slightly fancy. This is a sword for women. Nonsense, I'm a girl. Of course the things I took are for girls. Bai Qiu said. Now you know you're a girl. Why didn't you think of it when you were biting me? What did you say? I said that everyone loves you, and flowers bloom when they see you. Bah. Smooth talker. The path of the ancient tomb was very dark. However, both of them were sea of consciousness cultivators. After spreading out their divine senses, they could see things in a short distance. In front of them, a fierce roar sounded. A few terrifying Yin soldiers rushed over. Lin Tian raised his hand and swung his sword. Without any resistance, he directly cut the Yin soldiers in half and killed them on the spot. This sword is really not simple. He was a little surprised. When he swung the sword just now, he didn't even use his spiritual ether, but he easily killed a few powerful Yin soldiers. This is a secret pattern engraved by an immortal. Of course it's not simple. Bai Qiu said. The two continued to walk forward. More and more Yin soldiers appeared in the ancient tomb, and more corpses appeared on the ground. Later, there were even Yixias with wings. Their bodies were as hard as those of airborne realm cultivators. Bam! Lin Tian swung his fist and sent a Yixia flying. Then, he stabbed his sword into the Yixia's body. You really have a freakish body. You're only in the sea of consciousness, but your body is stronger than a Yixia's. Bai Qiu was surprised. Your sword is still the best. Even a Yixia can't block it. Lin Tian Dao. As they walked forward, more and more cultivator corpses appeared on the ground. Then, horrified screams came from the depths. The two frowned and quickly walked deeper into the tomb. Not long after, a cultivator rushed out from inside and staggered out. Brother, what's wrong? Lin Tian pulled one of them and asked. Don't mention it. This place is like a nest of Yin soldiers. There are Yin spirits and Yixias everywhere. There are even malicious ghosts. After saying that, the man ran away. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed. There really were malicious ghosts? Can the sword you took from home kill the malicious ghosts? Lin Tian asked Bai Qiu. No. Bai Qiu's face turned serious when he heard about the malicious ghosts. Lin Tian shook his head and didn't care. He continued to walk forward with Bai Qiu. Not long after, a large group of people appeared in front of them. There was an independent secret room in the middle. There were many precious weapons inside, including sabers, swords, hammers, and halberds. They all shone with a cold light. Almost all of them are mid-grade supreme treasures. Bai Qiu said. Lin Tian's eyes flashed with a strange light. Naturally, he also felt that there were many upper-grade supreme treasures among them. Boom, spiritual ether was vast in front of them. Seeing so many precious weapons, many cultivators' eyes turned red and they started to fight with each other. Middle-grade supreme treasures and upper-grade supreme treasures were very valuable. Few disciples of the top 10 sects and clans had them. Aren't you going to fight for them? Lin Tian asked Bai Qiu. These things are not of much use to me. What I need the most is the Baodan that can directly reach the airborne realm from the 9th level of the spiritual sea. Bai Qiu said, it is said that the Baodan is different from ordinary treasures of heaven and earth. Treasures of heaven and earth have some side effects, and it is not good to use too much of them. However, the Baodan has no side effects at all. It will not affect your future cultivation. Okay. Lin Tian nodded. Then wait here for me. After saying that, he rushed out and rushed to the secret room where many supreme treasures were hidden. Bai Qiu's family was rich, so he was not interested in supreme treasures. However, Lin Tian was different. Supreme treasures were still very valuable to him. He cultivated the weapon manipulation art. If he could get and refine more supreme treasures and use them in his weapon manipulation art, it would undoubtedly increase his combat strength. With a fierce roar, a ghost soldier roared and stood in front of him. Lin Tian raised his hand and slashed out. Coupled with his powerful physical body, he instantly shattered a large number of ghost soldiers. His eyes were bright. He spread out the yin and yang lune, leaving behind afterimages. Soon, he rushed into the independent secret room and grabbed 3 swords in his hand. All of them were upper-grade supreme treasures. With a flash of light, he put the 3 swords into the stone ring and stepped on the yin and yang lune again, fighting with the other cultivators in the secret room for the supreme treasures. Ah! Screams were heard. Cultivators were fighting each other for the supreme treasures. Soon, someone fell to the ground. At the same time, ghost soldiers rushed in and killed a few people from time to time. Lin Tian kicked away the cultivator who was fighting for a precious shield with him and took the shield. After that, he made a move again and took a few sabers and halberds that flickered with ghastly light. After dozens of breaths, many cultivators died in the secret room, and all the supreme treasures were taken. Lin Tian took 10 upper-grade supreme treasures and 10 ordinary supreme treasures. They were all extraordinary. The tomb of a connecting immortal alchemist is indeed different. There are so many treasures. Lin Tian's eyes shone. If I use these supreme treasures in my weapon manipulation art, my combat strength will increase greatly. Dong. Reading on a mobile phone. Shocking Xianxia rushed out from the depths of the ancient tomb. It was pitch black, and the air suddenly became 10 degrees colder. Pinbooknet. Many cultivators' expressions changed, and they all felt a sense of fear. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes and returned to Bai Qiu's side in a flash. The outstanding cultivators of the 10 sects are not here. I think the secret chamber where the treasure is hidden must have just been discovered. Bai Qiu said, looking at this Xianxia, those people might have found something incredible after going deep into the ancient tomb. Evil spirits? Lin Tian asked. Very likely. Bai Qiu nodded. There were many cultivators in this place, and many of them had fear in their eyes. After hesitating for a while, they quickly retreated and went back the way they came. More people were fighting with the Yin soldiers, rushing toward the depths of the ancient tomb in the direction of the Xianxia. Let's go quickly. Those guys from the 10 sects must have heard that there is a Baodan in this tomb that can directly reach the airborne realm from the 9th level of the spiritual sea. They are all going for that Baodan. We have to hurry. Bai Qiu said. Lin Tian nodded and followed Bai Qiu, cutting down the Yin soldiers blocking their way and rushing toward the depths of the tomb. Arg! Screams came from the crowd in front of them. Evil spirits! Retreat! Arg! Screams of fear continued to be heard. Some of the cultivators who rushed toward the depths of the tomb in the beginning ran back in a sorry state. Lin Tian's eyes were suspicious. There really were evil spirits, however, he was not afraid of such things. Be careful. Bai Qiu said. Got it. Lin Tian nodded. Many of the cultivators who rushed into the depths of the tomb escaped, but more of them were still rushing in. Lin Tian and Bai Qiu were very fast together. Soon, there was a soft light in front of them. Both of them frowned and sped up. Soon, the two of them reached the end of the tomb path. The scene in front of them changed drastically. It was no longer gloomy as a tomb should be. Instead, it was like a paradise. It was hundreds of feet in radius, and there were all kinds of strange plants. Lin Tian was astonished. There was actually such a place inside the tomb. It was truly a bit strange. Bai Qiu was surprised as well. That alchemist from 1,000 years ago was truly extraordinary. He actually built such a treasure ground in his tomb. This is a hidden paradise for cultivators. He really knows how to enjoy life. At this time, there were many cultivators in this space, and there was an extremely dense true essence interweaving in the air. Ah! A blood-curdling scream rang out, extremely ear-piercing. The ground was covered in blood. Many cultivators had fallen to the ground. Their corpses were no longer in human shape. Their flesh and blood were badly mangled. Ruthless roars reverberated through the air. More than 10 shadows flickered within this space. Energy was astonishing, and from time to time a person would be killed. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. The dozen or so black shadows were all malicious ghosts. Bai Qiu gritted his teeth. As expected, such a thing exists. It's not easy to deal with. Ferocious ghosts were comparable to Zephyr powerhouses. At this moment, there were more than 10 of them in this space, and all of them had blood-red eyes that looked demonic. Scram! Someone shouted. It was the purple-robed youth from the Qinghua Taoism. The dozen or so black shadows crisscrossed, and there was an eerie ghostly aura. 9 young geniuses were fighting with them, and the light of true essence flashed continuously. As far as the eye could see, even though the 9 of them were unable to kill the malicious ghosts, they were able to repel them time and time again, causing many ordinary cultivators to be shocked. They secretly thought that the outstanding powerhouses of the 10 great sects were indeed extraordinary and terrifying. Lin Tian stared ahead and saw that the 9 of them were charging deeper into the space. There's a green wooden coffin there. Bai Qiu pointed towards the depths. Lin Tian looked in the direction of Bai Qiu's finger. Sure enough, beneath an enormous locust tree in the depths, there was a green coffin laid horizontally. Pure white locust tree flowers were scattered all over the coffin, and he actually couldn't sense the slightest bit of gloomy aura from it. The Baodan refined by that alchemist must be hidden inside. Bai Qiu was slightly excited. Lin Tian raised his head and looked over. In the deepest part of the cave was an arc-shaped wall of earth that enveloped this space. At first glance, the wall of earth seemed somewhat withered, and it seemed somewhat out of place with the vibrant vegetation in this space. He then scanned the surroundings. The vegetation was lush, but there was nothing special about it, except for the green wooden coffin in front of him. It seems that the Baodan can only be hidden in that coffin, he said. Bai Qiu clenched her fists and said to Lin Tian, "Charge." Then, she directly flashed over. A malicious ghost roared and blocked Bai Qiu's path. Bai Qiu's figure became illusory, and actually produced 9 phantoms, flashing past the malicious ghost. Good movement technique. Lin Tian was surprised. Bai Qiu's speed was not slow, and her figure was as graceful as the wind. She dodged 3 malicious ghosts in a row, killed a large number of soldiers, and quickly approached the green coffin in the depths of the space, causing the cultivators here to be shocked. Who is this? She dodged 3 malicious ghosts directly. How can it be so easy to kill soldiers? The weapon in her hand seems to be extraordinary. It seems to be a spirit treasure that specializes in restraining soldiers. Someone was shocked. The purple-robed young man and the others naturally saw this scene as well. Seeing that Bai Qiu was about to approach the cyan coffin, all of their faces darkened slightly. A few of them moved, slashing a few killing lights towards Bai Qiu. The killing lights were extremely fast. They cut through the air and slashed at Bai Qiu's back. Lin Tian's eyes turned cold. He spread out the yin and yang row and instantly moved horizontally, swinging his sword. With a clang, the fiery sword chi cut through the air like a rainbow and shattered the killing lights. Ah! Bai Qiu screamed. There were a group of soldiers in front of her, and 5 malicious ghosts roared. One of the malicious ghosts approached her. She's really troublesome, Lin Tian thought to himself. He moved his feet and flashed to Bai Qiu's side, pulling her behind him. With his back facing the crowd, a light flashed between his brows. A few white lotuses rushed out and were caught in his hand. Then, he clenched his hand into a fist and directly punched in front of him. With a bang, the fist landed firmly on the malicious ghost's chest. Green smoke rose from the malicious ghost's chest. Then, it let out a shrill scream and flew out like a scarecrow. This scene immediately shocked the crowd of cultivators. The outstanding powerhouses of the 10 great sects can only barely force the malicious ghost to retreat, but he injured it with one punch. But, how is that possible? How can a normal fist hurt a malicious ghost? Many people widened their eyes. At the same time, the purple-robed young man and the other powerhouses were also shocked. They had extraordinary combat strength and were not afraid of the malicious ghosts. They could force the malicious ghosts to retreat again and again, but they could not effectively injure them. However, at this moment, Lin Tian easily sent a malicious ghost flying with one punch, causing it to let out a shrill scream. This made the 9 people's eyes widen. What's wrong with you? You can send a malicious ghost flying with one punch? Even my brother couldn't do that when he was at your level. Bai Qiu was shocked, but soon, her eyes lit up with excitement. However, this is great news. Open a path for me and smash all the malicious ghosts blocking the way. I'll go in and get the Baodan. Lin Tian naturally would not refuse and nodded. In front of him, 4 malicious ghosts roared and rushed over with a group of Yin soldiers. Lin Tian touched his forehead with his right hand. More white lotuses floated out from between his brows and he secretly held them in his hand. Then, he swung the Nirvana fist. The true essence fist radiance passed through the white lotuses in his right fist and rushed forward with the unique aura of the white lotuses. Ugh! Screams were heard as the 4 malicious ghosts were sent flying. At the same time, the ordinary Yin soldiers were even more miserable. Under the Nirvana fist radiance with the aura of the white lotuses, a large number of them were instantly shattered and turned into black ashes. How is this possible? 4 terrifying malicious ghosts were sent flying with one punch, and a large number of Yin soldiers were crushed. What is that fist radiance? Is he the reincarnation of an immortal? How can he do that? Many cultivators were shocked. Bai Qiu also widened her eyes and stared at the scene in disbelief. But then, she gritted her teeth angrily. You bastard, how can you kill the Yin soldiers and injure the malicious ghosts so easily? And you even asked me for a weapon? You're hiding everything from me. This is too much. Lin Tian was a little embarrassed. Can we not think about this for now? Why aren't you going to get the Baodan? Bai Qiu came to her senses. Yes. The Baodan is more important now. I'll deal with you later. With that, Bai Qiu used the mysterious footwork again and rushed toward the green wooden coffin under the locust tree. The malicious ghosts roared and the Yin soldiers roared as they charged toward Bai Qiu. Lin Tian swung the Nirvana fist again. Fist radiance swept out and knocked away all the Yin soldiers and malicious ghosts near Bai Qiu. Screams echoed. The malicious ghosts were knocked back one after another, and the Yin soldiers were crushed in groups. Clang, just then, there was the sound of swords. The powerful cultivators of the Xinga Taoism attacked mercilessly, sending large amounts of sword radiance toward Bai Qiu. At the same time, the young man in purple from the Qinghua Taoism and the disciples of the other sects attacked together to stop Bai Qiu from getting closer. Instantly, sword radiance swept across the sky and slashed in all directions. Lin Tian's expression turned serious. He took a step back and a superior-grade sword appeared in his hand. He slashed away dozens of flaming tornadoes. Yang incinerating fourth sword move, boom, the Yang incinerating fourth sword move was very powerful. The flames burned many plants and destroyed all the sword radiance. He stared at the young man in purple and the others with a dark expression. I got it. A surprised voice came from behind. With Lin Tian leading the way and his strange footwork, Bai Qiu quickly reached the green wooden coffin and took out dozens of treasure bottles from the coffin. Inside these dozens of bottles, there were all sorts of different colored pellets. One of the bottles was especially extraordinary. It contained a total of 12 thumb-sized purple pellets. The surface of the pellets was sparkling and translucent. Generally speaking, one would know that these were treasures among treasures. 4th grade superior Baodan. The airborne pill. That's right. It's the rare Baodan that can allow a cultivator to reach the airborne realm from the 9th level of the spiritual sea. Many cultivators' eyes lit up. Bai Qiu put away all the bottles and flashed back to Lin Tian's side, looking rather excited. However, at the same time, he frowned and whispered to Lin Tian, it's strange. The body of the tomb owner is not in the coffin. The body of the tomb owner is not in the coffin? Lin Tian was shocked. This was definitely the end of the ancient mausoleum. The green wooden coffin was also very extraordinary. The body of the tomb owner should be in it. At that moment, several powerful cultivators from the 10 sects came to greet them. Reading on a mobile phone, Lin Tian stared at the young man in purple and couldn't help but laugh. Booknet. You're quite thick-skinned, he said. These 9 people had attacked Bai Qiu twice before, preventing him from approaching the green wooden coffin. None of them showed mercy. Now that Bai Qiu had obtained the elixir, this purple-robed young man claimed that the 9 of them had helped him restrain the ghost soldiers. What a joke. The young man in purple looked serious and said, "What do you mean, friend?" Friend? Don't try to claim that we're friends. We don't know each other. At most, we're half-enemies. Lin Tiandao. He never had a good impression of this kind of person. He said to Bai Qiu, and the 2 of them walked out together. My friend, you haven't said whether you agree to my proposal or not. The young man in purple stopped them and said, You 2 don't need so many void elixirs. Why don't you each give one to us and form a good relationship? We can feed them to pigs if we don't need them. Lin Tiandao. Bai Qiu covered his mouth and snickered, thinking that Lin Tian was too mean. Didn't that mean that he would rather feed the elixirs to pigs than give them to the young man in purple? In this space, the other cultivators obviously understood Lin Tian's words, and their expressions changed slightly. Lin Tian was obviously comparing the young man in purple and the others to pigs, and the result was that the young man in purple and the others couldn't even compare to pigs. Who is this? How dare he look down on the outstanding experts of the 10 great sects? Some people were frightened. Lin Tian didn't care about these people's reactions, and pulled Bai Qiu out directly. The young man in purple's face darkened, and he blocked them again. Friend, I advise you to agree. What's the point of talking to him? Just take him. A cold voice was heard. An outstanding expert from the true martial sect walked over. He held a long saber in his hand that shone with cold light. It was a mid-grade supreme treasure. In the blink of an eye, the other 7 people also surrounded them, blocking Lin Tian and Bai Qiu's path. All of them were at the pinnacle of the sea of consciousness. As long as they had one imperial air pill, they would be able to step into the imperial air realm within 15 minutes without any side effects. For cultivators at the pinnacle of the sea of consciousness, such a pill was indeed very tempting. After all, once they entered the imperial air realm, they would be able to walk in the air, which was equivalent to breaking away from the scope of ordinary cultivators. What are you trying to do? Bai Qiu shouted. Lin Tianyi laughed. Can't you tell? They're trying to steal our Baodan. As he spoke, he looked at the 9 people before him and said, Speaking of which, all of you are the successors of the 10 great sects at any rate. Aren't you afraid that your actions will bring shame to the reputation of your sects? There are still many people watching. We were the first to arrive here, wasting our efforts to restrain the otherworldly soldiers and wraiths, but the 2 of you beat us to it and took away what originally belonged to us. Now, we are merely taking back the spoils of war that belonged to us. We deserve it. The outstanding powerhouse of the Xianxia sect said. The others nodded and each took a step forward. There was a faint fluctuation of spiritual ether flowing out. Seeing this scene, many onlookers around held their breaths. Obviously, it was impossible for the 2 sides to be kind. Staring at the 9 people, Lin Tian's face darkened. You've thought it through. If you're not afraid of death, then come and grab the spear. 1 against 9, can you do it? You're only at the 6th level of the Sea of Consciousness now, and they're all at the pinnacle of the Sea of Consciousness. Bai Qiu whispered. Don't we still have you? Generally, in this kind of situation, shouldn't the man rush in front to protect the woman? Lin Tian was rather speechless. You'd better show your identity. I'm sure they'll be scared silly in an instant. I rely on my strength to travel the world, not my family background. Bai Qiu snorted. Then why did you ask me to protect you? A peerless genius like me is the one who will trample on the long river of time in the future. Ordinary people don't even have the chance to protect me. I asked you to protect me because I'm giving you a chance to show off. You should be grateful. Yes, I'm grateful. Lin Tian nodded and said, I'm grateful to your whole family. What did you say? Bai Qiu gritted his teeth. With a clang, one of the 9 people in front of him attacked. It was the successor of one of the 10 great sects, the Beihang sect, and he slashed at Lin Tian. Attack! The powerhouse of the Rui Immortal Palace said in a deep voice. In an instant, spiritual ether fluctuations surged as the 9 people pressed over at the same time. This is too much. Bai Qiu was furious. Lin Tian asked Bai Qiu to step back. He waved the upper-grade true treasure sword in his right hand. Instantly, the flame swords in the sky were swept away. Boom, after all, it was an upper-grade true treasure sword. Such a sword could be said to be a little shocking. It tore the attacks of the 9 people into pieces in midair. Staring at the 9 people, Lin Tianling said indifferently, "I'm warning you one last time. Don't attack. If you attack again, you'll die. You're only at the 6th level of the Sea of Consciousness. Don't think that you're strong just because you have special means to hurt evil spirits and soldiers. In a normal battle, you're much weaker than us." The powerhouse of the Xinga Taoism said. "Let me give you a piece of advice. Give each of us 1 imperial air pill, and we'll all be on good terms. Wouldn't that be a good thing? One has to know how to be flexible. We're the successors of the 10 great sections. It's better for you to be on good terms with us than to die under our swords. I'll give you 10 breaths to think about it. You look very young. You don't seem to be 18 yet. Don't be too stubborn." The successors of the other great sects said. They stared at Lin Tian. All of them were calm and composed, looking as if they had Lin Tian in the bag. Bai Qiu was rather annoyed. Outstanding successors of the 10 great sects? What a disgrace. Lin Tian reached out and stopped Bai Qiu. He then took a step forward. "You're just a bunch of clowns who only know how to jump up and down. I've even killed great monsters in the airborne realm. Who do you think you are?" He said coldly. "What? You've killed great monsters in the airborne realm? Isn't that a bit too much? You're only at the 6th firmament of the Sea of Consciousness. You think you can kill powerful beings in the airborne realm?" All the cultivators around were surprised. However, despite being surprised, no one actually believed it. There was a huge gap between the Sea of Consciousness realm and the airborne realm. It was not something that ordinary people could cross, unless they had a keen body or a true monster like that. The young man in luxurious clothes laughed and shook his head. After a while, the faces of the 9 people all darkened. "It seems that there's nothing more to say. I wanted to settle this peacefully, but I didn't expect you to refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit," one of them said. The 9 of them stepped forward at the same time. It was obvious that they did not want to waste time. "You only have 1 life. Why make things difficult for you?" Lin Tian shook his head. "You're just putting on an act," the powerhouse of the Xinga Taoism said coldly. He stepped in front of Lin Tian and slashed down with his blade. The slash was so powerful that it made the air sizzle due to the friction. A layer of twisted heat flow was generated. "Die." The man's face was cold. Lin Tian stood quietly on the spot with a sneer on his face. Clang! An ear-piercing sword chime sounded. In front of him, a sword suddenly appeared in the air and blocked the long blade. Everyone's faces changed. A sword appeared in front of Lin Tian out of thin air? The powerhouse of the Xinga Taoism was shocked and had a strange look on his face. At this moment, another sword chime sounded. A second sword rushed out from Lin Tian's side and slashed at the powerhouse of the true martial arts sect. The powerhouse of the Xinga Taoism was shocked. He quickly retreated and dodged the sword. "Didn't you want to rob me? Why are you retreating?" Lin Tianling smiled. At this moment, 2 swords floated in the air in front of him, both of them emitting a cold light. Seeing such a scene, everyone was puzzled. Clang! 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 Ear-piercing sword chimes sounded continuously. 23 swords rushed out in front of Lin Tian, each of them emitting a cold-killing light. This is? Seeing this scene, everyone's faces changed drastically. A total of 25 swords were suspended in the air. This was the first time they had seen such a scene. Behind Lin Tian, Bai Qiu's eyes widened. Lin Tian. This is the weapon control technique? It's the weapon control technique? Hearing Bai Qiu's words, the young man in purple and the others were shocked. At the same time, the other cultivators were also shocked. They all stared at Lin Tian in disbelief. Seeing everyone's expressions, Lin Tian's heart sank. These people seemed to know this martial technique. After a pause, he asked Bai Qiu, "You know this martial technique?" Seeing that Lin Tian had indirectly admitted it, Bai Qiu was even more shocked, his small mouth opened wide. "It's true." Staring at Lin Tian, Bai Qiu couldn't help but grind his teeth. How could I not know this kind of martial skill? This is a technique from a higher heaven. It's the only martial technique in the history of cultivation that surpasses God power. It's almost comparable to the ancient heavenly venerate secret technique. It's comparable to a heavenly venerate secret technique? Lin Tianyi was shocked. He obtained this martial technique from the ancient tomb in the first heaven. According to the ancient tomb scale, the tomb's owner was at most in the Zephyr realm. The weapon control technique in the tomb had such a great origin, a martial technique surpassing God power. Bai Qiu's eyes lit up. She clenched her fists. The weapon control technique is called a martial technique. It's close to a god. When cultivated to the extreme, it has the power to destroy everything. It's very terrifying. Lin Tian was a little surprised. Although he knew the weapon control technique was extraordinary, he didn't expect it to be so powerful. It's really the weapon control technique. Friend, can you teach us the weapon control technique? Our sects will owe you a great favor. What do you want? Everything is negotiable. Our sects have a long history and many secret treasures. We can give you all of them. Friend, if you have any conditions, feel free to state them. Treasures and beauties, as long as you want them, we can give them to you. The 9 of them spoke one after another. In the surroundings, the eyes of some cultivators from small sects and rogue cultivators also lit up as they clenched their fists. As a cultivator of the second heavenly domain, regardless of whether it was a loose cultivator, a small sect, the 10 great sects, or even the great holy lands and ancient families, they had all heard of the weapon controlling technique's fame. This precious technique was rumored to have originated from an even higher heavenly domain, and its power was extremely strong. Lin Tian stared at the 9 of them and smiled. You'd better think about how to survive. Hearing this, the 9 of them's faces darkened. Friend, why are you making things difficult for yourself? Give us the Baodan Paragon technique, and you will also benefit greatly. This is good for both of us. That's right. It's not good to fight. The 9 of them said. What a load of nonsense. Lin Tianling said. With a clang, he didn't say anything else. The 25 swords clanged and flashed with cold light as they attacked the 9 of them. It seems that we have to kill you and take the Paragon technique. People like you have mastered this technique. It's a waste of the Paragon technique, so we can bring it to greater heights. Knock him down quickly. The 9 of them looked cold, and their true origin surged. How can you make it sound so dignified when you want to steal someone else's Paragon technique? You're making a fool of yourself. Lin Tianling smiled. His glabella shone brightly. He took out the treasures he had seized in the independent secret room from the stone ring and quickly imprinted them with his divine sense, making them the new weapons of the weapon control technique. In just a few dozen breaths, he had imprinted 10 top-grade treasures and 10 ordinary treasures with his divine sense, replacing the 25 swords. Clang, suddenly, the sound of the swords became more ear-piercing and soul-stirring, causing the 9 of them to change their expressions. 10 top-grade treasures and 10 ordinary treasures. The weapon control technique formed by the combination of such a lineup was indeed terrifying. I'll kill all of you. Lin Tianling said. Read on a mobile phone. 10 upper-grade true treasures and more than 10 ordinary true treasures. When such a lineup was put together and displayed by the weapon control art, the power was truly terrifying. The air was distorted by the slash, and all 9 of them were instantly forced to retreat. You. The expressions of the 9 people from Great Sect of Purple Light darkened. All of them were very strong, and they all had mid-grade true treasures in their hands. But now, facing the weapon manipulation art that had 10 upper-grade true treasures, they were undoubtedly at a disadvantage. Originally, they were 3 levels higher than Lin Tian, but now, they had no advantage to speak of. They were all suppressed. Lin Tianling snorted. With a thought, the dozens of true treasures buzzed. Clang, 9 of the 10 upper-grade true treasures moved and slashed at the 9 people from 9 different directions. At the same time, the other dozen ordinary true treasures were distributed equally, and each of them rushed at one person. In an instant, the space was filled with weapons, and cold light flashed. The people were so shocked that they couldn't help but swallow their saliva. What a beautiful battle! Is this the martial technique that surpasses superpower? So powerful. He can fight against 9 people by himself with the weapon control art. He can fight against 9 people who are 3 levels higher than him at the same time. Gosh, this. Everyone was stunned. Bai Qiu stared ahead, and her eyes lit up. The Bai family's secret book clearly recorded the power of the weapon control art. She had seen the description, but she had never seen the real weapon control art. She didn't expect to see it on Lin Tian. Clang, the sound of weapons reverberated, and it was very ear-piercing. In front, Lin Tianji stood still, but the dozens of true treasures forced the 9 people into a difficult situation. Purple Chi whirlwind. The young man in purple roared. In an instant, the sky was filled with purple sword rays, and they rushed at Lin Tian with great power. Lin Tianling snorted. He activated 1 upper-grade true treasure and 2 ordinary true treasures, and they tore everything apart. Poof, one of the true treasures rushed over and cut off one of the young man's arms. The purple-robed young man let out a miserable shriek as he staggered backwards. At this moment, an upper-grade true treasure halberd flew over. It was as fast as light, and the young man in purple was shocked. Stop, Pooh. The halberd continued forward and instantly pierced through the purple-robed young man's throat. The light of life in the purple-clothed young man's eyes was quickly fading away. The supreme treasure sword in his hand fell down, and he fell on his back with a thud. Dead? An outstanding disciple of Qinghua Taoism, a practitioner at the peak of the Sea of Consciousness realm, was killed so easily? How dare he do that? That's a powerful disciple of Qinghua Taoism, one of the top 10 sects. Many cultivators were horrified. At the same time, Xinga Taoism and the other 8 people's expressions changed. The purple-clothed young man's corpse looked so glaring. You actually dared to kill him. A disciple of the Profound Sun sect said coldly. Lin Tian sneered, all of you want to kill me and steal my treasure technique. Do you expect me to worship you? The disciples of the Profound Sun sect were instantly at a loss for words. They could only stare coldly at Lin Tian. You will not have a good ending. A disciple of the Kangluo Immortal sect said coldly. Really? Lin Tian tilted his head and the corner of his mouth curled up. With a clang, 2 upper-grade supreme treasures and 5 ordinary supreme treasures of the top 10 sects rushed over, causing the space to creak. Boom. The supreme treasures of the top 6 sects pressed down together at an extremely fast speed. The power was extremely terrifying. The Kangluo Immortal sect disciple had no way to dodge and was cut into pieces on the spot. Blood splattered all over the ground. Gasps could be heard from the crowd. Another disciple of a great sect had been killed. He's too arrogant. This person is not to be trifled with. Many people's lips trembled. The 10 great sects were extremely famous in the second heaven. The outstanding disciples of each great sect were naturally respected and revered. But now, Lin Tian had directly killed 2 outstanding disciples of the 10 great sects without batting an eyelid. This shocked everyone. This guy kills without batting an eyelid. Bai Qiu muttered. Suddenly, a ferocious roar resounded in the space. Lin Tian had killed 2 people in a row. Blood splattered on the ground. All the hostile ghosts and soldiers in the space moved like weasels, crazily attacking everyone in the space. In just a moment, someone was pushed to the ground and became food for the hostile ghosts and soldiers. Ah! Ear-piercing screams rang out continuously. Let's go. Retreat quickly. Run. Many people shouted and retreated quickly. The Baodan in the tomb had been obtained by Lin Tian and Bai Qiu. Lin Tian was so ferocious and powerful. These people knew that they had no chance of obtaining the Baodan. Facing the hostile ghosts and soldiers, naturally, no one was willing to stay. The hostile ghosts roared and pounced on everyone. Ah! Bai Qiu screamed. A total of 9 hostile ghosts pounced on her as if they had seen the most delicious food. Lin Tian turned around and was slightly surprised. These hostile ghosts really like you. There were only a dozen hostile ghosts in the space, but now, more than half of them were pouncing on Bai Qiu. This made Lin Tian feel a little strange. This was not normal. However, he did not think too much about it. A few white lotuses floated out from between his eyebrows and quietly attached to the treasure sword in his hand. Then, he swung the sword forward. Ah! Screams echoed. The 9 hostile ghosts were all swept away, and a large number of soldiers were turned into black ashes. Bai Qiu retreated to Lin Tian's side and patted her chest, heaving a sigh of relief. In the distance, the hostile ghosts roared and wanted to rush to Bai Qiu. However, when they stared at Lin Tian, their eyes were filled with fear. "Stay next to me and don't move," Lin Tian said to Bai Qiu. As he spoke, he looked at Xinga Daoism and the other 6. With a thought, dozens of treasures attacked again. "Damn it!" someone roared. Among the 7, there were people who were facing the hostile ghosts' attacks. Now that they were facing Lin Tian's treasures, they became even more vulnerable. In the blink of an eye, screams rang out again. The disciples of Rui Immortal Palace were killed by Lin Tian's sword. In the distance, the 9 hostile ghosts roared and pounced on Lin Tian. "Don't get in the way," Lin Tianling said. He swung his sword, mixed with the aura of the white lotuses, and sent the 9 hostile ghosts flying again. The 9 hostile ghosts struggled to stand up. They stared at Lin Tian with even more fear in their eyes. In the end, one of the hostile ghosts roared and temporarily abandoned Lin Tian and Bai Qiu. It pounced on the 6 disciples of Xinga Daoism, wanting to devour their flesh and blood. In an instant, the 6 disciples' expressions changed drastically. Facing Lin Tian alone, the 6 of them were already at an absolute disadvantage. Now that the 9 hostile ghosts were rushing over, they were in an even worse situation. "You are destined to die here." Lin Tian Dao. With a move of his mind, the treasures moved freely. When the hostile ghosts were restraining the 6 people, they all slashed at the 6 people. "Brother! Please stop. It's our fault." "Yes, please be merciful. We won't have any ideas about your treasured arts and Baodan anymore," the 6 people shouted as they dodged. Facing the hostile ghosts and Lin Tian at the same time, they immediately fell into a desperate situation. "You're quite quick to beg for mercy." "Unfortunately, I'm not a saint." Lin Tianling smiled. With a clang, the 3 sects' high-grade treasures combined and shattered a disciple of Golden Feather Immortal Sect. Blood stained the ground. A hostile ghost roared and immediately pounced to devour the disciple's flesh and blood. Clang, the sword whistled again, and dozens of treasures rushed toward the other 5 people. Lin Tian never showed mercy to his enemies, no matter who they were. Ah! A moment later, another scream was heard. A disciple of Northern Great Heaven Sect was killed by Lin Tian. "We're all cultivators. How can you be so cruel?" the disciple of Green Flame Immortal Sect roared. Facing the hostile ghosts and Lin Tian's treasures, this person retreated again and again. He was as pathetic as he could be. Childish. Lin Tian was disdainful. The 5 high-grade treasures pressed down, each shining with a dazzling light. In the blink of an eye, they were above the disciple of Green Flame Immortal Sect. "No. Stop." Puff, blood splattered, and this person's head was directly smashed into pieces. Suddenly, a few more hostile ghosts pounced and tore this person's body into pieces in the blink of an eye, devouring each of them. These 9 people were all at the peak of the spiritual sea, and their blood chi was very strong. For these hostile ghosts, it was a great supplement. In the blink of an eye, only 3 of the 9 were left. They were the disciples of Xinga Daoism, Black Sun Sect, and Windless Immortal Pavilion. As for the other corners of this space, the cultivators who had originally entered had already escaped, and those who did not escape had all become food for the hostile ghosts and soldiers, dying tragically in this space. Only the 3 of you are left. Lin Tianandao. At this moment, other than him, Bai Qiu, and the 3 disciples of the top 10 sects, there were 15 hostile ghosts and hundreds of soldiers in this space. Because they were afraid of the White Lotus that he controlled, all of the hostile ghosts and soldiers were staring at the 3 disciples of Xingge Taoism. Suddenly, the 3 of them were so frightened that their faces turned pale, as if they had smeared white flour on their faces. Brother, we were wrong first. We admit that we were wrong. Can you let us go? We don't want to die. I beg you, please have mercy on me. After this, I will definitely reward you handsomely. The 3 of them begged for mercy. Lin Tianling laughed. After this, all you will think about is how to take revenge on me. Do you think I am an idiot? As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of precious weapons slashed forward, pressing forward. Puff, puff, 2 streams of blood mist floated up, and the disciples of Black Sun Sect and Windless Immortal Pavilion were sent flying while vomiting blood. In the next moment, the hostile ghosts and soldiers roared and pounced on the 2 of them. Ah! No! Shrill screams rang out as the 2 of them were drowned by the hostile ghosts and soldiers. Blood splattered everywhere. The disciples of Xingge Taoism were horrified. They frantically activated the true essence in their bodies and fled out of the space. Do you think you can escape? Lin Tianling laughed. Dozens of precious weapons clanged as they attacked the outstanding disciples of Xingge Taoism like lightning. At this moment, the space suddenly trembled. An extremely terrifying strand of yin qi radiated from the curved wall of withered earth at the end of the space. It immediately caused Lin Tian's expression to change drastically. It was also because of this that the precious weapons he took out trembled and disrupted the attacking rhythm, allowing the disciples of Xingge Taoism to escape by luck. Lin Tianling cursed in his heart, but he tilted his head and stared at the curved wall at the end of the space. With a crisp sound, the curved wall in front of him gradually shattered, and a green sarcophagus was placed in it. The green sarcophagus was surrounded by dense black mist. It was frighteningly cold, and it made the hostile ghosts in this space tremble. Squeak! The green sarcophagus was huge. Black yin qi lingered around the body of the sarcophagus, never dissipating. At this moment, a creaking sound came from inside, as if sharp claws were pulling at the lid of the sarcophagus. It was extremely creepy. There's another coffin. Bai Qiu was shocked. Lin Tian's expression turned serious. This should be the coffin of the alchemist from back then. That thing, don't tell me it has turned into a corpse. Bai Qiu swallowed his saliva. That's obvious. Lin Tiandao. As soon as he finished speaking, the green sarcophagus shook violently, and the lid of the sarcophagus flew out with a bang. A cloud of black yin qi rushed out, and the temperature dropped by dozens of degrees. Even someone as strong as Lin Tian felt a chill. In front of him, black fog poured out of the green sarcophagus. Then, a leg stepped out and stomped on the ground. The ground sizzled as if it was corroded by concentrated sulfuric acid. Lin Tian's expression turned serious. He pulled Bai Qiu back a step. Around them, the baleful ghosts and soldiers became uneasy. Some were scared, and some were trembling. Soon, the yin qi dissipated, and the thing in the sarcophagus finally walked out. This was a terrifying demonic figure. Its skin was pale white, and there were brown spots on its head. Its entire body was shrouded in a frightening yin fog. Especially its eyes. One was as black as ink, and the other was as white as snow. It gave people an extremely demonic feeling. Its appearance is a lot different from the portrait in our Bai family's ancient records, but it looks right. It's definitely the alchemist from back then. Bai Qiu's eyes widened. Is it trying to enter the Tao as a corpse and obtain a new life? It's crazy. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew, and the air became even colder. The alchemist's corpse spat out yin qi. Its claws were half an inch long, and they looked very sharp. Lin Tian suddenly trembled. In his sea of consciousness, all the white lotuses swayed together for the first time. Let's go. His expression changed slightly. He pulled Bai Qiu and turned to flee. The white lotuses in his sea of consciousness were warning him. This alchemist's corpse was very terrifying. It was definitely beyond the baleful ghost level. Bai Qiu naturally felt the danger and followed Lin Tian out. Seeing that they were about to escape, all the malicious ghosts and Yin soldiers in this space suddenly moved and blocked the path leading to the outside world. Scram! Lin Tian shouted. The supreme treasure sword in his hand still had a few white lotuses stuck on it. With a swing of the sword, he crushed a large number of Yin soldiers. At the same time, a few malicious ghosts brushed past the white lotus aura and were sent flying while screaming. Lin Tian pulled Bai Qiu and quickly fled. However, this time, there were no more malicious spirits that were afraid of him. Even the Yin soldiers were not afraid. All of them pounced towards him. Or rather, almost all of them were pouncing towards Bai Qiu, who was beside him. Each and every one of the ghosts' eyes lit up as if they had seen the most delicious food in the world. Clang, 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 his cultivation was very strong now, and his Jinyuan was very condensed. Even without the help of the white lotuses, he could kill the Yin soldiers and injure the malicious ghosts. Suddenly, many Yin soldiers were crushed, and some malicious ghosts were blasted away, opening a path. Roar! A dozen malicious ghosts roared and quickly blocked the way again. The evil ghosts and Yin soldiers roared as the path was sealed once again. At the same time, a cold aura flashed, causing Lin Tian's hair to stand on end. He didn't dare to hesitate at all as he pulled Bai Qiu and moved 10 meters to the right. With a bang, the place where he was just standing exploded. The alchemist's corpse rushed there like a fierce cannonball. Lin Tian's heart trembled. This thing was too terrifying. It made him feel the threat of death. The alchemist's corpse spat out Yin Qi. One black and one white Yin eye stared at Lin Tian, then moved to Bai Qiu. Suddenly, an even more shocking Yin Qi rushed out. Around it, a group of malicious ghosts and Yin soldiers roared and rushed over. Suddenly, Lin Tian and Bai Qiu were surrounded by countless malicious ghosts and Yin soldiers. One by one, the malicious ghosts and Yin soldiers roared and attacked the two in a frenzy. It was frightening. At the same time, the alchemist's corpse rushed over, and its pitch-black claws corroded the air. Hold on tight. Read on a mobile phone. Lin Tian was shocked. What did you say? You have the extreme Yin body? He remembered that the extreme Yin body was one of the top constitutions among the 12 king constitutions. Once cultivated to the great accomplishment level, one could use the original extreme Yin body to destroy any power in the world. Only the chaotic body could suppress the extreme Yin body. Of course, there was also the reincarnation body, which was said to be able to defeat all king constitutions. You have the extreme Yin body. Lin Tian was shocked. Bai Qiu pinched Lin Tian. This is the biggest secret of our Bai family. Now I'm forced to tell you. Are you blaming me? Lin Tian was speechless. Bai Qiu said angrily, to the Yin soldiers and evil spirits, my origin of extreme Yin is the best tonic. Before, because there were people here and they were afraid of your strange phenomenon in your psyche ocean, they turned to attack other people. Now that there are only the two of us left, they targeted me. They don't want to let me leave this place. Because if they can obtain my origin of extreme Yin, in time, they will definitely be able to evolve into the invincible Saint Yin, so they all want to eat me. Why did you come to this Yin tomb if you knew? Lin Tian was furious. How would I know that the bastard alchemist would create so many Yin soldiers and malicious ghosts, and even refine himself into this state? It seems that the bastard must have taken the soul-locking pill, corpse pill, and Yin-gathering pill at the same time before he died. He forced himself to grow in the cyan stone coffin until now, hoping that he could luckily survive. What a bastard! Bai Qiu cursed. Seeing the evil spirits getting closer and closer, and the terrifying alchemist, Lin Tian couldn't help but hit Bai Qiu. It's all because of you. Then, he let go of Bai Qiu and said, since you have the extreme Yin body, you should be able to suppress the evil spirits and evil spirits. Now that you've explained it, don't hide it anymore. With the help of your Bai family's Abijna, we can attack together and kill all the evil spirits as soon as possible. Then, we can escape from that alchemist. Remember, don't fight that thing head-on. It's very dangerous. We can only escape before it surpasses us. Got it. Bai Qiu nodded. At this moment, Bai Qiu clearly understood that the situation was very dangerous, and his expression became serious. With a boom, a faint light flowed out of Bai Qiu's body. It looked like yin qi, but it was filled with holy energy. Then, Bai Qiu quickly waved his hands, and a large number of light patterns rushed out from behind him, turning into light leaves that slashed forward. Qi. 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 In the blink of an eye, a large number of yin soldiers in front of him collapsed, and a malicious spirit was swept by the dim light and turned into ashes immediately. Lin Tianwei was shocked. As expected of the extreme yin physique. This is a combination of the core secret skills of our Bai family's godly sutra. Otherwise, even if I have the Taiyin body, it would be very difficult for me to kill the evil ghost so easily. Bai Qiu said. Understood. There are no outsiders here. You can use the Divine Sutra at will. Let's not waste any more words. Let's clear the obstacles. Lin Tiandao. Bai Qiu muttered, aren't you an outsider? You make it sound like there's something between us. What are you mumbling about? Nothing. The two of them attacked together. White lotuses fluttered in the air, and the dim light vibrated. They crushed the yin soldiers and killed the malicious spirits. The pharmacist's corpse roared and stepped forward. Its movements became more agile, and it raised its hand to grab Bai Qiu. Get out of the way. Lin Tian said to Bai Qiu. Bai Qiu stepped on the godly void puppet of the Divine Sutra, leaving behind a few afterimages, and appeared in another position. The group of malicious spirits and yin soldiers roared and immediately rushed forward. White Lotus Slash! Lin Tian shouted. He activated the anomaly in his mind. A large number of white lotuses rushed out like white light swords, quickly surging in all directions. In the blink of an eye, a large number of yin soldiers were destroyed, and at the same time, a malicious spirit was killed, turning it into black ashes. With a whoosh, the pharmacist's corpse rushed over and grabbed at Bai Qiu. Lin Tian moved and blocked in front of the pharmacist. More white lotuses rushed out from between his eyebrows and turned into sharp blades that slashed at the pharmacist. Boom! The attack was powerful, but Lin Tian didn't think it could hurt the pharmacist. He only wanted to force her back. With a bang, the pharmacist's corpse took a step back. Lin Tian didn't want to fight it head-on. He turned to kill the other malicious spirits. Then, the pharmacist's corpse began to madly attack, and its speed became faster and faster. Damn it! Lin Tian cursed. Not long after, the yin soldiers and malicious spirits in the space were basically cleared out by him and Bai Qiu. However, by this time, the pharmacist's corpse had become much faster, and it was not much slower than Lin Tian's. Moreover, as time passed, the yin qi in this space started to flow towards the alchemist's corpse, causing the qi on the alchemist's body to become even more terrifying. Lin Tian couldn't help but feel his heart twitch. Clanging sounds shook the space. He used the weapon control technique, and dozens of treasure weapons spun in the air. Each of the treasure weapons was covered with white lotuses, and they carried the aura of the white lotuses. Together with Bai Qiu, they quickly killed all the remaining yin soldiers and malicious spirits. Let's go, he said in a low voice, and pulled Bai Qiu toward the tunnel. The pharmacist's corpse was terrifying. He didn't want to fight it head-on. Basically, fighting it head-on was suicide. With a swoosh, the yin qi in front of them appeared. Lin Tian's face changed drastically, and he quickly retreated. The pharmacist's corpse appeared in front of them, and its black and white eyes stared at Bai Qiu, who was behind Lin Tian. Lin Tian's face hardened, and he pulled Bai Qiu away again. At this moment, he used the yin-yang talisman to its limit. It was as if every step he took left an afterimage behind. However, to his surprise, the pharmacist's corpse appeared in front of him again, not much slower than him. It reached out with its palm. Lin Tian's face changed, and he raised his iron fist to meet the attack. Bang! With a muffled sound, it was as if his fist had hit a diamond. Lin Tian and Bai Qiu were both pushed back dozens of steps. It's faster than you, Bai Qiu exclaimed. Nonsense. I can see that. Lin Tian's face darkened. At this moment, the yin qi on the body of the alchemist had become denser, and its claws were even darker. Its speed had also increased, and it was already a little faster than Lin Tian. This made Lin Tian's face turn ugly. In terms of physical strength, he was far from being comparable to this alchemist's corpse. Originally, he could only rely on speed to escape, but now, speed was no longer an option. The pharmacist's corpse growled, and like a wild beast, it charged at Bai Qiu. Its black and white eyes glowed with a demonic light. They stared at Bai Qiu as if he was food. Bastard! Bai Qiu cursed. Lin Tian shoved Bai Qiu aside. The space between his eyebrows glowed brightly, and for the first time, his spiritual manifestation was at full power. A dense cluster of white lotuses rushed out, and they formed a 3-foot-long lotus sword. It slashed viciously at the pharmacist's corpse. With a clang, the lotus sword slashed at the pharmacist's body, carrying with it the power to destroy evil. With a rip, the pharmacist's robes were torn apart, leaving behind a trail of dark red blood. It was at this moment that Lin Tian noticed a strange mark on the pharmacist's chest. It looked like the mark of a plum blossom, strange and demonic. A pill mark? Bai Qiu was shocked. Lin Tian took a step back. What's that? Before the pharmacist died, it must have swallowed a corpse pill, a soul lock pill, and a yin gathering pill. After the 3 pills melted, the core essence condensed into a mark on the pharmacist's chest. In other words, that's its Achilles heel. Once the mark is destroyed, the pharmacist's strength will plummet, and it might even turn to ash. Bai Qiu said quickly. Lin Tian was shocked. Are you sure? I'm not completely sure, but it shouldn't be too far off. Bai Qiu said. Lin Tian took a deep breath. Then let's give it a try. Let's attack together. It was impossible for them to escape now. Only by destroying the pharmacist's corpse would they have a chance at survival. Bai Qiu nodded. There was a flicker of light as he used the Sutra of Mindlessness. The sky was filled with swirling light. With a single thought from Lin Tian, the white lotus floated into the air. Dozens of supreme treasures trembled as clanging sounds rang out continuously. This was a huge force. Bai Qiu originally had the extreme body, and together with the Godly Sutra, he could almost kill Zephyr Realm experts. Lin Tian's attack was naturally terrifying as well. The combination of the weapon control technique and the strange phenomenon in his sea of consciousness was also extremely powerful. Boom! The combined force of the 2 attacks sent the pharmacist stumbling backward. Lin Tian charged forward, leaving a trail of afterimages in his wake. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of the pharmacist. He lifted his right hand, and the first seal of the 4 symbols appeared in front of him. He pressed it against the pharmacist's chest, covering the pill mark. Roar! The wraith held. It was clearly injured, but the effect was not strong. Suddenly, an even stronger wave of yin energy surged from the wraith's body. Lin Tian retreated, but the yin energy brushed past him. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, and felt as if his bones were about to fall apart. He stumbled back a dozen steps, his chest throbbing with pain. That pill mark is special. Your Tao diagram is powerful, but it can't destroy it. Bai Qiu said. I can see that. Lin Tian nodded. The wraith held again, and the yin energy surged like an ocean. Lin Tian and Bai Qiu worked together to fight against the pharmacist's corpse, using all of their methods. For symbol seal, light of the white lotus, weapon controlling technique, aura of extreme yin, divine sutra divine arts, all kinds of divine lights fluttered about, but it was completely useless, continuously suffering damage. Bang! Bang! Again, they were sent flying, each coughing up a mouthful of blood. The pharmacist growled, and reached for Bai Qiu. As soon as she got close, the pill mark on her chest lit up, as if excited by some special power. Get out of my way. Lin Tian gritted his teeth. The yin-yang rock flashed in front of Bai Qiu, and punched him. Bang! His fist slammed into the pill mark on the pharmacist's chest. His powerful physical strength forced the pharmacist to stumble back a couple of steps. However, Lin Tian himself was knocked back several dozen feet. The hand that had touched the pill mark on the alchemist's chest felt a burning pain, as if it was being burned by a raging inferno. It was a heart-wrenching pain. Lin Tian. Bai Qiu rushed to his side. Are you all right? I'm fine. Lin Tian and Bai Qiu. The pharmacist took a couple of steps back and steadied herself. Suddenly, she let out a roar. A violent surge of yin qi shook the area. At the same time, a special pill qi circulated, causing the space around them to distort. Destructive energy flowed everywhere. Lin Tian's expression changed. This kind of energy fluctuation was too scary. It's over. It's over. It's over. Bai Qiu's face was pale. Not even airborne realm beings would have been able to withstand such a terrifying aura. Lin Tian gritted his teeth and clenched his right hand, thinking of a way to escape. At that moment, the sword mark on his right hand suddenly lit up. A strange fluctuation spread to his mind, causing the mysterious iron sword at the bottom of his mind to tremble slightly. In an instant, ripples flowed out from the mysterious iron sword. They turned into runes that filled the sky. In the blink of an eye, they filled every corner of his mind. I equals Fips Las equals AGS. The runes in the sky flickered and floated in Lin Tian's sea of consciousness. It was as if millions of birds were flapping their wings and buzzing. Looking at Lin Tianji, he felt that the runes in the sky were like clusters of small flames, blazing but warm at the same time. Buzz. The runes flickered and jumped like fairies. Soon, the endless runes gathered together and condensed into two ancient seals in his sea of consciousness, the Medicine Codex. This is? Lin Tian was shocked. The two ancient seals trembled slightly and then collapsed again, turning into runes in the sky and merging into his sea of consciousness. In an instant, Lin Tian felt like a dense mass of things had appeared in his mind, and they were profound and profound. Vaguely, an ethereal voice echoed in his sea of consciousness, solemn and ancient. Medicine can save people, but it can also kill people. Lin Tian only felt his body tremble. Then, mysterious secret techniques appeared one after another, flashing past like sparks of lightning. Soon, everything disappeared, leaving only specks of divine light intertwined in his sea of consciousness. Dong. Suddenly, a violent tremor sounded, causing Lin Tian to come back to his senses. Everything in his sea of consciousness happened in an instant. At this time, Lin Tian looked up and saw that the yin qi on the body of the alchemist had become thicker. There was also a blazing pill qi on the surface of the alchemist's body. The aura was terrifying. What should we do, Lin Tian? Bai Qiu was crying. At this time, the two of them were forced into a corner. There was no way to escape. Roar. The alchemist roared and stared at Lin Tian and Bai Qiu with its black and white eyes. It rushed toward them with a mighty wave of yin qi. Lin Tian gritted his teeth and spread out the yin and yang puppet. He pulled Bai Qiu and moved dozens of feet away. In his sea of consciousness, specks of light flashed. A strange secret technique gradually surged up like a blazing flame. Stay here and don't move, he said to Bai Qiu. As soon as he finished speaking, he left behind an afterimage and directly rushed out. Lin Tian, what are you doing? Bai Qiu was shocked. In the next moment, Bai Qiu's expression changed slightly. Lin Tian moved quickly and raised both of his hands. He started to form seals at an extremely fast speed. He was so fast that even Bai Qiu, who had the extreme body of the 8th level of the Sea of Consciousness, could barely see his afterimages. At this time, Lin Tian's body emitted a strange wave of energy that caused the pharmacist's corpse to tremble. Staring at Lin Tian, the pharmacist's corpse let out a terrifying roar. Come here, Lin Tian shouted in a deep voice. As the words left his mouth, the speed at which he formed the hand seals became faster, and he sent out a series of strange hand seals. The pharmacist's corpse seemed to have seen some kind of threat, or perhaps it had seen some kind of treasure. With a roar, it actually rushed towards Lin Tian. It spat out mist from its mouth like a 1,000-year-old ghost king. It was so terrifying that it made one tremble. In the blink of an eye, the pharmacist was right in front of Lin Tian. She swiped her claws at Lin Tian. Lin Tian. Bai Qiu's expression changed drastically. That pharmacist was so terrifying that even airborne realm cultivators would die if they were to come at her. There was no way Lin Tian could block that attack. Bai Qiu panicked. A dim light flickered as she used the core spell of the Sutra of Godlessness. However, at this time, a scorching heat rushed out and spread in an instant. Lin Tian finally finished forming the hand seals. He shook his hands and pulled them horizontally. A mysterious rune jumped out, like a burning miniature sun. It made the pharmacist's corpse tremble slightly. Seal of refining fire. Lin Tian shouted. He held up his right hand and lowered his head slightly. The rune was stuck to the palm of his right hand and pressed forward. With a whoosh, the rune hit the pill seal on the pharmacist's chest. Arg! A scream was heard in an instant. The pharmacist's corpse backed away. The Xianxia all over her body was in extreme pain. Lin Tian took a step back as well. He was slightly surprised. It works, he thought to himself. The seal of refining fire was a secret art from the pharmacopoeia that had just appeared in his mind. It seemed to have sensed the residual pill qi on the pharmacist's corpse. That secret art was much clearer than other arts, so Lin Tian used it. He didn't expect it to hurt the pharmacist. The pill seal on the pharmacist's chest was about to disintegrate. What did you do? What kind of art is that? It seems like it's specifically targeted at the pill seal. Bai Qiu was surprised. Screw it. Let's continue. Lin Tian gritted his teeth. He moved in a flash and formed another seal of refining fire. He pressed it on the pill seal on the pharmacist's chest several times. The pharmacist's screams became clearer. The Xianxia all over her body flowed backward, and her pale skin began to crack. The pill seal is destroyed. She's done for. Bai Qiu shouted. Lin Tian moved in a flash. This time, he used the seal of 4 symbols to envelop the pharmacist's corpse. The pharmacist roared, but with the pill seal destroyed, she could no longer hold on. Lin Tian was the one who kept beating her. Clang, the sound of a sword rang out. Lin Tian used the weapon manipulation art. Then, he summoned the phenomenon in his sea of knowledge and slashed at the pharmacist's corpse. Pft, 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 blood splattered everywhere. Without the pill seal, the pharmacist's corpse became extremely fragile. Her physique was also many times weaker. The final attack. Lin Tian shouted. He formed a series of hand seals. This time, 2 runes jumped out. It was still the seal of refining fire. However, this time, the seal of refining fire was clearly more powerful. Destroy. He moved his hands together and pushed the 2 runes onto the pharmacist's corpse. This attack was like a raging fire pressing on ice. In an instant, the pharmacist's corpse was sent flying with a bang. It exploded into pieces in the distance. Bai Qiu's eyes widened. This pharmacist's corpse is comparable to an immortal ascension cultivator. You killed it? Didn't you say that the pill seal was its Achilles heel? I was just lucky to have destroyed it. Lin Tiandao said. Yes, I forgot. Bai Qiu nodded. In front of them, where the pharmacist's corpse exploded, specks of bloody light flickered on the ground. A blood pill fell to the ground. Lin Tian frowned and took it. This is? The blood pill was as big as the heart of an egg. It was crystal clear and emitted a rich aura of life. A blood pill formed from extreme yin. It's extremely valuable. Bai Qiu's eyes widened. Lin Tian asked, what's its use? You can use it to cultivate. It can strengthen your qi, blood, and cultivation. At the very least, it can raise your spiritual qi from the 6th level to the 7th level. Bai Qiu said. Lin Tianwei was stunned. Then, he was slightly delighted. This was indeed quite valuable. He put away the blood pill and looked around. There were corpses everywhere in this space. There were corpses of human cultivators as well as the remains of Yin soldiers and malicious ghosts. Let's go, he said to Bai Qiu. Okay. Bai Qiu was very happy. The 2 of them followed the path they came from and quickly walked out of the ancient tomb. The air outside is still better. Lin Tiandao. Nonsense. Bai Qiu curled his lips. The 2 of them walked to an old forest not far away. Bai Qiu took out a large number of bottles from the stone ring. There were all kinds of pills inside. Let's work together. We'll each take half. Bai Qiu narrowed his eyes and smiled. It's all my work. Lin Tian was speechless. Bai Qiu snorted. In the end, he only asked for 6 void pills that could perfectly raise one's spiritual C from the 9th level to the void realm. He gave the other 6 void pills and the other baodan to Lin Tian. After all, among these baodan, only the void pills were valuable. Although the other pills were also extraordinary, they were far inferior to the void pills. Lin Tian put away all the pills. After calculating carefully, he realized that he had gained quite a lot this time. At this moment, Bai Qiu jumped over and grabbed his collar. He said fiercely, "Tell me, who are you? You have a strange physique, comprehended the vision of the spiritual sea, cultivated a powerful and magical movement, and even know the weapon control technique. And what's with the rune that destroyed the elixir seal on the alchemist's chest? These are all too strange. You're definitely not an ordinary person. Tell me the truth." "It's hard to say." Lin Tian shook his head. "What's hard to say? Do you have something to hide?" Bai Qiu asked. "Yes, that's it." Lin Tian followed Bai Qiu's words. Bai Qiu stared at him. Suddenly, he rolled his eyes and said, "Okay, it's fine if you don't tell me. Teach me the weapon control technique." "Okay, give me your divine sutra in exchange." "Impossible. Then there's no room for discussion." "Ah. I'll bite you to death." Lin Tian laughed. He performed the weapon control technique and headed toward the Wuji Gate. Several days had passed. After entering the Wuji Gate, Lin Tian returned to the fallen immortal peak and went to the spiritual sea array. He took out a blood pill from the stone ring, paused for a moment, then put it into his mouth and swallowed it. In an instant, an astonishing aura of life surged out, covering his entire body and rushing to every inch of his flesh. Buzz. A faint halo circulated. The 4 extremities scriptures were activated. True Yuan surged, and his flesh and blood beat rhythmically. Then, gradually, a strong life force began to gather in his spiritual sea, leading the divine sense in his spiritual sea to vibrate. This life force was like a raging fire, using the divine sense as a source of water to refine. It had to be said that this refining effect was amazing. Lin Tian felt that his divine sense was becoming stronger and stronger. In the blink of an eye, 4 hours had passed. 4 hours. Later, a tyrannical aura rushed out from Lin Tian's body, transforming into a hurricane that swept out. Lin Tian opened his eyes. 2 rays of light flashed, and he felt that the world had become clearer. At this moment, his spiritual sea had reached the 7th level from the 6th level. His divine sense had become stronger, his physique had become stronger, and his perception had become sharper. Huff, taking a deep breath, Lin Tian didn't stand up. Instead, he closed his eyes and looked at the symbol imprint in his spiritual sea. When he was fighting with the alchemist's corpse, the mysterious iron sword at the bottom of his spiritual sea suddenly released a sky full of symbol imprints. In the end, the symbol imprint condensed into the 2 ancient words Medicine Codex. It gave birth to a series of strange secret techniques that helped him solve the threat of the alchemist's corpse. At that time, he didn't have time to understand it. Now that he had time, he naturally had to study it in depth. Slightly closing his eyes, Lin Tian carefully scanned the Medicine Codex. After a while, he was shocked and opened his eyes again. The supreme ancient scripture of the alchemists? Lin Tian's heart palpitated. Lin Tian was a little surprised. He never thought that the Medicine Codex was the supreme ancient scripture of the alchemist faction. At the same time, he thought of something else. What was the origin of the mysterious iron sword at the bottom of his consciousness? It was just a ripple, but it turned into the supreme ancient scripture of the alchemist faction. This was really shocking. This sword, Lin Tian was shocked. He tried to communicate with the divine sword at the bottom of his consciousness, but it did not move at all. Lin Tian finally gave up. It seemed that the divine sword was not under his control. Forget it. It's fine as long as it's harmless. He shook his head. Taking a deep breath, Lin Tian closed his eyes again and focused on the Medicine Codex. He had heard Bai Qiu talk about the various specialties of the alchemist faction, and it had piqued his interest. Now that he had come into contact with the supreme ancient scripture of the alchemist faction by chance, he naturally could not ignore it. In an instant, invisible scripture runes appeared in his sea of consciousness, The Medicine Codex was a precious ancient scripture of alchemy. It was divided into the pill forging section and the secret technique section. The pill forging section contained endless pill recipes and pill forging techniques, from the lowest first-grade baodan to the ninth-grade high-grade baodan. It had all kinds of pill recipes, including healing, dissolving poison, transforming, temporarily increasing one's cultivation, and killing. At the same time, it also recorded the supreme pill recipe that could extend one's life by 100,000 years, called the Emperor Pill. The Emperor Pill can allow a withered chaotic realm expert to live for another 100,000 years. Lin Tian muttered to himself. He had heard of this from Bai Qiu, but seeing it in the Medicine Codex with his own eyes, he was still very surprised. He held his breath and scanned through the Monarch Pill Alchemy Manual. Then, he was speechless. The Alchemy Manual mentioned more than 1,000 kinds of pill forging materials, and almost every one of them was a rare saint artifact that was almost impossible to refine. However, Lin Tian was soon relieved. If this baodan was easy to refine, it would be abnormal. He shifted his gaze to the secret arts section of the medicine encyclopedia. There were many mystical secret arts recorded in it, and the refining fire seal that he had used earlier was one of them. Lin Tian carefully looked through it. He discovered that the several core secret techniques were truly terrifying. They were the 9 nether scattering poison and the pill fire burning the heavens. They were comparable to ancient Empyrean skills. This Bai Qiu, that girl, also said that the strength of alchemists is not that great. Is that true? Lin Tian was surprised. According to the last few ancient techniques in the secret technique chapter, its might could be said to be extremely terrifying. How could it be weak? Forget it, I'll ask again when I have time. Lin Tian muttered to himself. He continued reading and found that the alchemists and array manipulators were not much different. They also had a clear division of ranks, from weak to strong. They were Tier 1 Alchemist, Tier 2 Alchemist, Tier 3 Alchemist, Tier 4 Alchemist, Tier 5 Alchemist, Tier 6 Alchemist, Tier 7 Alchemist, Tier 8 Alchemist, Tier 9 Alchemist, and Supreme Alchemist who had reached the peak. Alchemists at this level were crowned with the word honorable and were called honorable apothecaries. Honorable apothecary, what a domineering title. Speaking of which, when I was cultivating array manipulation, I seemed to have seen the words Array Emperor. Could it be the title of an array manipulator who has reached the peak? Lin Tian muttered to himself. Shaking his head, he continued reading. The cultivation of alchemy is the beginning of pill refining. 2 cauldrons are used as furnaces, and true essence or divine power are used as alchemy fire. After reaching Tier 2 Alchemist, one can begin to cultivate the secret technique of the corresponding rank. Lin Tian continued reading and found that the cultivation of alchemy was similar to that of array manipulators. The cultivation of array manipulators began by finding materials to carve arrays, while the cultivation of alchemy began by finding materials to refine pills. At the later stages of both, one could cultivate extremely terrifying secret techniques with astonishing destructive power. Lin Tian pondered for a moment and finally decided to cultivate alchemy on the side. The reason for this was that the Medicine Codex was indeed extraordinary. In it, there were various kinds of baodan that were very magical. However, there were 2 points that attracted Lin Tian the most. First, the Medicine Codex recorded more than 10 types of alchemy recipes that could extend one's lifespan. The lowest one could extend one's lifespan by 2 years, and the highest one could extend one's lifespan by 100,000 years. This alchemy recipe that could extend one's lifespan was undoubtedly a great shock to him because lifespan was the most precious thing for a cultivator. Thinking about it, if he could control the ability to refine the baodan that could extend one's lifespan, in the future, he and his friends and family would be able to live a corresponding second life when their lifespan was about to dry up. How fortunate would that be? The second point was, of course, the few core magical powers recorded in the secret technique section were already comparable to celestial venerable secret techniques. Celestial venerable secret techniques were enough to frighten the world. Traditional martial arts, the way of array manipulation. So what if I walk one more path now? I'll try to break through this path of alchemy. Lin Tian's eyes glowed. On the path of a cultivator, the most important thing was quality, not complexity. This was because if one learned too many things, they would often not be able to reach the peak of any path. However, Lin Tian did not care so much. He believed in himself. As long as it was something that could be learned and useful, he was willing to learn it. Moreover, he firmly believed that he could reach the peak of all paths. Taking a deep breath, Lin Tian looked at the pill forging section and started learning alchemy recipes from the first-grade inferior ones. After a quick glance, his gaze landed on the simplest fasting pill. Materials: blood grass, morning dew, 5 grains. Lin Tian glanced briefly and found that the fasting pill did not require many materials. Finally, he still needed a cauldron for alchemy. These things are relatively simple. They can be exchanged in Wuji Gate. Lin Tian muttered to himself. After thinking for a while, he stood up and walked down the fallen immortal peak toward the Wuji Gate's Hall of True Treasures. The Hall of True Treasures contained various treasures and materials. Wuji Gate's disciples could exchange spiritual coins, their own martial arts techniques, or other items for treasures and materials of corresponding value. Usually, many disciples would come and go. Madman is here. Dodge. Damn it, the people in front, hurry up. Don't block my way. Seeing Lin Tian arrive, the ordinary disciples of the Limitless sect all changed their expressions as if they had seen the plague. Lin Tian was a little speechless, but he was too lazy to say anything. He directly went to the front of a deacon in the True Treasure Hall and used his spirit coins to exchange for what he wanted. Then, he directly walked out of the True Treasure Hall and headed towards the fallen immortal peak. At the foot of the fallen immortal peak, he coincidentally bumped into Bai Qiu. Why aren't you staying on the mountain? Why are you running around? Bai Qiu asked. Lin Tian suddenly had the urge to beat this girl up. Should he stay on the mountain? After a pause, he suddenly thought of a question and asked Bai Qiu, by the way, you said that alchemists are generally not very strong. Why is that? Don't they have their own secret alchemy skills? Why are you asking this? Bai Qiu was curious. Just asking. Lin Tian Dao. Bai Qiu made an O sound and didn't think too much about it. He said, speaking of which, the Tao of alchemy has been passed down for a very long time. One of the 9 celestial venerables studied it to the extreme and reached the pinnacle of this Tao. He wrote a supreme ancient Tao of alchemy that contained many secret offensive techniques. However, in the long river of time, many of these techniques were lost. Today, in the Tao of alchemy, most alchemists only know how to refine Dan. One of the 9 celestial lords? Master Apothecary? Lin Tianwei was shocked. Yes. Bai Qiu nodded. Lin Tian could not help but gasp. Could it be that the medicine codex was written by one of the 9 celestial lords, the Master Apothecary? Why would this thing appear in the mysterious iron sword? For a moment, Lin Tian was stunned. This medicine codex was a complete ancient scripture of the celestial lords? Hey, what's wrong with you? Bai Qiu shouted. Lin Tian came to his senses and shook his head. Nothing. Although he said so, he was still shocked. He was shocked by the medicine codex and even more shocked by the mysterious iron sword. Bai Qiu followed Lin Tianyi up the fallen immortal peak and took a lot of ordinary baodan from Lin Tian. Then, she gathered a group of small animals. Speaking of which, why are there so many ordinary animals on the fallen immortal peak? There's not a single one on the Wuji peak. Bai Qiu muttered. Lin Tian glanced around and said, maybe it's because the fallen immortal peak was abandoned. After it became an ordinary peak, not many people came here. Naturally, there would be many ordinary animals coming in and out. This is very normal in the mortal world. Bai Qiu blinked and asked, you know a lot about the mortal world. I haven't been there before. Is it fun? It's okay. It's easier and simpler than the cultivation world. There aren't so many cruel battles. If there's a chance, take me there to play. Bai Qiu stayed on the fallen immortal peak until dusk. Then, she left and returned to the Wuji peak. At night, stars filled the sky and specks of silver light sprinkled on the earth. Lin Tian looked up at the sky. It was already very dark. At this time, there were still some small animals jumping in front of the ruined palace. He smiled and walked to the back of the ruined palace. He came to an extremely quiet place. After cleaning up a little, he arranged an open space. With a thought, he took out a 5-inch tall black cauldron from the stone ring. This black cauldron had 2 ears, 3 legs, and a lid. In front of it, there was a hole about an inch in diameter. It was called the forging mouth. If one looked carefully, one could see that there were many small branches on the surface of the forging mouth. These branches were like internal pipes that passed through the walls of the black cauldron. Then, they broke open the inner walls of the black cauldron and created dozens of small holes. These small holes were called flame mouths. Lin Tian carefully read the beginner's book of forging elixir several times. This kind of black cauldron was the simplest kind of medicine furnace. The alchemist put his hand on the forging mouth and urged his true essence or divine power to pass through various internal channels in the cauldron walls. Finally, the true essence or divine power would be released from the dozens of flame mouths in the cauldron to create the alchemy fire used to forge the baodan. After the alchemy fire was produced and stabilized, the alchemist would put in the alchemy materials from the mouth of the cauldron and close the lid. Then, he would control the alchemy fire to refine the pill. Whoosh! Reading on a mobile phone. Lin Tian placed his hand on the forging mouth of the black cauldron. Immediately, his true yuan flowed through the internal channels. Pinbooknet. Chi. With a muffled sound, white smoke rose from the black cauldron. Then, a ball of flame appeared. The flame was pale yellow and rolled like small waves. This is the alchemic fire. However, this alchemic fire is meaningless. It still needs to be controlled with one's mind. Lin Tian muttered. The nascent alchemic fire was only produced by true yuan through the internal structure of the black cauldron. It did not have the ability to refine pills. The alchemist still needed to control and condense it to stabilize the alchemic fire. This step was the first difficult part of the alchemic process. There was no special technique. It was completely dependent on one's talent and countless practice. Lin Tian focused on the interior of the black cauldron. His mind, energy, and spirit were highly concentrated as he gazed at the nascent Dan fire in the cauldron. The vital essence that surged out of his right hand started to have a frequency. Bit by bit, he adjusted the speed of the influx, causing the Dan fire in the black cauldron to jump again and again, becoming more and more solid. This process took about half a quarter of an hour. After half a quarter of an hour, the alchemic fire in the black cauldron suddenly became incomparably quiet. Lin Tian looked at the internal flame from a close distance. He could not feel it burning. Good. A glint flashed across Lin Tian's eyes. According to the medicine encyclopedia, the step of condensing the alchemic fire was considered complete. Taking a deep breath, he recalled the proportions of the various ingredients needed to refine the fasting pill in his mind. After recalling the temperature of the alchemic fire at each stage, he opened the cauldron lid and threw a stalk of blood grass, 30 drops of morning dew, and a bunch of 5 grains into the cauldron. Then, he carefully closed the cauldron lid. Open. Chi. Lin Tian was about to start when a sizzling sound was heard. The blood grass that was thrown into the cauldron was directly charred black by the alchemic fire. Many of the 30 drops of morning dew were directly vaporized by the scorching heat of the alchemic fire. Lin Tian was not upset about this. He was very calm. He knew that alchemy was similar to alchemy. It was impossible to succeed in one step. Shaking his head, Lin Tian began forging again. Following this, he failed 13 times in a row. He either burned the blood grass to ashes, completely evaporated the morning dew, or burnt the 5 grains. Until they were black and smelly. However, these 13 failures were naturally not meaningless. Each of these 13 failures allowed him to accumulate some experience and finally touch the edge of success. Continue. Lin Tian muttered to himself. Lin Tian held his breath and concentrated. Once again, he placed the blood grass, morning dew, and 5 grains into the black cauldron. Buzz. The flame surged and enveloped all the medicinal herbs in the blink of an eye. Lin Tian stared intently at the interior of the cauldron. He placed his right hand on the forging of the black cauldron and flicked his 5 fingers. Instantly, the power of fire surged forth, causing the alchemy fire within the black cauldron to flicker faintly. Back when he was in the first heaven, he had refined a fire crystal. His vital essence had naturally nurtured the power of fire. After 13 failures, Lin Tian discovered that the power of fire in his vital essence could make the alchemy fire more condensed and easier to control. The effects of alchemy were also better. His expression was solemn. His 5 fingers moved rhythmically. With each movement, the alchemy fire flickered. At this moment, the alchemy fire within the black cauldron was divided into several parts. Each part had a different temperature. Under Lin Tian's control, the alchemy fire enveloped the blood grass, morning dew, and 5 grains. It began to burn and refine the essence of each medicinal herb. Controlling the temperature of each part of the alchemy fire within the cauldron was the second difficulty in the alchemy process. After more than 10 failures, Lin Tian finally reached the level where he could freely adjust the temperature of the alchemy fire within the cauldron by relying on the 5-dragon divine flash technique. Gradually, the blood grass was incinerated, the 5 grains melted, and the morning dew danced in midair within the cauldron. Condense. Lin Tian softly spat out a word. His expression became even more solemn. His 5 fingers moved more and more frequently, urging the alchemy fire of different temperatures to envelop the incinerated blood grass and the melted 5 grains. Then, a ball of alchemy fire enveloped the morning dew, turning it into a scorching wave of dew that enveloped the incinerated blood grass and the melted 5 grains. It was also at this moment that Lin Tian's 5 fingers stopped moving. Instead, he urged the true essence of fire to calm the alchemy fire within the black cauldron and control the temperature to the same point. One could see the alchemy fire burning within the cauldron. Beads of sweat gradually appeared on Lin Tian's forehead. His face was slightly pale. Clearly, the alchemy process was very taxing on his essence, qi, and spirit. Throughout the entire night, he had tried more than 10 times. He had only rested once midway. At this moment, his true essence was almost depleted. His essence, qi, and spirit were also severely depleted. He felt like he was about to collapse. Time flew by quickly. Inside the cauldron, several medicinal herbs were fused together. Under the burning of the alchemy fire, waves of churning and gurgling sounds could be heard. Buzz. The alchemy fire burned, sometimes incomparably hot, sometimes as gentle as water. Soon, a quarter of an hour had passed. The several medicinal herbs in the cauldron had completely fused together, turning into a light gray sticky substance the size of a baby's fist. The final step. A trace of light flashed through Lin Tian's eyes. He took a deep breath. The true essence in his left hand pulsed, and he pressed it hard on his right hand. Suddenly, the alchemy fire within the cauldron trembled, as if it had turned into numerous alchemy fire swords. Again and again, the alchemy fire in the center of the cauldron cut open the light gray sticky substance, turning it into thumb-sized balls. The final step, the formation of the alchemy core. This step was the final difficulty of the alchemy process. Lin Tian's remaining essence, qi, and spirit were highly concentrated. His control of true essence also became more condensed and stable. After another quarter of an hour, the small balls in the black cauldron became perfectly round. A light gray luster flickered and trembled within the alchemy fire. Lin Tian's eyes flickered, and he stopped. This was the completed fasting pill. His left hand shook, and the lid of the cauldron opened. With a wave of his hand, he took out a dozen fasting pills. The fasting pills had just been taken out of the cauldron, and they were still faintly warm. Lin Tian picked one up, put it in his mouth, chewed it, and swallowed it. A moment later, he couldn't help but nod his head. The first time he refined a fasting pill, the result was beyond his imagination. The quality was much better than the ones in his stone ring. Not bad. Lin Tian muttered to himself. To be honest, he was very happy to reach this level in one night. The sky gradually brightened. Lin Tian put away the fasting pills and the black cauldron. He walked out of the hall and returned to the front. After a night of alchemy, his true essence was severely depleted. He sat cross-legged in front of the hall, facing the morning sun, and cultivated the 4 extreme scriptures. After a quarter of an hour, he stopped and returned to the hall to rest and recover his true essence. In the blink of an eye, night fell again. At this time, Lin Tian woke up. After tidying himself up, he returned to the hall and continued his alchemy cultivation. Forging pills and refining pills was an extremely rigorous process. He could not allow others to disturb him, or it was extremely likely for him to fail halfway through the refinement. As a result, when he cultivated the way of pills, Lin Tian would always choose to do it late at night. At night, he did not have to worry about being disturbed. He could devote himself to cultivating the way of pills. Taking out the black cauldron and the herbs, Lin Tian took a deep breath and directly immersed himself in alchemy. In the following 10 days, Lin Tian took 6 hours to rest during the day, 6 hours to cultivate the 4 extreme scriptures, and 6 hours to refine his divine sense. At night, he went to the hall and cultivated alchemy according to the Medicine Encyclopedia's alchemy manual. During these 10 days, he went to the Hall of True Treasures several times to exchange for various materials. He refined the True Energy Pill, Blood-Staunching Powder, and Spirit Concentrating Pill. Of course, these were all first-grade Baodan pills. Another day passed. Lin Tian tried to refine a second-grade Baodan. After 3 days, he finally succeeded. After 10 days of alchemy, Lin Tian discovered that the true energy in his body had become much more condensed and vigorous. Moreover, his spiritual energy had also become much stronger. Even his cultivation level had increased. This caused Lin Tianwei to comprehend something. It seemed that no matter which Tao one chose, it would have a beneficial effect on the path of cultivation. The full moon hung high in the sky, sprinkling down silver light. Now, I have barely reached the level of a second-grade alchemist. Lin Tian muttered to himself. It had to be said that the reason he could reach the level of a second-grade alchemist so quickly was because his cultivation level was high. Moreover, he cultivated the art of controlling arrays. To a certain extent, the cultivation of the art of controlling arrays had some similarities with the art of alchemy. Therefore, the starting point of his alchemy training was much higher than the average person. For an average person, it was basically impossible to reach the level of a second-grade alchemist without at least 3 to 5 years. Lin Tian put away the black cauldron. Herbs closed his eyes and began to read the secret techniques of the Medicine Encyclopedia. One of the reasons why he chose to cultivate the art of alchemy was because of the mystical secret techniques in the Medicine Encyclopedia. Seal of Flame, Seal of Burning Heart, Seal of Refining Flame. Lin Tian's eyes flashed as he scanned his path. Previously, with the help of the godly sword, he had already mastered the Seal of Refining Flame. Now, he began to comprehend other secret techniques. Just like that, another 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Early in the morning, Lin Tian faced the morning sun and breathed in and out for a while. Just as he was about to rest, Bai Qiu ran up from the foot of the mountain. Hey, Limitless Immortal School will have an honorary alchemist elder concocting pills in public today. Honorary alchemist? Publicly refining pills? Lin Tian was stunned. Bai Qiu said, the 10 great sects all have honorary alchemists. They are invited from some alchemist families. The Limitless sect naturally has one as well. Every year, they invite these alchemists to publicly refine pills to broaden the knowledge of their disciples. There are alchemist families in the second heaven? Lin Tian was stunned. He had not paid much attention to this before. Now that he heard this, he was slightly curious. Of course there are. The most powerful alchemist families in this heaven are comparable to the 10 great sects, or even more powerful, Bai Qiu said. These alchemist families not only know how to refine pills, but also pass down many offensive secret techniques in the art of alchemy. Their strength and wealth are astonishing. I equals FIPS LAS equals AGS. Lin Tian was a little surprised that there was a family of alchemists in this realm, which was comparable to the top 10 sects, or even stronger. In the first heaven, there was only the Formation Manipulator Guild and the 4 great sections. Compared to the second heaven, there was simply too much of a difference. The second heaven was truly a resplendent place filled with dazzling experts. What are you thinking about? Are you going or not? Bai Qiu waved his hand in front of Lin Tian's eyes. Lin Tian came back to his senses and nodded. Let's go and have a look. He had just embarked on the path of alchemist. Although he had barely reached the level of a second-grade alchemist, he still had little experience in alchemy. Now that he could see an alchemist from a family of alchemists, he might be able to get some inspiration. Therefore, he was willing to go and have a look. After all, he wouldn't lose anything. Immediately, the two walked down the fallen immortal peak and soon came to a crowded place. This place was very spacious. At the front was a gray stone platform that could accommodate dozens of people. On the platform was a green cauldron. The cauldron was more than 10 inches tall. Obviously, it was more advanced than the black cauldron Lin Tian used before. I heard that Senior Xianxia will make 3 cauldrons of Baodan in a row this time. 3 cauldrons? Didn't he make 1 cauldron in the past? This time it might be Gao Xianxing. I heard that there's a genius alchemist in Senior Shen's family. He's only 17 years old, and he's about to reach the level of a second-grade alchemist after only 2 years of studying alchemy. What? Senior Shen is 50 years old this year. He's been practicing alchemy for decades, and it's said that he's only reached the level of a third-grade alchemist. That guy is about to reach the level of a second-grade alchemist after only 2 years? Is it really that exaggerated? This is a genius. It's useless to be surprised. The crowd was discussing. Lin Tian followed by Qiu to the front. Shen Hongyuan, an honorary alchemist elder of Wuji Gate. He's a third-grade alchemist, and his cultivation is at the 8th level of the spiritual sea. He's much stronger than ordinary cultivators. Bai Qiu said, Shen Hongyuan was invited by Wuji Gate from the Shen family, which is one of the 3 alchemist families. They pay the Shen family a very high salary every year. The 3 alchemist families? Which 3 aristocratic families are they? Lin Tian asked. He had gone to the scripture depository to look at the distribution of forces in the second heaven, but because he was in a hurry, he did not see the alchemist aristocratic family. The Shen family, the Chao family, and the Zhuang family are all very powerful. To a certain extent, they are much more powerful than the 10 great sections. Bai Qiu said. Much stronger than the 10 great sects? Lin Tian was slightly surprised. How do these 3 families compare to your Bai family? Don't ask such a childish question. There is simply no comparison. Compared to the ancient aristocratic families, the strength of these families is no different from caterpillars. They are incomparably weak. Bai Qiu said, the reason why I said these 3 alchemist clans are stronger than the 10 great sects is because the alchemist clans maintain excellent relations with the other great sections. When necessary, they can invite many experts, including the demon experts. This is something that the 10 great sects can't compare to. However, it is undoubtedly a fool's dream to compare with the families that have been passed down since ancient times. Understood. Lin Tian nodded. The 2 of them walked forward together. In Bai Qiu's words, the closer they stood, the clearer they could see. Many disciples were talking about it. When they saw Lin Tian and Bai Qiu walking over, they all changed their expressions. That madman from the fallen angel peak is here. What? Get out of the way. Someone's expression changed. In an instant, a path was opened in front of them. Although Lin Tian had just entered the Wuji Gate, he had caused a huge commotion. He had detained a group of Muyang Feng's disciples to work for the fallen angel peak. He had defeated the strongest airborne realm cultivator in Muyang Feng, Jingyi. After that, he was personally invited by the master of the Wuji Peak to cultivate at the Wuji Peak. However, Lin Tian had declined. This undoubtedly made Lin Tian's reputation spread throughout the entire Wuji Gate. There were not many people in Wuji Gate who did not know about Lin Tian. Bai Qiu laughed. Look, everyone is afraid of you. I told you that you're the fiercest person, and you won't admit it. Lin Tian couldn't be bothered with her as he continued to walk forward. The crowd only breathed a sigh of relief when the 2 of them were far away. The sun was shining brightly in the sky. More and more disciples of the Wuji Gate gathered around the place, all of them talking about it. Every year, many disciples of the Wuji Gate would come to watch the alchemists from the alchemist family perform alchemy in public. Soon, an hour had passed. He's here. Suddenly, someone shouted. On the alchemy platform in front of them, a young man in luxurious clothes walked out. He looked very young and very handsome. This is? That genius alchemist from Senior Shen's lineage. He followed Senior Shen into the Wuji Gate yesterday. Is he really that genius alchemist? Nonsense, I saw it with my own eyes. The crowd was in an uproar. The disciples of the Wuji Gate stared at the young man in luxurious clothes with surprise. Some female cultivators even looked infatuated, as if they could not wait to rush up and hug the young man in luxurious clothes. This guy is actually at the early stage of the soul sense realm. He's really powerful. Bai Qiu said. Lin Tian glanced at them and did not say anything. The young man in luxurious clothes glanced at the crowd. When he saw Bai Qiu, his face suddenly showed a little surprise, but it was only for a moment. The young man in luxurious clothes withdrew his gaze and smiled at the crowd, saying, I'm Shen Qinyu. It's my first time in your sect. Please give me some advice. After a pause, the young man in luxurious clothes said, My uncle is preparing for the alchemy later, so he ordered me to come out first to refine a furnace of true elemental pills, so that you won't have to wait under the scorching sun. Thank you, young Master Shen. Someone said politely. Shen Qingyu smiled and ordered some people to bring some herbs for refining true elemental pills. Then, he came to the green medicine furnace. Start the fire. Shen Qingyu said. Everyone watched as a purple alchemy fire appeared within the green cauldron. After that, Shen Qingyu quickly threw all kinds of medicinal ingredients into the green cauldron, causing the alchemy fire to jump up and down. It was obvious that he was controlling the temperature of the alchemy fire. Gradually, green smoke curled up, and a strange fragrance spread out. Shen Qingyu stood in front of the furnace and put one hand on the furnace's forging mouth. True elemental energy flowed into the furnace in an orderly manner. What a skillful alchemy technique. The so-called alchemy genius is really not ordinary. Very powerful. Many people exclaimed. Lin Tian looked at Shen Qingyu's alchemy and had to admit that Shen Qingyu's alchemy technique was very skillful. However, it could only be regarded as skillful. It did not have any impact on him. Even if he really wanted to compare, this Shen Qingyu was a lot worse than him. At least in the process of controlling the alchemy fire with true elemental energy, Shen Qingyu was far inferior to him. After all, it's only at the first grade. Lin Tian muttered to himself in his heart. He did not leave and still waited here. He wanted to see the third-grade alchemist Shen Hongyuan's alchemy. Time passed, and soon half an hour had passed. Shen Qingyu stood up and stopped controlling the alchemy fire in the furnace. He stood up and opened the lid. Immediately, a trace of alchemy fragrance floated out. Shen Qingyu took out the true elemental energy pills in the furnace. There were more than 10 of them, and each of them was bright and colorful. Obviously, they were not ordinary. I've embarrassed myself. Shen Qingyu smiled. Young Master Shen, you must be joking. If this is considered embarrassing, then we have no face to live. Yes, young Master Shen, you are too modest. Yes. Many people complimented. Shen Qingyu smiled and thanked them. His eyes moved to Bai Qiu, and then fell on Lin Tian beside Bai Qiu. He smiled and said, Brother, what do you think of my alchemy? Lin Tian did not expect that Shen Qingyu would ask him alone. He did not think much and said casually, It's okay. Shen Qingyu's smile suddenly stiffened. It's okay. Shen Qingyu saw that Lin Tian and Bai Qiu were standing close to each other. They seemed to be very close, so he deliberately asked Lin Tian how his alchemy skills were. He wanted to gain some attention in front of the beauty. However, he did not expect that Lin Tianji would answer lightly, It's okay. This made him a little unhappy. He fixed his eyes on Lin Tian. Shen Qingyu's expression changed when he saw it. Alchemy Qi? Staring at Lin Tian, Shen Qingyu was slightly surprised. However, he soon smiled meaningfully and said, I didn't expect that you have dabbled in alchemy. Interesting, very interesting. Lin Tian frowned. These days, he had been practicing the medicine encyclopedia, forging pills, and refining medicine. Naturally, his body had a special alchemy qi. He did not wash it off before coming here. He did not expect that Shen Qingyu would notice it. This made him slightly nervous. He secretly blamed himself for not being cautious enough. He glanced at Shen Qingyu and did not say anything. You have alchemy qi. you have been forging Baodan these days? I think your alchemy skills must be extraordinary. Xianxia narrowed his eyes. Lin Tian heard the provocation in Xianxia's words. He was slightly unhappy and said, so what if I am? So what if I am not? At this place, the people of Wuji Gate were surprised. They all stared at Lin Tian in surprise. This madman also cultivates alchemy? This can't be? I've never heard of it. Everyone was shocked. Bai Qiu was surprised. She grabbed Lin Tian and asked, you also cultivate alchemy? What are you talking about? Lin Tian wanted to hit her. Xianxia narrowed his eyes and stared at Lin Tian. I really didn't expect, to meet a fellow alchemist in Wuji Gate. It's really a blessing. As he spoke, Xianxia said with a smile, I see that you are extraordinary, and your alchemy skills should not be weak. At this time I would like to compare notes with you. I hope you will not hesitate to teach me. Lin Tian glanced at Xianxia. I'm not interested, and I don't want to teach you. Many people around were moved. They secretly thought that Lin Tian was really bold. He dared to talk to the descendant of an alchemist family like this. Xianxia's face suddenly darkened. Suddenly, he laughed and his eyes fell on Bai Qiu beside Lin Tian. He said with a smile, since you don't want to compete with me, I'll take it that you admit defeat. Since you admit defeat, there should be a price for admitting defeat. Can you let the girl beside you do me the honor and take you to Wuji Gate? Lin Tian was stunned, and then he laughed. Okay, as long as she is willing, you can let her take you to the 10 Heavens domain. I won't have the slightest objection. He finally understood that Xianxia had his eyes set on Bai Qiu. He really didn't know what to say. He actually dared to set his sights on the princess of an ancient family. He was really courting death. Reading on mobile phone, seeing Lin Tian approaching him, Xianxia's face darkened. What are you doing? What am I doing? Did you forget about the bed after you lost? Lin Tian Dao. Pin. Book. Net. His steps were steady and unhurried as he walked towards Xianxia. Under the stone platform, everyone's expression changed. Is he really going to do it? He's the descendant of an alchemist family. Many people's expressions changed. Bai Qiu didn't care at all. Instead, he shouted, beat him up. Xianxia said with a sullen face, ordinary people can't distinguish the quality of Baodan. Only high-level alchemists can. You're really good at finding excuses. Lin Tianling smiled. There was still alchemy fire in the cyan cauldron. He shook his hand and threw out 2 vital essence pills. Without vital essence to control the alchemy fire, the inferior Baodan will melt before the superior Baodan. Your elders should have told you this. Let's see whose vital essence pill melts first. Hearing Lin Tian's words, everyone looked at the cyan cauldron. Soon, 10 breaths passed. One of the Baodan began to melt, while the other Baodan was intact. The melted true elemental Dan is the true elemental Dan forged by Xianxia. Indeed. Many people were moved. This time, Xianxia's expression really changed. He gritted his teeth but couldn't say a word. Lin Tian didn't talk nonsense and went straight to him. Your Excellency, give me face and let this matter go. I owe you a favor. Xianxia whispered. Face? What face do you have? Lin Tian said disdainfully. He stepped forward and came to Xianxia in an instant. He raised his hand and slapped Xianxia. With a loud slap, Xianxia was sent flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Young Master Shen. Someone's expression changed. It was the first time that Xianxia had come to the Wuji Gate. Along with Shen Hongyuan, there were naturally masters of the Shen family following them. At this moment, seeing Xianxia being slapped and sent flying, the faces of these masters of the Shen family changed greatly. Sir, please stop. A master from the Shen family blocked the way. Lin Tian's expression did not change. Get out of the way. Sir, you've already made a move once. Don't go too far. Our Shen family has been passed down for many years. Few people dare to go against us. Sir, it's better to know when to stop. That's enough. The members of the Shen family said indifferently. Lin Tianling smiled. Are you threatening me? Not really. I'm just stating a fact. One of them said. Lin Tianyi smiled. He didn't say anything more and walked forward step by step. Sir, don't refuse a toast, Pa. The sound of a slap rang out. The master from the Shen family at the front was directly slapped off the stone platform and let out a scream. Seeing this, the other people's expressions changed. How dare you? You're courting death. They were furious. Get out of my way. Lin Tian's footsteps were steady. He waved his right hand, and a wild sword wind swept out, sweeping the people in front of him away. Bang, bang, bang. Several people fell to the side and all of them howled miserably. This madman is still so unscrupulous. The people from the alchemist family were slapped away by him. He's too arrogant. Many people's hearts palpitated. Many people thought about it. Even if they had Lin Tian's strength, they would absolutely not dare to do such a thing. After all, if they did so, it would be equivalent to offending an alchemist family. It could possibly bring about great trouble. Lin Tian approached Xianxia and clenched his right hand. 2 more slaps. He said lightly. Xianxia was suddenly angry and said coldly, don't go too far. With a bang, Xianxia's body emitted a strong aura, and a sea of consciousness realm cultivation was fully displayed. You dare to show off in front of me with such strength? Lin Tian was disdainful. Facing Xianxia, he slapped directly, shattering the fluctuation of true essence outside his body, and slapped him away again. Lin Tian added a little more strength for the second slap, and suddenly Xianxia screamed. Last slap. Lin Tian Ondao. At this moment, an old man came from afar. After seeing this scene, his face suddenly darkened. With a swish, the old man came to the stone platform and appeared next to Xianxia. Senior Shen Hongyuan. This is bad. Many people were shocked. Shen Hongyuan landed next to Xianxia and helped Xianxia up. His face was very gloomy. What's going on? Uncle. Xianxia shouted and stared at Lin Tian with some hatred. Shen Hongyuan followed Xianxia's gaze and stared at Lin Tian with a cold expression. Did you do it? Yes. Lin Tian didn't mind at all, and added, there's one last slap left, please move aside. Hearing this, there was a sudden sound of gasping at the scene. This guy. Senior Shen Hongyuan is here. He is the honorary alchemist elder of our sect. How dare this guy talk like this? Many people were shocked. At this time, among the masters of the Shen family who were slapped away by Lin Tian, someone came to Shen Hongyuan and whispered a few words. Suddenly, Shen Hongyuan's face froze and he looked at Xianxia. Is there such a thing? An ordinary disciple of the Wuji Gate was better than the genius alchemist of the Shen family in terms of alchemy. This made Shen Hongyuan slightly shocked. Xianxia's face was ugly, but he couldn't refute. He gritted his teeth and said, yes. After getting a positive answer, Shen Hongyuan was even more surprised. The expression of staring at Lin Tian suddenly changed. Lin Tian's steps were gentle as he walked forward. Senior, please step aside. Your genius alchemist still needs a slap from me. He said. He enunciated the words genius alchemist very loudly, which made Xianxia's face even more ugly. Shen Hongyuan's face darkened again. Young man, let's forget about this. Don't make trouble. Hearing this, Lin Tian couldn't help but smile. Make trouble? His gaze landed on Xianxia, and he said, he thinks that she and I are lovers, so he forced me to compete with him in alchemy under such circumstances, wanting to take her away from me. I only told him to lose, so he would receive 3 slaps from me. Now, he has lost, so he should receive 3 slaps from me. You say that I'm making trouble? Hearing Lin Tian's words, everyone under the stone platform was surprised. Then they started to talk about it. I'm only worth 3 slaps. Bai Qiu was angry. Hearing Lin Tian's words, Xianxia was ashamed and angry. He clenched his fists tightly. Shen Hongyuan's eyes narrowed. He said in a low voice, no matter what, you have already hit him twice. This matter is over. Over? You make it sound so easy. Lin Tianling smiled. After saying this, he didn't say anything else and directly walked forward. Shen Hongyuan said coldly, "Young man, don't go too far. You are too arrogant." "You just realized that I am arrogant?" Lin Tianling snorted. He didn't stop. He directly pressed forward, avoided Shen Hongyuan's palm, and flashed in front of Shen Qinyu. Shen Qinyu's expression changed. "You, slap." This slap was even louder. It sent Shen Qinyu flying more than 10 meters away. A few broken teeth fell in the air. He really slapped him. He actually slapped Shen Hongyuan's nephew in front of him. Oh my god. This guy is really amazing. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. Shen Hongyuan was from a family of alchemists. He was invited by Wuji Gate at a great cost. Lin Tian actually slapped Shen Hongyuan's nephew in front of him. This made all the disciples of Wuji Gate tremble in fear. They secretly thought that Lin Tian was too arrogant. Shen Qinyu fell in the distance. Several masters of the Shen family hurried over, but they saw that Shen Qinyu had already fainted. Shen Hongyuan naturally saw it too. His face became extremely gloomy. "You're very good," Shen Hongyuan said coldly. "There are many people who said that. You're not the only one." Lin Tiandao. After saying that, he turned around and left. With a swoosh, Shen Hongyuan blocked in front of Lin Tian and said with a cold expression, "Since you can defeat Qinyu in terms of core tempering, I'm sure you're not lacking in alchemy secret arts. This old man is untalented, but I'm itching to learn from you." As he spoke, Shen Hongyuan didn't give Lin Tian a chance to refute. He directly raised his hand to form a seal, and a blazing alchemy fire appeared out of thin air. The temperature of the alchemy fire was so high that the disciples of Wuji sect couldn't help but tremble even though they were far away. "Old bastard." Bai Qiu cursed. Everyone knew that in the second level of the celestial realm, only the Shen clan and the other two alchemist clans possessed offensive secret techniques of the Tao of alchemy. Now, Shen Hongyuan actually wanted Lin Tian to compete in secret techniques of the Tao of alchemy with him. Moreover, he didn't give Lin Tian any chance to react. Not only her, but some of the other Wuji Gate disciples also changed their expressions. "Isn't this bullying?" "That's right. It's already very rare for that madman to be able to refine an alchemy pill. How could he possibly know a lost alchemy secret technique?" Someone muttered softly. On the stone, Shen Hongyuan's expression was cold. He didn't care at all. He raised his hand and waved his alchemy fire, pressing it toward Lin Tian. "Young man, please advise me," Shen Hongyuan said coldly. Lin Tian's expression also darkened, and a cold light flashed across his eyes. "Very well. I'll give you some advice," he said coldly. Since he had already exposed his alchemy technique, it was no big deal to use his alchemy attack technique. Most importantly, Shen Hongyuan made him very uncomfortable. He stepped forward and changed his hand seals. Soon, a mysterious rune intertwined with strange light appeared. It shone brightly, and suddenly, everyone's eyes widened. It was one of the alchemy attack techniques, the flame seal. He pushed his right hand, and the flame seal appeared horizontally, colliding with Shen Hongyuan's alchemy fire. With a sizzle, Shen Hongyuan's alchemy fire was annihilated in an instant. Annihilating alchemy fire? This is the legendary flame seal? Shen Hongyuan's expression changed. Lin Tian's right hand did not slow down, and it steadily pressed on Shen Hongyuan's chest. "I'll return your alchemy fire to you," Lin Tianling said. In an instant, blazing alchemy fire rushed out of the seal, and in the blink of an eye, it burned Shen Hongyuan's entire body. "Ah!" Shen Hongyuan screamed, almost turning into a human-shaped torch. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. In a flash, he came in front of Shen Hongyuan and raised his leg to kick him. "Shame on you, get down." With a bang, Shen Hongyuan fell off the stone platform, and he screamed even more miserably. I equals FIPS LAS equals AGS. Reading on a mobile phone. Shen Hongyuan fell off the stone platform, screaming in pain. His whole body was covered in alchemic fire, which made everyone tremble in fear. Please search product %book %yin yin net to see the most complete novels. Elder Shin, a master from the Shin family, shouted and rushed up. The people from Wuji Gate stared at Lin Tian with their eyes wide open. That mysterious rune just now, is it alchemy? It seems to be. This? He actually really knows the offensive secret art of the Tao of alchemy? Many people were shocked. Bai Qiu's beautiful big eyes were wide open, staring at Lin Tian as if she was looking at a rare treasure. Lin Tian walked down the stone platform with a calm expression. Stop. You heard our alchemist and you want to leave just like that? Stay. The masters from the Shin family looked unfriendly. Lin Tian's pace and expression didn't change. He waved his right hand, creating a sword wind that sent them flying. Bang! 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 Several people were sent tumbling back 50 feet away. This guy really dares to attack. Someone gasped. At this moment, a violent surge of true essence rushed up. Not far away, Shen Hongyuan shook off the alchemic fire outside his body. With a whoosh, a cold light slashed at Lin Tian. Lin Tian tilted his head and easily dodged it. You still want to learn? Shen Hongyuan stared at Lin Tian with a cold light in his eyes, but more than that, he was shocked. You used the flame seal just now? Who taught you this lost alchemy? Shen Hongyuan was very surprised. He originally thought that Lin Tian only knew how to refine pills. In alchemy, his nephew had lost to Lin Tian and had been slapped 3 times by Lin Tian. Shen Hongyuan wanted to use a secret alchemy technique to retaliate. He believed that it was impossible for Lin Tian to know any secret alchemy techniques. Such techniques could only be passed down by their 3 alchemist families. However, what he never expected was that not only did Lin Tian know how to refine pills, he also knew how to use secret techniques in the Tao of alchemy, and the pill technique he used was actually the long-lost flame seal. This technique was said to be able to devour all flames, and could even push back the flames that were devoured. None of the 3 great alchemy families had this technique, and it was only mentioned in secret manuals, but who would have thought that they would actually see it on an ordinary disciple of the Limitless Immortal School today? Elder, a friendly reminder, you'd better tidy up your appearance first. Lin Tian Ondao. Shen Hongyuan was slightly startled, and then her expression changed. Because his body was covered by the pill fire, his hair was already charred black, and she was almost bald. Moreover, her clothes had been burnt to the point that not a single strand of hair was left, and her skin was also burned to a large extent. It could even be said to be very ugly, causing many of the female disciples of the Limitless Immortal sect to turn their faces away. Suddenly, Shen Hongyuan's face was livid and cold. He quickly took out a grey robe from the stone ring and covered himself. Who taught you alchemy? Shen Hongyuan asked Lin Tian. At this time, staring at Lin Tian, Shen Hongyuan's eyes were full of light. Lin Tian knew the lost flame seal, and it was very likely that he also knew other alchemy techniques. This was undoubtedly a very shocking thing for an alchemist family. Lin Tian didn't answer and walked away directly. Stop. With a swoosh, Shen Hongyuan flashed and stopped in front of Lin Tian. Who taught you alchemy? Lin Tian's face darkened. If you're done, get out of my sight. I'm asking you a question. Shen Hongyuan said in a deep voice. Lin Tianling stared at Shen Hongyuan coldly. Do I have to answer you? I'll say it again, get out of my sight. Young man, don't be too angry. I'm now. Bang. Lin Tian raised his leg and directly kicked Shen Hongyuan's abdomen, which immediately sent Shen Hongyuan flying more than 30 feet away. Seeing this scene, the disciples of the Limitless sect all sucked in a cold breath, only to feel their stomachs ache. This is the honorary alchemist elder of our sect. This guy is actually so unscrupulous. Some people's hearts palpitated. After kicking Shen Hongyuan away, Lin Tianyi didn't say a word and directly walked toward the fallen immortal peak. Bai Qiu blinked and quickly chased after him. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them were far away, leaving a group of people standing in the same place, dumbfounded. Shen Hongyuan stood up from afar and stared at Lin Tian's back. He was shocked and angry, and his old face was very gloomy. Damn it. After cursing in a low voice, Shen Hongyuan flicked his sleeve, grabbed Xianxia, and left the place. Suddenly, the other disciples of Wuji sect were stunned. This, public alchemy? Alchemy my ass. If it were you, would you still be in the mood to make alchemy for others? This, speaking of which, what's wrong with that madman? His combat strength is so strong that he defeated Mu Yangfeng's strongest disciple, Jingyi, who was in the airborne realm. I didn't expect that he also practiced alchemy. Not only is he good at alchemy, but he also mastered offensive alchemy techniques. He defeated a third-grade alchemist from an alchemist family with alchemy techniques. This is simply unimaginable. But this guy is too bold. How dare he do this to someone from an alchemist family? Isn't he afraid of being punished by the sect? There was a lot of discussion. Lin Tian left the alchemy stone platform and was about to reach the foot of the fallen fairy peak. Wait for me. Bai Qiu chased after him and soon caught up with Lin Tian. Lin Tian glanced at her. Are you satisfied now? Yes, I am. Bai Qiu smiled very sweetly. I'm not satisfied. Lin Tian Dao. Originally, he wanted to see a third-grade alchemist perform alchemy, but he didn't expect to end up like this, with nothing to show for it. Don't be angry. That Xianxia provoked you like that, so you should be angry with him. Think about it, if we were really lovers, and he wanted to steal your future wife, would you tolerate this kind of thing? You could just kill him directly. Bai Qiu blinked her big eyes. Unfortunately, we don't have that kind of relationship. Lin Tian Dao. Lin Tian glanced at Bai Qiu and didn't bother to say anything more. Bai Qiu followed beside him, looking at him with her big eyes, a very serious expression on her face. Lin Tian didn't say anything and just walked to the fallen fairy peak. Seeing that Lin Tian didn't say anything, Bai Qiu couldn't help but say, Hey, you guy, not only do you really know alchemy, but you also know alchemy attack secret techniques. That's too weird. Alchemy and alchemy aside, it's said that only the heirs of the 3 alchemist clans know alchemy secret techniques. Where did you learn them? Give me the Divine Sutra. In exchange, and I'll tell you. Lin Tian Dao. Bai Qiu was angry. I'll go back to the Wuji Peak and go into seclusion to break through to the 9th level of the spiritual sea, then use the Imperial Void Pill to reach the airborne realm. Bai Qiu ran right after saying that. Lin Tian shook his head. He was already close to the fallen fairy peak, so he went straight up. It was still early, and a bright sun hung high in the sky, shining on the ground. When Lin Tian went up to the fallen fairy peak, the little ones were bathing in the sun in front of the ruined hall. Seeing that Lin Tian had returned, they immediately swarmed up. Heh. Lin Tian chuckled and took out some ordinary baodan to feed the little ones. He had been staying at the fallen fairy peak for some time. It was indeed quite interesting to have a group of little ones to accompany him after cultivating alone. After a short pause, he entered the consciousness sea array on the fallen fairy peak and began to cultivate. Buzz. The 4 extreme scriptures were activated, and soon, his body emitted a thick silver light. At the same time, in a pavilion on the other side of Wuji Gate. Uncle, are you serious? He actually knows the long-lost flame seal? Xianxia was shocked. Do you think I'm wrong? Shen Hongyuan said in a deep voice. Xianxia's body trembled, and he said, If that's the case, uncle, we must not let him go. You don't have to say that. Staring out of the window, Shen Hongyuan's eyes were extremely cold, and there was a faint light flickering in them. Lin Tian actually possessed a secret technique in the Tao of pills that even his Qin clan didn't possess, and this could be said to have an extremely great impact on him. He guessed that Lin Tian might possess other secret techniques in the Tao of pills. Moreover, it might even be a legendary pill technique. If he was able to obtain these pill techniques, then the Chen clan's strength would undoubtedly be able to improve a step further in a short period of time, and it might even increase by a few times. Find a chance to expel him from the Wuji Gate. Then, suppress him in the Shen family and take all his alchemy techniques. Xianxia said. After I take his alchemy techniques, I will make him suffer. Xianxia said coldly. On this day, he was defeated by Lin Tian in front of everyone in the Wuji Gate. In the end, he was slapped 3 times by Lin Tian. As a genius alchemist, he lost all his face, which made him hate Lin Tian very much. Think about how to expel him from the Wuji Gate first, Shen Hongyuan said coldly. Today, Lin Tian slapped Shen Qinyu and offended him. It could have been an opportunity, but unfortunately, it was Shen Qinyu who provoked Lin Tian first and made a fair bet with Lin Tian. After losing the bet, he was slapped 3 times by Lin Tian. Lin Tian did nothing wrong. Shen Hongyuan himself also asked to compete with Lin Tian in alchemy techniques, but he was defeated. Naturally, he had no reason to sue Lin Tian to the Wuji Gate for this. There will always be opportunities. If there is none, we will create our own opportunities. Shen Hongyuan said to himself coldly. On the fallen immortal peak, Lin Tian was sitting cross-legged in the formation of his sea of consciousness. The light between his eyebrows was shining, and he was refining his divine sense little by little. Not long ago, he reached the 7th level of his sea of consciousness with the blood pill in the corpse of the alchemist. His sea of consciousness had become extremely vast, and the white lotus in his sea of consciousness had also grown stronger. The halo on the white lotus seemed to be a little more hazy, which was very magical. I have to reach the 9th level of the sea of consciousness as soon as possible, and then break into the airborne realm with the help of the airborne pill. Lin Tian said to himself. After reaching the airborne realm, one could fly freely. For cultivators, this was undoubtedly a great temptation. Buzz. A faint halo lingered around his body. Lin Tian focused on refining his divine sense. Soon, it was night. After a night's rest, Lin Tian came to the formation of his sea of consciousness again in the morning after facing the morning sun. The 4 extremes meridians were running, and a faint light appeared around his body again. Soon, 2 hours passed. The sun was shining, and the sky was as hot as ever. On this day, 9 aggressive middle-aged men came to the Wuji Gate. They were the elders of the other 9 sects, and all of them were at the peak of the airborne realm. Among the 9 middle-aged men, one of them was followed by a young man. He was the outstanding disciple of the Xingge Taoism who had escaped from the ancient tomb of the alchemist not long ago. I equals Phips Las equals AGS. Of the 10 sects in the second heaven, 9 of them came to Wuji Gate together, which naturally attracted the attention of the Wuji Gate. Many peak masters and elders came out to greet them. After that, the reason why the 9 of them came to the Limitless Immortal sect shocked everyone in the Limitless Immortal sect. They were actually here for the fallen immortal peak's Lin Tian. Lin Tian had killed 8 of the great sect's outstanding disciples. What a vile creature. We can't let him live. Mu Yangfeng said coldly. The Wuji Peak Master frowned, and his eyes flickered. Call Lin Tian over first and ask him clearly. Why go through so much trouble? Just go to the Fallen Angel Peak and suppress that vile creature. Mu Yangfeng said coldly. On the Fallen Angel Peak, Lin Tian sat cross-legged in the formation of his sea of consciousness. There were spots of light between his eyebrows, and there were traces of silver light outside his body. Buzz. The 4 extremity scriptures were activated, using the formation of his sea of consciousness to temper his divine sense. At the same time, his flesh and bones were also tempered. With the divine refining rune between his eyebrows, Lin Tian could feel that the tempering speed of his divine sense was a little faster. After all, it's an incomplete formation of the sea of consciousness. If it was a complete formation, the effect should be several times better. Lin Tian muttered to himself. He was indeed a little regretful about this. However, thinking that the Fallen Angel Peak still had a big secret, he felt a little better. What is in this mountain? I must put in some effort to find out later. He thought to himself. To be able to make the mysterious iron sword in his sea of consciousness react, there was no doubt that the secret on the Fallen Angel Peak was very shocking. Perhaps it really was the divine art known as the Battle Saint technique. He took a deep breath, calmed his mind, and focused on cultivation again. At this moment, more than a dozen powerful auras appeared on the Fallen Angel Peak, causing his expression to change slightly. Opening his eyes and walking out of the formation of his sea of consciousness, Lin Tian came to the front of the ruined hall. Looking around, at this moment, many middle-aged people came up from the Fallen Angel Peak. The aura they emitted was very powerful, and they were all at the peak of the airborne realm. Among these people, he recognized Wu Ji Peak Master, Muyang Feng Peak Master, and another young man. It's you. His eyes narrowed slightly. This young man was the disciple of the true martial religion who had wanted to kill him and steal the Baodan's precious technique in the ancient alchemist tomb not long ago. Lin Tian, do you know your crime? A cold voice sounded, and a huge force fell on Lin Tian. Muyang Feng stared coldly at Lin Tian. Confess? What crime have I committed? Lin Tian's face darkened. Muyang Feng was at the pinnacle of the Zephyr realm, and his might was extremely strong, which made him feel a little uncomfortable. What crime? Muyang Feng's face was cold, and his eyes were even colder. He scolded, Our 10 great sects are united, but in order to fight for the Baodan, you cruelly killed the outstanding disciples of 8 great sects. You really have the heart of a devil. How dare you ask what crime you have committed? How could my Wuji Gate accept such an evil creature like you? Lin Tian's eyes narrowed. He finally understood why everyone had come to the fallen immortal peak. He looked at the young man from the true martial religion, and then at Muyang Feng Peak Master. Master Muyang Feng, have you asked clearly? Why do you need to ask more? You should be punished for killing your fellow Taoists. Muyang Feng Peak Master said. Lin Tian smiled and pointed at the disciple of the Xinga Taoism Peak Master. You didn't ask the whole story, and you rushed to convict me based on the result. Is it because I defeated your useless disciple a few days ago and made you feel ashamed? You have no respect for your elders. How dare you? Muyang Feng Peak Master shouted. He didn't expect Lin Tian's words to be so sharp that he dared to mock him. Elders? Lin Tian disdained. Are you worthy of being my elder? Are you worthy of my respect? Muyang Feng Peak Master's face was even colder. He shouted directly, Come on, suppress him, destroy his cultivation, and expel him from the limitless sect. Yes. Some deacons of the main peak followed the crowd. These people were all at the peak of the Soul Sense. 7 of them stepped toward Lin Tian. They all showed their swords and sabers, which were shining with cold light. Get lost. Lin Tianlong shouted. He shook his right hand, and a sword wind swept out, directly sending the 7 people flying. Muyang Feng Peak Master was very powerful, but he was not afraid and did not give him face at all. This person had tried to attack him several times. Now, he even wanted to convict him without asking for the truth and ordered people to destroy his cultivation. He couldn't compromise in front of this person. He didn't live a second life to be a coward. Sometimes, in his opinion, it was useless and cowardly to say that a man could bend and stand tall. A real man should do whatever he wanted in the world. As long as he was in the right, he could cut through everything. Even if he died, he didn't have to fear anyone. He tilted his head and looked at the young man of Xinga Taoism. He sneered and said, In the ancient alchemist tomb, the 9 of you wanted to kill me and take the Baodan, but the 8 of you were killed by my sword. Now, you have the nerve to gather people and come to Wuji Gate to make trouble for me. You are really despicable. Using the word shameless to describe you is an insult to the word shameless. He stared at the young man of Xinga Taoism. His eyes were very cold. The Wuji Peak Master frowned and looked at the young man of the true martial arts sect. Lin Tian, don't talk nonsense. The young man of Xinga Taoism stared at Lin Tian with a cold expression. That day, the 9 of us fought a bloody battle with the ghost soldiers and evil spirits. It was not easy for us to kill our way out and take the Baodan. Unfortunately, you and your companions secretly approached the green wooden coffin and stole the fruits of our battle. The 9 of us only hoped that you would share some of the fruits of our battle with us, but you killed us. You are really ruthless. Hearing this, Lin Tian suddenly laughed. The 9 of you are useless. You were forced to a corner by the ghost soldiers and evil spirits, and you have the nerve to say that you worked together to kill your way out. My companions and I repelled a group of Een soldiers and malicious ghosts, destroyed the shameless ambush of the 9 of you, and finally rushed to the front of the green wooden coffin to obtain the treasured pill. Yet, in your mouth, we stole the victory of the 9 of you. In order to take the Baodan, the 9 of you worked together to kill us, but you died because you were weak. Now you say that I am ruthless? Staring at the young man of Xinga Taoism with disdain, Lin Tian said, Excuse me, Do you know how to write the word face? Distorting the facts. You are making things up. The young man of Xinga Taoism shouted. The elder of Xinga Taoism stared at Lin Tian and said, no matter what, you killed people. You should atone for your crimes with your death. Did I kill the people of Xinga Taoism? What is the purpose of your Xinga Taoism rushing to Wuji Gate? Lin Tian's eyes were cold as he looked directly at the elder of Xinga Taoism. He was very clear about some things. That day, when he displayed the weapon control technique, everyone was shocked. This technique was said to be the only martial skill that surpassed supernatural powers and was extremely powerful. Today, the elders of the 9 sects came together. On the surface, it seemed that they wanted to kill their disciples, but in fact, it was most likely that they wanted to seize his weapon control technique. He had to admit that his intuition was very accurate. After the young disciple of Xinga Taoism escaped that day, he told the elder of his sect that Lin Tian had mastered the legendary weapon control technique. The weapon control technique was extremely powerful and was said to be comparable to the Celestial Master's secret skill. The elder of Xinga Taoism thought for a while and secretly contacted the people of the other 8 sects to discuss in secret. It was not until a while ago that he came to Wuji Gate. The 10 sects are united. The disciples of the true martial arts sect witnessed the tragedy and came to testify. The elder of Xinga Taoism narrowed his eyes. What a nice way to put it. Lin Tianling chuckled. A cold snort was heard. The elder of Qinghua Taoism said, Wuji Peak Master, Muyang Feng, and the other peak masters of Wuji Gate, this man killed the outstanding disciples of the 8 sections. This is an indisputable fact. Now, please hand this evil creature over to us. We will use this evil creature's blood as a sacrifice to the souls of our disciples in heaven. Of course. You can take this man away after suppressing him. The Wuji Gate will never protect such an evil creature. Muyang Feng said. The Wuji Peak Master frowned. Lin Tian was related to that person. What's the commotion? At this moment, a low voice was heard. In the depths of Wuji Gate, a beam of immortal light rushed up and turned into a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was dressed in a green robe, and there were bright divine halos intertwined around his body. He was like a ruoxin, giving off an incomparably powerful pressure. Seeing this person, everyone's expression changed. Gate Master. The Wuji Peak Master and the others bowed in unison, their eyes full of respect. The people of Wuji Gate did not expect that the Gate Master of Wuji Gate would come out of seclusion today. In addition to the people of Wuji Gate, the elders of the other sects also bowed respectfully. After all, the Gate Master of Wuji Gate was a powerful existence in the immortal state. Qinghua Taoism, Xinga Taoism, Green Flame Immortal Gate. The Gate Master of Wuji sect stood in midair and glanced at the people of Qinghua Taoism. He said, the people of the 9 sects have gathered at Wuji Gate. What's the matter? The Gate Master of Wuji sect's voice was calm, but there was a kind of majestic aura that made the people of Qinghua Taoism tremble. Gate Master of Wuji sect, it's like this, the elder of Qinghua Taoism briefly explained the whole story. The Gate Master of Wuji sect glanced around and rested his eyes on Lin Tian, then he looked at the Wuji Peak Master and the others. Gate Master, it's true. Lin Tian is cruel and merciless. In order to fight for the Baodan, he cruelly killed the outstanding disciples of the 8 sects of Qinghua Taoism. He can't be allowed to live. Such a person is a disgrace to the celestial style of Wuji Gate. The Gate Master of Muyang Feng said. The elder of Qinghua Taoism bowed and said, Gate Master of Wuji sect, please hand over the murderer to us. The Gate Master of Wuji sect put his hands behind his back, his eyes still calm. The Peak Master of Wuji Peak secretly said, Gate Master, the direct descendant of the Bai family came to Wuji Gate and stayed at my Wuji Peak. She has a good relationship with Lin Tian. If we hand Lin Tian over, that girl might not be too happy. The Gate Master of Wuji sect's eyes moved slightly and looked at Lin Tian. He had a relationship with the direct descendant of the Bai family. Looking at Lin Tian, the Gate Master of Wuji sect remained silent. Facing the Gate Master of Wuji sect's gaze, Lin Tian couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. He felt as if he was invisible. He couldn't help but sigh. A master of the immortal reaching realm was indeed terrifying. However, after a while, he returned to normal. He had withstood the pressure of a master of the Enlightenment realm. Compared to a master of the Enlightenment realm, the aura of a master of the immortal reaching realm was much weaker. The gate master of Wuji sect seemed to have felt the change in Lin Tian's mentality. He narrowed his eyes, and a trace of surprise flashed across his eyes. Gate master of Wuji sect, please hand over the murderer to us. Our disciples were cruelly killed by him. If we don't offer his blood as a sacrifice, it will be difficult for the souls to rest in peace. Gate master of Wuji sect, please enlighten us. Gate master of Wuji sect, please avenge our dead disciples. The elders of the 8 sects spoke one after another. Lin Tianlin glanced coldly at the young man from Xinga Taoism, the Xinga Taoism, and the Qinghua Taoism. Then, he looked at the sect master of the Wuji sect. He wanted to read. The sect master of the Wuji sect was silent. He glanced at Lin Tian. Senior sect master of the Wuji sect, please have mercy on us and help us. The elder of the Qinghua Taoism said. Senior, please have mercy on us. The others said. The sect master of the Wuji sect looked down. After a while, he nodded slightly. At this moment, the sect master of the Wuji sect thought of many things. As the sect master of the Wuji gate, he was able to distinguish the pros and cons of many things. As an existence in the celestial reaching realm, he could tell at a glance that Lin Tian was not at fault. However, he could not protect Lin Tian because of this. Because if he did, he would become enemies with the other 9 sections. It was obviously not worth it to become enemies with the other 9 sects for an ordinary disciple. On the other hand, although Lin Tian was related to the Bai family, the sect master of the Wuji sect knew that this relationship was not very good. For the ancient Bai family, which was at the top of the Qingyun realm, Lin Tian was after all an outsider. The Bai family would definitely not have any reaction for an outsider. Moreover, the Bai family's direct descendant was not here at this moment. Therefore, the sect master of the Wuji sect naturally knew what to do. Seeing the sect master of the Wuji sect nod, the peak master of the Wuji sect frowned slightly. The sect master of the Muyangfeng sect sneered. Senior sect master of the Wuji sect, thank you for your wise judgment. Xinga Taoism and the others bowed and thanked him. Muyangfeng sect master smiled at Xinga Taoism and the others. Then, he looked at Lin Tian and ordered the deacons, take him down. Yes. All the deacons nodded. At this moment, dozens of people surrounded Lin Tian. Lin Tian's expression froze slightly. He turned to the head of the Wuji sect and said, Sect leader, you are the master of the Wuji gate, and I am a disciple of the Wuji gate. You, who have reached the realm of heavenly connection, should be able to see right and wrong in an instant. At this time, shouldn't you protect your own disciple? How dare you? Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to the sect leader like that? Muyangfeng shouted. Lin Tian didn't care about sect master Muyangfeng at all. He only looked at Limitless sect master seriously and calmly. The Limitless sect master's eyes narrowed. He was slightly moved as he looked at Lin Tian. You're not bad. It has nothing to do with strength or talent. Looking at Lin Tian, the Limitless sect master, who had been silent for a while, gave the most pertinent evaluation. However, this evaluation didn't change his mind. It's just that you still killed the people of the 8 major sections. Hearing the Limitless sect master's words, Lin Tian couldn't help but smile. I understand. With a clang, an upper-grade true treasure sword appeared in his hand, shining with a cold light. After all, he was just an ordinary disciple. He couldn't be compared to the other major sections. Therefore, he could only be sacrificed. Do it. Muyangfeng sect master shouted. In an instant, the deacons attacked. Sabers and swords flashed, and powerful vital essence surged. The elders of the Qinghua Taoism sect master smiled slightly. This matter finally had a perfect ending. On the other side, the young man of the Xinga Taoism sect master smiled slightly and clenched his fists. After this matter, he would receive an incomparably generous reward. Boom! The vital essence vibrated even more violently. The deacons of the Wuji gate pressed on Lin Tian together. Lin Tian's expression was very cold. The sword in his hand vibrated, and the 9 forms of the burning sun was activated to the limit. The limitless sect master looked at Lin Tian. Seeing the useless aura that Lin Tian was emitting, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This was indeed a talent with extraordinary courage. Unfortunately, before he grew up, he wouldn't be of much value. Shaking his head slightly, the limitless sect master stepped into the void and walked into the depths of the limitless gate. This matter was considered over. Who dares to touch him? At this moment, a delicate voice came from below the fallen immortal peak. In the blink of an eye, Bai Qiu flashed and appeared in front of Lin Tian. Seeing Bai Qiu arrive, Muyang Feng sect master frowned immediately. At the same time, the limitless peak master sent a voice transmission to the limitless sect master, revealing Bai Qiu's identity. The limitless sect master's eyes flickered as he looked down. Seeing that the matter was about to be resolved, the elders of the Green Flame Immortal sect all became gloomy. Who are you? The Qinghua Taoism sect elder said coldly. The young man from the Xingu Taoism pointed at Bai Qiu and said loudly, Senior, this is the companion of the murderer, Lin Tian. She was also involved in the killing of our 8 senior brothers. Suppress her and avenge our 8 senior brothers. Hearing the young man from the Xingu Taoism sect master Muyang Feng sect master's face darkened. The limitless peak master was stunned. He opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. The limitless sect master stared at the young man from the Xingu Taoism sect master with a strange expression. Lin Tian stared at this person with pity and sarcasm in his eyes. You also attacked? The Qinghua Taoism sect elder stared at Bai Qiu with a cold expression. Then, he bowed to the limitless sect master and said seriously, Senior limitless sect master, please show mercy and allow us to take this person away. Senior limitless sect master, please allow us to do so. The elders of the other great sects also spoke. The limitless sect master didn't say anything. He just looked down. Buzz. On the fallen angel peak, a ball of light suddenly appeared on Bai Qiu's body. Bai Qiu stretched out his right hand and a divine seal appeared. This divine seal was like a full moon. It was noble, sacred, and majestic. Suddenly, the faces of the Xingu Taoism and Qinghua Taoism sect masters changed. This is? The divine seal? It's the symbol of the Bai family's princess. How could you? Seeing this divine seal, the faces of the Qinghua Taoism sect masters turned pale. The divine seal appeared and shone brightly, illuminating all directions. At this moment, everyone trembled. Even the limitless sect master descended from the sky and stood on the ground. In the face of the divine seal that symbolized the princess of the Bai family, he had to show respect even though he was the sect master of a large sect. After all, the Bai family was a real giant. The eldest princess of this family was equivalent to the heavenly jewel of the second heaven. Bai Qiu was usually very lively and naughty. However, at this moment, after the divine seal appeared, her entire aura changed. Her face turned cold as she glanced at the Qinghua Taoism sect masters. Half a month ago, at the ancient alchemist tomb, the disciples of the 9 sects besieged me. It was Lin Tian who saved me and blocked the attacks of the 9 of you. Now, the 9 sects still dare to cause trouble for him. Do you want to be annihilated? The sect elders of the Qinghua Taoism sect masters trembled and felt a chill run down their spines. You, the young man of the Qinghua Taoism sect master was stunned. His lips trembled. The person that the 9 of them threatened to stop that day was actually the eldest princess of the Bai family. Just a moment ago, he even threatened to kill Bai Qiu together with Lin Tianyi to pay tribute to the dead disciples of the 8 great sects. You're too presumptuous. Bai Qiu shouted. The sect elders of the Qinghua Taoism sect masters trembled and knelt down. Please forgive us, Princess Bai. We didn't know that you were with him. If we knew this. If we knew who you were, we wouldn't have dared to do this even if we had 10,000 guts. Please don't be angry. Terror filled the hearts of the 9 of them. The 9 of them came together, wanting to capture Lin Tian and bring him away. Never in their wildest dreams would they have imagined that the one who accompanied Lin Tian in the ancient tomb was actually the eldest princess of the Bai clan of this generation. Not only that, they had even personally requested the everlasting Empyrean to allow them to bring Bai Qiu away. Now, all of them were so frightened that their souls were about to leave their bodies. The Bai clan was the most powerful clan in the second heavenly realm, and they had actually offended the princess of the Bai clan. If the Bai clan was enraged because of this, they could wipe out the 9 great sects in a blink of an eye. Please forgive us, Princess Bai. Please forgive us. The 9 people were in a panic. Bai Qiu glanced at the 9 people and looked at the young man from the Xinga Taoism sect masters. She said coldly, that day, the 9 of you tried to kill me and him for the Baodan. 8 of you were killed. You were lucky to escape, but you didn't repent. How dare you come to the Wuji Gate to find trouble with him? Do you think the second heaven is the backyard of the Xinga Taoism? The young man from the Xinga Taoism sect masters trembled and fell to the ground. His eyes were full of fear and he couldn't say a word. Then, a fishy smell came out and his crotch was wet. Despicable. Disgusting. Bai Qiu said. The elder of the Xinga Taoism sect masters felt a chill down his spine. The next moment, he waved his hand and slapped his disciple into pieces. He said to Bai Qiu, our disciple made up nonsense and offended Princess Bai. Please don't be angry, Princess Bai. The blood splattered on the fallen immortal peak. It was a ghastly sight. The deacons of the Wuji Gate and the members of the Qinghua Taoism sect masters were all frightened and didn't dare to say a word. Apologize to him. Bai Qiu said to the elders of the Xinga Taoism sect masters. How could the 9 people of the true martial sect not know who this Bai Qiu was referring to was? At this time, they didn't dare to hesitate at all. They all looked towards Lin Tian, not even daring to stand up. They all bowed deeply, as if they were paying homage to their own old ancestor. Little friend Lin, please forgive us. We were also bewitched. Please forgive us, my friend Lin. It's all our fault. We are willing to pay the price. Please don't lower yourself to our level, my friend Lin. Please forgive us, my friend Lin. The 9 of them said one after another with a look of fear and trepidation. Lin Tian's face was cold and indifferent. He didn't care about the 9 of them. Bai Qiu tilted her head and looked at Muyang Feng. She didn't give him any face at all. You didn't ask about Qinghong. You ordered people to suppress your disciple several times. You should apologize to him too. What? Impossible. Muyang Feng's face changed. It was humiliating for a peak leader like him to apologize to an ordinary disciple. Apologize. Bai Qiu's face was cold. Looking at Bai Qiu, Lin Tian was a little surprised but also a little touched. This girl usually didn't put on airs. She was very lively and mischievous. However, for him, she showed her identity in public and became so domineering. Muyang Feng's face was very dark. He clenched his fists tightly. At the same time, a voice sounded. The Wuji Gate master looked at Muyang Feng and said, apologize to him. Reading on a mobile phone, Peak Master Muyang's face was ashen, but there was nothing he could do. Since the Bai family's princess was forcing him, and the Limitless sect master had spoken, how could he have a choice? He could only take a step forward and lower his head to Lin Tian. Itembook net. Bai Qiu put away the godless token and whispered into Lin Tian's ear, are you satisfied? Lin Tian looked ahead and saw the people of Xinga Taoism kneeling on the ground in fear and looking at him pleadingly. He snorted in his heart. He knew very well that these people were just afraid of Bai Qiu. He still had to rely on his own strength for some things. Therefore, he did not want to rely on Bai Qiu's power to make a fuss over anything now. Forget it. He said. Hearing that, the elders of the 9 sects felt as if they had been pardoned. Thank you, Lin Tian. Lin Tian, you are a magnanimous man. Thank you so much. The 9 of them hurriedly said. The Wuji sect master glanced at the 9 of them and said, you may leave. The 9 of them nodded and bowed to Lin Tian and Bai Qiu before leaving the fallen immortal peak. Which sect do the corpses on the ground belong to? Clean them up yourselves. Lin Tian Ondao. The elders of Xinga Taoism hurriedly retreated and cleaned up the bloodstains in front of the fallen immortal peak before leaving. In the blink of an eye, only the people of Wuji Gate were left on the fallen immortal peak. The Wuji sect master looked at Lin Tian for a while, then smiled and nodded to Bai Qiu before stepping into the void and leaving the peak. Muyang Feng's face was very dark. He flicked his sleeves and left, leaving the deacon standing there in fear. "You may leave," the Wuji sect master said. The deacons hurriedly left the fallen immortal peak. Then, the Wuji sect master also stepped into the void and headed toward the Wuji sect. In the blink of an eye, only Bai Qiu and Lin Tian were left on the fallen immortal peak. Lin Tian looked at Bai Qiu and smiled. "Thank you for today." In fact, if Bai Qiu had not appeared, he would have been fine. For example, he could have given the four-symbol seal or the weapon manipulation art to the Limitless Sect Master. At that time, the Limitless Sect Master would definitely protect him. However, he was not willing to do so. Bai Qiu blinked. "What are you going to thank me with? Weapon control? How about giving yourself to me? When the time comes, all my things will be yours." Lin Tian smiled. "Shameless." Bai Qiu blushed. Bai Qiu walked to the side and crouched down. She rested her chin on her hands and frowned. "What happened?" Lin Tian asked. "I snuck out from my home. Now that I have manifested the divine decree, those old antiques at home will definitely be able to sense my location. They will definitely order people to capture me." Bai Qiu felt wronged. "I still haven't found the divine decree yet." Lin Tian was speechless. "What's wrong with going home? It's too boring at home. I like to have more freedom," Bai Qiu said. Lin Tian was speechless. "That's enough. Don't pretend to be obedient. You don't know how many people envy you." Bai Qiu gritted her teeth and glared at Lin Tian. She looked like she was going to bite him. Lin Tian, Bai Qiu stayed on the fallen celestial peak for a long time. When the sky was completely dark, she returned to the Wuji peak. Only Lin Tianyi was left on the fallen celestial peak. Standing in front of the ruined palace, Lin Tian looked at the Wuji peak. The stars intertwined and poured down, giving off a kind of immortal aura. He sat down on a wooden chair beside the old forest. A small civet cat jumped onto his shoulder and suddenly jumped into his arms. Lin Tian smiled and stroked the cat's soft fur. "Everything depends on oneself. Strength is the foundation." He looked at the sky. The Wuji sect master's initial decision didn't make him feel disgusted, but he was more or less disappointed. To the Wuji gate, he was now a dispensable person. He had no value at all and could be sacrificed at any time. He stood up and made a decision. He wouldn't stay in such a sect for long, and he needed to be prepared to protect himself. "I have to learn the art of array manipulation and reach the 6th level as soon as possible," he whispered to himself. On the path of a matrix manipulator, Tier 6 was a watershed. Only after reaching Tier 6 could one be considered a true matrix manipulator. At that time, he would no longer need ink and scrolls. He would be able to inscribe matrix manipulators in the void. He would be able to inscribe killing matrix, psychedelic matrix, and a series of other matrix manipulators. In the later stages, he could even inscribe spatial teleportation matrix. He stepped into the ruined palace, sat down cross-legged, and began to use the Tianyi soul technique. A faint light lingered in the sky. Silver starlight suddenly poured down from the sky. This was a strange scene. Now that Lin Tian's cultivation had increased greatly and reached the 7th level of the spiritual sea, the Tianyi soul technique became smoother after he used it. It attracted a large amount of starlight and surrounded him. Then, a rich silver light came out of his body. This was all soul power, and it attracted the little guys on the fallen immortal peak to jump out of the ruined palace. Lin Tian naturally felt the little guy's presence, but he didn't care. He focused on cultivating the Tianyi soul technique. As the Tianyi soul technique circulated over and over again, his soul power became stronger and purer, attracting even more starlight. Then, he also circulated the 4 extreme scriptures, using the starlight to temper his body and bones. In the blink of an eye, the night passed. In the morning, Lin Tian stood up and faced the morning sun. Then, he entered the spiritual sea array to temper his spiritual sense. After yesterday, he realized the importance of strength. In the world of cultivators, strength was everything. For the next few days, he cultivated the array control technique at night, repeatedly drawing one array pattern after another. The array control technique was refined little by little, and he was infinitely close to the 5th level of array control master. At the same time, he tempered his spiritual sense during the day, tempering his flesh and blood. His cultivation had increased a lot, and his body had become stronger. Another morning. Lin Tian muttered to himself. As usual, after a simple breathing session, he entered the spiritual sea array to cultivate. These days, he hadn't left the fallen immortal peak. He had been busy cultivating and becoming stronger. Wang. The 4 extreme scriptures circulated, and a faint silver light appeared. He once again immersed himself in tempering his spiritual sense. Counting, by relying on the spiritual refining rune, he had now crossed a 5th of the 7th level of the spiritual sea. If he wanted to enter the 8th level of the spiritual sea, he would have to work harder. Of course, his main goal now was to reach the 9th level of the spiritual sea. As long as he reached the 9th level of the spiritual sea, he could rely on the void elixir he obtained in the ancient tomb of the alchemists to directly reach the void realm. Who? Exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, Lin Tian secretly praised himself. The true yuan outside of his body fluctuated more violently. In the blink of an eye, another few hours passed. Dong. At this moment, the sky suddenly trembled, and a majestic force spread out. In the spiritual sea array, Lin Tian suddenly opened his eyes and looked in the direction of the Wuji Peak. Demonic Qi? Looking at the Wuji Peak, he saw that the main peak, which was originally surrounded by starlight, was covered by a grey demonic mist. The demonic Qi was shockingly powerful and condensed. Although it was far from comparable to the 4 demon gods sealed in the Demon Burial Valley, it was countless times more powerful than the red-robed demoness he killed in the Demon Burial Valley. Why would the Wuji Gate produce such a shocking demonic Qi? Lin Tian was puzzled. The demonic Qi was so powerful that he felt like he couldn't resist it. Hey! Bai Qiu ran over from the fallen immortal peak. What happened at the Wuji Peak? Lin Tian asked Bai Qiu. Bai Qiu was basically staying at the Wuji Peak. He felt that Bai Qiu should know about the Wuji Peak. It's a big deal. Bai Qiu said, the current saint of Mount Tianyao appeared a few days ago and challenged the powerhouses of the other 9 sections. Now, he's at the Wuji Gate. Anyone below the immortal ascension realm can fight with him. Now, that guy is fighting with the old fox, the Wuji Peak Master. The Wuji Peak is damaged. Fighting with the Wuji Peak Master? That's powerful. Lin Tian was surprised. Although he sensed that the demonic Qi of the Wuji Peak was terrifying, he didn't expect that the other party could fight with the Wuji Peak Master. The Wuji Peak Master was the most powerful person below the immortal ascension realm in the Wuji Gate. He was unfathomable and almost had 1 foot in the immortal ascension realm. The saint of Mount Tianyao could fight with the Wuji Peak Master? Of course he's powerful. That guy has the desolate demon body. Bai Qiu said. Desolate demon body? Lin Tian was shocked. The other party was one of the 12 king bodies. Bai Qiu nodded and said seriously, the demon clan has special alchemists who can transform into human form when they reach the 4th level. But it's said that the desolate demon body doesn't rely on the transformation of the Baodan. He cultivated to the flight realm as a demon and then used his own strength to transform into human form. Now, that guy is at the 3rd level of the flight realm and the desolate demon body is at the initial stage. He's very powerful. Basically, no one below the immortal ascension realm can suppress him. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed. There was clearly a pellet that allowed one to transform into a human form at the level of a level 4 demonic beast, which would have made it easier to cultivate. However, the other party had resisted the temptation and trained all the way to the airborne realm in the form of a demonic beast. Such boldness surprised Lin Tian. That alone was enough to prove that the desolate demon physique was definitely extraordinary. How is the desolate demon body compared to your brother? He asked. Bai Qiu shook her head and said, it's hard to say. It seems that guy is not weaker than my brother. After a pause, she said, but it's not possible to defeat my brother. My brother's thunder god body is also at the initial stage. Lin Tian was stunned. This time, Bai Qiu didn't say how powerful her brother was. It seems that the desolate demon body is really powerful, he said in his heart. Bai Qiu didn't allow him to explain. She pulled Lin Tian up and said, let's go to the Wuji Peak to watch the battle. Compared to the desolate demon body, you're also of the same generation. This kind of battle is rare and rarely happens. It should be very beneficial for you to watch carefully. You're really worried. You didn't forget to call me at this time. Lin Tian said with a smile. It's good that you know. Bai Qiu snorted. Together with Bai Qiu, Lin Tian walked down the fallen immortal peak and toward the Wuji Peak. Kuangren is here. And the Bai family, shut up. Seeing Lin Tian and Bai Qiu appear together, all the disciples of the Wuji Gate turned pale with fright. A few days ago, Bai Qiu publicly displayed the Bai family's God Wu Shuang order, and her identity was completely exposed. Now that they saw Lin Tian and Bai Qiu appear together, how could these ordinary disciples of the Wuji Gate not be afraid? Lin Tian and Bai Qiu didn't care. Soon, they reached the Wuji Peak. Boom! The void trembled. On the Wuji Peak, many immortal plants were shattered. Lin Tian looked up. In the void, the Wuji Peak master's face was solemn. He waved his hands repeatedly and collided with a burly figure. The burly figure's eyes were sharp, and his silver hair draped over his shoulders. His every move was filled with power. It was just a pair of simple iron fists, but it distorted the void and forced the Wuji Peak master to retreat. I equals FIPS LAS equals AGS. End of chapter 331. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.